The Ares Empire basked under clear skies, its capital vibrant with trade and leisure. A statue of a revered knight stood proudly at the center, a symbol of peace and control. Citizens moved about calmly, watched over by guards who believed the threat of revolution had faded. Laughing among themselves, they dismissed the rebels as mere country fools, convinced the empire's might had silenced all resistance. But peace was an illusion. Beneath the statue that symbolized imperial dominance, shadows moved with purpose. In a hidden chamber lit by torches, a group of armored figures gathered around a war map. At their head stood Logan McLean. The rebellion had not died. It had merely gone underground. Tonight, they would strike. The plan was simple, yet daring. Assassinate the emperor, and collapse the empire from within. One rebel commander reminded the others of their duty not for vengeance, but to reclaim the kingdom lost to imperial conquest. Every role in the mission was crucial. Logan's, however, was paramount. He was entrusted with guarding the secret text, a vital document tied to the rebellion's success. Aware of the risks and the stakes, Logan accepted the responsibility without hesitation. The time to act had come. No turning back. After the strategy meeting, Logan McLean walked through the rebel compound, his presence drawing attention. A fellow knight approached, joking about Logan's sense of duty. He pointed out how Logan was risking his life to protect the secret text, an object the Empire would kill to retrieve. The secret text wasn't just a relic, it held knowledge powerful enough to reshape the future. Many lives had been lost to obtain and hide it from Imperial forces. Though Logan didn't choose this burden, his fluency in the ancient language made him the only viable protector. His companion praised him for bearing the weight without complaint, but Logan dismissed the compliment. Another comrade interrupted, warning not to belittle others' sacrifices. Logan's thoughts shifted. He wasn't doing this for honor or patriotism. His resolve was fueled by revenge. He remembered his past life, a time when he was scorned and seen as a disgrace. Even his younger brother Ronian had outshone him, despite having only a few years of sword training. In contrast, Logan had trained for a decade and still failed. The memory of being defeated, mocked, and cast aside returned. In desperation, he had used paralysis poison on Ronian. The consequences were grave. Ronian collapsed, and Logan was branded a traitor. Logan McLean was exiled from his family after poisoning his younger brother Ronian. Driven by feelings of inferiority and jealousy, he committed an unforgivable act. His father's cold declaration disowned him, casting him out as a disgrace. With no home left, Logan wandered, eventually becoming a mercenary. 10 years passed. Through battles and suffering, he matured. But by the time he realized his mistakes, it was already too late. Rumors spread in the capital. Someone with the name McLean was to be executed. Under the rain, people gathered to witness the event. Cloaked and silent, Logan approached the square. The condemned was Ronian McLean, once celebrated as the McLean family's pride. Whispers in the crowd spoke of his disappearance, his abandonment, and now, his fall. As Ronian was dragged forward, Logan moved desperately, trying to reach him. But before he could act, the executioner's blade fell. Blood splattered. Ronian was dead. The crowd cheered, mocking the fall of another rebel. Logan's heart broke. His brother had died before he could offer an apology or explanation. Rage consumed him. This wasn't justice, it was humiliation. That night, Logan swore vengeance. The Empire had stolen his family, and now, they would pay with blood. Logan McLean's escape was short-lived. Imperial soldiers quickly spotted him and closed in with lethal intent. With no time to flee, Logan drew his blade, engaging the enemy in a desperate clash. Steel clashed violently as he struck down one soldier after another, his movements sharpened by rage and desperation. Though outnumbered, he refused to fall. Each opponent brought another risk. Blood spilled. Bodies fell. Logan pushed forward, but the weight of exhaustion grew heavier. The soldiers shouted, accusing him of stealing the Empire's most guarded treasure, the secret text. Surrounded and bleeding, Logan realized escape was no longer possible. Gripping a magical orb, he made a final decision. This was the end. He would take the enemy with him. With grim resolve, he activated the orb's destructive power. A violent surge of red light consumed the area. In the next moment, everything exploded. As his body was torn apart, Logan's thoughts lingered on regret. He had lived a life filled with mistakes, driven by pride and hatred. And yet, in that last moment, he had struck a blow against the Empire. It was a small victory, but the one regret he couldn't escape was never begging Ronian for forgiveness. As Logan's consciousness faded in the explosion's aftermath, he accepted death. He hoped to meet his family in the afterlife and ask for their forgiveness. But instead of darkness, light returned, and with it, pain. Gasping for air, he woke up in bed, confused and drenched in sweat. He immediately noticed something was wrong. The servant before him, Rick, had died decades ago. Yet here he was, alive and unchanged. Logan was stunned. He wasn't in the afterlife somehow. He had returned. Panicked, the servants assumed Logan had suffered a head injury. Outside his window, soldiers trained under the McLean banner, unfaded, proud, and whole. Everything around him was as it had been in his youth. Soon, a boy entered the room. Ronian McLean, still young and alive. Logan could barely believe it. The voice, the face, the clothes. Everything was as he remembered. This was the very moment before their first duel, the turning point that led to years of bitterness. Memories surged as Logan watched his brother approach. He remembered the shame of losing, the jealousy that festered afterward, and the anger he had once hurled in response to Ronian's concern. Logan recalled the words he once shouted, words fueled by pride and resentment. He had called Ronian nothing more than a concubine's child. That insult had driven Ronian away. The once eager younger brother, who always sought Logan's approval, stopped visiting him after that day. But now, given a second chance, Logan resisted the urge to push him away again. When Ronian reached for him, worried, Logan held back his bitterness and allowed him close. The servant was surprised by Logan's uncharacteristic warmth, but Logan calmly invited Ronian to sit by his side. Ronian apologized, thinking he had caused trouble. Logan gently cut him off. It wasn't Ronian who was wrong. It was Logan, who had let jealousy blind him. Words caught in his throat, as emotions surged: regret, guilt, love. Ronian remained concerned, but Logan simply smiled and told him the truth. Someone as kind as Ronian didn't deserve what fate had handed him. Logan embraced his brother tightly, whispering apologies. Ronian was confused, even startled, but didn't resist. Logan cried openly, tears, not just of relief, but mourning. He had failed Ronian once, but not this time. In this life, he would protect his brother. After their heartfelt moment, Ronian promised to visit Logan again soon. Logan smiled gently and sent him off with kind words, something his past self would have never done. Left alone, Logan stood in silence, reflecting on the impossible truth. He had truly returned to the past. Outside the window, the McLean banner still flew high. Everything was as it once was. If this was real and not a dream, then he had a chance to change everything, but change wouldn't come easily. When a maid mistakenly entered his room, she panicked and apologized. In the past, Logan would have scolded her without hesitation. But this time, he calmly said it was fine, and requested a pen and paper instead. The butler and maid were shocked by his unusually calm tone. Even Logan winced inwardly, realizing how cruel he used to be. He asked for solitude, sending them away politely. But the butler, confused by Logan's sudden shift in behavior, thought something was wrong. Logan, irritated, shouted for them to leave. The shout comforted the staff. It was a return to his familiar temper. Alone again, Logan sighed. He knew rebuilding trust wouldn't be instant. Logan, now aware of his regression, recognizes the approaching catastrophe, the war with the Empire set to occur 10 years in the future. Having experienced its devastation once before, he is determined to prevent the downfall that ruined not only his family but the entire nation. Knowing how crucial each step will be, he begins documenting every event and detail from his past life. His goal is to change the course of history with this knowledge. However, before addressing the larger war, he recalls another crisis, a smaller-scale attack that will strike just a year from now, one that severely damaged his family's reputation and power. Logan reflects on the brutal ambush, remembering how the enemy's surprise tactics pushed their defenses to the brink. Now seated at his desk, Logan calmly formulates a new strategy. Preventing that first disaster becomes his priority, as it's the starting point of his family's decline. He outlines his plans carefully, aware that each move must be calculated. To initiate the next step, he requests a meeting with the current patriarch. The scene shifts to the imposing figure of the patriarch, surprised to hear that Logan, once considered a failure, has come to see him. Suspicion rises as their confrontation begins. Logan McLean walked confidently through the hallway, his presence instantly silencing the chatter around him. Servants flinched and stumbled out of his path, startled by his sudden reappearance. His sharp aura left a heavy impression, and some, still carrying past memories of his recklessness, responded with visible fear amidst the startled murmurs. Logan's expression remained composed as he passed through the estate he once called home. A maid dropped a tray in panic, convinced she'd be punished. Yet instead of harsh words, Logan calmly helped her up. His gentle demeanor shocked everyone, especially those who had feared him. But his attempt at a reassuring smile came off unsettling. causing the maid to scream in confusion. Logan realized the difficulty of earning trust after a lifetime of failure, determined to change. He internally vowed to show them he was no longer the impulsive man he once was. But the real challenge lay ahead, facing his father, the man who once cast him out without remorse. As Logan approached the grand doors of the Patriarch's chamber, his thoughts were filled with past bitterness and present resolve. Finally standing before the cold figure of his father, Logan introduced himself. The man turned slowly and acknowledged him. Logan. Logan stood before his father, Patrick McLean, with conflicted emotions. The man who once exiled him now greeted him with indifference. Logan apologized for his past and requested permission to begin isolated training on the family's plot. Though Patrick responded coldly, Logan remained composed, understanding that regaining trust would take more than words. Logan's true intention was to prepare for a major incident set to occur in 3 months, an opportunity that could bring in a year's worth of income at once. To be ready, he needed to grow stronger, both in martial ability and influence. However, the McLeans were infamous across the kingdom for being broke, labeled as the beggar family. Their current state made any large-scale plan nearly impossible without funding. Still, Logan had calculated everything. Though his father remained skeptical and questioned his motives, Logan clarified that he wasn't running from failure. Instead, he had realized how much he lacked and was finally taking responsibility. Patrick, exhausted by empty promises in the past, ordered him to leave. Yet Logan didn't falter. Admitting his immaturity and past mistakes, he declared his intention to change. For the first time, Patrick paused. Logan's words didn't sound like an excuse, they sounded sincere. Logan proposed a strict 3-month training period to prepare for the upcoming opportunity. When his father, Patrick McLean, questioned the short time frame, Logan clarified that it wasn't about surpassing his younger brother Ronian, but about maximizing what time he had to prove himself. For the first time, Patrick acknowledged his son's growth and gave him permission. Just as Logan was about to leave, Patrick reminded him that spring nights would be cold in the burial grounds, revealing concern beneath his stern exterior. A few days later, Logan arrived at the secluded family plot, a vast, sacred area reserved only for direct McLean blood. Its isolation made it perfect for secret training. Hidden in a secure place, he retrieved a book titled Divine Sword Secrets. The manual contained techniques once used by an ancient hero who had slain a world-ending dragon. Logan had sealed it away in a past life to prevent its abuse, and now he was its rightful wielder. The technique worked by channeling force, a life energy that could reshape the body, activating its power. Logan began transforming his body and refining his control. He knew this method was dangerous, but with relentless focus, even 3 months could yield incredible results if he survived. As Logan concentrated on the divine sword technique, energy surged within his chest, forming the core of the force. It radiated with overwhelming power, and Logan felt as if every cell in his body was awakening from a long slumber. The surge brought clarity, strength, and an unshakable confidence. Holding his blade, he tested the transformation, unleashing a powerful swing. The result was immediate. His speed, precision, and power had evolved. The divine sword secrets had truly reshaped his constitution, aligning his senses for combat. Amazed by the rapid progress, Logan acknowledged how much further he could push his limits within the remaining months. Each training session reinforced his belief. He could grow stronger, faster, better. Days passed with intense practice. The secluded training ground allowed uninterrupted focus, and Logan dedicated himself to mastery. Finally, the last day arrived. Standing before the giant tree once more, he prepared to test the sword's first real technique. The time, space slash, a move, capable of cutting through both dimensions, was his next step. With only one core developed, he could only execute this entry-level ability. Still, Logan channeled his energy, gripped his sword tightly, and prepared to unleash a strike that could pierce reality itself. Determined to succeed, Logan unleashed the full power of the divine sword technique. Energy surged through his blade, splitting the air with violent force. Slashing vein and rippling divide tore through the ground, sending shockwaves and debris flying in all directions. Gasping for air, Logan stood amidst the destruction, exhausted yet overjoyed. His laughter echoed through the trees, not from arrogance, but from awe. The strength he now possessed was beyond anything he imagined. This power exceeded the limits of a beginner. With such a technique, he could impact the upcoming event that promised massive profit. His body still ached, but his confidence soared. After recovering briefly, he returned to the estate. However, something was amiss. When he requested an audience with his father, the guards denied him. Despite being the son of the patriarch, he was told to leave, citing outdated family laws. Logan was stunned. Just 3 months ago, he met Patrick McLean, without such restrictions. This hadn't happened in his previous life. Suspicion rose, the knight seemed evasive, and the guards whispered insults behind his back. Logan had hoped to quietly prove himself, but now realized others still saw him as a failure. Resigned, he asked for the knight's name. Logan asked for the guard's name, and the man introduced himself as Dominan. Without hesitation, Logan confronted him. Using an ancient, nearly irrelevant family rule as an excuse to deny entry was already questionable, but Dominan's mocking attitude and refusal to recognize Logan's position had crossed the line. Publicly and calmly, Logan declared his intent to pay Dominan back for the humiliation. Then, in front of the other knights and servants, Logan issued a formal challenge to a duel. His voice rang with confidence, silencing everyone around him. Dominan was stunned at first, unsure how to respond. The situation quickly escalated as Logan pressed him, taunting him for backing down from a supposed coward. Others began to whisper. Dominan's pride was on the line. Even servants stared, shocked by Logan's boldness. Pushed to the edge, Dominan accepted. With a clenched fist and burning anger in his eyes, he declared his willingness to fight. The atmosphere shifted immediately. Logan stood tall, calm, and composed, while Dominan burned with rage. Their stares clashed, filled with tension and years of status imbalance. The announcement echoed across the estate. A duel had been declared. The stage was set, and for Logan, it was no longer just personal. It was public reckoning. The training grounds filled with murmurs as Logan and Dominan arrived for the duel. The surrounding knights whispered doubts, mocking Logan's chances. Many recalled his former failures, and bet money on how quickly he would be defeated. Despite the ridicule, Logan stood silently, absorbing every insult without flinching. Dominan, amused, taunted Logan while preparing. Yet Logan remained calm, offering a sarcastic warning to his opponent not to hurt himself. Dominan grew irritated. He had expected fear or hesitation, but Logan's confidence unsettled him. Observers, both servants and knights, watched with a mix of pity and curiosity. Soon, the officiator stepped forward, announcing that wooden weapons would be used to reduce risk. Logan, however, questioned the fairness. Even wooden swords in the hands of force users could cause fatal injuries. Yet he had no intention of backing down. The duel officially began. As Logan and Dominan took positions, the tension escalated. Some begged Dominan to go easy on Logan, assuming this would end swiftly, but Logan didn't waver. He tightened his grip and readied his stance. Dominan, already surrounded by a dark aura of intent, charged forward. Everyone braced for a one-sided fight, except Logan, who knew exactly what he was about to unleash. The knights watching the match began to panic when they realized Dominan was preparing to use force. Using force against a non-force user during a wooden weapon duel was clearly excessive. Some spectators gasped, while others laughed at the thought of Logan being crushed. But Logan remained unfazed, even bored. He calmly analyzed Dominan's aura and noted how the force leaking from his body revealed inexperience and poor control. Dominan charged, his anger flaring as Logan's earlier words echoed in his head. The duel wasn't just physical, it hit a nerve. Years ago, Dominan had planned to retire quietly, being the lowest-ranked knight at 40. Logan's remark about him being past his prime struck deeper than expected. Driven by wounded pride, Dominan roared and launched a powerful secret technique intending to end the fight in one blow. Everyone panicked, believing Logan wouldn't survive, but Logan stood firm and focused. As Dominan swung with full strength, Logan anticipated every move. At the peak of Dominan's attack, Logan reacted. With precise movement, he countered the technique, knocking the weapon from Dominan's hand and flooring the knight in one strike. Silence followed. Logan stood tall as Dominan collapsed. The once dismissed failure had just defeated a knight. Logan stood calmly, wooden sword in hand, looking down at Dominan's defeated form. The onlookers stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they had witnessed. Gasps and cries erupted among the knights and maids. None had seen the moment of impact. Dominan had simply collapsed. Overpowered in an instant, Logan, unfazed, mocked the performance. He challenged the crowd's expectations by asking if this was truly Dominan's best. The knights whispered nervously, questioning if Logan was secretly a force user. Some even wondered if they had misjudged him all along. Logan, unsatisfied with a single exchange, called out to the referee. Calmly, he requested that Dominan be given another chance. The referee hesitated but approved after Logan's insistence. Dominan, still dazed, was barely able to rise. Confusion and humiliation twisted his expression. As the second round began, Dominan hesitated. Logan's overwhelming skill and presence crushed his confidence. Realization struck he was weaker than the young man he had once looked down upon. Dominan, flustered, launched another desperate attack, but Logan easily countered, knocking him down again. With a sigh, Logan shook his head. He had given Dominan one more opportunity. Now it was time for the proud knight to retreat and accept his defeat. Dominan finally admitted defeat, but before he could finish, Logan struck him down once more. His mercy had reached its limit. In Logan's eyes, Dominan wasn't just a defeated knight, he was a vassal who had dared to rebel against his superior. With a cold expression, Logan delivered his final judgment, banishment. The onlookers were stunned as Logan continued his assault. Each blow echoed across the courtyard, leaving Dominan battered and humiliated. Some of the knights watching flinched at the brutality, whispering whether they should intervene, yet none moved. They couldn't reconcile the image before them with the young master they once knew. Logan's transformation was undeniable. In just 3 months, not only had he awakened his force, but his swordsmanship had reached an unimaginable level. His stance and movement were precise, like a veteran with decades of experience. As the dust settled, the referee hesitantly declared the victor, Logan McLean. Inside the estate, Logan was summoned. His father, who had observed everything, acknowledged the change. He questioned the training that led to such a dramatic shift. Logan explained he had abandoned greed and embraced emptiness and enlightenment from his past life. Only then had force begun to manifest within him. Logan McLean stood above his opponent, delivering swift and decisive punishment to the knight who dared defy the family's hierarchy. The rebellious knight had already admitted guilt, but Logan refused to spare him. With relentless strikes, he overwhelmed the man, drawing concern from the watching soldiers. Many were shocked by Logan's transformation, once hesitant and unrefined. He now fought like a veteran swordsman. Even his aura felt entirely different. The crowd watched in stunned silence as the defeated knight collapsed before him. His cold declaration of banishment echoed across the courtyard, making clear his stance. Whispers spread among the spectators about Logan's rapid growth. It had only been 3 months, yet his skill and composure had changed drastically. The once underestimated young master was now commanding fear and respect. As the duel concluded, the referee announced the victor. Logan McLean. The name resounded as Logan calmly turned away, his opponent broken at his feet. Despite the commotion, he remained unfazed, embodying the poise of someone with a greater purpose. Unknown to others, his strength stemmed not only from training but also from memories and realizations carried over from a previous life, an awakening that had reshaped both his power and resolve. Princess Rena Wolves arrived at the McLean estate, her entrance drawing astonishment from nobles and servants alike. Draped in elegance, she walked with grace as everyone whispered about her unmatched beauty. The knights murmured about how fortunate Patrick McLean was to be promised to her, though the atmosphere quickly turned uncertain. Standing before Lord McLean, Rena delivered formal greetings, addressing him with practiced poise. Lord McLean, surprised by her growth, returned the courtesy, but a lingering tension spread. Despite the warm facade, Rena's purpose was far from celebratory. She held a sealed letter from Count Chiron Wolves, containing decisive news that would soon unravel expectations. As Rena read aloud the message, the words cut sharply through the hall. The Wolves family intended to break off the arranged marriage. The knights stiffened, and Patrick remained silent, his expression unreadable. Chiron's letter cited Patrick's failure to meet expectations, his inability to become an aura user, and even insulted his character. The true reason was now clear: humiliation. Chiron Wolves had no intention of maintaining ties with a fallen family. Lord McLean, burning with rage, crushed the armrest of his throne, his pride wounded in public. Whispers turned into silence, and shame settled heavily over the estate. After delivering the shocking letter, Rena Wolves stepped forward to clarify her intentions. With visible emotion, she insisted that her visit wasn't to provoke, but to personally explain the situation. She recalled her childhood in the McLean estate, the cherished time spent with Logan McLean, and the kindness she received. Though her heart remained attached to those memories, her duty to her family left her no choice. Servants murmured at her sincerity, touched by her graceful demeanor. Even Logan's composure began to crack under the pressure, clearly frustrated but masking it with a tense smile. However, the atmosphere turned hostile when Marion Kairos, representing the McLean side, demanded the true reason behind the marriage annulment. Rena remained firm, revealing there were matters she couldn't disclose due to her family's internal decisions. The McLeans interpreted her guarded answers as arrogance. To compensate for the humiliation, Rena offered a hefty 3 million gold as severance. This only fueled the fury of Baron McLean, who saw the gesture as a final insult. Tensions exploded. Guards moved to protect Rena, and Knight Rockfern of House Wolves intervened, shielding her and pleading for calm. The situation threatened to escalate into violence if diplomacy failed. Baron McLean challenged Rockfern, mocking his youth and status, hinting at violence as a way to restore family pride. Though visibly shaken, Rockfern held his ground, recalling Chiron Wolves' advice to avoid escalating tension. He reminded the Baron that the Wolves never intended to insult the McLeans, only to respectfully end the engagement due to unavoidable reasons. Rena spoke again, insisting the gold offered was not meant to buy honor but to acknowledge the long-standing relationship between the two families. She expressed a desire to part ways without hostility. Still, Baron McLean's anger surged, interpreting it as cowardice and disrespect from Chiron Wolves himself. Only Rockfern's calm defense of Rena prevented the Baron from acting rashly. After moments of tension, Baron McLean issued his counter-demand. Instead of gold, he required a public apology from Rena to Logan McLean. This, he claimed, would restore the McLean family's dignity. The knights praised their lord's stance as noble and principled, but Logan, aware of their financial troubles, interrupted. He proposed accepting the 3 million gold, revealing that House McLean's current operations heavily relied on external support. Despite his father's outrage, Logan argued practicality over pride. He couldn't afford honor without resources to survive. Unable to suppress his frustration, Logan McLean publicly declared the family's financial crisis. He revealed that House McLean owed 3 million gold, with crippling interest mounting yearly. Without the support from the Kairos family, they would have already gone bankrupt. His outburst shocked everyone, nobles, guards, and even his own father. Though embarrassed, Logan continued, calling their situation what it truly was: ruinous. Despite the dramatic admission, Logan collected himself and made a calculated appeal. Accepting the Wolves' gold wasn't just survival. It was a matter of preserving what little honor they had left. He argued that a simple apology would frame them as submissive to the Wolves, a narrative he wanted to avoid. Ending things cleanly, with compensation, was the only way forward. Rena Wolves responded to his reasoning, clarifying that her family did not intend to disgrace them. But Logan, now fueled by memories of betrayal from his previous life, questioned the sincerity of their respect for honor. In that past life, he had believed Rena's tears were genuine, unaware of her family's scheme. He remembered her final words from before the annulment, how she wished for one last memory. That moment ended in betrayal, marking the true collapse of his youth and trust. In his past life, Logan McLean had been blinded by emotion. When Rena offered a final moment together before their separation, he believed her sincerity. But her betrayal came swiftly and without mercy. That night, she humiliated him, striking both his pride and body with calculated cruelty. As he collapsed, she sneered, telling him he was never worthy to stand beside her. The next day, Rena accused him of misconduct. Logan, already struggling with his reputation, found no one willing to believe his side. The Wolves used the incident to extract even more compensation from the McLeans. Logan was labeled dishonorable, and his family's image crumbled. In that moment, he vowed never to trust again. Now, standing above the courtyard, Logan stared down at Rena with sharp clarity. He had returned to this moment, not as a foolish young noble, but as someone who remembered the truth. Her elegance and kind words no longer fooled him. He suspected her intent was the same: to exit the engagement without consequences, using a false front of diplomacy. But this time, Logan had no intention of letting her manipulate them. His resolve hardened. She would not get away so easily. Not again. Not in this life. In his past life, Logan McLean had been powerless, believing that if he quietly endured humiliation, his family might eventually recognize his worth. But time had proven otherwise. No matter how much he tolerated, the McLean name continued to be dragged into disgrace. Now, reborn with full knowledge of the past, Logan decided to act not for himself, but to protect his family by doing what they couldn't. Declaring his stance before everyone, Logan stepped forward and accepted the compensation from House Wolves, directly defying his father's command. Baron Patrick McLean exploded in rage, but Logan remained composed, driven by necessity. He could no longer afford pride. However, Baron McLean wouldn't let it end with just money. Words, he claimed, were meaningless without weight. He demanded a sincere apology from Rena, not as a formality, but as a public acknowledgement of their insult. Rena, pressured by diplomacy, agreed to obey the Baron's will. As the situation reached its turning point, Rena turned and formally asked what choice Baron McLean would make. Caught between pride and practicality, the Baron finally conceded he would accept a sincere apology. Yet, he left the decision to judge its sincerity to Logan himself. Despite his father's warnings, Logan McLean stood firm and formally accepted the $3 million gold compensation from House Wolves. He acknowledged the cost to his honor, but prioritized the survival of his house. While others saw it as disgrace, Logan understood it was necessary. His words stunned the court. Some admired his boldness, while others, like Rena, were visibly disappointed, expecting a different decision. Even Baron McLean, though seething with disapproval, could not openly refute his son's logic. Logan's conviction was clear. He wasn't doing it for pride, but for the future of their crumbling household. He silently vowed to rebuild everything from the ground up, not by blind loyalty, but through calculated resolve. Shortly after, the gold was delivered. Logan watched the chest gleam, trying to temper his excitement. With the family's debts temporarily covered, the pressure had lifted, if only slightly, but peace wouldn't last long. Dwayne Filsner, the financial manager and his father's most trusted aide, arrived. Logan recognized him immediately. Though Dwayne greeted him politely, Logan could sense insincerity behind the smile. In his past life, he had overlooked these subtle signs. Now reborn, he no longer would. Logan narrowed his eyes. Something was off. Dwayne was planning something. Dwayne Filsner, the financial manager of House McLean, was overwhelmed by years of balancing debts and shortages. With constant demands from the estate staff and no stable funding, he had survived only by pleading with the patriarch's in-laws. He saw himself less as a manager and more like the head beggar of the household. Just when he was about to give up, a glimmer of hope appeared. $3 million gold had entered the family's hands. However, the situation became complicated. The fortune now lay with Logan McLean, the heir Dwayne had always underestimated. Dwayne expected him to foolishly share the money, but Logan's firm stance shocked him. Logan, no longer the naive boy of the past, refused to be manipulated, leaving Dwayne frustrated, desperate. Dwayne attempted to flatter and persuade Logan, hoping to secure a share, but Logan remained unaffected by his words. Watching Logan protect the money for the family's future triggered Dwayne's panic. Memories of past humiliations and desperate pleas resurfaced, shaking his resolve. Eventually, Dwayne broke down, emotionally. Logan, confused by his tears, questioned the reason. At that moment, Dwayne realized the harsh truth. Logan's maturity exposed just how fragile the family's situation had become. Dwayne Filsner, the long-suffering financial manager of the McLean family, had endured years of hardship managing a collapsing estate. Constantly pressured by servants and soldiers for supplies and weapons, he resorted to begging in-laws just to keep the household running. Now, with $3 million gold in front of him, he thought salvation had finally arrived. However, the situation shifted when Dwayne realized the money wasn't solely his to command. His opponent was none other than the formerly clueless heir, Logan McLean. Logan's demeanor had changed drastically, now serious, composed, and calculating. Though Dwayne attempted to flatter and persuade him, Logan calmly rejected additional spending on basic operations. Instead, he stated the funds would serve a long-term plan. Dwayne protested, insisting the gold be used to pay off the estate's immediate debts. But Logan remained firm. He explained that patching budget holes would only delay their collapse. Instead, he intended to break the family's cycle of dependency. Dwayne, shocked by Logan's maturity, began to question if this was truly the same irresponsible heir he once knew. When Logan hinted at a strategic favor in exchange for partial funding, Dwayne leaned in, uncertain, yet curious about the future that was suddenly beginning to change. Logan revealed a startling truth about the family's financial situation. They owed Cooper's bank $3 million gold, with an annual interest of $150,000 gold. Despite knowing the burden, Logan calmly addressed the issue, demonstrating unexpected financial insight and awareness. He questioned how using the funds solely to pay interest would improve their long-term condition. The older man, surprised by Logan's grasp on the problem, tried to persuade him to contribute to daily operations instead. Logan refused, stating he intended to break the family's cycle of debt rather than prolong it. He would not waste the harvest money on short-term relief. Instead, he planned to invest it in a future that could change their situation fundamentally. The older man struggled to understand Logan's sudden maturity, questioning if this was the same reckless youth he knew before. Logan confirmed he had a plan and needed resources to execute it. Holding a coin between his fingers, he mentioned needing a favor, hinting that helping him might lead to long-term stability for the family. The older man was left in disbelief at Logan's transformation. Logan, once thought irresponsible, was now determined to reshape the family's fate with strategy and bold action. Logan, son of a noble house, decided to leave home in secret. Despite objections from his attendant, he packed his gear and prepared to sneak out. His goal wasn't mere rebellion, it was strategy. He understood that with his reputation tarnished, gaining influence from within was futile. To build the power he needed, he had to gather allies from outside. Drawing on the knowledge he'd acquired during his banishment, Logan planned his next move: scout a key figure to aid in his ambitions. Though the family estate still held power, its grasp on the kingdom was slipping. Logan believed that external forces, mercenaries, wealth, and connections would be his tools for reclaiming authority. As he departed, he left a short letter for his father, simply stating he was going to serve, avoiding further confrontation. His trusted attendant could only watch in frustration and disbelief as Logan disappeared beyond the gates. He traveled to the bustling trade city of Kale, known for its wealth and opportunity. His objective was clear: locate the man known as Philip Claude, a brilliant strategist and powerful economist. But upon finding him, Logan was stunned. Philip, once renowned, had been scammed and ruined. Now a desperate wreck, he was barely recognizable. Logan approached. His plan had begun. Philip Claude, once a promising businessman, had fallen into ruin after being scammed. Wandering the streets of Kyla, the kingdom's greatest trading city, he was crushed by debt and despair. One day, a red-haired knight named Logan approached him and asked if he was indeed Philip Claude. Confused and suspicious, Philip warily confirmed. Logan's sharp gaze unsettled him, yet he sensed no hostility, only an intense interest that sparked confusion. Logan, however, wasn't there to collect a debt. He revealed his true intention to invest in Philip. Shocked and overwhelmed, Philip couldn't understand why anyone would support a complete failure. Memories of past betrayals flooded his mind, and he mistook Logan for a ruthless creditor. But Logan calmly reassured him that he only wished to support Philip's recovery. Despite his doubts, Philip listened as Logan explained he would provide the funds needed to repay debts and rebuild. The offer was genuine. This unexpected lifeline caused Philip's guarded disbelief to crack. For the first time in a long while, hope flickered in his heart. As Philip processed the offer, his hands trembled. Logan's faith in him, a ruined man, seemed irrational yet deeply sincere. The possibility of a second chance felt real again. Philip, a debt-ridden young man, encountered a mysterious red-haired knight named Logan. The knight's intense gaze and noble presence confused Philip, who immediately assumed Logan had come to collect money. Panicking, Philip tried to explain his financial situation, thinking Logan was a creditor. However, Logan calmly clarified that he wasn't there to demand payment, but to invest in him. That declaration only deepened Philip's suspicion. To him, this had all the signs of a scam. Inspecting Logan's worn armor, Philip questioned the knight's true identity. When Logan offered to match whatever funds Philip needed, Philip snapped, believing Logan was impersonating a noble. He angrily pointed out the insignia on Logan's armor, exposing it as the crest of the disgraced McLean Baron family. Accusations flew, and Philip shouted about his poverty, insisting he had nothing to offer. Before Logan could clarify, Philip revealed a hidden trump card. He had awakened force at a young age, shocking Logan. Realizing Philip's potential, Logan's tone shifted from skeptical to determined. He admitted he wasn't just there to invest, he wanted to hire Philip permanently. Paying off the debt, he explained, was merely a bonus. Philip was left stunned by the unexpected offer that could change his life. Sir Philip inspects the boy, noting the worn state of his armor, and wondering about his background. The boy introduces himself as someone seeking an investment, but Philip immediately senses deceit. Confronting him, Philip exposes the McLean family crest on the boy's chest, calling out the family's destitute reputation. The boy panics as Philip threatens consequences for impersonating a noble. Pressed by fear, the boy quickly drops the act, claiming he has no money and simply wants to survive. Despite the deception, Philip notices the boy's clever reactions. Just as tensions rise, Philip ignites a flame in his hand using force. Shocked, the boy realizes Philip possesses powerful abilities and reconsiders his approach. Philip, intrigued by the boy's potential, proposes a deal. He offers to pay off the boy's 250,000 gold debt and more. The boy is stunned, as Philip reveals a sack of 550,000 gold in cash. Unable to comprehend the generosity, he agrees, pricking his finger to seal a magical contract. The deal is finalized at a magic shop, with a white-haired witch overseeing the binding terms. The contract places a magical curse to prevent betrayal, leaving the boy questioning whether he was just saved or cleverly trapped. After signing a slave contract with Reinhardt to erase his family's massive debt, Lloyd nervously asked what his first task would be. Without hesitation, Reinhardt instructed him to buy monster meat, an order that confused and disturbed him. Despite the odd request, Lloyd complied, suspecting Reinhardt had an unconventional plan. Reinhardt had a reputation in a certain village for promoting monster meat consumption. As an experiment, he once distributed monster meat claiming it had health benefits. Although many villagers initially reacted with fear and disgust, rumors spread that the meat worked like a powerful stimulant. The absurd claim turned into a craze, especially after some claimed miraculous results, with fake testimonials and rumors about it being the best aphrodisiac. The product's reputation soared. Reinhardt's confidence grew as he planned to use this renewed interest to generate massive profit. Meanwhile, Lloyd began to suspect something was off. As he rode quietly through town, doubts crept in. His expression turned blank, and the absurdity of the situation began to weigh on him. Staring into the distance, he questioned whether he had made a terrible mistake. With no clear direction and a growing sense of unease, Lloyd asked himself the one question that lingered: should he run away? Logan shocked everyone by proposing to spend $1 million on monster meat, drawing disbelief from his companion. Ken, the amount seemed absurd for something with no value, especially meat from Karoks, which was often discarded or burned. Logan remained calm, asking Ken to consider the broader market and long-term impact. Although hesitant, Ken acknowledged Logan's unusual perspective. Logan explained how transportation costs could be cut by acquiring and storing large quantities at once. Ken began to grasp the logic, realizing Logan's plan involved exploiting timing and demand. Logan subtly hinted at waiting until the kingdom's demand peaked, suggesting the investment would pay off then. Still unsure, Ken questioned the risks. The red-haired warrior suggested that instead of hoarding meat, Logan should target merchants' guilds for bulk purchases. He suspected Logan's motive was greater than just trade, and he was right. Logan's hidden intention was to acquire materials to craft advanced weapons. While Ken laughed nervously, Logan hinted at needing cartridges, springs, and special glue from the south. Though he avoided revealing it outright, he planned to replicate powerful weapons from his past life tools that once helped conquer entire kingdoms. With Dwayne handling mercenary recruitment, Logan prepared to reshape the upcoming war, beginning with Harran, the mercenary city. In the mercenary city of Harran, Logan approached the seasoned warrior Kachalon with an offer to become a trainer. Kachalon, surprised, initially refused. He claimed he had no experience teaching others. But Logan, knowing his past life, recalled Kachalon as a respected instructor. Logan pointed out the strategic value. Once Kachalon became a trainer, the mercenary guild would recognize his talent and influence would follow. Logan sweetened the deal with a generous offer: 4,000 gold monthly. Kachalon was taken aback, knowing that was double the usual rate for a rank, a mercenary. Still, he remained reluctant, repeating he had never formally trained anyone. Logan increased the offer to 6,000, then 7,000 gold, pressing harder with each raise. Finally, when he offered 8,000 gold, Kachalon gave in, declaring they would work well together. With Kachalon recruited, Logan informed him their employer would be Baron McLean. Kachalon didn't question the odd location or details, he cared only for the pay. Logan appreciated his professional attitude. As Kachalon joined the training camp, he instantly brought discipline, barking orders, and threatening punishment for lateness. Logan's plan was moving forward. With elite training secured, the foundation for his military force was finally taking shape under the harsh command of Kachalon. Logan entered the heart of Harran, where slaves were marched through the streets under harsh treatment. A local informed him that Harran was infamous as the city of mercenary slaves, with vast markets dealing in human property. Logan acknowledged it calmly. Already aware of the city's reputation, he intended to return later to purchase a specific slave. The market was crowded and noisy, filled with merchants eager to sell. Logan attracted attention as he walked, prompting one vendor to mistake him for a naive outsider. Logan's composed demeanor didn't reveal his true intent, but he scanned the area closely. As Kachalon followed, his sudden appearance startled one of the vendors. The man clearly recognized the mercenary and panicked. Kachalon's mere presence altered the atmosphere, and Logan silently noted that hiring him had already proven beneficial. Guided through the largest slave market with enhanced security, Logan finally reached a specialized area. There, he revealed his purpose to purchase a dwarf. The seller was surprised by the accuracy of Logan's request, confirming he had guessed right. Dwarves were rare and carefully handled. Soon after, Logan spotted two potential candidates behind bars. The merchant proudly presented them, saying how difficult it had been to find one. Logan had finally located what he was looking for. Logan ordered the merchant to release the dwarf he had identified earlier. A sturdy, white-bearded dwarf was brought out, clearly from the artisan race. The merchant praised the dwarf's lineage, emphasizing his crafting potential. Logan remained focused, recognizing the dwarf's value immediately and asking for the price. The merchant attempted to inflate the price, initially offering a fake discount. Logan wasn't fooled and challenged the absurd negotiation tactics. The merchant, realizing Logan wasn't someone to manipulate, finally demanded 50,000 gold. Logan agreed without hesitation, noting how quickly their funds were depleting. As the dwarf was escorted away, he expressed bitterness, criticizing humans for their exploitation. Logan silenced him, explaining that this was business. The dwarf asked where he was being taken, and Logan responded directly McLean territory. There, the dwarf would work under Logan's command, crafting as ordered. Logan understood the deeper problem. Despite being from a skilled race, slave dwarves never had the environment to fully develop their talents. To change that, Logan offered something different: freedom through time. If the dwarf gave him 20 years of honest work, Logan promised to return him to his homeland, the mountains where dwarves rightfully belonged. Surprised, the dwarf listened silently, considering the offer's weight. Logan smiled confidently, telling the dwarf that 20 years was a small price for his race. The dwarf, clearly surprised by Logan's unusual proposal, remained silent but attentive. Logan laughed and warned him not to go back on his word. As they began to move, chaos suddenly erupted nearby. From within the slave quarters, a commotion broke out. A slave had escaped. Guards shouted in panic, ordering others to catch the fugitive. The runaway dashed barefoot through the market, his eyes burning with desperation. Logan turned his head, alerted by the noise, just as the boy raced toward him at full speed. The young slave locked eyes with Logan. For a brief moment, his expression intense, a mix of fear and determination. He lunged forward, his body low and swift. Logan stood still, calmly assessing the situation as the boy closed the distance. The boy's heterochromatic eyes glowed fiercely, revealing a hidden strength. His movements were not like those of a typical slave. Logan instantly sensed something unusual about this one. This wasn't just an escape attempt, there was intent behind it. With guards in pursuit, the situation escalated quickly. Logan prepared to respond, realizing this boy might be far more valuable than anyone realized. The marketplace erupted in panic as the escaped slave sprinted through the streets. Merchants shouted, and guards gave chase, ordering others to catch him. The boy with azure hair and heterochromatic eyes ran with desperation, weaving through crowds and dodging obstacles. Logan, observing the chaos, noticed the boy's determination and unique appearance. The guards quickly spotted him and resumed pursuit. The boy ran with fierce resolve, but exhaustion set in. As he stumbled and fell, a group of guards surrounded him. One shouted angrily, preparing to strike. The boy muttered something to his younger companion, urging them to flee. Nearby, Logan watched with growing interest. Cachalon suggested ignoring it, they were just slaves, but Logan's instincts disagreed. The boy's traits stirred a memory. The peculiar eyes, the aura of resistance, it all felt too familiar. Then it clicked. Vector, Logan whispered, stunned. Vector was a legendary figure from his past life, a Force user known as the Noble Slayer, who had shaken the world by assassinating key nobles and dismantling corrupt powers. From the shadows, Vector had altered history. Logan could hardly believe it. If this boy was truly the same Vector, he wasn't just a slave, he was a game-changer, and Logan had just found him. As the boy fought back violently, one of the guards was stabbed, prompting angry cries from the others. The slave, now wounded, clutched his side but refused to yield. Logan observed his raw instinct and drive. Despite being bloodied, the boy moved like a fighter with a purpose. Guards moved in to punish him, calling him a wild dog. Just as one raised a club to strike, a sudden blow intercepted it. Logan stepped in. The crowd froze. The merchant, confused and intimidated, demanded to know who dared interfere. Logan stood firm, blade in hand, his presence silencing the square, declaring himself a visitor. Logan offered to buy the two children. The merchant's tone shifted instantly, bowing and smiling, though clearly scheming inside. He tried to exploit the opportunity, citing the children's rare eye colors and setting the price at an outrageous 10,000 gold each. Logan challenged the price, pointing out their poor condition and low survival chance. He offered 500 gold for both, a fair rate considering their health. The merchant, feigning politeness, mocked the offer while seething internally. He couldn't afford to sell to Logan cheaply, but also couldn't ignore him. The negotiation was now a power play. As chaos erupted in the slave market, the red-haired knight demanded answers with a sharp glare. Drawing his sword in quiet threat, he silenced the deceitful trader, making it clear he knew the true market value. The merchant, shaken, stepped back, knowing he couldn't swindle this man. After a tense pause, the knight finalized the purchase, thinking to himself how Vector constantly stirred up trouble. The children, still frightened, were escorted away. One of the traders gave a forced smile and thanked the knight, masking his frustration. The boy, now barely conscious, stirred. The knight calmly noted the boy's unexpected resilience. Silently, he began channeling divine energy through his hand, healing the child's broken body with subtle but powerful magic more potent than any low-ranking priest could offer. Yet something disturbed him. The young girl, with rare silver hair and red eyes, stared at him knowingly. She could sense his power. Even Kaislon hadn't detected it. How could this child, shaking off his unease? He dismissed it as imagination. Suddenly, the boy leapt up, fury in his eyes, charging toward the knight with a desperate scream. Instead of retaliating, the knight calmly caught his punch mid-air, effortlessly halting the boy's attack with a single hand. Vector made a desperate attempt to flee, his bare feet pounding the ground as guards pursued him. Despite the commotion, the red-haired knight calmly stepped in, intercepting him with ease. Vector charged forward recklessly, driven by rage and desperation, but the knight's strength and experience overwhelmed him, slamming Vector into the ground with brutal force. Bloodied and stunned, Vector could only watch helplessly as his younger sister screamed his name. Realizing the danger, Vector shouted for her to run, but the knight mocked his outburst, reminding him that he was no longer facing the same slavers. Towering over Vector like a shadow of judgment, he warned the boy to consider his actions wisely. A second mistake, he said, would not just end Vector's life, but his sister's as well. Later, the knight made his intentions clear. He saw potential in Vector and revealed his plan to raise him as a knight. Startled and unsure, Vector questioned the knight's motive, but with his sister's future also at stake, he clenched his fist and swore he would do it. The knight smiled subtly, his thoughts hidden. Secretly, he noted that the girl was essential to managing the feared power within Vector the Nobleslayer. Himar presented a magical contract that promised to return him to his mountainous homeland if he fulfilled his duties. Initially skeptical, Himar questioned whether the knight Ray would truly honor such a deal. Ray reassured him with confidence and integrity, convincing Himar to place his trust in the agreement. Overwhelmed by the unexpected fairness, Hemar tearfully signed the contract, vowing to give his utmost effort in service. This gesture solidified Ray's intentions and marked the end of his current objectives. He had secured the noble, Slayer, and gained Hemar's allegiance. Elsewhere, plans for a regional war were steadily progressing. Meanwhile, Logan, unaware of the changing circumstances, became the subject of widespread gossip. News of his bizarre behavior spread quickly throughout McLean, damaging his reputation. His standing in the region deteriorated rapidly, drawing attention and ridicule. Rick, Logan's loyal servant, struggled to suppress the growing rumors and protect Logan's image. Despite his efforts, the gossip extended beyond McLean's borders. Frustrated and desperate, Rick cursed Ray, the armored knight who had unknowingly disrupted their political stability. As Rick's resentment boiled over, the rift between factions deepened, signaling future conflict that neither Logan nor his allies were prepared to confront. Upon his return, Logan McLean was warmly welcomed by Rick, who expressed genuine relief and happiness. Despite the cheerful reunion, Logan quickly reminded Rick of the urgency of the situation. Rumors had begun to spread in the village, accusing Logan of being obsessed with monster meat and wasting gold recklessly. This gossip began a few days earlier, when Logan made a massive purchase of monster meat, baffling the local crowd and stirring mockery. The name Logan McLean became a point of ridicule among merchants and townspeople, who questioned his mental state and brought up his scandalous past, including conning money from his fiancée. Yet amidst the suspicion, Philip, an opportunistic merchant, saw profit. Despite Logan's poor reputation, Philip recognized a market opening and started buying monster meat for just 1 gold per kilo. Philip's enthusiasm triggered a surge in demand. Rick joined in and began gathering meat aggressively, leading to a rapid spread of business and rumors across nearby territories. Logan acknowledged Philip's efficiency, but his companions grew concerned over the consequences. Rick attempted to calm everyone, though tensions rose when news arrived that the family head was furious. Confronted by others, Logan calmly clarified it wasn't an escapade, just a tour. The family head glared at Logan McLean, clearly furious over the swirling rumors. Despite the tension, Logan stood firm, asserting he had no shame in his actions. His mother interrupted, criticizing Logan's lack of awareness and warning that his reckless behavior might dishonor the McLean name. Logan responded calmly, stating that the money spent was his own earned from breaking off his engagement. His mother was stunned, and the argument intensified until the family head silenced her with authority. Requesting privacy, the head ordered everyone to leave. Despite the mother's objections, he insisted on handling Logan alone, calling this his final warning. Once alone, he questioned Logan's motives, struggling to understand his son's choices. Logan offered to speak honestly, but warned that understanding would not come easily. The head accused him of appearing unstable, citing how others viewed Logan as violent and money-obsessed. Still, the family head expressed a desire to protect Logan, pressing him to speak up if he wished the support to stop. Then, for the first time, he referenced Logan's deceased mother. Shocked, Logan reflected that his father had never mentioned her, not even in his previous life. This moment revealed a hint of hope. Perhaps his father hadn't completely abandoned him. Logan McClane stood firm before his father and asked for 1 year, just one chance to prove himself. He promised to explain all of his actions within that time. His request was sincere, and for a moment, his father was silent. As Logan left, the family head sat alone, replaying the conversation in his mind. The word "please" echoed strangely, as it had never come from Logan before. Holding a locket with a portrait of his late wife, Raina, he quietly admitted his confusion over their son's path. Though torn between his role as father and head of the McClane family, he resolved to judge Logan after 1 year. Later, Logan encountered his younger brother Ronian, who had just awakened his force. Shocked, Logan realized Ronian achieved this at only 14, something that hadn't happened until much later in his previous life. Ronian excitedly credited Logan's influence for his early awakening, revealing that he had fought past the guards just to see his older brother again. Logan was taken aback by the devotion. Seeing Ronian's progress, Logan began to feel hopeful. With early guidance, Ronian could surpass his former potential. The scene then shifted to a villa in the southern McClane territory, where a bearded man named Dwayne was called out. Logan McClane arrived at the southern villa, greeted by Dwayne, who had successfully gathered 50 A-rank mercenaries. Tension stirred among them, as they questioned Logan's authority, wondering if he was trying to play soldier in armor. Some scoffed at his presence, suspecting they were being tricked. Logan, aware of their doubts, silently observed, knowing such men wouldn't follow someone without strength. When one of the mercenaries insulted him directly, Logan responded with confidence. He challenged the man, offering a reward if he could land even a single hit. The bold challenge caught everyone's attention, and the mercenary agreed, eager to prove himself. Spectators debated whether Logan truly had the skills of an A-rank warrior. The duel began. Logan, maintaining complete composure, effortlessly dodged the mercenary's strike. In a flash, he countered with overwhelming force, sending the man crashing to the ground. Gasps filled the air as shock settled among the mercenaries. Logan's calm demeanor didn't waver. Instead, he simply exhaled and raised his burning fist. Standing tall, Logan turned to the rest of the group. With firm resolve, he asked if anyone else dared to challenge him. His dominance now proven, the mercenaries began to see him not as a joke, but as a true leader. Gasps and disbelief spread through the mercenaries as Logan McClane stood confidently after defeating his opponent. His precise force control and overwhelming speed left no room for doubt. This young noble wasn't playing soldier. With fire still flickering in his hand, he challenged anyone else who dared question him. None stepped forward. Whispers broke out among the men. A force user at such a young age shocked even the most seasoned among them. One-eyed veteran, mercenary, clearly experienced, admitted Logan's strength exceeded expectations. With the atmosphere settled, Logan took the opportunity to properly introduce himself as their employer and commander. He revealed his plan, training them into a crossbow cavalry unit. The announcement confused many. Concerns arose about the practicality of using crossbows on horseback due to slow reload times. Even Logan's lieutenant questioned the strategy. Logan acknowledged their doubts but remained firm. Though crossbows were inefficient in standard doctrine, he had a vision and full confidence in its success. Rather than explain everything immediately, he instructed them to begin training thoroughly, promising clarity later. The lieutenant, though hesitant, agreed. Logan believed this unit would become a key force in future battles. Determined, he began organizing his new force, one that would shape McClane's future. After testing the recruits, Logan McClane was satisfied that 312 out of 350 mercenaries passed the initial qualifications. The next step was crucial weapon development. Logan handed a blueprint to a skilled dwarven craftsman, instructing him to construct a specialized crossbow. The dwarf was stunned by the design. It featured a cartridge system for bolt storage and automatic reloading, capable of firing 3 bolts in rapid succession. He questioned the origin of such a concept. Logan calmly revealed that he had used this weapon in his past life and reconstructed it from memory. The dwarf, though skeptical, acknowledged that the design was unique and ingenious. However, he raised concerns about the durability and practicality of such a weapon, especially with a bulky wooden cartridge and structural issues under repeated force. Logan, unfazed, responded that solving those problems was the craftsman's job. With his curiosity piqued, the dwarf threw himself into the challenge. Logan then offered solutions: reduce bolt size, shrink the cartridge, and make it modular for reloads. Inspired, the dwarf decided to name it a magazine. Despite believing the weapon defied this era's limits, Logan encouraged him by explaining its futuristic origins. Motivated by the task, the dwarf agreed to build it. Logan McClane asked the dwarf how long the crossbow prototype would take. The craftsman, challenged by the complexity, was initially doubtful, but refused to back down. Fueled by pride, he declared he'd complete a superior version in 1 month. Logan's remark about it being a human-made weapon only provoked the dwarf further, solidifying his resolve. Meanwhile, Logan returned to training the recruits. Among them was a blue-haired boy who had drastically improved since joining, despite his small frame. The boy pushed through exhaustion, running tirelessly. Logan observed his progress with interest, noting how much the boy had changed just from regular meals and care. After pushing him through a long-distance run, Logan called for a break. The boy collapsed, and his sister rushed to check on him. Logan reflected silently. This boy, once known as the feared noble slayer in a past life, showed none of that cruelty now. It was clear to Logan that the brutality had been forced on him by circumstance, not choice. Impressed by the boy's effort and talent, Logan recognized potential. Yet his training wasn't over. With no time to waste, he called out firmly, signaling that the next round of drills was about to begin. Logan introduced the next phase of training: Grandian Royal Swordsmanship, a standard for every knight trainee. Holding a practice sword, the boy listened closely, watching Logan's demonstration. Every motion was deliberate, and Logan instructed him to imitate carefully. The boy followed, raising his sword with effort, though exhaustion was beginning to weigh on him. Despite his fatigue, he reminded himself of the rewards: warm meals and rest. Driven by determination and responsibility, especially toward his sister, he focused. His eyes sharpened, and his body moved. To Logan's surprise, the boy replicated the sword form perfectly. It wasn't just his movements, but even his breathing matched the demonstration. Logan was stunned. Not even Roman, another talented trainee, had achieved that. Recognizing the potential, Logan offered encouragement. He told the boy that when he could execute the technique flawlessly 1,000 times, only then could he be called a knight. Hearing this, the boy's bloodied lips parted with resolve. He agreed without hesitation when asked if he needed anything. The boy humbly declined. There was only one request: that Logan continue to look after his younger sister as he had. That alone was enough for him. Despite his talent and growth, his protective heart remained his greatest strength. Hamar, a proud dwarf blacksmith, initially dismissed the red-haired man's request for an advanced weapon. However, after being challenged, his pride ignited, and he vowed to forge something superior within a month. Meanwhile, the red-haired man turned his attention to the training of Victor, a young boy once labeled as the noble slayer in his past life. Despite Victor's small frame and frail condition, he pushed himself to run extensive distances, impressing his trainer. The trainer noticed Victor's remarkable growth, attributing his progress to proper meals and rest, a luxury Victor had never known before. When Victor collapsed from exhaustion, his younger sister rushed to his side, and the trainer acknowledged the boy's unexpected talent and resilience. Victor's past reputation no longer defined him. The trainer began to see a pure-hearted boy shaped by unknown tragedy. Swordsmanship training began shortly after. Victor was introduced to the Grandian Royal Swordsmanship, a foundational skill for knights. Though fatigued, Victor's willpower surged when remembering his warm bed and meals. With surprising accuracy, he flawlessly mimicked the technique after a single demonstration, leaving his instructor speechless. Determined, Victor promised to become a knight and only asked that his sister be cared for. Moved, the instructor planned his next move to join the knights' training himself. Heinkel McClane, commander of the McClane Knights, gathers his men under the trees and announces a major decision. He declares that young Master Logan McClane will officially join knight training starting today. The knights murmur in disbelief, questioning Logan's qualifications, despite his past accomplishments. Inside the manor, the Lord discusses Logan's training with Heinkel, who raises concerns about resentment from the knights. The Lord insists he doesn't want special treatment for his son, only fair and equal training. With firm resolve, the Lord commands Heinkel to treat Logan as any other new recruit and push him hard. Heinkel struggles with the decision, knowing Logan is still the Lord's son and could be shielded. Logan reassures him, stating clearly that if he falls behind in 1 week, he'll withdraw voluntarily. Heinkel is surprised by Logan's determination, showing a hint of reconsideration. Training begins, and Heinkel prepares to shatter Logan's illusions about nightlife. The knights are pushed to exhaustion through harsh drills in the forest. Many complain, unprepared for the intensity, as the true hardship of night training unfolds. Heinkel reminds them they're experiencing what horses feel while carrying armored men. Despite the knight's frustration, Logan silently endures every grueling task without complaint. While others doubt him, Logan charges forward, determined to prove he belongs. During the harsh training run, Logan shocks everyone by outrunning the group and taking the lead with ease. Commander Heinkel is stunned, watching Logan smile confidently while the others struggle, as regular knights begin collapsing. Heinkel realizes Logan may surpass them all if this continues. Heinkel orders the group to stop and announces a 10-minute break to recover. While most knights collapse from exhaustion, Logan stands calmly without showing signs of fatigue. Heinkel approaches and asks Logan how he's holding up after the intense session. Logan responds confidently, saying the training is tough but necessary and valuable. He expresses admiration for the knights who undergo such training regularly, surprising Heinkel. Logan declares his eagerness for more, leaving Heinkel speechless as other knights collapse around them. Later that night, Logan notices the training ground is empty and reflects on the day. He recalls that joining the knights was his backup plan if all else failed. Deciding to build bonds with them now, he affirms his commitment to endure and grow stronger. Logan focuses on developing both his physical strength and his inner energy core through training. His force power ignites, boosting his endurance and sharpening his determination. With the core strengthening, Logan barely feels fatigue and continues pushing forward alone at night. Late at night, Logan focuses his energy and activates his 1-star force core, while training with his sword. He notes the growing strength of the core, and wonders if reaching 2 stars would let him rival his father. Gripping his weapon, he becomes more determined to push forward toward his goal. Elsewhere, Logan begins rejecting crossbow prototypes. Dissatisfied with each design presented, he criticizes a crossbow that lacks a rapid-fire mechanism and doesn't match his order. Frustrated, he scolds the craftsman, demanding a version that fits his exact specifications. An elderly craftsman tries to defend his work, but Logan quickly apologizes for being too harsh. The craftsman lectures him about respecting a craftsman's pride, but accepts the criticism if it's truly justified. Logan holds his ground, insisting on better quality if they want to meet his standards. Logan admits he expected too much, but regrets wasting money. The craftsman also feels ashamed, determined to prove himself. The craftsman vows to rebuild the weapon within a month. Logan watches as the craftsman restarts the project with renewed passion and fire. Logan observes, curious to see the result from pushing the craftsman this hard. A month passes, and the craftsman finally unveils the completed crossbow with intensity. The result is revealed, suggesting a powerful new creation has been finished. Logan tests the newly completed crossbow, rapidly firing bolts that strike the distant target with precision. Hamar proudly explains the weapon is lighter, easier to reload, and fits cavalry needs, despite firing 1 less projectile. The successful test demonstrates the weapon's speed, stability, and suitability for battlefield use. Logan is amazed by the reload speed, noting it took under 5 seconds to shoot again. Though the weapon is smaller than what he used in his past life, he considers it more practical for mounted troops. Logan praises its potential before the upcoming war, while Hamar tries to get his attention. Logan grabs Hamar, praises his achievement, and calls it a great success for the dwarves. Hamar bashfully responds, reminding Logan not to embarrass him in public. With a serious expression, Logan asks Hamar if he can produce 400 crossbows within 2 months. A powerful crossbow bolt is fired from an elevated position with tremendous force, shaking the onlookers below. The bolt slices through the air and strikes deep into a cliffside with precision and speed. The soldiers on the ground watch in awe, impressed by the crossbow's long-range capability and strength. One of the knights analyzes the weapon's performance, realizing it's far beyond a normal crossbow's design. He imagines the potential of equipping an army of 300 cavalry with such weapons, realizing its military advantage. The young noble reveals that the dwarf Hamar exceeded expectations, crafting 100 extra units ahead of schedule. The noble considers sharing the new crossbows with all troops, but financial and technological concerns hold him back. He instead orders the knights to begin clearing monsters from the territory using the crossbows immediately. Though initially doubtful, Heinkel admits it may be possible after seeing the weapon's power firsthand. The noble urges Heinkel to make the mission succeed, reminding him of the importance of their role. Heinkel reflects deeply, realizing the noble's intentions may hint at preparation for future war. Elsewhere, a mysterious green creature hides in the forest, unseen by the others. Back at the training grounds, Logan impresses everyone with his stamina as he carries 2 knights. The soldiers discuss his transformation, noting how different he is compared to the past. Logan's training continues under strict discipline, now respected by the knights who once doubted him. Knight trainees reflect on the intensity of Logan's training methods, admitting it's tougher but more fulfilling. Their renewed effort sparks motivation among those who had grown complacent in training. Logan bonds with his horse, acknowledging its effort and deepening the knights' respect for their mounts. A knight is embarrassed by a comrade's praise, highlighting the growing camaraderie among the squad. One knight admits he only followed the training out of obligation, surprised by its outcome. He credits Logan's presence and discipline as the catalyst for their shared improvement. Late at night, Logan meditates alone, focusing on stabilizing his inner energy and core. His physical training, swordsmanship, and aura manipulation are progressing steadily. With growing confidence, Logan declares his ability to surpass the monsters from his past life. As he channels energy, a bright core forms in his chest, signaling a breakthrough. Light bursts from his body as he reaches a new realm of power. Logan grits his teeth through the intensity, letting the energy surge reshape him. A glowing 2-star core stabilizes within him, marking the completion of his advancement. Now equipped with greater strength, Logan prepares to advance in his sword techniques. He anticipates the next skill, confident it will surpass everything he's learned before. Logan reflects on his progress, determined to master a powerful technique before war erupts. He believes that with mastery, even elite knights won't be a threat. Meanwhile, outside the territory, monsters gather and begin charging toward the land. More monsters join the swarm, aggressively moving forward. Mounted knights respond swiftly, charging to intercept the threat. The cavalry surges forward under command, engaging the enemy head-on at the signal. Knights lift their crossbows and prepare to fire. A volley of bolts rains down on the charging monsters. The monsters screech and fall under the precise barrage. The crossbow cavalry's assault continues, catching the monsters off guard. Heinkel leads calmly, noting the weapon's minimal recoil. One knight marvels at the power, describing how a single bolt pierced 2 enemies. Logan observes the battlefield, pleased with the knights' improved performance. He notes how quickly they've adapted to the new crossbows and tactics. Though not perfect, the results confirm their growth since the first hunt. While observing the battlefield, Heinkel quietly questions Logan's true intentions behind training a mercenary force with such firepower. He asks Logan directly why he's building such strength, and if he plans to hunt monsters across the continent. Before Logan can respond, a knight urgently calls out, interrupting their conversation with urgent news. Logan turns to the approaching knight, who quickly delivers a message from someone named Rick. Confused by the name, Logan listens closely as the knight explains that Viscount Tesseran made a bold move. To everyone's shock, the knight announces that Viscount Tesseran declared war on them just the day before. A red-haired noble channels a powerful magical orb, driven by hatred from his ancestor's unjust death. He reveals the orb shows his ancestor's face, burning with resentment toward the McLean family, declaring vengeance. He blames the McLeans entirely and prepares to act on that grudge. As nobles debate the threat, some dismiss it, claiming past grudges hold no weight in the present. When asked for action, the McLean patriarch remains composed, stating that limited forces can't change outcomes. Strategists suggest guarding the city or seeking peace, but confusion and fear spread during the discussion. One elder advises sending an envoy to make peace, fearing civil unrest if force is used. The patriarch slams his fist down, demanding silence and cutting off further debate. Furious, he orders war preparation and forbids all dissent, determined to confront the threat head-on. A noblewoman nervously questions if even the young masters will be sent to war. Without hesitation, the patriarch walks past her, affirming that his sons will fight as well. His face is firm as he commits both heirs to the upcoming battle. Servants whisper that Ronian has awakened his power, and Logan is now of age. They agree both young masters should join the knights, seeing them as vital assets in war. Alarmed, one servant rushes off, knowing the young master is away and must be informed immediately. Logan receives a report about the early outbreak of war, which differs from the timeline in his past life. He recalls the war should have started 2 months later, and questions what accelerated the conflict. A subordinate informs him that enemies are moving quickly and urges Logan to join the battlefield immediately. Realizing urgency, Logan decides there is no time to hesitate and prepares to depart without delay. The Logan Mercenary Corps gathers, ready for deployment and fully equipped for combat. Logan questions Kai's calmness, to which Kai casually replies that mercenaries thrive in war, even provoking one, if needed. Kai shows off a new weapon, excited to use it in real combat alongside his equally eager comrades. Logan silently notes their overconfidence, but admits it is understandable given recent successful monster hunts. He reflects on last winter's monster outbreak, recognizing it boosted morale and field experience for his troops. Logan decides that war's timing is irrelevant, their only concern now is achieving victory. Believing they have sufficient combat power, he commands his force of 314 to prepare for war. As they march out, the McLean house stands gripped by urgency, but the troops move with confidence. Contrary to expectations, Tesron's forces arrive at McLean Estate the very next day. After war is declared, the defenders are shocked. Over 100 knights, 1,000 troops, and nearly 10,000 conscripts are mobilized. The Patriarch rages in disbelief, realizing Tesron has launched an all-out war far beyond reason. The McLean Patriarch is outraged by the enemy's use of conscripts in a domestic conflict, considering it excessive. He yells in frustration, demanding to know why Haman Tesron is escalating the war to such extremes. News arrives that the House of Kairos, their supposed ally, refuses to send any troops for support. The lady of the house is shocked and insists there must be a mistake in Kairos's response. Despite her denial, the messenger confirms the message has been verified multiple times. The Patriarch, suppressing his anger, immediately commands a full mobilization of all available fighters. With Kairos betraying them, McLean rallies their forces to face Tesron's overwhelming numbers. Desperate and outnumbered, they manage to gather 53 knights for the coming battle. They also call in 552 regular soldiers to bolster their force. Another 4418 conscripts are added, totaling 5,023 troops on McLean's side. Despite the large number, their total still falls far short of Tesron's army. The Patriarch is tense, aware that they are critically outmatched in strength and size. Soldiers wonder about the absence of the first young master, assuming he fled after hearing about the war. Logan overhears them, visibly angered by the assumption of his brother's cowardice. Defending his brother, Logan refutes the idea, firmly stating that he would never abandon them. Ronian recalls a past moment with Logan, who had predicted the war and promised to teach him a secret technique. He reaffirms Logan's conviction to protect the family, and rejects the idea that Logan would ever flee. Despite his certainty, rumors spread among soldiers that the first young master has run away. The Patriarch orders Ronian to stand in his brother's place, commanding him not to falter. Internally conflicted, Ronian buries his doubts, focusing only on the urgent need to win the war. With a loud command, the McLean forces begin their charge into the battlefield. The McLean cavalry shouts to crush the enemy as they ride into open combat. Enemy leaders recognize Patrick McLean's presence and prepare to confront him directly. Patrick, leading from the front, declares that his knights are his blades, and begins the clash. Riding fiercely, Patrick penetrates deep into enemy lines, red energy swirling around him. He aims to break through the enemy vanguard with overwhelming power and momentum. Determined and enraged, he pushes forward with full strength to spearhead the assault. Patrick's powerful strike is blocked by a shielded knight, stopping his charge. He's shocked someone could withstand his full-force attack in direct combat. The enemy knight smirks, confident and unshaken, signaling a powerful foe ahead. Vaughn gasped for breath, gripping his spear tightly as panic and chaos spread across the battlefield. He turned, watching fellow soldiers fall, some screaming, others clutching wounds as blood pooled beneath them. A soldier collapsed beside him, pleading for help, while Vaughn froze, his body trembling at the carnage. Realizing how dire things were, Vaughn thought bitterly about how even low-ranking servants like him were forced into battle. A blow landed on his head, leaving him disoriented as another soldier was struck down beside him. Before he could recover, an enemy lunged with a sword, forcing Vaughn to retreat in fear. Just as the sword descended, a lance intercepted the enemy's strike, saving Vaughn at the last second. A masked ally barked commands, rallying those nearby and pushing Vaughn to stand and fight. Grateful but shaken, Vaughn looked up at the armored ally, thankful he wasn't completely alone. Vaughn stabbed an enemy to the ground, then quickly backed away as panic urged him to retreat. He turned and ran through fleeing soldiers, desperately trying to escape the increasingly hopeless situation. Survivors screamed as another wave crashed into them. Vaughn kept moving, ignoring the bodies around him. With blood covering his face, Vaughn paused, heart pounding as he looked across the ruined field. Suddenly, enemy forces emerged from behind, surrounding the last remaining Weinberg soldiers in a final ambush. Frozen in horror, Vaughn wondered if this would be their grave if none would make it out alive. A powerful red aura erupted across the field as the enemy's elite knight launched a fierce assault. The Viscount of Tesrun stepped forward, intercepting the strike with brute strength and unshaken resolve. One enemy knight coughed blood, stunned by the Viscount's overwhelming strength. Despite all their preparations, the Viscount's intense gaze locked onto the commander, who recognized the strength behind the red aura. He realized that Tesrun possessed a high-ranking knight capable of blocking force-infused attacks. Even the other 4 knights from his side, though intermediate ranked, couldn't match this level of confidence. The Viscount mocked the enemy, confirming they were the ones assigned to stop him. The enemy commander grinned, amused by the challenge, as the knights surrounded the Viscount. He understood that if this battle failed, the knight's order would collapse entirely. Determined, the Viscount drew his blade, cutting through an enemy knight with explosive power. He charged forward, roaring his refusal to let the knight order be destroyed today. Another knight was struck down, caught off guard by the ferocity of the Viscount's attack. Blood, red energy surged again as the Viscount swung his blade with unstoppable momentum. He met another knight, in a brutal clash, eyes sharp with battle focus. Their weapons collided violently, as the Viscount held nothing back, determined to break through. Patrick roared, swinging his blade furiously, furious at the dishonor shown by the enemy knights. His foes mocked him, confident his rage was meaningless in the face of inevitable defeat. Despite their arrogance, one knight acknowledged Patrick's strength as a high-ranking warrior still holding his ground. Patrick endured a blow, blood spraying as he forced himself to retaliate with burning willpower. He gritted his teeth, face bloodied, as another enemy grabbed him from behind to restrain him. Blood dropped from his wounds while his enemies smirked, believing they had already won. More knights charged him at once. Patrick's strength weakened as the coordinated attacks wore him down. He realized the trap one held him while the others launched attacks he couldn't fully deflect. Surrounded and bloodied, he stood alone, knowing the enemy had also captured the rear escape. Breathing heavily, Patrick assessed his position, surrounded and bleeding, but still holding his sword tightly. He internally ordered Lucien to retreat, hoping the young man would preserve the family's name. Elsewhere, the enemy commander praised the strategy of keeping Patrick trapped and unable to assist. The enemy commander smirked, dreaming of conquering McLean Castle once Patrick was defeated. Suddenly, a distant sound caught his attention. Heavy galloping echoed across the battlefield. A knight rushed toward him in panic, yelling urgently as cavalry rapidly approached from the distance. A knight rushed in, reporting that a cavalry unit had appeared in the rear flank. The commander was puzzled, wondering if McLean had more elite forces hidden. His soldier clarified they weren't carrying spears, only small crossbows meant for hunting. Dismissive, the commander mocked them as mere hunters, ordering archers to wipe them out. Soldiers began moving to counter, underestimating the approaching cavalry as disorganized trash. Arrows flew as the commander grinned, thinking their victory was secured. But the commander froze, watching hundreds of bolts shoot across the battlefield in unison. Leading them was Lucien, calm and focused as the bolts tore through enemy lines. As the crossbows reloaded, the fallen enemy corpses revealed the first devastating impact. Lucien's intense eyes locked onto the battlefield, realizing his attack had paralyzed enemy morale. With fury rising, he screamed for the volley to continue, unleashing relentless firepower. Hundreds of synchronized bolts pierced the air again, darkening the sky with death. The Achanes launched a surprise attack with a vanguard formation, advancing in perfect unison with shields raised. Shock spread through the defending soldiers as they realized these weren't ordinary troops, they were elite and trained. Chaos erupted as arrows rained down. Several defenders fell instantly, caught off guard by the sudden strike. One soldier, barely surviving, realized only those who had raised their shields early managed to survive. In response, archers prepared a counterattack, hoping to halt the enemy's advance with concentrated volleys. Despite their efforts, the arrows fell short, unable to reach the Achane troops across the field. Vaughn appeared at the front, launching a massive spear with such force it tore through the air. The spear crashed into enemy lines, tearing apart shields and knocking soldiers down in a single blow. Stunned, the commanders questioned how such power could exist in a single strike. The enemy general ordered the cavalry to regroup, sending them forward to overwhelm Vaughn's position. Soldiers readied for charge, forming formation and tightening their ranks behind golden shields. They advanced with shouts, determined to retaliate against the spear, wielding threat. Infantry charged first as the cavalry thundered from behind, closing in with full force. The general ordered a full assault, aiming to crush the opposition in one decisive movement. Watching from afar, Vaughn smirked. This was exactly the opening he had planned. Vaughn blocked an incoming strike, gritting his teeth as the force pushed him back. A sudden shock passed through him, but he barely managed to duck under a powerful swing. An allied soldier acknowledged Vaughn's quick reflexes, surprised by the young fighter's composure in battle. Other soldiers argued, unsure whether Vaughn was acting recklessly or seeing something they hadn't noticed yet. Vaughn realized his growth came not from training but from real battle, sharpening his instincts. Determined, he gripped his sword tighter, vowing not to fall, no matter what came next. Vaughn remembered his brother's words, reminding him to carry the burden of both their paths. He spotted enemies exposing their backs, rushing forward to seize this unexpected opportunity. With swift movement, he sprinted through the battlefield, targeting the vulnerable flanks with precision. Vaughn clashed with an enemy soldier and broke through his defense with a single clean strike. Surprised at the ease of victory, he questioned the sudden shift in power around him. Glancing down, he noticed scattered arrows across the field, signaling something more was coming. He continued forward, stepping past fallen foes, as more blood stained the grass. Then, pausing mid-step, Vaughn turned and stared at the incoming mounted figures in the distance. Shock filled his eyes. He recognized someone among the cavalry, changing everything in that moment. Vaughn spotted a familiar figure among the cavalry, his older brother Logan, clad in full armor. Stunned, Vaughn called out, realizing Logan had returned to the battlefield, despite the danger. Logan rallied his riders, shouting orders to target the crossbowmen per their lord's command. Facing a massive enemy shield formation, Logan observed their tight defense and prepared a tactic. He instructed the troops to aim diagonally, not at the enemy, but at the ground. Grinning, Logan clarified, target the horses, not the men, to collapse the entire charge. Crossbowmen unleashed a volley, arrows piercing legs and panicked horses screaming in chaos. Riders were thrown off, falling helplessly as mounts collapsed beneath them. Logan smirked at their reaction, confident in the trap they'd set. Relieved, Logan believed he had reached in time to support Ronin during the battle. However, thoughts of their father reminded him his mission wasn't complete. Declaring his resolve, he entrusted command to Kai and rushed forward alone. Kai panicked as Logan charged ahead, abandoning the original plan for a direct attack. Understanding Logan's resolve, Kai rallied the men and ordered full support. Meanwhile, Logan engaged the enemy front line directly, his sword clashing with deadly force. Logan charged into battle, roaring with fury as he tore through enemy lines with sheer force. Enemy knight staggered, shocked that even with armor, Logan's blows left him severely wounded. With a powerful strike, Logan sent foes flying, but sensed something felt oddly off amid combat. Enemies flanked him from all sides, their movements strangely coordinated and unafraid of his presence. Logan realized the enemy was sacrificing soldiers just to stall him from advancing further. His frustration boiled over as he clashed weapons, recognizing the strategy aimed to delay, not defeat. Meanwhile, Vaughn rode into the heart of the battlefield, blazing through enemy lines like a storm. Even surprised soldiers couldn't react fast enough as he passed, momentum unstoppable amid fire and dust. His blade cut down resistance one after another, the battlefield glowing in flames behind him. Logan gasped at the destruction around him, confused by the sudden shift in battlefield conditions. He turned toward the smoke, spotting Vaughn approaching from the inferno, sword in hand. Relieved, Logan stood tall as Vaughn arrived just in time, the battlefield blazing around them. Logan and his ally spotted Vaughn arriving unexpectedly from the rear lines, surprising them with his presence. Logan was stunned. He had seen Vaughn far away earlier. It seemed impossible he got here alone. As he surveyed the battlefield littered with bodies, Logan realized Vaughn had defeated all the enemies himself. Logan, still shocked, acknowledged that Vaughn's strength had turned the tide of battle in their favor. He grasped Vaughn's shoulder, recognizing his effort, and saw renewed hope in their current position. Praising him briefly, Logan looked ahead, preparing for the next phase of their confrontation. Nearby knights observed Vaughn's power with disbelief, realizing he had repelled two intermediate rank knights effortlessly. One knight reflected bitterly he had trained endlessly at that age, unlike Vaughn who surpassed them. Frustration crept in, but he shook it off, focusing on the immediate battle ahead. A high-ranking knight emerged, dark energy surrounding him, vowing to kill Vaughn personally. Logan, assessing the threat, noted Vaughn's ability to handle intermediate, rank knights with ease. He knew this fight required strategy, not just strength. Logan proposed that Vaughn handle the lesser knights while he engaged the high-ranking one. Vaughn, determined, stepped forward, insisting on taking the stronger opponent himself. Logan hesitated but saw resolve in Vaughn's eyes. The battle was about to escalate. Vaughn, confident in his current strength, declared even his father wouldn't stand a chance against him now. Logan hesitated but recognized Vaughn's resolve. He stepped aside, entrusting the battle to his son. He warned Vaughn to be cautious, preparing himself to engage others on the field. Vaughn charged forward with fiery speed, targeting the enemy directly instead of the expected high-ranking knight. The knight was caught off guard, confused by Vaughn's sudden shift in priorities mid-battle. Their blades clashed, the red energy around them intensifying as the fight escalated quickly. Enraged, the knight shouted, unleashing a powerful attack, but Vaughn charged head-on through the flames. His footwork and agility allowed him to dodge swiftly, closing in without hesitation. Vaughn's blade struck with precision, keeping relentless pressure on his opponent. Their swords collided again in a fiery exchange, flames engulfing the battlefield around them. Vaughn landed another blow, forcing a pained reaction as he maintained overwhelming momentum. His eyes focused, determined to end the clash without retreat. Despite his efforts, the knight couldn't understand how Vaughn was overpowering him with such low aura. He sensed no remarkable level, yet Vaughn's attacks hit harder than expected. The knight realized Vaughn was pushing himself beyond limits, creating pressure through sheer will. An explosion shook the field as the enemy knight unleashed a fierce charge, desperate to finish Vaughn. He couldn't understand how Vaughn remained unharmed, none of it aligned with his expectations. Roaring in frustration, the knight raised his sword and lunged forward with deadly intent. The ground split beneath their clashing blows. Vaughn's speed and impact threw the knight off balance. Recovering midair, the knight pushed back, forcing Vaughn to meet him head-on again. Steel clashed violently, their battle spiraling into a contest of sheer will and power. Wounded, the knight cursed under his breath, realizing how the injury hindered his full strength. Vaughn's stare stayed fixed, pressing the advantage with relentless strikes that burned with force. Each movement cornered the knight, who could barely block before another explosion tore through the ground. Back-teetling, the knight struggled to find a single gap in Vaughn's unbroken assault pattern. He knew he had to create an opening, even a small one, to strike back. With narrowed eyes and clenched teeth, he resolved to risk everything on one chance. Meanwhile, Vaughn assessed his options calmly, considering how to further press the advantage. He focused not on flashy moves, but on refining the force concentrated within his sword. Determined, Vaughn prepared to end the fight with precise, overwhelming power in a single blow. As Vaughn channeled his power, the enemy knight noticed the energy flowing into Vaughn's sword. Believing it to be a trap, the knight smiled, convinced Vaughn had fallen for his setup. Seizing the moment, the knight lunged forward with a sudden burst of speed and force. Vaughn reacted quickly, evading midair, though it momentarily disrupted his balance and exposed his stance. The knight recognized the opening, preparing to deliver a counter while Vaughn hovered off-center. He rushed in at full speed, thinking this would be the perfect chance to strike. The knight attacked, but only clipped Vaughn's clothing, surprised by how fast he had moved away. Realizing Vaughn had intentionally baited him, the knight stared in disbelief as the gap widened. He turned to track Vaughn, but the young warrior was already behind him, poised to strike. The knight panicked, questioning if he was simply too slow to match Vaughn's movements. Vaughn invoked a sword technique, igniting his blade and preparing a decisive finishing strike. Realizing the danger too late, the knight turned to flee, eyes wide with fear. With blazing momentum, Vaughn unleashed his skill-slashing wave, a powerful attack enveloped in golden energy. The knight cried out in disbelief as the strike overwhelmed him. Unable to block or dodge from afar, Logan and the others watched, stunned by the incredible force Vaughn had released. A golden explosion marked the end of Vaughn's powerful technique, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Vaughn stood firm amidst the fading light, calm and steady, blood dripping from his lip. The battlefield was torn apart. Dust cleared as he watched the aftermath unfold in silence. Logan mocked the fallen enemy general for relying on tricks. Despite being high-ranking, raising his sword high, he declared victory, announcing the death of the enemy commander. His words spread quickly, filling allies with renewed morale and hope. Enemy soldiers panicked. Both the high-ranking knight and viscount had fallen, their formation now crumbling. Some tried to flee while others debated surrender. Driven by fear of death, disorder spread. One shouted he would rather live as a coward than die in battle. One after another, enemy soldiers surrendered, tossing weapons and shouting for mercy. They praised Logan as their savior, cheering his name with desperate admiration. The atmosphere shifted, shouts of "Long live the young master" echoed across the field. Victory cheers erupted, but far from the battlefield, the enemy's true leader fled under moonlight. Writing in frustration, he cursed the failure, unable to understand how the battle turned. Despite preparation and alliances, everything crumbled. He blamed Logan, swearing vengeance for the ruined campaign. As the enemy commander lay defeated, Vaughn stood over him, ending the threat with quiet resolve. Far away, the retreating noble panicked, deciding to return to his territory before being caught. Believing the gates would shield him, he rushed toward his fortress, desperate to escape alive. Arriving at the gate, the noble shouted for it to be opened, announcing his return loudly. The soldiers were surprised by his sudden appearance, unaware of what had just transpired outside. Before the gates could open fully, thunderous hooves approached. Vaughn's cavalry had already caught up. The red-haired knight mocked the retreating Viscount, dragging him forward while soldiers looked on in silence. He marched confidently toward the gates, leading his troops across the snowy field without any hesitation. Announcing Tesron's defeat, he demanded the gatekeepers acknowledge the rightful victor and open the gates. Inside, guards panicked, questioning the sudden claim of defeat and the Viscount's unexpected return. One soldier was scolded for doubting their position just by hearing the enemy's declaration. The red-haired knight scoffed at their fear, confident they couldn't be overtaken by a siege. Confused soldiers watched as one man rushed toward the fortified gate with reckless speed. In an instant, he vanished before their eyes, leaving only dust swirling in his wake. They looked up, shocked to see him already high in the air near the wall. Vaughn landed calmly, ordering the gates opened, unless they all wished to die that night. Inside the grand chamber, a noble sat uneasily as movement echoed through the castle. Summono sprinted urgently through the corridor, racing toward the noble's location. A corrupt knight secretly grabbed coins, hoping to flee with stolen riches during the chaos. But Vaughn appeared suddenly, grabbing him with calculated precision, eyes filled with intent. The noble gasped in terror as Vaughn mocked how easily his servants surrendered. Vaughn mocked Tesron, declaring his failure as a noble, and questioning his right to command. Tesron, visibly shaken, turned to flee the moment he sensed the shift in power. Furious at being betrayed, he shouted in disbelief, only to stumble and beg for mercy. On his knees, Tesron pleaded for his family's lives, offering compensation as per war conventions. Vaughn smirked coldly, scoffing at the sudden appeal to rules after an unjust invasion. He reminded Tesron that he started the war without warning, yet now begged for mercy. Vaughn questioned Tesron's morals, asking if he truly understood noble honor and responsibility. Tesron had broken every principle, yet suddenly tried invoking the laws he once ignored. Feigning mercy, Vaughn said he'd guarantee Tesron's life if he were his father. Vaughn revealed his father's honorable nature, one who would have accepted surrender without conditions. Tesron cried out in panic while Vaughn remained silent, cold and unmoved by his fear. A box of treasures spilled open, and a glittering ceremonial knife caught Vaughn's attention. Desperate, Tesron begged Vaughn to take the jeweled knife, claiming it was masterfully crafted. Vaughn rejected the bribe, uninterested in any token from such a dishonorable man. Tesron panicked again, but Vaughn turned away, his expression unchanged by pleas or gold. Vaughn drove his blade into Tesron without hesitation, his expression cold and final. Tesron gasped, shocked and furious, reminding Vaughn of his earlier promise for mercy, but Vaughn clarified he would have spared him if he were his father. He wasn't. As Tesron bled, he muttered about the honor of nobles, trying to hold on. Vaughn scoffed, accusing him of causing countless deaths with his greed and false pride. Standing over him, Vaughn vowed to end his corrupt life without regret. Vaughn dealt the final blow. Tesron collapsed, barely able to groan through the pain. Calmly wiping his blade, Vaughn expressed relief that Tesron didn't resist or drag it out. With the crisis over, he prepared to move on to the next task. Vaughn straightened up, telling himself it was time to wrap things up inside the castle. He raised his voice, publicly declaring that Viscount Hama Tesron had ended his own life. His tone was firm, ensuring no questions would be asked about Tesron's true death. As the night quieted, Vaughn thought to himself that his part there was finished. A soldier ran up, calling out to Logan, urging him to inspect the prison. Logan turned silently, following the soldier toward the underground prison with cautious curiosity. A few days later, Logan returned and met with Vaughn on the walls of Tesron Castle. Logan was shocked to hear that Viscount Haman had taken his own life. Vaughn responded calmly, claiming despair must have driven Haman to that final decision. Logan looked Vaughn in the eye and asked directly if he had killed Haman. Vaughn hesitated for a moment, then gave a clear answer without regret. He stated he deliberately killed Hammond to end the bloodline and avoid future threats. Logan took a breath, realizing Vaughn had changed, now acting with conviction and resolve. He acknowledged Vaughn's reasons, finally seeing him as a responsible adult. Vaughn quietly reflected on how his father had also changed over time. Logan praised Vaughn, recognizing his leadership as crucial to their victory. Touched, Vaughn smiled faintly, while Logan struggled to express his feelings properly. Though flustered, Logan tried to change the subject with an awkward shift in tone. Logan offered to name Vaughn the official heir to the House of McLean. Vaughn paused, touched by the offer, recognizing the meaning behind it. However, he smiled and refused, confident in his own chosen path. Logan is offered the position of successor but firmly refuses, surprising the bearded commander. As they walk together, the commander questions Logan's reason, assuming it relates to damaged reputation. Logan calmly explains that the McLean family, specifically Ronian, is more deserving of the title. Logan mentions Ronian awakened as a Force user at age 14, 5 years earlier than himself. A brief memory of young Ronian training shows his early potential and skill with a sword. Logan admits Ronian could surpass him once he matures, despite his own strength and experience. Logan states that martial strength alone doesn't define a true family leader's qualifications. He recalls how Ronian once earned the youngest Force user title across the continent in a past life. Rather than competing, Logan chooses to support Ronian's path as the rightful successor. Logan requests the decision be delayed until Ronian reaches adulthood, 5 years from now. The commander agrees and praises Logan for valuing Ronian's future as the next heir. Smiling, Logan accepts but also asks permission to choose his own reward for the victory. Inside the city, gates open as citizens react in excitement to McLean's victorious return. Everyone gathers to welcome Logan, whose accomplishments have brought pride and stability to the family. Rumors spread among villagers that Logan played the biggest role in securing their victory. Villagers share stories of Logan's mercenaries, saying they turned the tide using a mysterious weapon. Whispers spread that Logan even defeated a high-ranking knight single-handedly during the battle. Surprised by his feats, the townspeople reflect on how Logan once seemed idle and aimless. They begin to wonder if Logan's past actions were part of a greater strategy. A realization dawns: perhaps Logan's eccentric purchases were tactical moves all along. The townspeople admire him as a prodigy, though Logan himself finds the praise embarrassing. Ronian teases Logan, asking how it feels to be admired by the entire town. Logan responds modestly, joking that the attention is overwhelming and flustering. As Ronian points it out, Logan realizes everyone is simply happy to see him smile. Logan tests this by flashing a mischievous smile, instantly terrifying the villagers. They panic, misreading his grin as a warning of impending punishment. Even his allies grow nervous, unsure of what Logan might do next. Logan is publicly honored as the champion of the war during a grand celebration. Cheers erupt from the castle, as everyone praises House McLean and Logan's achievements. Despite the fanfare, Logan remains grounded, quietly re-entering the castle with his usual calm. Logan is confronted by his furious mother, who demands to know his true intentions. Ronian rushes to calm her, but she lashes out, angry that Logan rejected succession. Ronian apologizes, explaining the emotional toll of past events on their mother's mental state. Logan remains composed, knowing the woman is no longer a threat to his goals. He reflects inwardly that the hatred she once held now means nothing to him. Logan tells his mother he's accepted her flaws, but emphasizes she once made Ronian feel inferior. Ronian urges Logan to understand their mother's unstable condition and not take it personally. Logan finally reveals that all his apologies were meant for Ronian, not anyone else. He admits the resentment and rivalry he held had festered silently for years. Logan confesses that he spent years detesting Ronian, blaming him to mask his own failings. He acknowledges how his incompetence fueled his hatred and regret for those wasted years. Determined to make peace, Logan prepares to offer his long-overdue, direct apology. Standing before Ronian, Logan formally apologizes with sincerity, letting go of his pride. He expresses genuine remorse and asks Ronian to accept his apology at last. Speechless and overwhelmed, Ronian struggles to respond, deeply affected by Logan's honesty. Ronian reflects that Logan's past wrongs can't be erased just by his recent achievements. He clenches his fist, still burdened by pain, yet calls out to Logan gently. Seeing Ronian's forgiving expression, Logan is quietly moved by his younger brother's maturity. Ronian admits he always believed kindness could bring back the brother he once knew. Even when ignored, he waited patiently, trusting that Logan's warmth would return one day. Logan is surprised by Ronian's unwavering faith, finally realizing how much it meant. In a heartfelt memory, Logan recalls genuinely caring for Ronian even during difficult times. He confesses his sincere hope for Ronian to become the next rightful successor. Logan asks their mother to withhold judgment and watch what he'll prove from now on. As they part, Logan smiles, vowing silently that for now, this closure is enough. He gazes at the moon, symbolizing clarity after emotional conflict. The next day, Logan and his mentor set off into the forest together. The old man questions where they're headed so soon after returning from war. Logan replies that rest is over and it's time to resume meaningful work. Though skeptical, the old man follows. Curious about the new task Logan has planned, Logan leads his mentor through the forest, arriving at a secluded overgrown mountain path. He grins confidently, announcing that from this very moment, their work officially begins. Pointing toward the mountain, Logan reveals his new goal to develop and restore the long-forgotten mine. Logan boldly requests ownership of a remote mountain as his reward, shocking the bearded commander. Despite its barren state, Logan insists on claiming the mountain, citing its untapped potential. He hints there might be gold hidden there, sparking curiosity and foreshadowing future conflict. Logan recalls from his past life that Teslan seized the mountain after a territorial dispute. Years later, Teslan began exporting gold from the mine, enriching themselves at McLean's expense. The newfound wealth transformed Teslan, while the McLean family was eventually massacred in revenge. Logan arrives at the dungeon under Teslan Castle, led to imprisoned individuals of interest. He observes the jailed men closely, sensing they might be connected to the mountain's secret. One prisoner loudly proclaims their innocence, pleading for someone to hear their side. The captives explain they were engineers, forced to process gold under Baron Teslan's order. Logan realizes Teslan cruelly discarded vital experts to cover up the mine's secret. Seeing their value, Logan considers their capture an unexpected advantage for his future plans. While the miners wonder who Logan truly is, he begins preparing for larger conflicts. Though victorious against Teslan, Logan knows it was only the first of many challenges. He reflects that the true threat, the Empire's invasion, will determine the kingdom's final fate. The appearance of a mysterious enemy marks the beginning of the country's decline. The death of King Samuel von Grandel creates a power vacuum across the nation. As nobles fight for control, the weakened state becomes vulnerable to the Empire's invasion. Logan realizes the internal chaos presents an opportunity rather than a threat for McLean. He decides to reclaim the Southwest lordship lost in the previous civil war. Logan plans not only to reclaim territory, but also to steer the outcome of the conflict. Logan is approached about his thoughts as he gathers people for the next phase. He momentarily reflects, then regains focus, knowing timing is critical to their survival. Aware of others' doubts, he resolves to use only his own funds to build power. Logan declares the mountain will serve as his main income source going forward. He reveals plans to excavate a gold vein halfway up the slope. Others are skeptical, calling his proposal unrealistic and difficult to finance. Despite their doubts, Logan confidently claims he saw the gold vein with his own eyes. Pressed for proof, he maintains his stance, trusting his memory from the previous life. The elder questions how Logan could have seen it, clearly shaken by the confidence. Logan announces that only 6 people will work on the secret drilling project to avoid attention. Hamar protests angrily, insisting that such a small crew for mining is reckless and dangerous. Despite the dwarves' toughness, even Hamar hopes Logan realizes how extreme the demand truly is. Reluctantly, Hamar admits it is technically possible if the team sacrifices sleep and comfort. The dwarves cry out in despair, overwhelmed by the extreme working conditions. Logan sees their panic as proof of Hamar's strong work ethic, which motivates him further. The engineers estimate 5 million gold is needed initially, with a year for stable development. Logan acknowledges the high cost, but is determined. Knowing Teslan's wealth came from this very mine, he regrets that monster meat isn't yet profitable, which limits his financial resources for now. Logan considers selling the meat himself using homemade antidotes to remove toxicity. He visits the villa where the medicine is prepared with common herbs. With the antidote ready, he prepares to process the monster meat for commercial use. Logan assures it's not suspicious medicine, it's an antidote, and the meat is stored safely. He orders his assistant to accompany him to the warehouse for treatment application. Terrified, the assistant protests, but Logan drags him along to proceed with the plan. Logan drags his reluctant assistant to the warehouse, annoyed by his complaints and arrogance. As they arrive, Logan is hit by an overwhelming stench from the stored monster meat. The smell is unbearable. Logan nearly vomits, realizing the situation is worse than expected. Logan sighs and calmly prepares to start the detoxification process with his assistant. He reveals he's using force to numb his sense of smell, which shocks the assistant. Logan begins applying antidote powder, instructing him to coat the meat until it turns white. He continues by demonstrating how to grind and mix the detoxified meat with other ingredients. The assistant confirms the mixture looks medicinal, despite initial skepticism. Logan offers 100 gold per week to secure his cooperation, quickly winning his reluctant approval. Logan expresses surprise. The assistant didn't agree to work for free. They decide to test the medicine's effects, using rabbits as subjects. The assistant is confused when told the medicine is good for men, not grasping the implication. After consuming the medicine, the rabbit undergoes a dramatic physical transformation. The change stuns the assistant, who finally realizes the medicine's true effect. Logan grins as the assistant laughs awkwardly, finally understanding the product's real benefit. Logan suddenly recalls someone ideal for overseeing the upcoming work involving medicine and distribution. Curious, the assistant asks who Logan has in mind for such a specific responsibility. Logan confidently names Administrator Dwayne, who at that moment feels his ears tingle unknowingly. Dwayne is summoned by Logan and enters the corridor with a mix of caution and curiosity. He politely announces his presence, unsure of the reason behind the unexpected call. As he steps in, Logan's intense gaze pierces through him, signaling this was no casual visit. Startled by Logan's sudden appearance, Dwayne stumbles backward in shock. Logan, calm and composed, mentions the burden Dwayne has carried after the war. Dwayne tries to downplay his fatigue, but Logan points out his visible exhaustion and effort. Dwayne admits the administration is struggling most, having used all funds for war. He's moved by Logan's awareness, realizing he'd misjudged the young master's concern. Logan deflects the praise, but Dwayne insists on explaining further before being abruptly dismissed. Dwayne nervously offers a small box to Logan, unsure how it'll be received. Logan reveals it's a powerful pill, with amazing results though untested. Dwayne clutches it, touched to be the first recipient of this rare gift. Dwayne rushes across the estate, determined and full of purpose. He finds Logan and urgently asks how much the pill will cost. Grinning, Logan declares with satisfaction, his product is a success. Dwayne hesitates as the servant asks if he's paying attention, urging him to give his hand, sweating and anxious. Dwayne reluctantly begins to extend his hand forward. Logan watches silently as Dwayne, overwhelmed by nerves, suddenly collapses on the floor. Logan and the others rush toward Dwayne, who appears unconscious but stable. The servant beside Logan looks stunned, unsure how to respond to what just happened. After the trial's success, Logan receives silent bows of acknowledgement, and the experiments move forward. Logan confronts Heinkel, teasing him about rumors of arguments with his wife. Flustered, Heinkel denies the claim, but Logan forcefully hands him something to eat. The second experiment begins, with Heinkel consuming the item as heat builds inside him. Heinkel quickly stands and walks away, showing signs of restored vigor. Logan urges him to go home and promises to speak with his father, relieved. Heinkel smiles and thanks Logan before leaving. Logan exits confidently, while another man, Patrick, hesitates before speaking. Patrick, the third experiment, softly admits the result was effective. Logan walks off alone, quietly apologizing to Ronian. Logan jokes about a potential new sibling, leaving the servant visibly shocked and confused. Another man bursts in, upset that he hasn't been offered the pill to try. Logan exchanges glances with him, silently gauging his intentions and eagerness. As Logan walks off, the man is left speechless and stunned by the remark. Logan glances back, annoyed by the persistent attention and questions. He insults the man and walks away, dismissing him coldly for being useless. Later, Logan discusses the medicine's value with a merchant through a magical communication orb. When told the price, the merchant is shocked, warning Logan not to provoke noble resentment. Logan confidently explains he's selling based on experience from his previous life. The merchant suggests limiting supply for higher value and using rumors for marketing. Logan agrees that nobility gossip will spread naturally, without official promotion. The merchant considers the strategy, intrigued by its potential. Logan is told to attend a noble party to build connections. He's skeptical, recalling he's never attended a real party before. Still doubtful, Logan questions if he must sell the product himself in person. Logan declares his plan to go to the capital, shocking the merchant with concern. He insists the nobles will ignore him if he doesn't sell the product himself. Logan mentions an informant in Grand and prepares to reveal more upon arrival. A week later, Logan and the merchant arrive in Grandia, the capital city. The merchant is surprised Logan actually came and asks how he got permission. Logan admits he gave his family a different reason and smuggled in thousands of boxes. Logan reflects that his father likely allowed it because of his wartime achievements. The merchant questions Logan's casual appearance, but Logan dismisses the need for servants. He notes Rick is busy with other responsibilities and couldn't accompany him. Logan reminisces about Rick, who's been loyal across both lives. He recalls Rick's sacrifices, humor, and unwavering support. Thankful, Logan silently acknowledges Rick's efforts with deep gratitude. Logan announces the medicine will be named after Rick in his honor. He shouts, "Impo, Rick," proudly stunning the merchant. The merchant stares blankly, fully convinced Logan is insane. Logan enters the room after a long journey, greeted with a casual yet teasing tone. He sits with his informant in private, away from prying ears, ready to discuss sensitive matters. The informant reveals he's already followed Logan's request and sought out the information needed. Logan reacts to the high price, 900 gold per document, but remains focused on the outcome. The informant assures him the cost is justified by the informant's high level of accuracy. He lists the first two criteria for the search: noble couples, without children, and monogamous nobles. He adds a third detail: nobles, who regularly seek stamina, enhancing food. Logan praises the accuracy and acknowledges the man's help during past capital-related tasks. As Logan reflects on past battles, his companion snaps him out of it with a paper slap. They both study the gathered list, scanning for the most likely target. Logan reviews each name, then points to a specific entry. He proposes their first target with a confident expression. Logan recognizes the name and grows more serious. Their next move begins at a grand noble banquet under a glittering chandelier. Nobles laugh and mingle, unaware they've just been marked. At the noble gathering, Logan calls out to Count Davis, drawing attention as he approaches. Count Davis turns, surprised to be addressed by Logan, who introduces himself as a McLean. Despite initial confusion, Davis greets Logan politely, unaware of his real intent. Whispers spread mocking Logan's attire, revealing the noble's disdain for Southern fashion. Logan mentally confirms that Count Davis fits the criteria they gathered. He's the primary target, despite Davis's fame. Logan knows the Count has no child and matches the informant's findings. Logan recalls Davis's tragic future. He kills himself after a public scandal involving his wife. The incident stems from his wife humiliating him in front of others. Crushed by disgrace, Davis ends his life, and Logan aims to exploit this vulnerability early. Logan reflects that Davis cares deeply about reputation, making him the perfect first target. Logan casually starts conversation, pretending it's a business trip. Davis responds with mild curiosity, unaware of Logan's hidden motive. With a sly grin, Logan offers something exclusive, a men's medicine. He leans in, whispering that it's a sexual enhancer. Davis's expression stiffens, showing silent shock and curiosity. Count Davis erupts in public rage, humiliated by Logan's blunt product reveal. The nearby noblewomen whisper, mocking the scandal and questioning Logan's dignity. Davis turns away, hiding shame, but Logan reads his expression. It's pure wounded pride. Logan challenges Davis directly, then calmly offers the product as a noble gift. He reveals the product's name, Impo, Rick, and presents a small box. Logan assures it's a safe medicine, vouching for it with his noble status. A few days later, a butler knocks to purchase more medicine on Davis's behalf. Logan confirms the buyer's identity and celebrates their first success. The butler leaves respectfully, while Logan smiles his gamble paid off. Logan and his partner count their earnings from the first sale. Despite a good start, they note the high capital rent costs. They agree a physical shop boosts credibility and presence in the city. Logan decides one noble isn't enough, they must expand the network. A week later, a disguised man returns, ordered to buy more. He's surprised. It actually worked where everything else had failed. A noble's servant arrives, shocked by the long queue in front of Logan's shop. He recognizes several other butlers from major noble houses also waiting in line. Realizing high-ranking families are discreetly buying the product, he joins the queue silently. Logan's partner announces the daily stock is gone, causing panic among the gathered butlers. They plead for a chance to purchase, afraid of facing angry lords empty-handed. Nearby nobles grow curious and send their aides to investigate the crowd and commotion. Logan silently observes. It's all part of his strategy to create demand through scarcity. The crowd is turned away again, urged to return tomorrow for limited restocks. Word spreads quickly. Another complete sellout stirs excitement and anxiety among customers. Frustrated buyers shout in disbelief. Many haven't secured any product for days. Logan's partner celebrates they've been selling out every day for over a month. Logan smirks, mocking the city's desperate nobles, now funding his plan. Despite tripling the price, nobles still beg to buy more product. Logan jokingly questions the nation's future amid such desperation. Bursts of laughter echo Logan's empire of demand is thriving beyond expectations. Overjoyed with their booming success, Logan praises Philip for his contributions to the business. Philip humbly credits Logan's leadership, but Logan promises him 1% of next month's profits. Moved to tears, Philip emotionally shouts his dedication, accidentally lunging toward Logan in excitement. Logan is stunned by the report stating the mine could produce over 10 tons of gold annually. Embarrassed by his loud reaction, he quickly composes himself, clutching the magical communication orb. The informant confirms the estimate, explaining that deeper strata likely contain the bulk of the gold. Logan realizes that even a rough estimate means the mine could be worth over 500 million gold. He smirks, seeing this opportunity as a far greater jackpot than he originally expected. The informant warns of the high mining cost, but Logan confidently promises to gather resources quickly. While walking through the city, Logan calculates the mining investment needed around 5 million gold. Thanks to steady sales of Impo, Ricky believes he can earn enough within 2 months. With hundreds of boxes left to sell, Logan plans his next shipment until something catches his eye. A sudden presence alarms him. Logan spots movement and races toward the warehouse. He quickly deduces intruders are inside and draws his sword without hesitation. Charging forward, Logan confirms his fear thieves have targeted his goods. Inside the warehouse, Logan finds no one but senses someone is still present. He's puzzled by the absence of an exit and concludes the intruder hasn't escaped yet. Eyes narrowing, Logan prepares to confront whoever is hiding within the shadows. Logan bursts outside, demanding the intruder's identity as he slashes through the air in pursuit. His blade slices across the courtyard, but the target evades without leaving a trace. Though no one is visible, Logan instinctively feels a presence lingering nearby, unsettling him deeply. Logan reacts with a start, looking toward the rooftops after sensing a sudden movement above. He spots a figure atop a roof and immediately launches himself upward with incredible speed. With sword in hand, Logan closes in fast, aiming to intercept the unknown figure mid-air. The masked man turns, watching Logan approach with unreadable expression under the moonlit sky. They face off silently on the rooftop, neither side revealing intent or identity. Logan demands to know who the man is, but receives no answer, only a quiet stare. Suddenly, the figure vanishes, leaving Logan shocked and alone on the rooftop. He's certain the man was just there, but finds no trace or lingering aura. Glancing down, Logan silently wonders what kind of opponent could disappear so effortlessly. The next day, Logan reports the incident, identifying the intruder as a skilled aura user. Sitting calmly, he explains the man wasn't just strong, he felt like an advanced force user. With a serious look, Logan concludes the stranger operated on an entirely different level. Logan's assistant questions why a powerful aura user would commit petty theft for something trivial. Logan confirms the thief only took 2 pills of Impo, Rick suggesting it wasn't about money. Inspecting the container, the assistant realizes 1 pill remains, implying the intruder intended personal use. Logan wonders if even aura users could struggle with impotence, suggesting a potential motive. His assistant recalls someone who refused to share personal details, despite requesting information. Thinking deeper, he remembers a rare case, an aura user in the capital, without any descendants. A young boy calls out to his parents as they stroll joyfully across the square. Nearby, a blonde nobleman watches the family quietly, lost in thought. His wife asks what he's looking at, and he casually brushes it off with a smile. The noblewoman suspects he's watching children again, warning him not to entertain foolish thoughts. He urges her to return home, gently expressing appreciation for having met her. Emotion wells in his eyes as he hugs her from behind, hiding lingering sorrow. Felix Esperanza, the kingdom's strongest swordsman, harbors deep regret behind his legendary status. A war injury in his youth damaged him permanently, an honorable wound, but a costly one. Though he earned fame and strength, the absence of a child leaves him feeling hollow. Inside a warm-lit room, Felix sits with his wife as she gently places her hand on his. Touched by her sincerity, Felix listens as she acknowledges the pain he must have endured. She offers to stay by his side and support him, despite his long-hidden suffering. Felix is moved but doubts he deserves such love after years of hiding his burden. Later, while walking with a fellow noble, Felix is reminded of the family meeting approaching soon. He expresses doubt over attending. Given that he still has no heir to present, the noble carefully brings up a new medicine circulating in the capital that's said to heal. Felix reacts with disbelief, but the man insists it can even repair physical wounds. Though skeptical, Felix quietly admits to already trying it by stealing it himself in desperation. He reflects on his failure, unsure if anything could change his condition after so long. Despite his friend's encouragement, Felix begins to lose hope and considers giving up altogether. His companion advises caution with rumors, but Felix silently accepts his own doubts. At the estate gate, a guard refuses Logan entry without an appointment, repeating himself firmly. Logan simply smirks, telling him to pass along his name directly to the master. Confident, Logan states Felix will definitely meet him once he hears who has come. Philip panics after hearing Logan's plan to confront the Swordmaster directly, warning it's too dangerous. Logan, calm and determined, confirms his decision, believing the risk is worth the opportunity. Philip mocks Logan's recklessness, urging him to act ignorant instead of provoking a powerful figure. Philip worries that if the meeting fails, the consequences could be fatal for them both. Despite Philip's concerns, Logan views this as a critical opportunity if the man was truly the Swordmaster. At the Swordmaster's estate, a servant welcomes Logan in, allowing the meeting to begin. Logan enters, aware this could help him form ties with one of the kingdom's strongest individuals. Introducing himself as Logan McLean, he boldly announces his presence before the Swordmaster. He notices the man appears far younger than his rumored century-old age, likely due to aura suppression. The Swordmaster connects Logan to the Southern Territory and questions his purpose. Logan offers a gift, Impo-Rick, a popular medicine, to test the Swordmaster's reaction. Seeing no response, Logan concludes the item isn't enough to confirm the man's identity. Logan praises the Swordmaster, calling the medicine unnecessary for someone of his strength. But secretly, he offers a rare special edition of Impo-Rick, enhanced for superhuman physiology. This elicits a subtle reaction. Logan finally confirms the man's true identity and prepares the next move. Felix, intrigued by Logan's offer, admits he's familiar with the concentrated Impo-Rick's effects from personal use. Logan recalls the intense pain he endured when testing it deadly to ordinary people without force core. He assures Felix of a confidential supply if he's satisfied, emphasizing discretion and reliability. The next day, Felix visits Logan with a bright expression, clearly impressed by the results. He openly asks what Logan desires, offering to grant any request within his power. Felix, now confident, acknowledges that only an Aura Master could confirm the potion's genuine effect. Felix believes continued use could fully restore his condition, resolving a long-held regret. He respects Logan's thoughtful approach, not confronting his mistake, but offering a solution instead. Felix is deeply moved, recognizing Logan as a prodigy, both in swordsmanship and diplomacy. Felix admits his earlier anxiety, now determined to repay Logan's helpful gift. Logan humbly requests only a worthless swordsmanship manual in return. Felix agrees, prepared to grant even that simple yet respectful request. Inside the library, Felix leads Logan to a shelf filled with ancient martial manuals. Logan selects one quietly, aware of its hidden value. Felix warns it's dangerous if trained alone, but worthwhile for study. Logan gratefully accepts it. Logan asks for a certificate confirming the swordsmanship book was personally gifted by Felix. Felix agrees without hesitation, and Logan internally celebrates having achieved his true goal. Though it seems underwhelming, Logan knows the real benefit lies beyond the book itself. Felix suddenly offers to teach Logan a swordsmanship technique, directly surprised. Logan questions if the kingdom's strongest swordsman truly intends to train him. Felix admires Logan's modesty and insists on offering more than a low-grade manual. Logan feels overjoyed, realizing he's struck gold with this unexpected opportunity. Felix warns that he is not a gentle teacher and demands full focus. Logan prepares himself, drawing his sword under Felix's command. Felix unleashes powerful aura pressure, overwhelming Logan and rendering him unable to move. Logan can't even hold his sword, shocked by the intensity of Felix's aura. He wonders if this terrifying suppression is something all aura users can do. Logan realizes this ability isn't common, it's a specialized aura technique. With determination, he powers up, pushing his energy against Felix's pressure. Felix grins, impressed by Logan's will and the golden energy forming between them. Logan concentrates his aura, amplifying only his senses to detect the force restraining his movements. He observes how Felix's aura blocks his starting point, dispersing energy each time he tries to act. Realizing a possible solution, he decides to act faster just before the force can suppress him. By adjusting his movement half a beat earlier, Logan breaks through the dispersing force's timing. Felix watches closely as Logan swiftly closes the distance, finally landing a strike. Impressed, Felix confirms Logan's innate talent for swordsmanship under pressure. Logan regains composure, narrowing his focus entirely on the aura's flow. As he follows the current, he notices the once restraining aura gathering at his sword's tip. Felix silently watches, knowing this is a critical moment in Logan's awakening. Logan questions if he's forming an aura blade, but realizes this is something more intense. Felix warns him to prepare himself, introducing the next stage of training. A massive red blade materializes. Felix wields the legendary technique, the heavy pressure sword. Logan activates the gravity sword, unleashing a crimson force that distorts the air around him. The sword emits overwhelming pressure, moving slowly toward his opponent, freezing the man in place. Despite the blade's slow motion, the opponent is completely paralyzed, unable to react or move. The pressure pierces the man's senses, making it impossible to concentrate or resist the sword's energy. He analyzes the situation, realizing the crimson blade continues accelerating while disrupting his internal balance. Though he grasps the sword's mechanics, he struggles to counter its increasing force and intensity. Logan instinctively senses the attack is unavoidable, but remains determined to find a solution. He channels energy into a defensive stance, ready to endure the coming impact. The blonde swordsman acknowledges Logan's effort, impressed by how he withstood the gravity sword's pressure. The enemy charges forward, sword raised, cloaked in violent crimson energy. His footwork quickens as he prepares to strike down Logan with full momentum. Logan holds firm behind a golden shield of energy, his expression unwavering. The red wave descends. Logan blocks it with all his strength, shaking the floor beneath. Exhausted, Logan gasps while the blonde warrior approaches confidently. Logan collapses as the blade points toward him, defeated, but not broken. Logan struggles to stand, shaken by the realization that the enemy used an aura blade. The older man explains that aura manipulation cannot be copied through observation alone. Despite that, Logan confidently believes he grasped the concept and rises, filled with conviction. Impressed, the Duke admits Logan held his ground against the gravity sword longer than expected. Logan, calm again, silently accepts the remark as the chapter concludes. Later, a servant offers him a chance to rest longer, but Logan insists he's recovered. Logan thanks the servant for the escort and prepares to depart from the mansion. Outside, the evening sky glows as Logan steps through the gate. He expresses gratitude for the farewell, then quickly turns and walks with resolve. Nonce alone, Logan leans on a wall, gritting his teeth in pain from his wounds. He refuses to waste a rare potion and relies on his force to self-heal. Though partial healing is possible, the injury remains severe, yet he values the progress gained. He examines a note and a potion gifts from the Duke for future communication. Logan smiles, realizing he's being treated like a real disciple. Philip appears, suddenly startling Logan and asking why he looks so pale. Philip jokes nervously about Logan possibly offending the Swordmaster, but Logan coughs blood mid-reply. Philip panics, offering to arrange immediate escape, but Logan tries to explain through the pain. 1 week later, Logan recovers and reviews financial reports, revealing impressive sales nearing 4.1 million gold. Philip is thrilled by the profits, despite the lack of bonuses, marveling at the business's success. Logan reminds him to stay focused, praising the smooth operation of Kyle's supply line. Logan proposes buying a house in the capital to reduce expenses, and Philip agrees rationally. Logan says they'll leave in a year and a half, urging focus on Rick sales. Philip expresses concern for Logan's health after the recent collapse. He suspects Logan has been hiding something again, but Logan deflects with a half-joke about secrecy. Logan confirms he is returning to his domain, asking Philip to calm customers during shipment delays. He orders 1 million gold worth of food, monthly for Teslon and McLean territories. Philip is shocked by the cost, but Logan insists and instructs him to secure a supplier. Philip realizes Logan's serious concern for his people's survival. Logan explains McLean's chronic food shortage and need for labor to support future plans. As Logan leaves, Philip assumes another secret is being kept, and he's probably right. Logan meets a hooded informant, handing over documents with vague descriptions of targets to locate. The informant is shocked by the vague request and the scale of the search area. Logan stays firm, offering proper payment and demanding only a yes or no answer. After a pause, the informant agrees, despite knowing the challenge involved in such a vague search. Logan knows the names may be aliases, but insists he must gather these independent superhumans. Those warriors, once beyond ordinary strength, are now key to fighting the Empire's future rise. Among them, Logan prioritizes a mercenary still working for the Empire. He halts, realizing his anxiety is driving him to rush decisions unnecessarily. Under the clear sky, he breathes deeply, telling himself there's still time to prepare. Elsewhere, a large beast, like Elder, erupts in anger. Furious his disciples were exploited again. The messenger calms him, revealing the disciple is being sent to McLean territory. The Elder grits his teeth, questioning the reason behind such a long countryside assignment. Learning, it's a 6-month assignment. The Elder grows more agitated. He decides it's time to confront the Tower Master, who ordered this once and for all. With resolve burning, he prepares to leave, ready to settle the matter himself. Logan arrives at the Grandia Kingdom's Earth Tower, a tall structure radiating magical authority. Inside, he walks toward the counter, noticing a clerk dozing off at the reception. The clerk jolts awake as Logan approaches, surprised by the sudden presence of a visitor. Logan confidently states his purpose to purchase scrolls, drawing attention despite his plain clothing. The clerk assumes Logan is a minor noble, here for low-grade magic scrolls. Logan casually requests 150 collapse magic scrolls, shocking the staff with such a bold order. Still in disbelief, the clerk hesitates until Logan presents a verification from the Cooper's Bank, carefully counting the digits. The clerk's eyes widen with each number he reads aloud. He stammers in disbelief, realizing Logan has access to 7 million gold in verified funds. Acknowledging Logan's credibility, the clerk offers to escort him to the upper floor immediately. The chapter title appears, emphasizing the significance of collapse magic and its uses. Collapse magic is explained as an earth elemental spell ideal for mining, though limited in battle. Logan confirms his intent to purchase the scrolls, impressing the old Tower Master. Radio's great. Radios notes how rare it is to receive such a large order, hinting at opportunity. Logan mentions McLean's small territory, but plans to exploit this spell for massive development. Tower Master Radios laughs nervously, covering up the apprentice's earlier mistake with a formal apology. Logan brushes it off, but the other staff member panics, fearing they almost lost the customer. Internally, they doubt Logan's intentions, confused why a noble would waste funds on Earth. Magic Radios hides the tower's poor condition, thinking Logan is an opportunity to cover budget deficits. He decides to manipulate the situation, intending to profit from Logan's expensive request. Radios warns of a difficulty: the tower lacks enough high-level mages to make the scrolls quickly. Logan's stern reaction surprises Radios, who expected hesitation, not pressure. When Logan suggests going to the Royal Tower instead, Radios becomes alarmed and tries to stop him. Logan adds he planned to buy 150 scrolls, monthly, shocking everyone in the room. Radios realizes the scale: Logan needs 900 scrolls across 6 months. The female mage panics, understanding any delay could ruin the deal entirely. Radios collapses, quickly assuring Logan they'll fulfill the order without issue. Radios calculates aloud: each scroll costs 10,000 gold, totaling 1.5 million monthly. Across 6 months, the value reaches 9 million gold, sending him into a frenzy. With greed in his eyes, Radios smiles, pleased by such an unexpected lucrative windfall. Logan considers hiring a mage directly, questioning if it would be cheaper than purchasing scrolls. Radios explains that mages avoid manual labor, and renting one would cost more than scrolls. Logan doubts a 4th circle mage would travel to a remote site, lowering the idea's viability. Instead, Radios offers to send 9 second circle mages and 1 3rd circle mage as a team. He emphasizes their experience in construction and hints at reducing scroll use for efficiency. Logan, curious, asks to meet the mages. Greek introduces himself, with the others standing behind. Logan introduces himself, and the mages prepare to demonstrate their abilities. Though frail looking, Radios insists they're the tower's most specialized talents. Logan mentally evaluates their skills, noting that despite looks, they might be quite capable. Suspicious about their deployment, Logan questions Radios' generosity and considers a trial run. He proposes 10 mages and 120 scrolls as a test deal for 1.2 million monthly. Radios eagerly accepts, surprised by Logan's sharp negotiation and willingness to move quickly. Logan reflects that this deal is unusually cheap for the mages' level and utility. Still, He agrees. Realizing the offer is too good to refuse, Radio slams down the contract, urging Logan to sign it immediately before he changes his mind. Logan grows suspicious of the contract's timing and Radio's eagerness to finalize the deal. Before things escalate, a booming voice interrupts Clayton. A fifth circle, Elder, storms in furiously. Clayton demands an explanation. Furious, the Tower Master is sending his disciples to distant lands. Radios insists it's for the Tower's benefit, but Clayton accuses him of exploiting only his students. He scolds the Master for targeting his disciples who had just returned from previous assignments. Logan deduces that Clayton, a powerful young elder, threatens Radio's authority within the Tower. Radios hides his insecurities by lashing out at Clayton's disciples. Instead of confronting Clayton directly, Logan observes the power struggle and recognizes an opportunity to benefit from the internal tension. Radios lashes back, telling Clayton and his disciples to leave if they won't obey orders. Clayton activates his aura, charging forward aggressively, calling Radio's bluff. The two elders prepare to clash violently, their power surging across the room. Concerned mages scramble, realizing the situation is escalating beyond control. Clayton roars, challenging Radios to a direct confrontation. Radios responds with equal fury, raising his fist and preparing to strike. Logan watches silently as both elders stand off, tension thick between their magical flames. As the elders clash, intense magical pressure fills the room, shaking the floor beneath them. One of the young mages watches anxiously, realizing the contract's outcome will determine their future. Logan signs the paper confidently, sealing the deal with a grin. The contract is officially established. The contract was finalized, granting Logan and his group official recognition from the Earth Tower. The Tower Master instructed the 10 disciples to follow, drawing attention from nearby elders. An elder interjected, confirming the contract's validity, regardless of leadership changes within the tower. Despite protests, the elder insisted on joining the mission to support his disciples personally. His declaration caused confusion, as elders rarely involve themselves in such manual efforts. The Tower Master reacted with shock, unable to afford a high-ranking mage for the task. The elder clarified he expected no payment, wanting only to assist and speed up the mission. Another elder demanded a delay, while Logan quickly scheduled the next meeting. The elders' protests were ignored as preparations for departure continued without pause. Logan reflected on the unexpected gain, securing a powerful mage for free. As he planned the next business steps, a familiar voice caught his attention. Reyna appeared. Their reunion was cold, with Reyna mocking Logan's rumored fall from noble grace. Logan brushed off her insults, maintaining composure and downplaying her passive aggression. She continued needling him, referencing their financial history and calling his estate filthy. As Logan walked away, Reyna hinted she knew of his recent military achievements. Reyna showed interest in purchasing the weapon, but Logan politely declined her offer with a smile. As Logan walked away, Reyna clicked her tongue, displeased with his attitude. Logan reflected on his growing reputation from selling Emporic, though nobles still ignored frontier matters. Despite the weapon's flaws, Logan knew Reyna's curiosity meant the wolves already noticed its potential. He realized the crossbow's design was easy to replicate and hoped it could be reused again. Just then, a group arrived at the gate, questioning why Logan wasn't at the meeting spot. Logan brushed off the encounter with Reyna and confirmed the group was ready to depart. Travel began in carriages arranged by Logan, spacious and manned by skilled coachmen. His companions commented on the unnecessary luxury, impressed by the expenses. Logan insisted on respecting powerful mages properly, seeing it as a small cost for great value. As evening came, the group stopped and prepared to rest in the forest. A fire was lit, and the area grew quiet under the moonlight. Suddenly Logan sensed a presence near the campfire, and immediately went on alert. A blade swung at him, but he swiftly dodged, startling the masked intruder. The attacker acknowledged Logan's reflexes, impressed by the young lord's quick reaction surrounded by intruders. Logan faced a group of thieves who mocked his success in the capital. Accused of selling strange potions for profit, Logan remained calm and unbothered by their threats. With a composed stance, he unsheathed his weapon, declaring them suitable practice targets for the night. One bandit shouted in confusion, but Logan had already closed the distance and struck him down. The others reeled in shock, unable to track his swift movements. Another charged in rage, only to be met with Logan's precise counterattack. A third attacker lunged, screaming furiously, but Logan's strike sent him flying through the forest. The remaining enemies stood frozen, realizing they underestimated their opponent. Fear spread as they began to doubt their chances against him. One man screamed to retreat, but suddenly felt paralyzed and unable to move. His legs gave out, his body trembling from unknown pressure. Panic gripped him as he questioned why he couldn't escape. Logan ignited his sword with flames, focusing his energy. With burning force, he leapt forward to deliver a decisive blow. Flame-imbued strikes shattered the ground, overwhelming the final attacker with raw power. Logan launched forward with his flame-imbued sword, striking down another opponent with immense force. The enemy cried out in pain, overwhelmed by the explosive power of the attack. Realizing the energy drain, Logan admitted that maintaining the aura for long was still difficult. Despite the strain, Logan smiled, proud of achieving even temporary use of the Force Blade. He recalled it as an advanced sword technique, compressed into a new power called aura. Nearby bandit, trembling, regretted ever crossing paths with Logan. Logan struck again, disrupting the bandit's energy through sheer blade momentum. The technique left enemies stunned and incapacitated, proving viable in real combat. With blade raised high, Logan advanced, pushing fear deeper into the last attacker's eyes. The final strike ended the ambush, and Logan stood among defeated enemies in silence. A voice called out, revealing someone had witnessed the entire battle. Logan turned to see a figure approaching, his expression tensed. Clayton approached with a stern expression, giving Logan the impression that he was furious. Logan nervously speculated whether his earlier attack on the thieves had caused offense. To his surprise, Clayton praised Logan's skill, showing unexpected respect instead of the scolding he feared. Logan looked puzzled, unsure how to respond to the sudden compliment from the seasoned warrior. Clayton admitted he wasn't an expert on Force users, but recognized Logan's unusual strength and potential. Relieved, Logan smiled, realizing Clayton's serious face had simply been misunderstood as anger. As they walked, Logan wondered why Clayton had come all the way out to find him. Clayton explained his students struggled due to lack of guidance and wished to teach them more. Logan responded supportively, though still unsure why such personal concerns were being shared with him. Clayton requested that Logan allow his disciples time for training, even after they start working. He offered to take on more duties himself to ensure training wouldn't be interrupted. Logan agreed without hesitation, impressed by Clayton's dedication, but sensed something unusual nearby. They noticed mana flowing unnaturally across the ground, moving toward the mage's sleeping quarters. Clayton silently questioned the effort Logan was putting in for something so small. Logan simply smiled, acknowledging Clayton's care for his disciples with quiet admiration. Clayton confessed he had to uphold his duties as a teacher, despite his usual rough demeanor. Logan teased him for being strict, recalling how their disciples were nearly thrown into combat. The story then shifted to the capital, where Logan met with a noble overseeing the region. The noble asked if Logan's mission had been successful, to which Logan confirmed with a nod. Logan revealed the business he started selling medicine, and announced it was already yielding profit. Shocked, the noble demanded more details. Realizing Logan was running a commercial venture behind the scenes, Logan explained he had sold the same medicine he received from the noble. The noble grew agitated, warning Logan to protect the family's dignity with future actions. Logan eased the tension by revealing a connection with the famous sword duke, Felix Esperanza. Logan confirmed he sold the medicine to Felix and received a sword technique in return. The noble exploded in disbelief, fearing damage to their reputation. Logan proudly showed the Iron Blood sword manual, claiming it was a valuable exchange. Privately, Logan admitted the story was a lie to inflate the manual's value. He recalled the true origin, an imperial merchant who uncovered the book from ancient ruins. Knowing it would publicly circulate in 10 years, Logan planned to teach it early for strategic advantage. Logan calculated that combining the Iron Blood sword with divine techniques could become powerful assets for Ronian and his father. However, he knew the technique's intensity could be harmful during training without the right justification. To ensure acceptance, Logan used the Sword Duke's name, successfully convincing his father of its value. The book's quality stunned the father, as it far surpassed any sword techniques passed down in their family. Logan explained that mastering it would raise the Knight Order's strength significantly. The father was moved, eager to repay the Sword Duke's kindness. Unaware of Logan's fabricated story, just as Logan was about to make a proposal, his father unexpectedly handed him the family seal, stating that mastering the technique was a priority. The father left, entrusting Logan with family matters. Logan was left speechless, realizing he had just been handed full authority in the household. Understanding he now had freedom to act, Logan planned to implement everything swiftly before his father returned. Just then, a soldier urgently requested money, revealing the family was struggling to fund fortresses. Logan was shocked to learn that aid from Kairos had also been completely cut off. The soldier begged for funds, assuming Logan's business had made him rich. Logan joked that he had already spent everything, confusing the man. Despite Logan's smile, the soldier didn't find it funny. Still desperate for financial help, Logan confidently smiled while the soldier nervously accepted his explanation about the money being gone. He admitted spending 1.2 million on scrolls, mages, materials, and food for regional welfare. Hearing this, the soldier slumped in disbelief, overwhelmed by how fast the funds had vanished. Logan explained he planned to distribute food worth 1 million gold monthly to the people. The soldier panicked, questioning Logan's sanity over such an enormous expenditure. But Logan anticipated this reaction, having already expected disbelief despite his growing status as a war hero. Logan calmly confirmed his reasoning, insisting the people's needs justified the cost. He also revealed a major project constructing a dam to aid the region's future. 2 weeks later, notices were issued, summoning people to contribute labor across different fortress zones. At Tesran Fortress, citizens voiced frustration, believing nobles were exploiting them with forced labor. Meanwhile, in McLean Fortress, protests grew louder as injured former soldiers raged at unfair conditions. They believed they were being discarded, forced to choose between starvation and dangerous labor. Logan McLean's forces gathered at the castle entrance, ready to confront the nobles who oppressed them. The laborers discussed the hardships they endured, realizing their collective strength could challenge the system. Logan decided it was time to act, giving his followers the signal to seize the opportunity. He gripped his weapon firmly, commanding the group to remove the corrupt nobles from the premises. The massive castle doors began to creak open, under the force of their coordinated effort. Soldiers and peasants advanced together, forming a unified front as the gates revealed the interior. Logan's forces marched forward, meeting mounted knights, who were instructed to prepare for distribution. The nobles and laborers reacted with shock, uncertain of the sudden orders given by Logan. The tension escalated as everyone waited for the consequences of Logan's unprecedented command. Following Logan's instructions, laborers received their share of grain, ensuring their survival and easing years of suffering. The crowd cheered, relief washing over the exhausted workers as hope returned to their lives. An elderly man paused, reflecting silently on the dramatic change brought by Logan's decisive leadership. The laborers raised their voices, hailing Logan McLean for his courage and fairness in restoring justice. His followers acknowledged his leadership, feeling empowered by the clear demonstration of care and strategy. The crowd celebrated in unison, declaring long life to Logan, solidifying his reputation as a just young master. Logan McLean observed the gathering of people, noting their distrust toward the nobles. He reflected on past lessons, understanding that loyalty is earned through protection and fair treatment. Using his knowledge from previous life, Logan planned to demonstrate his commitment, ensuring the people would believe in him. Logan discussed with his aides how his father valued knights as the backbone of the nation, despite limited resources. He maintained a knight order, emphasizing the importance of appearance and trust among the citizens. By compelling the people to gather, Logan reinforced his authority while showing his strategic foresight. Logan assured his subordinates that construction projects could proceed safely under his supervision. He revealed plans to manipulate natural resources, like rivers and mountains, to maximize efficiency. His advisors questioned feasibility, but Logan's confidence and prior knowledge ensured their trust in his plan. Logan analyzed the terrain, recognizing the surrounding mountains and barren lands hindered water flow. He proposed creating a controlled passage for river water, transforming the geography to support his people. Detailed plans included cutting through northern mountains to redirect the river. Combining engineering and magic knowledge, he explained, constructing a tunnel to channel river water through a floodgate would improve farmland irrigation. Using expert dwarves and a fifth circle wizard, Logan's plan became practical and actionable. His vision combined strategic planning and resource management, securing both the land and the loyalty of his people. Logan McLean analyzed the terrain, planning to transform the western McLean wastelands into fertile plains. He instructed his advisors to carefully select the mountain site, considering soil, water levels, and channeling. Construction plans included supporting the tunnel with arches and enlisting help from skilled mages to prevent collapse. Logan confirmed the project's feasibility using prepared magic scrolls and expert mages, delegating tasks efficiently. He gave responsibility for mountain selection to trusted subordinates, combining logistics with magical expertise. His advisors marveled at his foresight, realizing Logan could balance ambition with practical planning. The chosen mountain site was inspected for structural stability, ensuring the tunnel would safely redirect river water. Logan oversaw the excavation, monitoring both natural obstacles and magical reinforcement techniques applied to the rock. Workers and mages followed his guidance, understanding the critical balance between engineering and magical support. Logan coordinated the operation, combining mana sensing with physical labor to accelerate progress. Observers watched as precise magical and physical forces fractured the rock without collapsing it. He continued evaluating energy flow, ensuring the redirected river would support future irrigation and farmland. Logan used his unique power to trace the Earth's energy, revealing intricate patterns in the mountain. Mana flowed in harmony with his previous knowledge, integrating magic and engineering for maximum efficiency. The successful alignment of rock, mana, and human effort demonstrated Logan's ability to reshape both terrain and destiny. Logan McLean observed the Force core evolving, recognizing its extraordinary development beyond his expectations. He instructed his companions to remain alert as he prepared to demonstrate further abilities. A sudden surge of magical energy erupted from Logan, signaling the beginning of a powerful display. Logan directed energy into the ground, causing rocks and debris to levitate with controlled precision. The debris formed a growing mass, impressing observers as the scale of his power became clear. He manipulated the material with exacting control, shaping the mass while maintaining its structural integrity. The debris coalesced into a massive golem, dwarfing nearby figures with its size and presence. Logan and his advisors considered the implications for construction and labor, realizing the efficiency this creation offered. The golem's formation demonstrated Logan's ability to combine magic, strategy, and physical manipulation seamlessly. Logan's subordinate, Clayton, approached urgently, sensing the magnitude of Logan's magical display. The earth and rock responded instantly to Logan's mana, forming precise structures without tools. Observers marveled at the potential, understanding that multiple golems could accelerate large-scale construction projects. Logan inspects the large stone golem and asks the earth mage about production capacity, prompting a discussion about how many constructs can be created. The mage explains that both he and his students can form golems, but their power depends heavily on the quality of mana stones used. He adds that without proper stones, their creations would be small and weak, causing Logan to reconsider material needs. Logan recalls the rarity of mana stones and how they cannot be artificially produced, making them valuable yet difficult to obtain for large-scale use. Despite the cost, he thinks about wartime priorities and evaluates the advantage of strengthening golems with proper stones. The mage confirms that higher quality stones dramatically increase a golem's strength, speed, and durability. He explains that higher circle golems require premium stones, while lower circle ones can function with cheaper grades. Although still expensive, Logan recognizes their effectiveness in short, decisive battles. He imagines the overwhelming impact a strengthened golem could bring on the battlefield. Their conversation is interrupted when news arrives of a monster attacking nearby territory. A massive stone creature emerges, alarming soldiers as it shakes the ground. Logan realizes it is tunneling rather than destroying, signaling a structural threat. He quickly assigns workers to handle the water channel construction while mages manage the tunnel. With multiple tasks ongoing, he directs the workforce to stay organized, despite the chaos. The laborers regroup, preparing for simultaneous construction projects under Logan's command. Logan reviews the 3 major construction projects, beginning with the tunnel and dam that will redirect water toward the wastelands. He observes the water channel designed to distribute the river's flow across the barren lands, ensuring future cultivation and settlement. He recalls assigning workers early to the mine after receiving drilling data, though he hasn't monitored it closely due to the dam's demands. The next day, workers gather near the mine as Logan arrives to inspect progress firsthand. Hamar, exhausted from constant movement between projects, confronts him in frustration. He vents about being overworked, collapsing dramatically after running non-stop between the mine and water channel. Hamar complains that the workload never stops and that everything falls on him when Logan is absent. The workers restrain him as Logan acknowledges his effort and praises his contributions. Logan then assigns Hamar responsibility over all site management, asking only for daily progress reports. Hamar protests, realizing Logan is shifting administrative burdens onto him. Logan reassures him with a promise of rest once construction ends, though Hamar resists. They seal the agreement with a reluctant pinky promise. Logan leaves, noting the mine's faster development compared to his past life. He turns toward the dam, determined that the project must succeed despite uncertainties. That night, he prepares logistics, ensuring construction materials will arrive without delay. Logan reviews the incoming report through the crystal, learning that their lumber trade agreement has been secured at a stable monthly cost. His aide explains that once the mine is completed and the land purified, the territory will undergo a large transformation. Logan considers visiting the area himself, knowing future expansion depends heavily on these early developments. His aide then shares troubling rumors about conflict brewing within the royal family, something heard from merchants and travelers. Logan reflects on his past life, remembering that a civil war erupted shortly after similar rumors spread. He realizes that if events unfold differently now, the timing of the coming war might shift, forcing him to prepare accordingly. Logan identifies the McLean family's role in the future conflict and decides they must stock weapons and armor for 1,500 men. His aide is shocked, believing such armament unnecessary for ordinary soldiers. Logan justifies it, recalling how heavy casualties in the previous war crippled their population and weakened the territory. He explains that reducing conscription while strengthening regular troops is essential for survival. His aide reluctantly agrees, admitting Logan has never led them astray. Logan presses forward confidently, pushing the plan to reinforce all soldiers. His aide promises to investigate the royal rumor while managing financial preparations. Logan reviews their progress, funding from the mine, food from the dam, and equipment upgrades all moving ahead, satisfied. He resolves that their foundation for a major leap forward is finally taking shape. Logan is overwhelmed by the towering stacks of documents placed before him, each requiring review and approval as part of managing the territory. His aide scolds him for signing without checking, revealing that Logan has already spent nearly a month handling non-stop paperwork since taking over his father's duties. When Logan questions the workload, the aide explains that the Lord rarely seems burdened because he delegates most tasks, and now Logan must learn the responsibilities of a successor. Logan protests, insisting he is not the official successor, but the aide dismisses his objection and pushes more documents toward him. Suddenly, a worker bursts into the room reporting an urgent situation, breaking the tense exchange. The worker reveals that Hamar, who had been managing multiple projects alone, has become involved in a serious accident at the mine. Logan listens as the worker explains that a section of the mine has collapsed. The report confirms Hamar is trapped underground, prompting immediate concern. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Logan rises sharply, prepared to act before the damage worsens. News breaks that Hamar is trapped due to a mine tunnel collapse, shocking Logan and his advisors. Logan, unaware that a mine existed in their territory, quickly demands details. The collapse spans over 50 meters, making Hamar's exact location unknown. Logan wastes no time and rushes toward the site. While others are still confused about the mine's sudden existence, miners gather outside, concerned. As Logan arrives at full speed on horseback, he asks for the location of the collapse. A miner explains it is in the middle tunnel, the deepest of the three. Logan enters the dimly lit passage without hesitation, heading toward the blocked area. Logan advances cautiously through the dark tunnel. He senses something and becomes more alert. He discovers a massive pile of rocks sealing the path, with miners trapped behind. Logan reaches the collapsed area and takes command. He touches the rubble, focusing his power. Magic energy begins to form at his fingertips. Using his ability, Logan senses that Hamar and about 10 workers are alive but trapped. An elder says it'll take 3 days to clear the debris, but Logan knows time is short. He resolves to act fast, realizing the longer they wait, the lower the chance of survival. Logan walks with purpose, prompting the elder to admit there is only one option left. In a distant forest clearing, Logan meets a group of cloaked men. He directly asks why they were summoned. The leader steps forward and listens as Logan explains the mine collapse and requests a rescue. Logan offers compensation, while the man confirms the situation in disbelief. Realizing Hamar had been secretly managing the mine, the man agrees to help immediately. He reflects that Hamar was hiding something while pretending to work on weapons. Logan expresses gratitude, and the man accepts, still puzzled by the secrecy. He deduces that if the mine is valuable and hidden, Logan must be desperate to reveal it. Logan's request is questioned, risking a secret mine just to save slaves and workers. Despite doubts, the man prepares to act, casting a powerful earth magic spell. He orders his subordinates to use golems to clear the debris. Zone of the Mages reveals mana stones as the golem's power source. Golems are summoned and begin moving swiftly through the tunnel. The massive debris blocking the path animates, transformed into a golem squad. Logan watches as the golems rapidly clear several meters of debris, accelerating the rescue. The animated constructs continue their work tirelessly, opening a path deeper into the collapsed area. Logan and the others push forward, without pause, determined to reach the trapped workers in time. Despite his noble status, Logan joins the labor, moving rocks alongside the others. The rescuers are surprised by Logan's actions, witnessing a noble working for commoners. Suddenly, a shout confirms that survivors have been located within the rubble. Hamar is found alive, along with the other trapped workers. They are unconscious but only mildly injured, having survived the collapse. Relieved, Logan silently expresses gratitude as the golems continue clearing the last rocks. Later, Hamar is scolded for overexerting himself during construction. Logan advises him to rest and recover fully before resuming work. Though stubborn, Hamar accepts the advice, realizing his limits. Logan reflects on how magic enabled the entire operation to finish within hours. As he walks out, a man commends Logan's secret mine as a valuable asset. Logan is startled by the compliment, unsure how to respond to the praise. Logan worries Clayton might suspect the mine holds gold, which could lead to trouble if exposed. Clayton questions Logan's decision to reveal the secret mine just to seek his help. Logan explains that saving Hamar was essential, as no one else could replace him, and delays would impact future plans. Logan recalls the pain of being powerless in the past, and vows never to let his people suffer again. He says protecting his own is a responsibility he must uphold to avoid being left alone. Impressed, Clayton offers to build a magic tower in Logan's territory. Logan is shocked by the offer, but listens as Clayton explains his intent to settle down. He believes the territory is fit to support a small tower and asks for Logan's opinion. Logan is thrilled, realizing this could change the territory's future dramatically. Logan asks if Clayton's disciples would join and what support is needed. Clayton agrees, trusting Logan's leadership, and they laugh together in celebration. Later that night, under the moonlight, Logan tells Hamar to return to rest, now confident in the future ahead. 1 week after recovering, Hamar informs Logan that he will resume construction work immediately. Logan supports the effort, asking Hamar to do his best to make up for the delay in progress. As Logan enters his office, a subordinate approaches, hesitantly requesting to discuss the mine in secret. Logan confronts Dwayne about secretly developing a mine without informing him, startling the man. Dwayne tries to downplay the situation, but Logan presses him for details on the mine's contents. Dwayne finally reveals that the secretive site is actually a gold mine. Surprising Logan, Logan declares the mine could generate 100 million gold per year, leaving Dwayne stunned. Logan assures him it's no joke, asking if he truly believed he would lie about such a thing. Still in disbelief, Dwayne begins to lose consciousness, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the news. Logan snaps Dwayne out of his daze, then proceeds with the construction despite some delays. The team inspects the completed work, which progressed faster than expected. Logan arrives for a final check, where all key administrators have gathered. Logan reminds the group to stay until the project is fully complete, despite their other duties. One man mocks the scale of the construction, calling it overly extravagant and wasteful. Others question the need for such efforts, unaware of Logan's hidden long-term intentions. While others speculate, Dwayne realizes the true purpose of the dam isn't just water control, but part of a greater transformation plan. He observes that the dam is linked to an underground channel from the Winter River, capable of sustaining the wasteland. Dwayne envisions the barren land turning fertile if water flows continuously through the constructed canals. Logan silently observes the crowd, confirming all involved parties are present, from workers to mages and administrators. Everyone who contributed to the project has gathered. Logan, standing beside Mr. Clayton, gives the signal to begin the operation at the dam site. Clayton questions the need for ceremony, but Logan insists the opening should be memorable. He wants the people to witness the results of their efforts and feel pride in their work. As golems approach the gates, spectators are startled by their sudden appearance. The onlookers panic, mistaking the golems for monsters, causing temporary chaos. An elder calms them, recognizing the golems as familiar magic constructs. Clayton commands the gate to be opened, initiating the final phase. The golems charge toward the floodgates with heavy steps, prepared to open them. Logan and the administrators watch tensely, waiting for the result. Everyone is puzzled when the golems suddenly stop and stand still in front of the gates. As the golems freeze, Clayton panics, shouting at the dwarves about why the floodgates aren't opening. The dwarves explain that they followed instructions, but the gates are too heavy for the golems to lift alone. Logan recalls the earlier warning that the golems were for show, not functional strength, and silently regrets the miscalculation. Logan panics internally, realizing the failure wasn't in the plan but in execution. Clayton threatens the dwarf if the golem's reputation suffers, while the dwarf admits their physical limits without hesitation. Logan commands Clayton to break the floodgate instead of opening it. Logan insists the gate can be rebuilt, and orders its destruction to ensure success. Clayton accepts the order, relays it to the golems, and they begin the task. With full force, a golem smashes the structure, sending cracks through the massive gate. Onlookers gasp in disbelief as the gate is shattered by overwhelming impact. Water bursts through the broken section, flooding into the prepared channels. The current flows rapidly, signaling the dam's activation at last. As water spreads, the astonished crowd watches the transformation begin. The successful breach confirms the project's effectiveness beyond doubt. Logan smiles with satisfaction, confident that his gamble has paid off. Cheers erupt as water flows across the land, confirming the project's success and thrilling the crowd. They celebrate having created a river across the barren land, entirely through their own efforts. Logan reflects that this breakthrough will ease food shortages during the upcoming civil war. Suddenly Logan collapses, and Dwayne rushes over, apologizing for doubting him earlier. Logan assures him it's fine and teases Dwayne for being so emotional. Clayton offers to rebuild the broken floodgate later, suggesting they take a break before resuming mine construction. Logan agrees, noting they'll soon be busy again with farming preparations. He expects many farmers to arrive, requiring new homes to be built near the fertile land. Thinking ahead, Logan turns to Hamar for the upcoming construction responsibilities. Logan jokingly asks if construction is hard, even for Hamar, feigning innocence. Hamar, provoked, defends Dwarves' construction skills as second only to weapon, making Clayton praises Hamar, while Logan keeps teasing with a playful smile. Logan laughs to himself, knowing he's skillfully manipulated Hamar's pride. He plans to exploit that pride to get Hamar to build a whole new village. Logan grins, satisfied that everything is progressing according to his vision. Logan gathers the workers and publicly announces land cultivation rights for the new McLean Plains. He offers low taxes and tenant rights to encourage settlement and gain popular support. The crowd reacts positively, while Logan notes that such open promises prevent noble opposition. 4 weeks later, the completed village layout impresses the observers. Logan reflects on Hamar's contribution, recalling how the dwarf initially hesitated, but proved reliable. The layout includes cross-pattern roads, equal-sized houses, wells, toilets, and external sewage systems. Logan maps out a planned city from his past life, aiming to establish McLean Town. His goal is to concentrate half the territory's population into this new settlement. While distracted by a foul smell, a servant blames the devil seller for his current suffering. Another subordinate bursts in, informing Logan that Hamar reported progress on the gold mine. Logan is shown raw gold nuggets already recovered, indicating the mine's rich potential. Finding gold without refining surprises everyone, boosting confidence in their future. Logan praises the team and confirms the mine can produce a ton of gold monthly. Despite the success, Logan reminds them that more weapons and town construction are still needed. Hamar reacts in shock, realizing rest won't come soon. Exhausted, Hamar collapses after overworking, prompting Logan to consider hiring another dwarf. Though hesitant, Logan grants him a break, but Hamar flees, vowing to sleep for a month. Logan wonders if Hamar was forced awake, as the dwarf cries uncontrollably. Dwayne bursts into tears, realizing the mine could yield 100 million gold annually. Logan reminds him the mine belongs to the McLean family. Dwayne nervously agrees to pay 30% in taxes, calming down slightly. Logan entrusts Dwayne with handling the mine, confident from past results. He warns about keeping the mine secret to avoid external threats. Dwayne agrees and promises to manage it quietly, while Logan remains surprised by his compliance. Logan reflects on his father's absence, noting how much he's accomplished alone. A week later, his father returns and observes the flowing river in the plains. Logan watches silently as his father approaches, sensing a critical moment. Logan recalls giving his father the sword technique that reignited his progress. The father praises Logan's efforts while expressing amazement. Touched by the sight of water in the wasteland, he acknowledges its significance. Logan's father reflects emotionally on his newfound strength and the revival of the land. He acknowledges that these changes, including his own breakthrough, are thanks to Logan. Praising his son, he declares Logan is more capable than himself. Logan humbly deflects the compliment, but his father insists Logan's progress surpasses his decades of effort. Proud, he entrusts all lordship duties to Logan and shifts focus to training knights. Logan is shocked by the sudden delegation of full authority. The father admits he doesn't intend to resume his role as lord. During training he realized age had caught up to him. Although he learned the basics of the sword technique, mastering it proved too difficult. He explains that his aged body can no longer form a proper mana core. Now, he sees it as time for the younger generation to lead. He vows to step back and support Logan as a guide. Logan accepts the responsibility, realizing he can't refuse. His father instructs the maid to help Logan fulfill his new duties. She acknowledges the order, ready to assist Logan moving forward. Encouraged by his father, Logan steps forward to face the lady under the parasol. She acknowledges Logan's growth and reveals her past opposition stemmed from concern for Ronian. Logan apologizes, but she insists the fault was hers, and offers her own apology. She admits she once rejected Logan's earlier apology due to her own pride. Now more open, she expresses hope that Logan will forgive her attitude. She brings up Ronian's training, impressed by his progress under Logan's guidance. Logan explains Ronian formed a force core and mastered the first sword form within a week. She expresses joy, having not seen Ronian this happy in years. Thanking Logan, she entrusts Ronian's future to him before taking her leave. Logan runs after her, asking her to speak casually again, like she did in his youth. He calls her mother with a sincere smile. She tears up silently, moved by his words. The family silently parts ways under the warm light. Logan watches them go, quietly nodding to himself. As they walk toward the horizon, Logan stands alone, prepared for the future ahead. Logan oversees the town's completion and plans to begin clearing land for farming before spring arrives. He discusses hopes of restoring the McLean Plains with greater yields than before, aiming to reclaim lost prosperity. To ensure relocation, Logan grants land rights to new residents and starts recruiting potential soldiers for training. The Knight Commander praises Logan's efforts but expresses frustration with undisciplined soldiers under his command. He slams his hand down, enraged by the divided behavior of the troops, calling them hopeless. He scolds both the McLean Knights and defectors for acting like separate factions. He points out that although united now, the soldiers still act like enemies. He admits the difficulty of trusting former foes, yet reminds them of a knight's true duty, blaming their lack of hunger. He compares their apathy to Logan's hard work and his own relentless training. Angered, the commander unleashes a fierce attack, punishing their complacency. A senior knight intervenes, calming the situation. The commander orders the knights to relearn swordsmanship from scratch. Determined, the commander decides to discipline them fully and leave a real knight order for Logan. Elsewhere, a scribe reacts to a massive workload of applications from new residents. Overwhelmed, staff gossip about Logan's influence while acknowledging his effectiveness. The financial officer grows frustrated, demanding others stop questioning Logan's decisions. He slams documents on the desk, reminding them that increased budgets come from somewhere. Though stressed, he ultimately concedes, urging everyone to follow the young master's plans. Suddenly, he panics after discovering Logan's plan to spend 10 million gold bars. Logan calmly explains he intends to buy 100 kilograms of mithril, shocking the staff. Despite their protests, Logan insists, while the scribe resists signing for such a costly purchase. An advisor states that mithril is nearly impossible to acquire, regardless of wealth. He explains mithril's extreme value, being strong, light, and rich in mana. Even wealthy nobles cannot obtain it easily, making Logan's request seem unrealistic. Logan acknowledges that more than money is needed, power is also essential. With a confident grin, he hints at a plan to gain that power. Elsewhere, a noble receives a mysterious message from McLean territory via crystal orb. He orders the message forwarded to the Duke, unsure of its relevance. 30 minutes later, the Duke arrives urgently, surprising everyone. Witnesses wonder what importance McLean holds to provoke such a reaction. The Duke initiates contact with Logan through a magic communication device, greeting him warmly. He acknowledges the lack of updates and expresses appreciation for Logan's initiative. Logan questions the Duke's motives, wondering if he's offering help or repayment for something. The Duke unexpectedly announces that his wife is pregnant, visibly joyful. Logan is caught off guard but congratulates him sincerely. The Duke credits Logan's earlier help for the happy news, though Logan is confused by the praise. Laughing it off, the Duke calls it a blessing from the heavens, yet thanks Logan again. He invites Logan to the capital once the child is born, promising to teach him a technique. Logan is shocked at the offer and tries to hide his surprise. The Duke prepares to end the call but asks if Logan needs anything. Logan seizes the chance, requesting 100 kilograms of mithril directly. The Duke, realizing the scale, sees Logan needs someone with power. He jokingly questions how Logan earned so much, impressed by the results. Amused, The Duke agrees to help and promises to handle the mithril request personally. Logan thanks him, though quietly notes the growing misunderstanding about his wealth. Before ending the call, the Duke requests Logan to attend the celebration when his child is born. He asks Logan to call him teacher instead of formal titles, signaling a closer bond. After the communication ends, Logan quietly reflects on the conversation, his thoughts lingering. Logan suddenly remembers a promise to review the production budget and rushes to act on it. He debates whether to inform Hamar, thinking the man deserves some rest before being disturbed. Logan decides to let Hamar rest, acknowledging the dwarf's hard work and calling himself a generous employer. In the outskirts of Nojin Castle, a group of young men under 20 gathers after passing a basic recruitment test. Logan McLean faces doubts about recruiting such a large number, but he insists on handling it himself. He recalls the Empire's military system, where elite knight trainees are backed by regular soldiers to form a powerful combat force. Soldier candidates must pass physical tests before turning of age, and those who succeed become regular troops. Some among them undergo brutal training beyond human limits to qualify as elite knight units. This system, invented by Grand Instructor Ark the Silver, helped the Empire build 50,000 knights and win wars. Logan reflects on this method, realizing it helped launch a major invasion 9 years later. He regrets not being able to recruit older men due to labor needs for town construction. When asked about the selection method, he replies that they picked based on running performance. Logan adds further criteria, like eyesight and reflexes, to evaluate candidates. The first test involves stopping when they see a distant picture. One boy humorously misinterprets the image, drawing attention. Logan dismisses flattery and rejects the boy at first. However, another boy identifies the image as a rooster, noting its comb. Logan is shocked by the boy's sharp eyesight from such distance. The second test begins, requiring candidates to walk and stop when hearing a specific word from a whispering instructor. Many boys struggle to hear due to the fluctuating voice, but one accurately guesses the word, surprising the examiner. Despite the instructor speaking to himself, the boy responds correctly, leading Logan to select him for his exceptional hearing. Logan reviews the test results and finds 250 recruits passed, based only on hearing and vision tests. He plans to choose around 500, aiming for a 1,000-man force, including trained soldiers. Many candidates are malnourished, but Logan believes feeding and training can turn them into capable fighters. Victor, one of the candidates, aggressively practices his sword techniques with determination. Observers note his dedication but question his unrefined style. Victor believes that mastering 1,000 swings and awakening his inner power will make him a knight. Driven by urgency, Victor pushes himself harder, afraid Logan might give up on him. Logan appears, surprising Victor during practice. Impressed, Logan quietly acknowledges Victor's natural talent. Despite being only 16, Victor maintains solid stance, while swinging wildly. Logan notices Victor generates more momentum when not using standard techniques. Logan concludes Victor needs a sparring partner to refine his unique style. Logan informs Victor about his upcoming departure to Tehran to train soldiers during winter and invites Victor to join. Surprised, Victor asks if he can bring his sister Rhea with him. Logan smiles and agrees, as long as Victor talks it over with Rhea first. Logan questions Victor's decision to bring a girl to a male-dominated training camp. Victor insists on taking her along, showing his emotional side when it concerns his sister. Logan accepts the request but warns Victor he'll bear full responsibility if any issues arise. Victor promises to take care of Rhea seriously. Logan asks if his sister is truly that important to him. Victor replies she's his only family and admits their parents died because of him. Victor continues, explaining Rhea became parentless because of him too. Logan silently listens and praises Victor's attitude. At Tehran Castle, intense training begins with strict physical drills. The recruits hesitate, prompting the instructor to yell at them to start running. As they begin, the drill sergeant praises Logan's decision to keep experienced staff. Logan explains he re-signed mercenary contracts to avoid restarting training from scratch. Logan is asked if he is planning to start a war soon, but he calmly denies it. He clarifies that he's not a warmonger. Yet war is sometimes unavoidable. Hearing this, the drill sergeant calls Logan a monster, overwhelmed by his mindset. Victor charges ahead of the group during training, drawing everyone's attention. Some recruits gossip, revealing Victor is a slave, which surprises others. Motivated by pride, a boy declares he won't lose to someone like Victor, pushing himself harder. Logan observes that Victor's determination to never give up is more than enough. He believes Victor already possesses force and is nearing an awakening. Logan hopes Victor will become the strongest knight, but future events show otherwise as Victor is seen bloodied, holding a weapon after committing murder. At Tesron Castle's barracks, the sun rises as trainees gather for breakfast after training. The kitchen serves warm soup and fresh bread, presented neatly for the cadets. Young soldiers fill the hall, eagerly expressing gratitude as they begin to eat together. Some trainees casually chat, enjoying the consistent meals they've received in recent weeks. A cheerful girl, seemingly part of the staff, kindly hands out bread while offering a warm smile. The boys are captivated by her kindness and admire her appearance as she walks away. One trainee considers approaching the girl, but the mood quickly shifts. A threatening presence erupts as a dark-haired trainee unleashes killing intent. He warns others to avert their gaze from the girl, causing panic among the boys. The girl returns to serving food, unaware of the tension behind her. A cadet quietly wonders whether she even ate before starting her shift. Meanwhile, others grow uneasy under the intense atmosphere. The dark-haired trainee clenches his hand tightly, masking growing anger. Later that night, the girl walks alone outside the castle, carrying a basket of food. Logan observes her from a distance, worried about how far she's gone alone so late. Logan notices something unusual and turns sharply toward the direction of movement. He spots Rhea in the distance, hurriedly carrying food in the dark. Suddenly, Victor grabs Rhea's wrist, startling her and Logan at the same time. Rhea panics at Victor's forceful action, calling his name in fear. She drops the bread as Logan rushes forward, demanding an explanation. Without hesitation, Logan delivers a powerful punch, launching Victor into the air. Victor crashes into the ground, screaming in pain. Bloodied and enraged, he clutches his nose, accusing Logan with hatred. Calling Logan a bastard, he prepares for retaliation. Now visibly injured, Victor lashes out, insulting Logan and Rhea while shouting about their low status. Logan responds with unrelenting force, landing another brutal strike to Victor's face. Victor is knocked back again, unable to resist Logan's overwhelming strength. Victor groans in agony, barely able to stand. Rhea watches in fear as Victor collapses to the ground. Tears fill Victor's eyes as he begs for help, completely broken. A furious attacker charges at Logan, yelling with murderous intent. Logan swiftly dodges the assault while a blonde trainee secretly watches in panic. The boy runs for help, realizing the situation has become critical as Victor cries out. Dark, haunting voices echo in Logan's mind, urging him to act. He envisions commands from a mysterious force telling him to protect Rhea. Snapping out of it, Logan prepares to fight back as someone arrives and calls out to him. Logan breathes heavily, injured but composed as a knight questions his late whore activities. He shifts attention to Rhea, who appears shocked by the incident. Logan orders Victor to rest, while another trainee is told to dispose of the attacker's corpse. The knight speaks with Logan, asking if he regrets his actions. Logan firmly denies it, stating he has no regrets about what he did. However, the knight points out that bringing Rhea may be what Logan truly regrets. Logan realizes the danger Rhea faced by being brought there. The knight emphasizes that risking her safety isn't worth it, despite good intentions. He advises Logan to think clearly and avoid putting her in future danger. The knight explains that he allowed Victoria's presence so Logan would realize the danger firsthand. Internally, the knight reflects that things escalated beyond expectation, but hopes Logan has learned from it. Logan nods silently, and the knight hopes this ends Logan's overprotectiveness. Logan asks what punishment awaits him for the killing incident. He firmly states he'll accept the consequences, but pleads for Rhea to be spared, as she was only a victim. The knight agrees, acknowledging Logan's effort and instructs him to seek permission next time. The knight reassures Logan, calling him a future knight and not someone who should be hindered by filth. Logan is surprised, but accepts the words with determination, ready to move forward. A fireplace glows warmly, symbolizing the night settling after the chaos. A superior questions if it's right to judge the case alone when a slave killed a commoner. The knight defends his decision, calling Victor his property and revealing the dead trainee's dark past. The superior, satisfied, clarifies that the death was effectively carried out under the knight's orders. Plans are made to publicly disgrace the criminal and use his execution as a lesson to the soldiers. Curious, the superior asks what's being marked on the map. The knight grins and reveals a surprise event monster sighting for the troops. Rumors spread through the camp after Victor killed a fellow soldier, leaving the others in shock. Outrage grows as they learn the victim assaulted Victoria, someone widely adored in the group. Despite the uproar, most feel uneasy about the dead man, and the case is quietly resolved. 3 months pass, and the new year begins with Logan and his companion reflecting on their long journey. Training had lasted 90 days, reducing 1,000 trainees to just 867 who passed. Now, only those with exceptional discipline and preparation remain in the program. Logan confirms the supplies are insufficient for the whole army but enough for training exercises. He proposes conducting joint combat training in the mountain forest. His father agrees, noting that real combat experience is necessary for further growth. Logan and his father discuss how real combat will enhance skills. As tensions rise, they prepare to test their strength in upcoming training. The older knight senses hard times approaching, his gaze turning solemn. Soon after, training begins in the southern mountains under his command. Knights brace themselves as an intense clash erupts. The explosion of power signals the start of serious combat training. After a clean strike, the knights celebrate their success in slicing a giant tree with one blow. Logan and his father quietly assess the power of the iron blood sword technique. The trainees, amazed by the knight's strength, are warned not to lower their guard. Logan reveals they are inside a monster-infested forest, not an ordinary one. Goblins appear and charge toward the soldiers without hesitation. The trainees clash with the goblins, fighting with everything they've learned. One trainee confidently defeats his enemies, impressed by his own growth. Logan commands a ranged attack as the goblins scatter and try to flee. A wave of arrows eliminates several monsters trying to escape. While many goblins retreat, the trainees cut them down one after another. Suddenly, tremors shake the ground as a large shadow approaches. A massive beast bursts through the forest, charging at high speed. The soldiers regroup immediately, sensing a far greater threat. A giant monster charges through their formation with destructive power. One trainee stands frozen as the beast closes in rapidly. Fierce beasts charge through the battlefield, pushing the soldiers into a chaotic melee. A quick-thinking commander orders the crossbow cavalry to be deployed. With a single command, a volley of bolts is unleashed to halt the beast's advance. The arrows rain down, forcing the creatures into retreat. The cavalry circles around to block any escaping monsters. Logan instructs everyone to form up, ensuring no enemies break through their lines. As the formation holds, one soldier bravely intercepts a charging beast alone. With swift swordsmanship, he delivers a powerful blow to stop the attack. His decisive strike clears the path for others to regroup and press forward. Another trainee rushes to help an injured comrade pinned under a beast. Just as the creature prepares to finish its prey, a knight arrives with a fiery slash. The flames slice clean through. Saving the wounded soldier at the last moment, Logan restores order, commanding the panic to fall back with the injured. He notes the weakness of most, but spots promise in the top-ranking trainees. With determination, he watches the capable ones holding their ground fiercely. Among the trainees, Victor stands out as he charges into battle with fierce determination. He quickly realizes he must face two beasts at once without support. Without hesitation, he counters the incoming monsters with powerful, precise strikes. The battlefield calms briefly as Victor stands among fallen beasts, panting from exhaustion. Despite his fatigue, a look of pride appears as he grips his weapon tightly. Bloodied but smiling, he holds firm, proving his growth in real combat. Later, Victor quietly exchanges glances with other trainees, now seen in a new light. From afar, Logan observes Victor's change, acknowledging his newfound confidence. Logan concludes that Victor has broken free from his shell and will soon rise further. Logan's troops finish clearing the last of the monsters after a month and a half of combat training. They reflect on how lucky they were to discover 3 monster-filled towns before an attack reached the castle. One soldier wonders if Logan predicted all this, but another believes it was more than coincidence. Logan leads the men in tree felling to support town construction, urging them to push through fatigue. The soldiers, though tired from dual duties, carefully move timber to avoid damage. Despite exhaustion, Logan notes the waste of valuable trees due to monster threats and now reclaims them. Logan explains the dual purpose of training soldiers while gathering lumber for infrastructure. Though progress was slower, they identified cadets with innate survival instincts during the training. Logan hopes their development will boost forces ahead of the upcoming civil war. Logan asks Hamar if the town can be completed before spring cultivation. Hamar cautiously agrees, noting improved efficiency as workers gain experience. Suddenly, Logan hears an unexpected sound that catches his attention. The commotion is caused by a powerful earth mage launching an unexpected attack. He casts a defensive earth wall in the middle of the town construction area. Everyone turns in shock as the confrontation escalates without warning. A large pillar is erected as construction advances, rapidly, surprising workers with its size. Logan praises the mages for completing the magic tower under difficult conditions, and keeps his promise of financial support. He adds that, whether it's called a town or city doesn't matter, as long as it thrives. Logan explains the town will become the territory's new center, surpassing even McLean or Tesrin. He emphasizes the importance of accessibility and farming convenience over appearances or prestige. However, a knight warns that large population centers risk rebellion, prompting Logan to highlight the solution: fair treatment. Logan states firmly that rebellion won't occur if the people aren't exploited, earning admiration from his men. He assures them the earthen walls are sufficient because he'll prevent any battle from reaching the town. Logan vows to strike first in war, making sure the town never becomes a battlefield. Hamar praises Logan's care for his people, while Logan downplays it with humility. As snow falls, Logan begins a solo training session under the moonlight. Focused and calm, he draws his blade in preparation. Logan charges forward, sword glowing red with power and determination. He slashes with immense force, unleashing a massive shockwave into the snowy forest. A bright explosion erupts in the distance, and Logan stands silently, observing the result. Logan's attack pierces through a massive boulder, showcasing his growing strength. Astonished, he confirms that he not only shattered the rock but pierced the trees behind it. He proudly observes the deep impact, realizing how far his training has come. Recalling the second form of his sword technique, Logan thinks about how powerful and refined it's become. While his skills improve, the territory also stabilizes under efficient leadership. Over the months, construction progresses steadily, and signs for McLean Town are prepared. As spring passes, families arrive, smiling as they witness the town's growth. Children play happily around the new buildings and lively streets. By early summer, Logan reviews reports, satisfied with the prosperity unfolding. Logan hears updates about land reclamation and a minor shortage of labor. He instructs them to accept all incoming refugees to address manpower needs. When asked about Hamar, Logan says the dwarf is still on vacation. Another advisor reveals that Hamar took mithril before his break. Logan explains that he gave it willingly for weapon crafting during Hamar's rest. Chuckling, Logan remarks that for a dwarf, working with rare metals is the real vacation. Logan's town settlement is complete, with no major issues in land cultivation. Meanwhile, Viscount Max Pareda slams his desk in disbelief. Shocked, McLean reclaimed the wasteland. He begins questioning how they managed such progress, especially financially. A subordinate mentions rumors that Logan profited through business or discovered a gold mine. Max angrily dismisses the rumors, but admits the reclaimed land's yield could be double theirs. Realizing McLean's sudden rise, Max states they can't remain idle any longer. His aide suggests creating an excuse to intervene, but Max says they already have one. Refugees from their territory fled to McLean, giving them a reason to act. However, Max admits it is too risky alone and identifies Sylvan as the key problem. Max decides to contact the Sylvan Viscounty, aiming to unite their power. He plans for both Viscounties to join forces and crush McLean. Grinning wickedly, Max declares his strategy a wise move. Logan reports that 300 promising recruits are being trained separately with no assignments. An elder questions the claim, surprised by the idea of so many potential knights. Another voice protests, saying even after years of training, few awaken the force. They argue that statistically only 10 knights emerge per 1,000 soldiers. Logan calmly explains they are still maintaining the original training system alongside the elite unit. Though one man doubts the necessity in peaceful times, Logan warns of territorial tensions. Logan stresses that their growth and reclaimed lands will inevitably provoke others. He names Sylvan and Pareda as neighbors with interest in their new territory. He warns that enemies have excuses ready, even if McLean has done nothing wrong. When asked if it is due to refugees, Logan points to the influx from rival lands. He says Pareda and Sylvan may use refugee presence as justification for conflict. An elder erupts in anger, blaming Logan for not stopping this in advance. The elder accuses Logan of planning war from the start. Logan states bluntly that these are enemies they must face eventually. The others are stunned, while the Lord silently regrets giving up his authority. News arrives that Sylvan and Pareda have sent envoys, confirming Logan's prediction. The advisors are stunned by the development as tension rises in the room. Logan calmly states that the situation has begun and suggests they plan their response. The flags of the envoys are raised as a delegation enters McLean territory. They are greeted by the city's structured entrance, drawing excitement from the travelers. One envoy is impressed, stating he has never seen a city like this before. They observe that the town is built around a central crossroad with orderly design. Though not refined, the city gives off a strong and clean impression. The envoys note the bright appearance of the commoners and consider the land worth taking. The soldiers admire the city but are unaware of Logan's identity at first. They're surprised to hear it was all designed by the young master. They confirm Logan, though young, is the mastermind behind the town's success. The knights boast about Logan's intellect and strength, praising his wartime leadership. As they approach the castle, they continue sharing his achievements. Inside the palace, Logan steps forward to formally welcome the envoys. The envoys praise the city's soldiers, then quickly demand refugee return, resource compensation, and control of the Tevron Plains. They justify the demand by claiming it is adjacent to Paretta's territory, and thus rightfully theirs. Logan silently watches, aware their terms are a veiled threat rather than diplomacy. He realizes they're effectively asking McLean to surrender half its land and power. He points out that their demands are a clear provocation of war. The others begin to grasp the gravity of the threat as tension rises in the hall. McLean knights react with outrage, seeing the demands as a declaration of war. They accuse the envoys of madness and dishonor. Still defiant, the envoys threaten retaliation if knights are mobilized in response. Heinkel declares that McLean does not fear war and refuses to yield. The envoy warns McLean will be destroyed, but Logan dismisses the threat. Logan argues that refugees can't be used as leverage and calls out their disgrace. Heinkel ends negotiations, declaring there's no reason to continue the talks. The envoys panic, shocked McLean is ready for war. As they retreat, they call McLean mad for choosing all-out conflict. The McLean guards step forward as the envoys insult their host, drawing weapons in response. Logan calmly calls them insane for speaking so brazenly in another's territory. One envoy tries to object, but fear overtakes his voice as Logan approaches. The guards charge to stop Logan, but he prepares his weapon without hesitation. His eyes sharpen as he grips the cane, ready to act with full intent, with swift force. Logan strikes forward, overpowering the guards in a single motion. The hall erupts in chaos as the McLean knights subdue the enemies without killing. Logan continues his assault, asserting dominance over the situation. He warns the envoys that fleeing doesn't erase the consequences of their actions. As one envoy tries to flee, Logan slashes near him, forcing him to fall back. The terrified survivor kneels, vowing to deliver McLean's will back to his lord. Logan remains composed as the room quiets in awe and tension. The envoy pleads for forgiveness, while his shaken companion praises Logan's power. Heinkel, now smiling, gives the order to prepare for war. The Knights of McLean raise their weapons and rally for battle. News of the Sylvan envoy's death spreads, shaking political alliances. McLean immediately sends a magical message to Viscount Sod Sylvan and another noble, outraged. Viscount Sod demands answers and compensation for the envoy's supposed insult. Sylvan nobles scoff at McLean's stance, seeing their rise in power as arrogance. Despite mockery, they agree to give McLean one last chance to explain. A.T. Tesrin Barracks. McLean's commanders receive Sylvan's demands through magical communication. The demands include returning a runaway, paying compensation, and giving up a strategic plane. Logan and his aide analyze the message and see an opportunity. Logan plans a swift military strike to silence further provocations. They agree that speed is key to capturing Sylvan before resistance forms. Kaisalon enters with a detailed troop report, confirming full readiness. McLean has 1389 regulars and hundreds more in reserves, ready to deploy. Logan checks weapon supplies and confirms full armament. He's confident even a united Sylvan and Pareda can't outmatch McLean's force. By merging both territories, McLean aims to rival the power of Margraves. While the Empire's first and second princes prepare for the throne, noble factions begin aligning secretly. Logan aims to back the third prince, to avoid detection and maintain neutrality. In his past life, the first prince used McLean, then discarded them, weakening the kingdom's core. The second prince showed similar behavior, despite his impressive skills. The third prince, though from a concubine, showed promise and had once been favored. Logan resolves to support him and win the civil war to crown the third prince. To succeed, Logan must keep McLean's size modest and avoid attracting attention. Kaisalon interrupts, announcing good news about a subordinate. Victor, one of Logan's men, has awakened his force and is ready to report. Logan demands proof. Victor activates his power without hesitation. His force manifests as a rare gray aura, shocking the observers. Logan and Heinkel are stunned by the color and strength of Victor's energy. Logan praises Victor for achieving this level in just 2 years. Victor is acknowledged as a true aura user with consistent talent across lifetimes. Logan frees Victor, handing over his slave document and declaring his path to knighthood. Logan reveals he had anticipated Victor's awakening and prepared to free him in advance. Despite the gesture, Logan informs Victor that his formal promotion to knight must wait until after the war. He explains that a recently escaped slave being knighted could cause friction with other nobles. Victor questions Logan's trust, but Logan clarifies, it's not mistrust, just timing. Logan burns the slave document, officially severing Victor's ties to servitude. He reveals Victor's true desire is to fight and promises worthy opponents soon. Logan prepares a response to Sylvan, beginning with a formal tone. He starts to question their protest's legitimacy and insult the envoy's conduct. Heinkel urges him to skip the formalities and deliver the real message directly. Logan sends a blunt challenge, a call for battle without negotiation. McLean forces begin their charge towards Sylvan Castle. The army bears a burning banner, igniting alarm among Sylvan's defenders. Sylvan soldiers panic as the enemy approaches. Their commander, enraged, orders the knights to prepare for war. Despite hesitating earlier, the Sylvan forces now ready themselves for full-scale combat. Callian, now a high-ranking knight, declares his readiness to rival Patrick McLean in battle. Soto Sylvan receives no word from Pareda and suspects they're negotiating behind the scenes. Sylvan contemplates attacking McLean quickly before any external reinforcements arrive. His subordinate fears Pareda's betrayal after the conflict begins. Sylvan notes the odd timing McLean's attack came immediately after the protest. Despite his doubts, Sylvan acknowledges that something feels off, suspecting Pareda's shift in allegiance. Enraged, Soto Sylvan clenches his fist, insulted by McLean's aggression. He mocks them for hiding and promises to behead Patrick himself. Patrick McLean advances with his troops, prepared for direct confrontation. Sylvan decides to contact Bifroze and bribe them to keep Pareda in check. Their plan is to destroy McLean and later turn on Pareda. Orders are issued, and the knights prepare to execute this two-front betrayal. Logan leads a cavalry unit across the plains towards Sylvan territory, aiming for a swift siege. His father advises against attacking yet, fearing Viscount Sylvan might flee if pressured too soon. Logan agrees, confident that Soto Sylvan's pride will draw him out without provocation. A knight questions how Logan knows Soto Sylvan, considering Logan has lived in McLean all his life. Inside the castle, gates creak open slowly, revealing Sylvan troops preparing to exit. As cavalry rides out, the enemy prepares to confront McLean forces head-on. Sylvan forces, 3,000 strong, begin mobilizing outside the fortress in tight formation. Patrick McLean acknowledges they are outnumbered 1.5 times over. Soto Sylvan, confident, mocks McLean's audacity and commands his men to advance. The McLean cavalry charges forward without hesitation, undeterred by the numbers. Soto Sylvan ridicules them, calling them unrefined mercenaries in proper gear. Despite appearances, Sylvan realizes McLean's troops are better equipped and positioned than expected. Enraged, Soto Sylvan declares he'll prove McLean's weakness in battle today. Heavy crossbows are lifted, an unusual weapon to see in open warfare. Sylvan sneers at Patrick McLean, but underestimates the shocking effect of crossbows on the battlefield. Patrick McLean gives the order to fire, launching a powerful volley of crossbow bolts. A storm of arrows rains down on Sylvan's forces, catching them by surprise. Soto Sylvan raises his shield, but the overwhelming attack forces him onto the defensive. Soto blocks the bolts one by one, realizing these aren't ordinary projectiles. The crossbow bolts strike with incredible power, even shaking his stance. Frustrated, he growls in rage as the force of the attack disrupts his advance. Soto yells that it's no ordinary assault, and commands his men to harden their aura knights. Scream as the crossbows pierce their defenses. Panic spreads. Soto realizes too late how dangerous the weapons are, and vows to retaliate. Blinded by fury, Soto declares he will kill them all, and leads a reckless charge. Patrick orders the troops to spread out, catching Sylvan off guard. Soto is confused by the sudden change in McLean's formation. McLean's cavalry breaks formation, surging through with speed and precision. They bypass the enemy knights, and aim directly for the vulnerable soldiers. Soto clenches his teeth, furious, as he realizes McLean's true strategy. Soto Sylvan briefly considers retreat, but his pride drives him to challenge McLean directly. He calls out the Knights of Sylvan to face their enemy without fear. Patrick McLean recognizes Soto's weapon, alarmed that he wields a force blade. Soto charges and unleashes a devastating slash, cutting down men and mounts alike. His overwhelming power disrupts the front lines, sending enemies flying. Observers realize he's reached the advanced rank, shocking even Patrick. Patrick rallies the McLean Knights, urging them to crush the enemy with full strength. Clashes erupt across the battlefield, as swords strike with fury. From afar, a shocked observer watches the tide turn in McLean's favor. A McLean Knight recalls that only half a year ago, their strength matched Sylvan's. Now, they dominate, even leveling up mid-battle through sheer momentum. One knight steps forward boldly, calling out his challengers. The knights acknowledge that Logan's intense training truly prepared them. A determined warrior slashes forward, ready to end the enemy's arrogance. The McLean force pushes deep into enemy lines, unrelenting in their charge. The McLean Knights strike swiftly, injuring and disarming Sylvan soldiers with overwhelming power. One soldier clutches his broken wrist, shocked by how quickly the tables have turned. Among them, a calm and composed knight radiates red energy, drawing attention on the battlefield. Sylvan soldiers panic, realizing the enemy captain's speed surpasses their high-ranking knights. The McLean Knight reflects on his growth, having surpassed the wall to become advanced rank. He notes that aside from one powerful Sylvan Knight, the rest pose little threat. Logan appears, charging with intense speed and sword drawn, heading straight for the enemy's strongest. From the distance, Soto Sylvan locks eyes with Logan, sensing the danger. Clenching his teeth in frustration, Soto realizes the threat Logan poses and curses under his breath. Logan, having mastered the second form of the divine sword secrets, pushes himself to near high-ranking knight level. Despite progress, he hits an unseen wall that halts further growth for several months. During this uncertain time, he senses that breakthrough is close, but remains just out of reach. A sudden clash with a visiting high-ranking knight from another territory provides a chance to test his limits. The knight attacks fiercely, igniting a heated battle as Logan holds his ground. Flames and impact swirl as Logan unleashes power, refusing to retreat. The enemy, relying solely on strength without technique, taunts Logan, yet Logan's strike overpowers the brute force and pushes the knight back. The opponent is stunned that an intermediate knight could do such damage. Logan lowers his guard briefly, thinking the fight has balanced. His opponent prepares to go all out, but Logan counters with a hidden technique. 3 energy swords form around Logan, shocking the enemy. The opponent launches forward, evading the floating swords. He focuses on Logan's real weapon, believing it's the only threat. But Logan realizes the plan worked. His opponent fell for the bait. Logan strikes with precision, forcing his opponent to retreat in shock. Realizing all 3 swords are real, the enemy barely avoids a fatal blow. Logan confirms the truth with a smirk, calling it an intriguing trick. The enemy, frustrated, declares he will end the fight and charges in rage. He reveals a hidden 4th sword, planning to overpower Logan. Despite Logan's calm, the man readies to clash with full force. As he rushes forward, the floating swords begin to drift and lose power. He senses something is interfering with them, the closer he gets. Infuriated, he unleashes a powerful attack in defiance. Logan maintains control, sensing the enemy's movements becoming wilder. The man believes Logan's rhythm is faltering and strikes repeatedly, but Logan regains composure, defending with refined precision. Logan repositions, thinking calmly despite pressure. He takes it slow, frustrating the enemy further. Angrily, the opponent mocks Logan, declaring the attacks too weak to matter. The enemy charges at Logan, screaming for death, but Logan remains calm and composed. He gathers energy as time slows in his focus, sensing a shift within. A glowing aura begins to form, signaling a decisive moment. The enemy attempts a strong slash, but Logan vanishes and reappears instantly. Caught off guard, the man's blade is deflected, and Logan moves behind him. Shocked, he realizes Logan's speed surged in a split second. The knight panics, realizing Logan has advanced further than expected. Logan calmly states that he'll repay the opponent for aiding his growth. Powerful attack descends as Logan finishes his statement with lethal precision. The strike hits the ground explosively, forcing the knight to retreat. Stunned, the man tries to act composed, but acknowledges Logan's strength. Logan reflects that the attack must be flashy to boost morale for his troops. Logan launches Divine Sword Secrets, 3rd style Rippling Divide. A massive golden wave erupts from his blade, overwhelming the field. The enemy is caught in the blast, stunned by the overwhelming force. Soldiers from both sides are stunned as they realize Logan has defeated their captain. Logan stands calmly, sword planted in the ground, flames fading around him. He declares the enemy leader has fallen, signaling the end of the battle. Logan announces the capture of Soto Sylvan, shaking the enemy's morale. He offers mercy to those who surrender and lay down their arms. The scene cuts to the aftermath. Sylvan's knights lie dead. 1223 soldiers lost. The McLean side celebrates with no soldier losses and only minor knight casualties. The battle, which began that very day, ended in mere hours. This overwhelming victory is expected to ignite a greater conflict. News of Sylvan's defeat reaches a distant territory, alarming a noble. Tension rises as advisors acknowledge McLean's shocking success. A lord watches in silence, calculating the impact of the growing war. Logan offers Soto Sylvan one final chance: apologize, take only the minimum belongings, and leave with his kin. Standing firm, Logan delivers this offer as the sun sets behind him, radiating finality. Soto refuses to yield, declaring Count Bifrost will not tolerate Logan's bold overreach. Logan reflects silently. Bringing up Bifrost in front of his father is tactless. He recalls how Bifrost once rose during the fall of the McLean family, exploiting chaos. The fertile McLean lands became Bifrost Plains, and Bifrost claimed the title of Southwest Lord. Though Bifrost never directly ordered McLean to submit, his name alone angers Logan. Logan threatens Soto again, demanding a decision before death claims him. Soto lunges, but is immediately struck down, collapsing at Logan's feet. Logan respects Soto's desire for an ungraceful death and ends him swiftly. His father acknowledges the decision with a quiet, "Well done." Logan hopes this show of mercy prevents backlash from other nobles, especially Bifrost. Later at Suian Castle, Logan hears Pareda has not made any moves. He trusts Clayton to hold Tesseron Castle if needed. Victory over Sylvan wasn't from strength. Alone McLean had strategic insight and resolve. Logan's forces, using golems, strategically retreat to defend Tesseron Castle from future threats. Logan points out the flaw in managing 3 castles separately and suggests reorganizing command. They decide to station the knights in the central town of McLean for efficient response. Patrick McLean agrees with Logan's proposal, easing his own burden in the process. Logan confirms they've captured 75 knights, including 8 intermediates. Logan offers to persuade them to switch allegiance, confident they held no real loyalty to Soto Sylvan. Logan reflects on the weight of victory and the ease of capturing so many knights. He knows future battles won't be as forgiving and urges caution. Patrick praises Logan's success, but Logan silently holds back deeper concerns. Logan decides not to ruin his father's mood and walks away. Suddenly, an urgent messenger arrives, interrupting the calm. The news is from Count Bifrost, prompting immediate attention. The letter from Bifrost demands McLean cease conflict with Pareda. Patrick is outraged, but Logan suggests they listen to the full message. Bifrost claims disorder was due to McLean's failure to maintain consistency as a lord. Count Bifrost sends a letter inviting all southwestern heirs to a birthday meeting under the guise of peace. Patrick McLean reacts furiously, sensing it as a veiled attempt to assert dominance. Despite the rage, Logan calmly considers attending, seeing strategic value in the invitation. Logan suggests visiting might reveal more than resisting outright. Patrick, though hesitant, acknowledges Logan's reasoning and respects his decision. However, Patrick still firmly declares McLean will not kneel to Bifrost. One Knight dramatically opposes the idea, refusing to submit even in death. Chaos erupts until Logan threatens to bury the overreacting knight on the spot, regaining composure. Logan shifts the tone and prepares to share his strategy. Patrick admits that McLean cannot currently match Bifrost's military might. Bifrost commands over 300 knights, including elites, and watches McLean closely. Logan warns they're walking a fine line after recent victories. He explains that rushing could get them crushed under Bifrost's shadow. Logan stresses the need to regroup, train knights, and master sword techniques. Patrick adds that Bifrost differs from other nobles. He controls the heart of the entire region. Logan reveals to his father that neighboring lords Percival and Roofman had long pledged loyalty to Bifrost. Patrick is shocked, but Logan explains he saw this future outcome in his past life. Patrick quietly reflects on how weak their family has become, burdened with shame. Logan reassures him, gains permission to act, and begins preparations for the trip. He sees it as a chance to observe the region's state and how their ancestral lands have changed. With resolve, he sets off, carrying armor and determination. Hamar, panting and worried, confronts Logan about rumors of his departure. He fears for Logan's life and demands that Logan keep his promise about freedom. Despite the tension, Logan silently assures Hamar of his loyalty. As Logan departs, he's surprised by Hamar's sudden gift, a mithril sword. The sword gleams with brilliance, stunning Logan. He reacts in awe, amazed by the quality of the weapon crafted just for him. Logan McLean arrives at the gates of Burgos Castle, where soldiers stand alert, awaiting his arrival. A knight informs a young man inside the castle that Logan is here but must wait for formal reception. The young man, Plone Pareda, heir to the Pareda family, acknowledges this with a calm nod. Logan is escorted into the castle, prompting Plone to react in disbelief upon hearing the McLean name. Plone observes Logan's solitary presence and assumes his weakened state is due to losses in war. He believes McLean's success came only because of Pareda's lack of intervention. Frustrated, Plone complains about being treated the same as a cloaked man who appears unremarkable. He gloats silently, convinced McLean owes everything to Count Bifros's mercy. But Logan silently endures the insult, his expression unreadable. Plone introduces himself to Logan, mentioning rumors of Logan's feats from Rehalt. He notes Logan's hidden armor and doubts the tale of slaying 6 knights. They shake hands. Formally, Logan introduces himself with composure. Plone comments on Logan's young appearance, questioning the truth of his achievements. As they clasp hands, Logan grips tightly, startling Plone. Logan smiles faintly as Plone winces, realizing this man isn't as weak as he thought. Plone is overwhelmed by Logan's grip strength, realizing the power behind the calm facade. Logan releases his hand politely, claiming he mistook the gesture as a strength contest. Furious and humiliated, Plone curses inwardly and reaches for his weapon in retaliation. Plone draws his sword and charges, intending to punish Logan for his boldness. He boasts about teaching Logan a lesson in manners on behalf of the Pareda family. Logan, unfazed, reminds him that dueling is forbidden in the Burgos territory, exposing Plone's poor judgment. Despite the warning, Plone's guards attack Logan, confident in their numbers. Logan moves swiftly, dodging and countering their blows with calculated strikes. In a flash, their swords are shattered, leaving the guards disarmed and stunned. Plone stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend how all the blades were broken. He realizes there was no magical force, only raw swordsmanship. Logan calmly stands victorious, his power undeniable. Plone questions if Logan's sword is a special artifact, but feels no magic from it. Logan shuts him down bluntly, calling the question rude. Plone, still trying to save face, convinces himself Logan just found a rare sword by luck. The tense moment is interrupted when a soldier announces the arrival of Sir Franz, the Knight of Moonlight, the Silver-haired knight enters with presence, instantly recognized by the crowd. Whispers spread. It is rare for such a high-ranking knight to welcome someone personally. Logan identifies Sir Franz as one of the 2 strongest knights under Bifrost. He observes the man's signature silver hair and presence, confirming the rumors. Plone rushes to greet Franz, introducing himself as Pareda's heir. Logan anticipates that Franz may try to pressure him due to McLean's status. Franz asks if Logan is from McLean, his tone probing. Logan confirms confidently, causing surprise as Franz acknowledges his strength for his age. Plone realizes Logan is an intermediate knight, and finally understands his earlier defeat. Logan, hiding his full power, mentally confirms his plan to appear unthreatening worked. He reflects on how reaching a high-ranking level gave him enough control to suppress his energy. Logan intentionally lowered his aura to avoid suspicion and entered alone. He humbly expresses admiration for Sir Franz, hoping to reach his level someday. Franz, impressed by Logan's manners, personally escorts him into the VIP quarters of Burgos. Sir Franz informs Logan that the heirs of Percival and Ruffman have already arrived. Logan agrees to rest until the party the next day as Franz takes his leave. Plone mocks Logan for lacking servants, sarcastically offering to lend pajamas. Logan silently ignores the insult, showing no reaction. He calmly asks for his room, saying he is tired and is guided by a servant. Logan analyzes Plone's earlier decisions, noting his ignorance of the situation and predicting he'll be easy to handle. Logan vows not to remove his armor in enemy territory. As he walks through the familiar halls, he recalls that this land once belonged to his ancestors. Determined, Logan reminds himself to never let his guard down, especially in this place. Logan enters a grand hall, greeted by a mysterious man on a throne. The man calls out his name twice with a smile, masking deeper intentions. Logan braces himself, ready to draw his sword, sensing potential danger in every corner. Kim Siwoo stepped into the corridor, his footsteps echoing under the faint purple glow beneath him. At the end of the hall, flames flared, and a dark creature charged through the void. Siwoo calmly raised his hand, conjuring light to confront the violent force ahead. The beast struck but was overwhelmed by Siwoo's barrier, scattering into magical residue. He observed the lingering energy and sensed multiple summoned creatures nearby. Realizing something was wrong, he questioned the purpose of the ritual occurring below. Earlier he was briefed on purifiers, and their affiliated groups known as altars. Siwoo was tasked with identifying how many were active across South Korea. Underground, frightened captives cried out as a ritual circle surrounded them. He arrived as the altar activated used for offering human sacrifices. A hooded figure stood at the center, drawing demonic power from the victims. Siwoo watched silently as energy surged violently across the chamber. He spotted a demon rising and questioned the summoning of a demon king. Twin beasts burst forth, roaring with red eyes and sharp fangs. Siwoo's expression hardened. Energy gathered as he prepared to counter them. Kim Siwoo's magic clashed violently with the demon's force. The cloaked enemy absorbed the impact, laughing as dark energy swirled around his body. He claimed to have already conquered humanity, boasting that Siwoo was too late to stop him. A memory of Eden surfaced. Siwoo was once a warrior known as the Glaive of Laman. Recognizing his foe as someone who crossed over from Eden, Siwoo's expression darkened. The enemy admitted Eden's defenses would have failed without Siwoo. The demon mocked humanity's divisions, saying their own conflicts made them easy prey. Siwoo, puzzled, confirmed no other demons from Eden had ever appeared before. He demanded to know where he was, lightning flaring as he prepared to kill the enemy. The demon declared his role finished, confident the world would still fall in time. He spoke of greed and war among humans, saying even divine help wouldn't save them. Siwoo realized the enemy exploited his lack of contact with Laman, pressing for answers. The enemy revealed his faith's prophet had foreseen this future, one Siwoo couldn't prevent. He claimed the goddess Siwoo believed in had failed to stop destiny, as darkness consumed the demon. Siwoo stood alone. Kim Siwoo stood alone in the altar's center as a dark ritual suddenly activated beneath him. His eyes widened as countless shadowy figures burst from the circle, rising in chaotic waves. Realization struck his enemy had offered himself as a sacrifice to fuel the demonic surge. Siwoo confirmed the magical beasts were handled, but the situation was far from over. Children's cries echoed through the chamber, drawing his attention to the terrified survivors. He knew what had to be done to rescue the innocent before making his exit. 13 people remained alive, nearly half of them helpless, trembling children. He assured them of their safety and prepared to lead them out. Looking into their frightened faces, he apologized for not arriving sooner. One child broke down in tears, traumatized from witnessing the sacrifices. Siwoo gently told them they were safe now, trying to calm their fear. Suddenly, rescuers burst through the entrance, reinforcing the survivors' safety. A stern officer demanded Siwoo's identity, asking if he belonged to the Jeongak Alliance. Siwoo casually responded, noting the response time had taken 10 minutes. The officer declared jurisdiction over the area, refusing to let him leave freely. Siwoo calmly responded to the threat, warning that the alliance would bear serious consequences. One of the armed soldiers ordered a subordinate to lower his sword immediately. Their leader apologized for the aggressive stance and formally addressed Siwoo by title. Whispers spread among the group as they realized the identity of the irregular before them. Junwoo, recognizing the situation, admitted disappointment at Siwoo's absence from the temple. Siwoo greeted Junwoo with a smile, acknowledging the familiar presence with ease. In a grand hall, Hamar and his opponent face off before an intrigued audience, swords in hand. The older man offers Hamar the first move, but Hamar declines, confident in his own strength. The elder criticizes Hamar's arrogance and prepares to demonstrate superior skill. The older swordsman releases a powerful aura, stunning onlookers with the brilliance of his artifact. Spectators marvel at the glow, questioning if all artifacts shine that way. Hamar wonders if the sword was chosen for show rather than practical use, drawing suspicion from others. In contrast, Hamar's sword appears plain, but is noted for its balance and sharpness. He believes that functionality defines beauty, not outward appearance. The opponent mocks Hamar's weapon and charges, sword gleaming. Hamar senses Franz, the knight of Noquila, observing from the crowd. He deliberately restrains himself, aiming to manipulate perception, feigning effort. He clashes with the opponent and stumbles slightly. Hamar lets himself get scratched, selling the illusion of a close match. He times counterattacks carefully, showing bursts of strength. After winning, he ends the match with a humble remark, masking his true skill. To sell the act. Hamar increased his metabolism with his force core, making himself appear exhausted. Ramon panics, blaming the unfamiliar sword for his loss, but the Count silences him sharply. Disappointed, the Count accuses Ramon of insulting his gift, leaving him speechless. The Count publicly apologizes to Logan, acknowledging his subordinate's behavior. To atone, he opens his treasury, offering Logan any artifact he desires. Logan suspects this is a tactic to bind him, and refuses politely, aware of the trap. Suddenly, a butler announces that the Sword Duke has contacted the Count for his birthday. The Duke, speaking through a magical orb, congratulates the Count and praises his governance. Logan observes how the Count leverages the Duke's appearance to elevate his own status. The Count pretends to notice Logan coincidentally during the call. Logan plays along, recognizing the timing is convenient for both sides. Calling him teacher, Logan forces the Duke into public acknowledgement. Guests gasp as Logan addresses the Duke as his teacher, shocking the room. The Duke responds warmly, hinting he expected the call and confirms Logan's presence. He declares the Count's offer too good to refuse, solidifying Logan's standing further. The Count awkwardly deflects responsibility, claiming he adjusted his schedule once Logan contacted the Sword Duke. Logan internally acknowledges the Duke's influence, knowing even the Count must comply. The Duke confirms they'll meet at the capital soon, and Logan thanks him with sincere respect. The Count hides his frustration as Logan's plans unfold perfectly. The next day, Logan is escorted to the treasure vault. He is given 1 hour to explore and select a single artifact from the vast collection. Logan notes about 30 treasures present, most of them displayed openly. Despite appearances, each item is worth at least 10 million gold. He activates his enhanced senses to detect energy levels and determine which artifact is truly powerful. After evaluating weapons and armor, Logan dismisses flashy pieces with dangerous enchantments. He feels a strange convergence of energy drawing him deeper into the vault. He discovers an unusual item, a pair of boots hidden from plain view. At first, the boots seem like ordinary equipment with no aura, but as Logan approaches, they begin absorbing his force energy rapidly. Realizing the boots are reacting intensely, he is overwhelmed as energy surges around him. Overwhelmed by the artifact's energy drain, Logan realizes he could suffer real damage, refusing to back down. He clenches his teeth and challenges the boots in a contest of force. With grit, he pours energy in, and the boots finally begin responding as if accepting him. As he endures, the boots suddenly stabilize, and his body lights up with regained power. Logan feels his force return fully, realizing the boots were testing compatibility. Outside, under moonlight, someone learns Logan has already left the estate early. A noble mutters that Logan departed with the artifact, cutting his visit short by days. Gripping his fist, the Count furiously orders a subordinate to retrieve the artifact and sword. He allows any method, so long as Logan is left alive, revealing his desperate intent to reclaim what was taken. Logan camps in a quiet forest, flames flickering as he rests alone with his horse. Suddenly, he senses a hostile aura, prompting him to rise and scan the darkness. Recognizing the presence as murderous intent, he suspects a pursuer sent by Count Bifrost. A cloaked figure steps into view, confirming Logan's sharp instincts. Logan notes the stranger's distorted voice, clearly meant to hide his identity. Multiple masked men appear, and the leader orders them to capture Logan alive. The assassins charge, surrounding Logan without hesitation. Logan smiles, then swiftly moves, activating the artifact in his boots. With enhanced speed, he closes the gap and strikes down one of the attackers. The assassins are shocked by his movement and speed. Logan slashes through them, moving fluidly in the chaos. His opponents are stunned, unable to believe an intermediate knight could overpower them. Logan credits his powerful boots for the advantage. He recalls testing them earlier, realizing their unmatched artifact rank. The boots boost reaction time, enable mid-air jumps, and adjust in size, confirming their immense value. The masked warriors request permission to target Logan's vitals, admitting they can't restrain him otherwise. The leader sighs in frustration, ashamed of their failure. Logan evades a swift strike and is shocked to see a silver force blade used against him. The cloaked attacker lunges with blinding speed, closing the distance. Logan deflects the glowing slash, his body reinforced by his artifact boots. He grits his teeth, realizing the Moonlight title now employs dishonorable ambush tactics. The masked man calls Logan's name, revealing himself as Sir Franz of the Moonlight Knights. Franz claims he's fulfilling a mission and removes his hood, revealing his face. Logan recognizes him and senses the power of a true knight behind Franz's casual demeanor. Franz states he came for Logan to begin harsh training. Logan is stunned by Franz's presence, sensing controlled, hidden power. He's surprised Franz's force blade can bend and move like a whip. Franz unleashes flurries of attacks, filling the air with piercing arcs. Logan analyzes the strange force blade, realizing its high-level control and versatility. Even the masked assassins hesitate, acknowledging Franz is on another level entirely. Logan reacts quickly to Franz's swift strike and flips back to avoid it. He lands firmly, sending dust into the air from the impact. Franz admits the attack nearly succeeded, had Logan let his guard down. Franz questions how Logan dodged it, suspecting artifact support. Logan realizes Franz isn't even hurt and doubts his own attack's effectiveness. He reflects that, without the Mind God's boots, he would have taken the blow directly. Franz laughs and denies Logan's assumptions, challenging him further. Logan asks for a moment to demonstrate a secret technique. Franz, intrigued and amused, allows it, eager to see Logan's true strength. Logan readies his stance, channeling a secret art he has barely mastered. With focused resolve, he reminds himself what's at stake if he fails. His aura ignites, and he prepares to launch the technique with full power. Logan charges forward, unleashing the stored energy. Franz counters instantly, mocking Logan's overconfidence. The force of their clash explodes outward, shaking the surrounding forest violently. Franz steps back cautiously, sensing the overwhelming pressure building from Logan's attack. He realizes that the impact could be dangerous even for himself if it hits directly. As flames erupt in a towering surge, Franz identifies the incoming move and braces. Logan concentrates fiercely, completely enveloped in blazing energy. He unleashes the third form of the divine sword secrets, igniting a spiraling inferno of power. Franz stares ahead, wide-eyed, witnessing the full release of Logan's advanced technique. Franz unleashes a powerful attack, engulfed in a blinding swirl of energy as he charges forward. His fierce expression reveals full determination to strike, refusing to back down. The explosion devastates the battlefield, shocking the soldiers who rush to find him in the aftermath. Franz lies bloodied on the ground, his hand barely clinging to his sword. Though gravely wounded, he mutters that he narrowly dodged the fatal blow. He reflects solemnly that perhaps it would have been better if both had perished together. Riders rush across the forest as Franz silently evaluates his mistakes. He recalls lowering his guard at a crucial moment and seeing the fatal wound pierce his foe. Despite witnessing deception in his opponent's expression, he failed to react in time. Franz admits the opponent's tricks were effective, masking fatal intent. The red-haired man gallops away, confident his artifacts and skills surpass any high-ranked knight. He escapes alone, leaving Franz unconscious in the woods. The red-haired man returns to his estate, faking ignorance to shocked servants. With no solid proof and political tension high, the incident is quietly buried. Confident, he assures his father they will soon overpower the McLeans. Ronian trains intensely, summoning a blazing pillar of energy during his solo session. He unleashes a powerful vertical slash, tearing through the training ground. Despite the effort, his brother warns him to focus on discipline over reckless displays. Ronian reflects on their family's disgrace, especially his brother's humiliation in Befros. Logan praises Ronian's effort and decides to introduce him to a new sparring partner. Victor, a newly awakened knight, appears nervous as he greets Ronian. Logan explains that Victor is still adjusting to his force, but is about Ronian's age. Ronian questions the training method, to which Logan responds with a sparring proposal. Without hesitation, Logan initiates the duel between them. Victor lunges first with a sudden burst of energy, forcing Ronian to defend. Ronian is surprised by Victor's mastery of the Iron Bloodsword technique. Despite doubts, Ronian realizes Victor's strength is real and underestimated. Ronian counters fiercely, vowing to strike back with full force. Victor prepares for the response, focusing as Ronian dashes in. To Ronian's shock, Victor suddenly attacks from above, shifting the battle. Victor strikes with great force, overwhelming Ronian with precise swordplay. Ronian is forced to retreat, barely keeping up with Victor's relentless pace. Stunned, Ronian acknowledges Victor's monstrous strength with disbelief. A bystander laughs loudly, teasing Ronian for calling Victor a monster. Embarrassed, Ronian resolves to improve and match Victor's level. Victor, unaware of the teasing, remains calm, while Ronian prepares seriously. As the duel continues, Logan observes how each fighter's style contrasts and balances. He notes Victor's structured mastery, and Ronian's instinctive, raw swordplay. Logan reflects that their evolving styles could sharpen each other over time. Logan considers the coming war and Victor's potential as a divine sword successor. Still unsure of Victor's loyalty, he wonders how to secure his future with them. Meanwhile, an elder is shocked to learn Victor saw the rare band of mana. Logan confirms Victor's sight and encourages him to learn new things. Another cadet asks a vague question, lightening the mood with laughter. Logan reflects that Victoria's gift of seeing mana confirms her exceptional potential. An elder tests Victoria's ability to sense mana flow, challenging her to identify its direction. With focused eyes, she points accurately at the target, surprising everyone. She continues to trace multiple streams, including one linked to another elder, proving her rare gift. Shocked by her accuracy, the elder declares her a true prodigy. Logan reflects on the power of her vision, considering how it could draw political attention. When asked if she wants to learn magic, Victoria confirms her goal, to strengthen her doll and help others. Logan agrees with her ambition and entrusts her to capable mentors. The elders realize that both Victoria and Victor are extraordinary talents. Logan notes the growing strength of their group and recalls a promise made to his master. Deciding to act quickly, Logan prepares for a solo mission. However, enthusiastic knights line up, offering to serve him loyally. Flustered, Logan tells them off, refusing unnecessary escorts. Captain Henderson proudly introduces himself to Logan McLean, honored to escort the young master. He passionately vows to serve Logan, believing he's accompanying a future legend. His excitement quickly fades when Logan orders him to gather firewood, leaving him speechless. Logan expresses frustration for not traveling alone, disappointed by the growing attention. He confronts a man named Max, who justifies his presence by citing noble protocols. Logan teases Max about visiting Gran, prompting Max to admit he wants to get married before being shunned completely. Logan, reflecting during travel, acknowledges that he's not just seeking training but pursuing greater goals. He aims to identify future threats and build ties with the third prince for long-term advantage. The narration explains the king had no heirs until his 40s, giving rise to a delicate succession line. The third prince grew up in obscurity and eventually faced a harsh internal power struggle. War erupted shortly after the king's sudden death, igniting the civil conflict. As factions clashed, powerful figures began to manipulate the political landscape to secure dominance. A prominent neutral noble saved the third prince's life with a single declaration. Logan recalls how that prince later ruined the kingdom and used his own brother, Ronian, as a decoy in war. With burning resolve, Logan swears he'll never let that prince ascend to the throne. Logan reflects on the second prince, suspecting the third prince may be no different, and decides to assess him personally. Upon arrival, the guards confirm Logan's identity and grant him entry into the Sword, Duke's Manor. The group walks through the grand estate, with Max expressing awe at its magnificence. Max pleads with Logan for help getting closer to a maid, hoping it will benefit both families. Before he can push further, a knight calls Logan to follow, separating him from the others. Logan is startled as he recognizes a familiar figure, someone significant from his past life. The man introduces himself as Luis Hyan, Duke Felix's overseer. But Logan knows his true identity. Luis was once the captain of the Grandia Liberation Front, a man of conviction and ideals. Logan remembers a moment when Luis handed him a secret document only he could interpret. Luis had urged him to memorize the book and pass it on to someone worthy if necessary. A memory fragment strikes Logan, but the details remain elusive and cause him sudden pain. Luis, unaware of Logan's distress, asks if he's all right as the moment passes. Logan regains composure, attributing the confusion to poor rest, and thanks Luis. Luis reminds him to take care of his body, a phrase he'd said in their past life too. Logan resolves to prevent the tragedy tied to that memory from ever repeating in this life. Logan is informed that the Duke awaits him inside and enters the grand chamber alone. He thanks Luis and walks toward the hall, determined yet composed. A familiar maid welcomes him warmly, expressing her delight at seeing him well. Inside, the Duchess greets Logan, asking him to sit and expressing gratitude for his past help. Logan congratulates the couple on the birth of their child, respectfully greeting the Duchess. The Duke requests a favor. He asks Logan to name their newborn child. Logan is shocked by the request, unsure why they would entrust him with such a decision. The Duke insists the honor is due to Logan's contributions and asks sincerely. Nobles believe a child's name determines their future, and many hold ceremonies just for naming. Logan reflects that he's only met the Duke twice but feels a strong trust between them. Though it's a heavy responsibility, he gladly accepts the task of naming the child. The Duke and Duchess express their gratitude, encouraging Logan to get some rest afterward. Privately, the Duke comments that naming his child benefits Logan politically as well. As Logan prepares to leave, the Duke admits he's not good with words. Instead, he proposes a sparring match, suggesting they speak through their swords. Logan expresses surprise at how much he's grown in such a short time. Now ready to spar with the Sword Duke, they face off, seriously, swords drawn under bright training lights. Logan charges first, his movement sharp and decisive as he tests his skills. The Duke easily counters Logan's aggressive strikes, showing overwhelming skill. Logan acknowledges his strikes are blocked with minimal effort and sees the gap in their abilities. Despite the imbalance, Logan finds meaning in this fight. He can gauge his limits clearly only against a true master. Unexpectedly, the Duke stops the match with a serious expression, questioning Logan's intentions. Logan stands frozen, caught off guard by the sudden interruption. Confused, Logan wonders if he did something wrong as tension lingers in the air. Logan stands before a knight, hesitant and unsure. The older man scolds him for holding back and demands he show his true strength. Flames burst around Logan as he activates his power, eyes burning with determination. Determined not to fail, Logan charges forward and clashes blades with his opponent in a fierce explosion. Logan unleashes a powerful sword combo, finishing with his special move, Killer Iron Slash. The explosive force lights up the arena, but the opponent remains unfazed. He mocks Logan's effort, questioning if he plans to collapse after only 2 attacks. Struck hard, Logan collapses to his knees in pain. The knight orders him to stand, berating him for wasting energy. He reminds Logan that his technique once wounded a famed knight, urging him to fight smarter. The knight demands to see Logan's real swordsmanship. He warns Logan not to disappoint again. Logan grits his teeth and vows to show proper skill. Logan vanishes with incredible speed, leaving flames behind. The knight is stunned as Logan disappears from sight. He realizes Logan moved too fast to track, unsure where he went. Logan reappears beside the knight with a sudden move, trying to land a strike. The attack is blocked, but Logan immediately follows up with a second swing. He manages to land a hit, catching the knight off guard. Despite the effort, Logan realizes his form is unstable and ineffective. The story marks a new chapter, as Logan tries again but is thrown off balance. Staggering from the clash, Logan clutches his chest and gasps in pain. The knight scolds him, questioning if that display was true swordsmanship. Logan is confused, trying to understand what the knight wants from him. The knight explains that though Logan gained power, his swordsmanship has worsened due to broken fundamentals. The knight teaches that special moves alone are not true strength. Logan realizes he relied too much on his regression and past knowledge. He accepts his weakness and decides to rebuild from the basics. Logan pleads for one more chance to start over. He vows to fix his fundamentals properly from the beginning. Suddenly, Logan collapses and is rushed to the medical ward. The instructor explains that swordsmanship is learned through the body, and pain deepens understanding. Another knight jokes that the instructor seems fond of Logan, who may be wasting his talent. The instructor admits he respects Logan's determination despite his flaws. A nervous servant named Bick arrives, claiming to deliver a letter from Logan's father. He presents the letter, and the instructor opens it with curiosity. The letter requests a favor from Logan's father, hoping to support Logan quietly behind the scenes. The letter asks for a subtle favor to aid Logan's training without his knowledge. The instructor is surprised by the personal nature of the request. He decides to assist and agrees to help Logan, who remains unaware of the plan. 1 week later, Logan is confused upon hearing he's being set up for a date. His teacher insists that a future heir should have a fiancée by now. Logan is skeptical, but listens to the advice out of respect. Though unsure, Logan agrees to meet the girl at least once. He reflects that it might be meaningless, but still respects his mentor's wishes. A girl with red hair appears, greeting him. "Nice to meet you, Logan McLean." A young woman introduces herself as Eileen Floyd, gracefully approaching Logan. Logan is momentarily stunned by her beauty, taken off guard by her elegance. Even Logan, usually indifferent to appearance, silently admits she surpasses expectations. Eileen internally marvels that her potential fiancé is a force user. Adding pressure to the meeting, Logan realizes her identity, a famed warrior from the recent war. She was known as the Rose of Steel, a Force user who earned fame through unmatched swordsmanship. Though surprised, Logan calmly greets her and comments on their unexpected meeting. He struggles to process the situation, unsure how to proceed with a noble engagement. Eileen guesses Logan was forced to attend, revealing she shares the same position. She admits she wants to make their time worthwhile, hoping to avoid wasting effort. Logan apologizes for being distracted and tries to refocus. Eileen suggests they spend meaningful time together, setting a respectful tone for their meeting. Count Roberts Floyd proposes a marriage alliance between his daughter Gillen and a rising talent. He claims the recommendation came from Felix Esperanza, known as the Sword Duke. Gillen appears skeptical but intrigued, aware of the pupil's growing reputation. Gillen's first fiancé was disgraced after losing to her in combat. Afterward, she trained hard and proved herself stronger than most knights. The Count, seeking someone worthy, arranges a meeting with a man rumored to rival her. The noblewoman demands to duel the young man to test his skill. Servants panic, fearing she will injure another suitor and worsen her reputation. Ignoring them, Gillen prepares for a serious spar, stating this one feels different. She explains past opponents insulted her, justifying her actions. This time, however, she senses a fair fight worth engaging in. Meanwhile, the young man is warned not to strike a woman due to political risks. He insists the area be sealed for a private match. Curious about her real strength, he recalls rumors of her defeating many knights. The duel begins as supporters from both sides cheer, confident in their champion. Logan introduces himself and states he has trained alone with the sword for 10 years. Eileen is surprised but insists she has already defeated a knight before. Logan reassures her he won't underestimate her and won't go easy either. Eileen warns that she may fight harshly, then takes her stance. The duel begins with both rushing forward in a blur of motion. Eileen lunges, but Logan quickly counters and strikes her side. Eileen groans in pain from the clean hit. Logan calmly informs her the strike was with the flat side of the blade. He points out her open stance, while Eileen grits her teeth in frustration. Eileen swears to land at least one hit before it is over. Logan critiques her grip and movement during the exchange. He strikes again, and Eileen collapses, panting hard from exertion. Servants worry, but Logan simply notes her exhaustion. As she attempts a surprise strike, Logan blocks it effortlessly. Eileen realizes even her sneak attack failed, leaving her breathless and defeated. Logan praises Eileen's effort, but she misinterprets it as mockery. Before she can respond, he critiques her form and lands another solid strike. Eileen, frustrated and overwhelmed, silently curses him in anger. Logan notes that she has talent, though still unrefined. Eileen suddenly yells and charges forward with all her strength. She dashes with improved footwork, determined to break through. Logan recognizes her upgraded movement and braces. Eileen swings with fierce energy, but Logan parries again. She's shocked as another strike is deflected flawlessly. Logan counters cleanly, sending her flying backward. Despite the fall, he observes that her potential is genuine. Eileen struggles to rise, her spirit unbroken but her body failing. She demands another round, refusing to yield. Logan extends a hand, promising a rematch later. As he helps her up, they lock eyes, a quiet respect forming between them. Logan praises Eileen's raw talent and formally invites her to join House McLean. In a separate meeting, Logan explains 2 reasons why McLean needs new allies. The first is political neutral families, like the Floyds, still hold sway in the capital. The second reason is strategic aligning with Floyds, grants McLean influence and delays Count Bifrosa's aggression. More importantly, Logan feels a personal connection and values Eileen's strength. His teacher is surprised by Logan's affection but appreciates seeing emotion on his face. Logan's teacher admits he doesn't know Logan's full burden but sympathizes. He encourages Logan to open his heart, trust others, and not carry everything alone. Suggesting Eileen might be someone who gives Logan the space to breathe. He subtly offers advice. Logan begins to express gratitude, but affirms his chosen path is his responsibility alone. The teacher suddenly adds a personal warning not to wait too long to have a child. Logan shouts in embarrassment as the teacher laughs, ending the conversation on a light note. Autumn leaves fall peacefully as Joshua begins his day in the capital with focused resolve. He spars relentlessly, his opponent failing to block his quick and precise strikes with wooden swords. 3 weeks have passed since Joshua's arrival. Aside from one outing, he's trained every single day. Joshua rotates between training alone and sparring with other knights, pushing their limits under Doc's supervision. Doc watches his defeated trainees in confusion, wondering if he's gone too far with them. Despite the intense pressure, other instructors complain that Joshua's opponents aren't performing at expected mid-advanced levels. Critics claim Joshua should still be learning basic sword swings, despite his early sparring performances. Some see potential in Joshua, suggesting he train with knight trainees next to grow properly. Others whisper doubts, questioning why his sword technique differs from that of the Sword Duke. They speculate if Joshua truly learned the Iron Blood Sword or created a stronger version himself. Overwhelmed by his skill, they praise him as superior even to the Duke, their awe growing. Joshua, observing their admiration, wonders if he should assign them work beyond training to stay productive. In the city market, flashy boards promote McLean special products, attracting attention with bold sales claims. Vendors shout about rare items, claiming even nobles covet the products they're pushing aggressively. A merchant approaches a noble, confidently offering a miracle medicine said to fix all facial worries. A cheerful vendor spots Joshua, surprised by his sudden arrival, mistaking him for his former master. Joshua stands silently, his presence causing tension. The merchant struggles to speak through exhaustion, without mercy. Joshua pushes him to train harder, scolding him for his weakened form. Joshua warns the merchant to stop street sales, promising to give him better business opportunities. He tells him to prepare, as he'll now work with the 15th squad of McLean Knights. The merchant is shocked, questioning the need for knights, but Joshua reassures him, it's just expansion. Joshua orders the merchant to gather weapons, war horses and lumber before the year ends. Panicked, the merchant accuses him of war planning. Joshua laughs, calling it, just being careful. Asked about the budget, Joshua calmly states, it's 30 million gold, shocking the merchant completely. Joshua recalls battlefield strategies from fighting the Sycans, aiming to revolutionize force usage with cavalry. His goal is to allow soldiers to defeat aura users, changing future war dynamics drastically. The merchant protests, explaining prices will skyrocket due to rising demand, especially for horses. Joshua admits money doesn't speed up horse breeding and regrets not buying earlier. The merchant panics again, interpreting Joshua's words as proof of an upcoming war. He finally explains the market. The price will triple soon, confirming Joshua's fears were valid. The merchant tries to stop Joshua's reckless plan, but Joshua remains firm and confident in his orders. Joshua offers an enticing reward. If the merchant buys cheaper than the doubled price, he'll get a bonus. Eyes wide, the merchant hesitantly asks how much he could earn for completing the risky task. Joshua promises 3% of the price difference. The merchant, shocked at first, quickly commits with full energy. Nearby knights, confused by numbers, wonder if 3% is even significant. Joshua silently reflects on money's power. He recalls his training and how he unexpectedly gained Eileen, a talent who would change his path. Despite his progress, Joshua is troubled by a mystery surrounding King Samuel's sudden and suspicious death. He decides to earn his teacher's trust, then, later meet the third prince to investigate further. As he plans his return with Eileen, a messenger arrives, summoning him to meet the king. Joshua is stunned. The king wants to meet him, a mere baron's son. A guard verifies his identity and escorts him through the royal palace toward an unexpected audience. Still unsure, he walks quietly, questioning the purpose of this sudden invitation from royalty. The escort reassures Joshua the king values his talent, and the meeting will bring him no harm. They pass through the legendary city of Granafa, its grandeur, a symbol of the kingdom's history. Joshua silently vows to protect the future, ensuring that destruction from past wars never repeats again. Massive palace doors open slowly as Joshua follows the escort into the grand and ornate throne hall together. They step onto the long red carpet, approaching the distant throne under a canopy of banners. As they reach the center, both men kneel. Joshua respectfully greets the one who rules the kingdom. The king greets Joshua's escort warmly, acknowledging his loyalty and dedication to the nation's future. He praises the escort's constant watchfulness and expresses appreciation for reuniting with an old friend and pupil. Joshua, overwhelmed by the formal atmosphere, realizes he's truly face to face with King Samuel von Grandia himself. King Samuel von Grandia reflects on his reputation as the symbol of royal incompetence. Despite his public image, he remains healthy, causing frustration for those awaiting the succession. Joshua observes quietly, knowing the lack of illness has prolonged the brewing civil conflict. Logan impresses the king with his bold presence, surprising the court with his assertive demeanor. The king admires Logan's spirit and praises his victories in territorial battles with wisdom. An old general recalls past wounds from when the king was still the crown prince. The king expresses surprise at his unexpected connection to Logan through past shared history. Logan, humbled, expresses his gratitude while the king quietly reflects on an old painful debt. He admits his silence came from guilt over a friend's wound he never dared mention. The general expresses thanks to Logan for easing the burden of past resentment. The king, emotional, insists on giving Logan a reward for resolving their long-standing grudge. He gestures for Logan to come forward, declaring it's only proper to show royal gratitude. The king prepares to gift Logan a bracelet infused with powerful divine mana. He hands over the artifact, calling it a reward for restoring peace between them. Logan accepts it respectfully, promising to treasure the king's favor deep within his heart. Logan accepts the king's gift respectfully, but his master reacts, warning him not to take it lightly. Logan acknowledges the gift's value but promises to use it with responsibility and respect. King Samuel praises Logan's character and hopes the gift strengthens their bond for the kingdom's future. The king asks Logan to follow his master's path and serve the nation faithfully. Logan, uncertain of his full purpose, firmly vows to stop the empire no matter what. As Logan departs, his master notes the king's unusual warmth and desire to meet Logan. Logan's master reassures him not to worry, saying the king would have voiced any real concerns. He admits he has become anxious with age and surprised by Logan's casual acceptance of a royal treasure. Logan listens quietly, still adjusting to the unexpected attention and responsibility the meeting brought him. The master explains the bracelet is a 5th-class artifact with powerful regenerative healing magic. It's as effective as a high priest's holy spell, capable of healing fatal wounds instantly relieved. The master praises Logan, who humbly thanks him for all the guidance and support. Jokingly, the master says he'll train Logan harder now that healing is no longer a concern. Logan braces himself, knowing this intense training will lead to even greater personal growth. Despite pain and exhaustion, he remains determined to meet expectations and become stronger for the future. Logan collapses again from training. His master stands nearby, recalling how this scene feels familiar. Duke Agnes enters the hall suddenly, drawing everyone's attention with his authoritative presence. A week has passed since the king's audience. Now, something long awaited is finally happening. Nobles gather for the grand celebration, marveling that the Sword Duke finally had a child. Though it's a daughter, the event is large, reflecting the Duke's deep affection. Logan draws attention just by attending, recognized for being the Duke's disciple, and appearing younger than expected. Guests murmur as Logan is associated with the Duke, stirring more interest than expected. Meanwhile, the Duke cradles his newborn daughter joyfully, filled with rare open happiness. The arrival of Crimson Matthew, Bishop of the United Order, elevates the ceremony's prestige. Matthew congratulates the Duke in person, calling it a great honor to bless the child himself. Most nobles hope for blessings from the gods, but the bishop's presence signifies extraordinary respect. Anya, goddess of life and trees, is called upon, as all parents wish for a healthy child. The baby is brought to the altar before the gathered nobles for the divine blessing ritual. As the baby stirs and cries, the bishop begins the sacred prayer ceremony. He prays earnestly to the 9 gods above, invoking protection and divine favor for the child. Logan quietly watches the ceremony, realizing the energy flowing around them is true divine power. The bishop begins the blessing with glowing hands, invoking the goddess of life over the child. He proclaims a sacred prayer, blessing the newborn heir of Esperanza in the goddess's name. The baby radiates with a bright glow, astonishing the crowd with the intensity of the blessing. Guests erupt in celebration, offering congratulations and interpreting the strong light as a sign of greatness. But Logan senses something abnormal. He notices the divine power didn't settle, but instead bounced off the child. A bishop senses overwhelming holy power from a newborn, shocked by the divine aura radiating from the baby. He nervously brushes off questions, claiming fatigue, and excuses himself, while still holding the child. As the family departs, the bishop reflects that the baby's holy resistance is unusual and unsettling. Years later, Logan McLean arrives at a formal event, drawing attention with his confident presence. Count Bifrost greets him sarcastically. Surprised Logan appears healthy, despite past circumstances. Logan replies with composure, returning the mockery as the two begin exchanging veiled insults. Bifrost intentionally spills wine on Logan's hand, disguising hostility as an accident. Logan, composed, wipes the wine, as Bifrost remarks on Logan's fortunate connection to the Sword Saint. Bifrost's tone reveals jealousy and tension, though Logan remains unshaken by the provocation. Bifrost warns Logan that his reputation has reached powerful ears, implying danger disguised as flattery. Logan mocks Bifrost's immaturity, internally acknowledging his miraculous survival and return from death. He prepares to face whoever Bifrost meant, expecting confrontation with someone of great influence. Bifrost announces the name Romain von Grandia, revealing the second prince's interest in Logan. Logan responds neutrally, stating he'll consider the prince's request despite the implied threat. Offended, Bifrost fumes as Logan treats royal command like a mere option. Logan provokes Count Bifrost by asking whether he should side with his own powerful master. Bifrost stiffens at the threat, interpreting it as defiance and a challenge to royal authority. Suppressing anger, Bifrost agrees to arrange a meeting while issuing a warning against betrayal. Logan remains composed, internally confident that the current political unrest limits their actions against him. He thinks that a civil war will soon distract everyone, buying him time to maneuver. Observing Bifrost's role as mere messenger for the second prince, Logan quietly mocks his decline. Logan suspects Bifrost might be acting under the orders of a much greater force. He recalls the powerful Duke Jordan Baltermame, a superhuman aura user and royal grandfather. Jordan ignores Logan completely, reinforcing the idea that their true interest lies with Logan's master. A nobleman greets Logan, introducing himself as Baron Kairos and advising careful decisions. Logan recognizes him as his so-called uncle, though their relationship is strained and distant. Baron Kairos is his mother's elder brother and an ally to the McLean family. Logan reflects on the past, remembering how Kairos rejected any familial bond between them. Even as a child, Logan was told not to view Kairos as an uncle. Now, Kairos claims their connection as in-laws, justifying false closeness through political convenience. Logan criticizes Baron Kairos for abandoning their family when it was at its lowest point. Kairos downplays his betrayal as a mistake, insisting that blood ties still hold meaning. Logan and a woman challenge his excuse, reminding him his actions nearly destroyed their family. Kairos accuses Logan of arrogance, saying fame has emboldened him beyond what's acceptable. Logan reflects that Kairos is still reckless, but also easy to manipulate. Feigning sincerity, Kairos apologizes formally, pretending to act on behalf of the entire family. Kairos offers Logan anything he desires as compensation, hoping to reconcile under political pressure. Logan tests his sincerity, asking if Kairos will accept any demand without further interference. Kairos desperately agrees, lowering himself while trying to shift focus away from past mistakes. Logan senses Kairos's groveling is uncharacteristic, suspecting external pressure is forcing his behavior. He notices the presence of Duke Juan Douglas, grandfather to the first prince. Logan realizes that even powerful nobles are being pushed around by the Duke's hidden agendas. He acknowledges that despite their wealth, Bifrost and Kairos are pawns in the Duke's game. Logan commands Kairos to stand, requesting a favor in exchange for the supposed forgiveness. Kairos gratefully accepts the task, still unaware of Logan's true motives. Kairos nervously laughs while Logan leans in, subtly pressuring him to follow through on the favor. Logan smiles confidently, warning that helping him will ensure a smooth meeting with the first prince. Kairos, sweating and defeated, agrees. Logan turns to address the party, signaling a transition. Lefman, vassal of Duke Esperanza, announces the main event, the naming of the young lady. He prepares to call the name Giver, but is surprised upon seeing who steps forward. Logan McLean is introduced as the Duke's disciple, leaving the guests confused and curious. Logan approaches and takes the baby, while others wonder why he is leading the ceremony. He observes the baby's vitality, sensing traces of aura blessed upon her by his master. Though prepared with names, Logan realizes he's forgotten them. Holding the baby in silence, Logan announces her name as Stella, inspired by the word for star and her brightness. He explains his hope for her to shine like a star in the night sky. The family accepts the name proudly, and the guests applaud as the ceremony concludes. Despite the joyful reception, Logan recalls the holy power outburst and remains inwardly unsettled. He tries to dismiss his concern, smiling as he holds Stella in front of the crowd. Still, a lingering doubt remains, but he convinces himself it's probably nothing significant. Joshua is handed noble letters by a servant, all requesting meetings after the naming ceremony. He calmly rejects them, stating it is time to return to the family territory. Aware of the looming civil war, he prioritizes preparation and observing the agricultural boom firsthand. Before departing, Joshua is asked if he's truly leaving, and he confirms without hesitation. Doc interrupts training, telling Joshua he must pass on one final secret technique. Joshua is surprised by the sudden offer of such an important skill, despite his future knowledge. Joshua finds Doc's decision unexpected and significant. Doc reveals the technique is ancient, one he once underestimated but now values greatly. He stresses that understanding what truly matters in battle is more important than raw strength. Joshua learns that the technique is based entirely on maximizing foundational combat movements. It was developed to control enemies and dominate battlefield space through refined basics. Joshua listens carefully, as Doc emphasizes restricting the enemy and refining one's own motion. Doc explains the crushing sword embodies this principle as its starting point. He prepares to demonstrate the martial art that granted him aura mastery. Joshua watches intently as Doc begins showcasing the essence of advanced martial technique. Joshua is stunned as Doc suddenly vanishes, moving faster than the eye can track. He realizes the movement left no trace, and he couldn't see any step taken. Doc appears behind him instantly, demonstrating the overwhelming speed of his technique. Joshua is shocked as Doc explains, it's a movement that even trained eyes can't follow. Doc confirms, it's a sparring move he once used and asks Joshua for feedback. Joshua doubts if such speed alone could truly grant aura mastery. Doc explains even a Swordmaster wouldn't track that speed, so Joshua's reaction is understandable. He questions Joshua's belief about martial arts foundations, referencing the importance of footwork. He reveals the technique's name, Phantom's Shadow, which elevates him beyond other aura users. Joshua acknowledges the grim name, but is willing to learn if it's that powerful. Doc teases Joshua about past struggles, stating the technique could have changed the outcome. When asked directly, Joshua accepts eagerly, his expression blazing with determination. Training begins with Doc instructing lighter steps and specific heel movements during leaps. Joshua adapts quickly, astonishing Doc by mastering beyond imitation within just hours. Though still imperfect, Joshua's progress moves Doc deeply. He feels this disciple was worth the wait. Joshua maintains humility despite praise, pushing himself harder as Doc monitors his mindset closely. Noticing Joshua's self-doubt, Doc reminds him to keep refining the movement on his own. Joshua hesitates, prompting Doc to ask about his lingering concern after the training. Joshua admits the technique is impressive and doubles his speed, yet feels something is unusual. He senses it wasn't created by a knight, as the movements resemble that of assassins. Doc agrees with his observation, hinting that Joshua's instinct isn't far from the truth. Doc shares his past, once a guild knight trained by a tactical commander known for assassins. He recalls how that young commander led from the front to protect allies and lands. The technique, more stealth than force, was forged to strike enemies with deadly precision. Only after mastering Phantom's Shadow did Doc begin awakening his aura gradually. He urges Joshua to not stop at theory but train his entire life through the sword. Joshua, deeply moved, bows an acknowledgement and accepts the lifelong mission with resolve. Realizing this is the path to becoming the strongest, Joshua's heart races with anticipation. Doc stops him from leaving, revealing the third prince now wishes to meet him. As night falls, Joshua prepares to move, the meeting carrying new importance under moonlight. Disguised under nightfall, Joshua uses Phantom's Shadow to swiftly move across the royal district. He questions whether this technique was meant for covert missions, hinting at its unexpected use. Arriving in a forested area, the cloaked figures stop before an isolated and quiet house. Joshua is surprised the meeting location is an abandoned house at the castle's outskirts. They knock and uncover a hidden staircase descending underground, heightening the mystery. Seeing the stairs, Joshua questions the secrecy, unsure why such extreme caution is necessary. His escort explains the need for secrecy, given the many eyes watching royal movements. As they descend, talk shifts to rumors that the third prince is the rightful heir. Joshua listens silently, warned not to speak such things openly due to their danger. They approach a door. The escort identifies himself as Felix, requesting entry. From inside, the prince grants them permission to enter without delay. The door opens, and the mission reaches its pivotal moment, an audience with the prince. The prince greets them warmly, acknowledging the duke's long absence. He notices Joshua and immediately identifies him as the duke's disciple. Their meeting begins, setting the stage for deeper political intrigue and royal connection. Joshua and Felix step forward together, approaching the third prince with formal composure and quiet intent. Joshua kneels respectfully and introduces himself by name Logan McLean, greeting the third prince with due honor. With sharp eyes, Joshua silently evaluates the prince, ready to decide if he's worthy of the throne. Logan McLean is praised for becoming an advanced knight at a young age during a formal tea meeting. Despite his humility, Logan's accomplishments in saving his family and expanding territory are acknowledged. The noble notes Logan's talent is hero, worthy surprising Logan with his awareness of a remote barony. Logan wonders how such details reached the noble, suspecting his master may have shared them. The noble reveals the Duke's admiration prompted personal investigation, surpassing expectations of Logan's ability. The noble shifts tone, revealing the country is at risk due to internal noble factional conflict. Though no war has erupted, tensions rise as corrupt nobles worsen the nation's situation. The noble expresses his need for power and talented individuals to protect the country's future. He passionately declares his wish to fight for the nation's people and restore order. The prince directly asks Logan to support him and rise for him when the time comes. Logan agrees, moved by the prince's vision and presence, expressing sympathy and interest. The prince praises Logan as a national treasure and once, in a century genius. The prince admits Logan's reputation may be deserved but hesitates to give full support immediately. Logan questions his standing, but the prince assures him his potential is evident. The prince notes the incompetence of the other heirs, implying Logan could surpass them in leadership. Logan explains his estate is struggling due to Count Bifrost's interference, making immediate action difficult. Despite the obstacle, Logan requests time, promising to defeat Bifrost and fully support the prince. The prince smiles at Logan's determination, declaring he will make Logan his sword in the future. Impressed by Logan's confidence, the prince laughs and acknowledges his spirit as worthy of his master. He promises to prepare a surprise in return when the right time arrives. Their alliance is sealed with a firm handshake, marking a new turning point in their relationship. As they leave, the Duke questions Logan's bold decision to follow the prince. Logan plays it off casually, saying his support was conditional on overcoming Bifrost first. The Duke laughs, seeing through Logan's clever excuse, but appreciating his cunning approach. Logan insists he trusted his master all along, despite the uncertainty of outcomes. The master senses Logan has hidden intentions and asks him to speak openly. With a grin, the master hints he might help if Logan reveals his true thoughts. Logan asks which prince the master thinks would make the best king among the three. The master avoids answering directly, stating that decision belongs to the king. Logan recalls a saying, "The first prince will become a tyrant, the second a fool." The master reacts loudly to Logan's cynical view of the royal heirs, but Logan calmly replies. Logan recalls the master once held the same opinion, and implies little has changed in truth. Logan expresses faith in the third prince being the best among the three, and seeks his view. The master dodges the question again, claiming Logan's view is what matters. Logan admits he doesn't disagree, prompting the master to jokingly take that as approval. Logan asks him to keep watch over the third prince until maturity, expecting chaos before then. The master finds Logan clever, but now uncertain about his real intentions. As Logan reflects, he recounts key achievements in 2 months, including allying with the third prince. With preparations set and alliances secured, Logan decides it is time to return to McLean territory. On the road back, knights reflect on their intense training and honor of sparring with top warriors. They agree the biggest outcome wasn't martial, it was the Grand Duke's unexpected engagement. Logan is seen smiling beside a woman, suggesting a close bond has developed. The soldiers gossip about how surprising it was for Logan to find a bride in the capital. Logan overhears and contemplates what truly drew him to her during their first meeting. He silently attributes it to her combat prowess, only to realize she heard everything from behind. Logan explains he brought Aileen as a knight, though officially it's considered an engagement. He recalls the resistance from Aileen's father, who was devastated at losing his daughter to knighthood. Aileen reminds Logan of the promise he made, her expression firm and sincere. Aileen remembers the farewell with her father, where he asked her to stay healthy. She insists she cannot return empty-handed and urges Logan to keep his word. Logan acknowledges her determination and quietly accepts the responsibility she places on him. Logan reflects on the bittersweet feeling of leaving one's lifelong home behind. He runs forward toward McLean territory, the castle rising proudly in the distance. He reassures Aileen, promising to keep his word as she stands with him. As their carriage moves, Aileen hopes to reach McLean soon, her tone softening. Logan responds with warmth, saying he feels the same way. Their carriage nears the castle gates, signaling their arrival home. Logan and Aileen step into the estate, announcing their return. The household is shocked not by Logan's presence, but by the unfamiliar woman beside him. A loud voice erupts in surprise. "A woman?" Echoing the start of new rumors. Gasps echo through the hall as nobles react to Logan's unexpected return. Clearly not alone. Guards and bystanders watch closely as Logan enters with a composed demeanor and a woman beside him. The red-haired lord, startled and emotional, shouts out Logan's name, shocked that he arrived with a woman. Logan introduces her as Aileen Floyd, his fiancée, causing murmurs of surprise among the noble spectators. The crowd buzzes with disbelief, learning that the future Swordmaster brought home a fiancée. The lord laughs with excitement, impressed by the revelation, and proudly welcomes Aileen into their family. Logan declares Aileen will also join the McLean Knights as a new recruit. Aileen confidently introduces herself as both a knight and daughter, in-law swearing to do her best. The lord erupts in shock, while others in the hall react with disbelief over the decision. Logan's younger brother greets Aileen cheerfully, but is scolded by their strict mother. Aileen suddenly hears a mysterious warning to run away and looks alarmed. An elderly woman warns Aileen that she's being deceived, hinting at secrets within the household. Rumors spread through the estate that the Duke is acting strangely again. Servants learn that Logan brought a woman, his fiancée, into the Knights, leaving them stunned. Others assume Logan would be training hard, unaware of how this bold decision will reshape everything. Aileen walks through the Knights, facing skeptical stares from soldiers, unaccustomed to women in armor. She stands resolute among the ranks, silently demanding recognition with her presence alone. Logan confirms to his father that Aileen has awakened her force and is ready to fight. Though hesitant, the Lord admits their army needs capable people, regardless of gender. He questions if a noblewoman can endure McLean Knight's harsh training regime. Aileen, fierce and determined, vows to erase doubt and prove herself worthy through action. Aileen mentally declares she will earn recognition and not be seen as weak. Another recruit silently questions the intensity, realizing this knight order is far from ordinary. Despite pain and exhaustion, Aileen clenches her fist, committed to pushing forward without regret. Logan watches her closely, revealing there are only 2 months until war with Bifrost. He explains his plan to involve her in battle if she can adapt in time. Though hesitant, Logan admits he might regret the decision if she cannot keep up. Aileen expresses her only regret is lacking serious training before this moment. She remembers Logan's promise to let her prove herself on the battlefield. Looking ahead, Aileen resolves to grow stronger so that promise can become reality. Aileen declares she'll earn her knightly reputation through her own efforts, not favors or status. Logan accepts her resolve and promises a battlefield worthy of her determination and growth. As she holds the fruit, Aileen silently vows that her journey as the Iron Rose has only begun. Orders are given to rush a package to the front line, starting an intense field drill. A knight sprints ahead, leaping across a massive canyon as part of the training. Another knight tries to follow but fails, crashing hard during the attempt and crying out in pain. From the cliff above, others observe the gap, understanding the difficulty and danger of the test. The failed knight is carried away, with the instructor announcing his disqualification from the exercise. Trainees whisper how extreme the training is, even for McLean's already brutal standards. Knights wonder who created such a drill, only to learn it came from Logan himself. Despite its risk, Logan insists it trains siege, assault, and defense simultaneously. Aileen is called next, stepping forward as tension rises for her turn. At the signal, Aileen charges toward the cliff with full force and unwavering focus. She launches upward, her leap swift and powerful, defying expectations. Observers admit she's fast, though they doubt she can actually complete the challenge. One knight questions the fairness of the training, noting how climbers are at a clear disadvantage. Despite the imbalance, Aileen continues the climb, facing overwhelming odds from the defenders above. As she advances, one enemy strikes, but she endures, determined not to be outmatched. Aileen deflects attacks with sharp precision, using speed and force to disrupt the enemy's formation. She swiftly incapacitates an opponent with a clean strike, gaining ground during the uphill battle. Logan proudly announces her success, acknowledging her performance in front of the knights. Aileen celebrates her victory, overjoyed to have completed the trial against all odds. Knights begin recognizing her talent despite her noble background, impressed by her endurance and skill. As rumors spread, the leadership reflects on the smooth training progress and troop morale improvements. Logan states there is now only one task left to complete. He approaches his father with a serious expression, requesting a private discussion. With determination in his voice, Logan reveals he has something important to talk about. Inside the McLean estate, staff move quickly under Logan's orders to optimize the internal storage. Logan points out inefficiencies and proposes changes to reduce waste and improve inventory management. He gives instructions on budgeting and payment checks, impressing the administrators with his precision. Logan reports on weapon supply efficiency, noting lower costs through smart purchases in a nearby city. Servants and soldiers whisper about Logan's swift improvements since arriving, surprised by his administrative competence. Suspicion rises as others wonder why Logan has been stockpiling materials and essential resources so rapidly. A red-haired commander reacts with alarm, interpreting the purchases as preparations for war. Logan denies the assumption, clarifying his actions were not about reacting to Bifrost's potential attack. Instead, Logan implies a more proactive approach, hinting that their faction may act first. The commander is shocked by Logan's suggestion that they initiate conflict instead of waiting. Logan reminds him that Bifrost's hesitation was due to the presence of their powerful master. He argues that relying on that deterrent won't last forever. The commander warns, they're still weaker than Bifrost and shouldn't provoke them prematurely. Logan counters that waiting gives Bifrost the upper hand and insists this is the right time. Hearing his conviction, the commander quietly speaks Logan's name, realizing his son's resolve is unshakable. Logan presses his father to trust him, implying he knows about the king's impending death. Shocked by the claim, his father questions Logan's source and intentions. Suspecting treason, Logan firmly denies betrayal and demands his father consider the consequences of inaction. Logan urges his father to hypothetically accept the king's death and predict the aftermath. His father deduces that royal succession conflicts will intensify, especially between the first and second princes. Logan explains that Bifrost supports the second prince, so attacking them implies opposing royal power. To avoid political entanglement, Logan insists they must act before the king dies. He reveals his long-term strategy using the civil war to elevate the third prince. Though uncertain, his father accepts the logic and questions whether they could simply wait instead. Logan warns that waiting would result in either prince gaining control over Bifrost. This would make reclaiming their lost territory impossible, locking them out of future influence. His father finally admits understanding Logan's logic but remains curious about his strange foresight. Despite unanswered questions, his father decides to trust him based on his consistent achievements. The man reflects that Logan's actions feel like someone who has seen the future. He accepts that Logan may have reasons he cannot yet reveal to anyone. Logan's father asks one final question, why Logan has taken such bold and secretive actions. Logan answers sincerely, stating that every plan and risk was always for the prosperity of their family. He firmly declares that his goal has never changed, seeking only the rise of House McLean. His father becomes emotional, touched by Logan's dedication, and agrees to convince the family's vassals himself. Logan offers to help, but his father rejects the offer, jokingly calling Logan impatient. With pride, he insists it's his duty as a father to fulfill that role alone. Days later, the father gathers all the vassals, declaring they will begin war by year's end. Shocked vassals hesitate, worried because the territory has only recently begun to recover. But the father remains steadfast, reminding them of the sorrow and humiliation caused by Bifrost. He recounts Bifrost's assassination attempts and threats, stirring the emotions of the hesitant vassals. Logan reflects that appealing to their hearts was the only way, since he couldn't reveal the future. He knows timing is everything, and believes they must push forward no matter the uncertainty. 2 weeks later, their army assembles 152 knights, 1,000 cavalry, and 153 infantry, ready before the final day. From horseback, the father commands the troops with confidence, declaring the beginning of their march. Thus, the McLean family rides to war, determined to reclaim what was once theirs. The McLean army charges across the plains, their cavalry moving with synchronized precision under Logan's leadership. Logan and his father ride together, their expressions sharp and focused as they approach enemy territory. Logan asks his father if he trusts him and whether a proper plan has been made. Logan confirms he has considered multiple strategies, admitting that direct confrontation would end in failure. Instead, he reveals a bold alternative: they won't officially declare war on Bifrost at all. Smiling confidently, Logan hints that a declaration would draw unwanted political attention and complications. A panicked messenger rushes in to inform Lord Bifrost about McLean's sudden military action. He explains that McLean's forces are claiming to act in revenge over a past insult. Lord Bifrost is stunned by the news, unable to understand McLean's intent as cavalry approaches fast. A noble declares that the McLean family has officially gone to war against the Paredes. One of his subordinates confirms the Paredes requested aid, prompting the noble to strategize calmly. Confident in their superior forces, he sees this move as a perfect excuse for an attack. The noble calls for Aslan and Franz, demanding to know if their forces are ready. They confirm preparations are complete, standing firmly in the shadow of his command. With fire in his eyes, the noble orders them to crush the Paredes. During their triumph, a red-haired commander leads his troops at high speed across the terrain. Upon hearing they'll reach the capital quickly, he suddenly orders them to change direction. Meanwhile, a commander from the opposing side grows anxious, confused why the McLeans haven't arrived. A scout rushes in, reporting that the McLean army has vanished. The report shocks them. There's no sign of the army at the expected location. Instead, they've bypassed Pareda and reappeared deep in enemy territory. Realization dawns they've attacked not the first castle, but the second, Castle Tomoto. The soldiers confirm its identity, recognizing its strategic importance. Castle Tomoto, Bifrost's granary, is now under siege by the McLeans. Logan identifies Castle Tomoto as Bifrost's vital supply base, critical for sustaining their military campaign. His subordinate questions if capturing a single castle will truly decide the outcome. The red-haired commander confirms it's a temporary step, hinting at a larger plan. In a flashback, Logan outlines his strategy to declare war on Pareda, while targeting Castle Tomoto instead. He intends to use Pareda as bait, drawing Bifrost's forces away from their stronghold. Their goal is to avoid direct confrontation until the right moment forces Bifrost's hand. The commander agrees, stating they only need to delay until the king's death is announced. That announcement will force all nobles to attend the national funeral, pausing the war. The funeral will override military orders, a royal decree that even Bifrost must obey. If Bifrost attacks during mourning, it would be treason against the royal family. Logan confirms the death will be on New Year's Day. Just 2 days remain. They must hold Castle Tomoto until then, to ensure their plan's success. Castle Tomoto's defenders panic, unaware how the McLean forces arrived so quickly. Captain Jerome shouts in confusion, while his brother Jerix tries to calm him down. Jerix explains they already informed the main castle and only need to hold out briefly. Jerome observes the enemy's overwhelming numbers, 3,000 strong, with 200 knights among them. Despite the odds, he questions how Castle Tomoto can withstand such force with limited defenders. Jerix urges unity, insisting that guarding the ramparts together for 1 day is their only option. Troops discuss how Gale, Therese, and Typhon are advancing from different directions to seal the escape. With a loud command, the McLean army is ordered to launch a full-force advance. The cavalry charges forward as defenders begin firing arrows from the ramparts. As enemy riders close in, defenders raise their weapons and unleash a synchronized volley. Flaming projectiles rain down, shaking the battlefield with explosive force. One soldier reacts in panic at the enemy's fast approach. Despite their speed, the enemy's weapons fail to scale the tall ramparts. Jerome gains brief confidence, ordering a counterattack from atop the wall. Defenders return fire, filling the sky with a barrage of arrows and bolts. Missiles land with power, but fail to breach the walls. Crossbow limitations become clear. Logan notes that no matter the force, they can't reach the rampart's top. He refuses to cease fire, recognizing the value of suppressing enemy momentum. Logan assures his men they won't run out of arrows. Hamar has produced a vast supply. Pleased, he jokes about giving Hamar a vacation once the battle is over. Logan turns to Sir Clayton with a request, hinting at involving unexpected reinforcements. Sir Clayton commands a group of children to prepare for departure with serious expressions. As the castle flag waves, defenders remain confused by the enemy's stagnant position. Jerome grows suspicious, noting the enemy only fires from a distance without advancing. A strange noise unsettles the defenders, prompting confusion and concern. Suddenly, the ground trembles, and a massive figure erupts from the earth. A golem crashes into view, shocking the defenders as debris flies across the battlefield. The soldiers confirm it's a golem, proof that a magician is aiding the enemy. With explosive force, the golem slams into the ground, shaking the walls. Uncertainty rises as they try to understand the golem's objective amidst the chaos. Logan visits a tower facility to discuss a strategy involving golems in the coming war. The old researcher is surprised by the suggestion, but listens as Logan proposes using golems as shields. Logan explains they could block arrows and destroy enemies, offering mana stones to power them. The researcher hesitates, stating firmly that such an operation isn't possible, despite Logan's enthusiasm. Logan tries to offer more mana stones, but the researcher interrupts, revealing a more serious concern. He warns that the issue isn't resources, it is a risk tied directly to their survival. Logan questions the danger, prompting the researcher to reveal a hidden truth about the golems. He explains that when golems take critical damage, the caster suffers the same harm. Though they're researching solutions, the transfer of damage remains a fatal flaw in their design. Despite the risks, Logan still dreams of commanding a golem army to change the battlefield. The researcher presents a new concept that disrupts mana flow, possibly solving the problem. Logan, overwhelmed by the possibility, struggles to process the breakthrough while the researcher seeks his attention. A prototype golem activates violently, launching forward with immense force. The golem slams down, causing massive shockwaves and debris to explode outward. As the dust settles, the golem stands tall, showcasing its power before a silent test audience. Two knights monitor the battlefield, noticing that the golems and mages have gone underground. They speculate about a tunneling strategy and express concern about the enemy's silence. Zone reassures the other that reinforcements will arrive before the golems finish their digging. Suddenly, the wall shakes violently, throwing the knights off balance in surprise. They realize the ground is unstable, and panic grows as one yells for Jarek. A knight urgently questions the probability of the entire wall collapsing from beneath. Jarek denies the possibility, insisting the wall won't fall despite the tremors. His brother argues they must act now. Fearing the silence hides an imminent threat, although tense, Jarek advises caution and refuses to move without certainty. The situation escalates. A knight slams his fist, demanding a counterattack on the enemy mages. He volunteers to lead a strike team underground, asking for a few knights. Jarek agrees, giving him permission while staying back as captain. With permission granted, the knight departs, reassured by Jarek's calm demeanor. He admits he overreacted and sets out swiftly with his team. Riding through the forest, the strike team heads toward the enemy position. Jarek leads the strike team through the forest, aware that time is running out. They navigate around the forest's southern edge, aiming to flank the enemy base. Upon arrival, they spot 5 enemy knights already positioned and ready. Jarek senses an overwhelming presence from one of the enemy knights ahead. Realizing the opponent is a high-ranking knight like himself, he becomes eager to engage. Despite warnings of a trap, Jarek refuses to retreat, determined to take the chance. A knight insists they focus on destroying the tunnel, rather than fighting head-on. Jarek internally reflects on his and his brother's prestigious status among knights. He recalls their noble background and elite recognition, shaping his current confidence. However, Jarek acknowledges his brother's frequent panic and errors during critical moments. Despite trying to support him, Jarek knows their current battle might be their last. He rallies his team, charging forward with resolve to secure a decisive victory. Suddenly, the squad is ambushed from behind, caught off guard by enemy reinforcements. Jarek watches as the enemy flees to the tunnels, realizing it's a tactical bait, though they outnumber them. Jarek suspects a deeper trap set by the enemy knight. Jarek urges his squad to keep chasing the fleeing enemies without hesitation. Determined, he leads the pursuit on horseback, drawing his weapon as they close in. With swift momentum, he prepares to strike down any resistance in their path. Jarek spots the tunnel entrance, suspecting an ambush from within the darkness. He assumes arrows won't be a threat to a high-ranking knight like himself. However, as he advances, numerous arrows suddenly rain down from the tunnel. Despite injuries, Jarek pushes forward, planning to disrupt the attackers directly. One of his men is struck and thrown from his horse as chaos erupts. The tunnel is bombarded, and several knights fall under relentless enemy fire. Jarek curses, realizing the situation is spiraling out of control. He shouts for knights capable of blocking arrows to handle the defense. Outnumbered and surrounded, he sees no path forward as panic spreads among his squad. A powerful mage erects an earth wall, sealing off their exit completely. The knights are now trapped inside the tunnel with enemies ready to strike. Suddenly, the ground begins to shift another spell. Swamp is activated beneath their feet. Jarek panics as he realizes the ground beneath them has been transformed into a swamp. Struggling to move, he sees their horses fallen and escape routes completely blocked by magic. The enemy calmly explains their situation: trapped, disarmed, and surrounded on all sides. The opposing knight taunts them, preparing to enjoy the slaughter now that they're cornered. Jarek stares in disbelief, knowing the trap has worked perfectly against them. Realizing defeat is imminent, he urges the others to regroup while he holds the line. He yells for his men to break through the wall while he delays the attackers. Suddenly, debris falls from above. Another force is preparing to charge from outside. From beyond the barrier, a massive army launches a full assault, catching everyone off guard. Logan appears with reinforcements, rushing toward the battlefield with unwavering momentum. Jarek looks up, eyes wide, recognizing his brother's arrival in their darkest moment. Overwhelmed by emotion, Jarek braces himself, muttering a curse as hope suddenly returns. Logan's brother sneaks through the corridor, waiting for the moment. Logan isn't present to act. Realizing the trap was planned for when Logan left, he panics, knowing this was intentional. Logan arrives calmly, exposing his brother's fear and warning him not to lose control so easily. Logan orders the archers to fire as enemy forces approach the defensive line. Arrows rain down on the battlefield, while enemy cavalry charges forward through the hailstorm. Despite the attack, 2 armored knights ride forward, seemingly unaffected by the defensive volley. One knight grips their weapon tightly and surges ahead without hesitation. The red-haired female knight races toward the fortress wall, moving faster than expected. With a shout, she leaps high, aiming to breach the wall and break enemy lines. The knight recalls training on cliffs to prepare for this critical wall-scaling moment. She launches upward, soaring past stunned enemies atop the wall. Confident, she sees the wall as nothing compared to the height she once climbed. As she lands, she locks eyes on the enemy commander, standing nearby. With a fierce swing, she aims directly at him, determined to finish the assault. The blade pierces through, ending his resistance with a swift, bloody strike. After delivering the fatal strike, Aileen breathes heavily, but her expression begins to shift in silence. The moment settles, but she's startled by the weight of the act she committed. Blood drips from her blade as she stands frozen, realizing the reality of battle has hit her. The dying enemy collapses behind her as her ally rushes forward, calling her out of shock. He scolds Aileen, warning her that distraction on the battlefield could cost her life. Aileen questions her feelings, realizing for the first time that she is afraid after killing someone. Her comrade shouts her name again, concerned by her stillness during battle. She apologizes quietly, ashamed of showing weakness in such a critical moment. He thanks her sincerely, acknowledging her courage while she silently regains composure. He smiles, saying he too seeks glory and strength to contribute to their side's victory. His true motivation is not to fall behind Logan, whose progress terrifies him. He declares he must grow faster or risk being left behind by Logan's overwhelming potential. Aileen gives a determined look as she joins the front once more without hesitation. Her comrade unleashes a roar, charging fiercely into battle with burning resolve. Both now fight with clear-eyes fear, turned to focus, driven by purpose and pride. Knights climb the enemy walls with ropes and sheer determination, ignoring the danger from above. From below, Pedrick watches their daring ascent with mixed feelings of worry and pride. He mutters to himself, surprised at their spirit, yet proud to see them charge ahead. Pedrick hesitates, sensing it is still too early for him to join the fight directly. Despite his inner conflict, he charges toward the wall, determined not to be outdone. He leaps with all his might, catching the attention of defenders on the wall above. Landing amidst enemies, Pedrick immediately begins slashing with burning momentum. The enemy soldiers panic at his bold entrance, shocked by his sudden arrival. Flames wrap around his blade as he prepares to strike, drawing more attention to himself. Pedrick roars his name proudly, challenging the Knights of Bifrost to face him directly. With powerful swings, he tears through enemy lines, forcing them back step by step. His charge shakes the front line, and his name echoes through the chaotic battlefield. A knight yells, swearing to take Pedrick's life and clashing swords with fury. Pedrick analyzes his opponent, recognizing him as the castle's captain, and prepares for a decisive duel. Gripping his sword tightly, Pedrick believes he can win and charges forward with full strength. Pedrick unleashes a powerful sword strike, engulfed in red energy, aiming to end the fight decisively. His opponent is knocked away violently, body spinning mid-air from the overwhelming force. Pedrick readies himself for the next clash as reinforcements climb the wall in the distance. A mysterious knight with golden hair suddenly arrives, seen only as a blur of light. Soldiers ask Sir Jeremiah what the golden flash was, but receive no answer. Jeremiah stares in disbelief, whispering the name Jerome, confused and unsettled by the sight. On the upper wall, a red-caped knight surveys the battlefield, noticing a shift in momentum. Soldiers cry out that reinforcements have arrived, reigniting hope among the defenders. The arrival causes confusion. Some believe help has come through the tunnels, others remain unsure. One commander tries to rally the troops, declaring himself the acting leader in the chaos. He screams to fight to the end, unaware the golden flash wasn't allied support. Pedrick calmly asks if the man has let anger cloud his vision, recognizing the false hope. As flames erupt, Pedrick strikes down the commander with precision and fury. The fallen enemy gasps in shock as Pedrick's blade ends his resistance. With cold finality, Pedrick declares his enemy as the one responsible for many deaths. Clayton and his men arrive at the castle on horseback, rushing toward the aftermath of battle. Logan turns upon hearing Clayton's voice, relieved to see his comrade unharmed. They quickly assess the situation. Most threats are neutralized, but 2 enemy knights have fled. Clayton confirms all enemy knights inside were defeated, and the castle successfully captured. Their flag is raised in triumph, as soldiers cheer for the swift victory. Clayton downplays his role, but Logan quietly requests another favor with a serious expression. Logan whispers instructions for a new strategy as Clayton listens in surprise. He asks Clayton to create a massive pool surrounding the castle to trap approaching enemies. Clayton casts the spell, flooding the terrain as magical water engulfs the surroundings. Logan praises the effectiveness of earth magic and grins at the transformation. Clayton feels uneasy, sensing something ominous forming within the spell's structure. The water's depth and force make escape impossible for any armored soldier who falls in. Logan orders oil to be poured, prepping the battlefield for the ambush. Enemy forces approach right on time, their silhouettes forming beyond the horizon. Logan smirks. His trap is set, and the enemy arrived exactly as predicted. The enemy finally arrives, and the defenders immediately prepare for the clash atop the fortress walls. Logan and his knights stand in formation, observing as enemy forces advance through the terrain. As tension rises, Logan reflects on the secret mission: the king must die before midnight. Enemy forces raise their flag near the moat, unaware of the trap being laid. Inside, the enemy commander is outraged. His castle has been defiled, and demands updates. Learning his knights are dead, he realizes the attackers used that moment to establish defense. The commander curses his men's failure, and demands a briefing from the approaching Aslan Lyre. Aslan reports their enemies number fewer than 300, with some earth mages and an advanced knight. With confidence, the enemy prepares for battle, believing they outmatch Logan's outnumbered forces. They anticipate overwhelming victory due to their sheer numbers and superior resources. Meanwhile, Logan's forces remain calm, aware of the enemy's confidence and hidden magic users. Among them is Roger Biferno, a dangerous wind mage capable of mass-scale destruction. Logan's group listens as the enemy amplifies his voice with magic to provoke fear. A warning is declared to all invaders, claiming the land belongs to their lord. Unshaken, Logan commands his men to prepare their counterattack and open fire. The enemy commander furiously declares he'll crush the McLeans himself, and orders a full charge. Without hesitation, his troops rush forward in overwhelming numbers, confident in their strength. Logan notices they're attacking without shields, questioning their boldness as he prepares for impact. Arrows are launched from the fortress, striking multiple advancing soldiers in coordinated waves. Despite their charge, many enemies falter under the relentless projectile barrage. Shock spreads among Logan's allies as the arrows pierce through the enemy's aggressive momentum. The battlefield grows chaotic, and earth mages among the enemies begin manipulating terrain to retaliate. The enemy commander mocks Logan's conventional weapons, claiming magic renders them useless. Logan reorganizes troops to respond swiftly, focusing fire on exposed soldiers over knights. Logan commands swift, decisive strikes before enemies can climb the walls. He anticipates a feint and prepares to deal with unexpected tactics. On the battlefield, enemy knights charge as Logan braces for their next unpredictable move. Aslan rushes in, recalling his past filled with ridicule and mockery. Memories of insults and laughter echo in his mind as he runs forward. Labeled for his short stature and unusual appearance, Aslan now charges to prove his worth. Aslan recalls his entire life being mocked due to his unusual face and short stature. He remembers ignoring ridicule, pushing through harsh training to become an advanced knight. Now filled with confidence and fury, Aslan declares the tables have turned. He will hunt them. Aslan climbs the slick wall, suspecting sabotage, but determined to reach the top regardless. With agility and power, he ascends rapidly, closing the gap to the defenders above. A female knight spots him, shocked by his movements, and comparing him to a monkey. Suddenly, a trap triggers. Aslan is blasted by a water attack mid-climb. An archer watches as Aslan falls, and soldiers below shout that he's been defeated. Despite his effort, even an advanced knight couldn't breach the wall. His comrades grow afraid. Aslan rises again, laughing maniacally and threatening a female knight with twisted words. A new knight approaches calmly from behind, his presence commanding attention. He calls out to the Moonlight Knight, ready to confront her directly. A sword is drawn in preparation for battle, tension rising between the two forces. The older knight acknowledges the fight personally, stating his son bears a grudge. Plante, the Moonlight Knight, prepares to face a dangerous foe from the enemy's elite ranks. The flag of the McLean family rises, signaling the start of the intense battlefield clash. Enemy soldiers charge forward, their formation breaking into chaos. As the clash begins violently, a powerful sword strike lands on a female knight, piercing her armor and drawing blood. Despite her injury, the red-haired knight, Erin McLean, forces herself back up against the enemy. Her opponent mocks her and targets her directly, sensing weakness and enjoying the fight. Erin tightens her grip, vowing not to back down and preparing to retaliate decisively. Erin reflects on the McLean family's position and realizes she must send a clear message. She launches into another attack, determined to hold her ground no matter the cost. As blades clash again, distant knights observe the duel with growing attention and curiosity. Logan McLean watches calmly as nearby soldiers question his skill due to Erin's struggle. He responds sharply, mocking the enemy's lack of discipline and confidence in their knights. His taunt provokes immediate reaction from the Bifrost side, escalating the tension further. A Bifrost commander charges, furious at Logan's words and eager to prove him wrong. The duel begins as Logan prepares to meet the rushing enemy head-on. With focused calm, Logan lifts his blade, signaling the true fight is about to start. Logan strikes with sudden force, sending one enemy crashing down with a brutal blow to the chest. The enemy reels back in shock, unable to react as the pain spreads rapidly through his body. Logan analyzes the fight, noting how he moved before the enemy even registered the attack. His opponents freeze briefly, startled by Logan's overwhelming speed and precision in combat. Logan mocks their hesitation, implying their fear has already decided the battle's outcome. One commander warns his allies, admitting Logan's strength and urging a more cautious approach. Logan anticipates they won't fall for the same bait again and braces for smarter tactics. Lone Knight reflects on Logan's movements, realizing he conserved energy while defending his vital points. Meanwhile, Logan shifts focus, expressing concern about another incoming threat. Aslan, the Swift Knight, knowing time is limited. Logan launches another assault, catching enemies mid-movement. They panic as Logan's blade approaches rapidly, forcing them into defense. Logan slashes downward with power, surprising the commander again with unmatched strength. The enemy counters, expecting the same attack, but Logan swiftly changes angle. A crushing blow sends the enemy flying, unable to react fast enough. As he falls, Logan stands firm, his sword crackling with momentum and dominance. Logan strikes down another opponent, his fluid movements overwhelming the incoming attackers. A furious knight charges, shouting in desperation, but Logan meets him with a precise block. As the enemy yells in anger, Logan remains alert, suddenly reacting to something unexpected. A magical explosion erupts. Flames burst upward violently, consuming part of the battleground and scattering stone debris. The explosion sends shockwaves across the platform, shaking allies and enemies alike. Logan charges forward through the flames, sword drawn, using the chaos to his advantage. Joan Bandaged Knight attempts a back attack, believing he's found an opening behind Logan. He swings confidently, convinced of success, but Logan anticipates it with sharp awareness. The man grins until Logan counterattacks with perfect timing, leaving him stunned. Logan breathes calmly, having dodged and countered with minimal movement. Another knight steps back in fear, shaken by Logan's inhuman movements. A final attacker screams, but is slashed, instantly falling before he understands what hit him. Logan's brother Ronian arrives, relieved to find Logan unscathed. Ronian proudly claims he helped, though Logan corrects him with a smirk. The two brothers share a brief moment, confident in their overwhelming victory together. Victor and Ronian argue about who dealt the final blow, each claiming credit for the kill. Victor insists he sliced first, but Ronian dismisses the claim, confident in his own strike. Logan, observing their childish bickering, notes Rhea is a far better knight than either. Logan smiles, clearly amused, then suddenly knocks both on the head to stop their argument. He states they acted simultaneously and should maintain their focus on the battlefield. With the distraction cleared, Logan moves ahead quickly, feeling less restricted now. Elsewhere, arrows rain down as the battlefield roars, forcing Logan to hasten his steps. A blade crashes down violently. Erin blocks it just in time, bracing under the force. Her opponent grins, impressed that she can barely keep up, and mocks her resistance. Erin recognizes her strength is fading, her arm weakening during prolonged combat. She reflects bitterly on overestimating herself against an advanced knight. Her opponent admits he's holding back, saying she would have died long ago otherwise. Suddenly, he launches forward with killing intent as Aaron reacts too late. The enemy's strike lands, and Aaron stumbles, pain spreading across her body. He smiles coldly, seeing her desperation, and mocks her terror mid-battle. The enemy knight mocks Aaron, telling her to accept defeat and prepare to be treated well. Despite her injuries, Aaron glares defiantly, clutching her armor as her breathing steadies. She spits in his face, rejecting his twisted kindness and declaring she would rather die. The man laughs maniacally, believing Aaron has no choice in the matter. He boasts about dragging her through hell, excited to prolong her suffering. Aaron clenches her teeth in pain, still restrained, while the enemy prepares to break her. The enemy raises his weapon with a sadistic grin, fully confident in his control. Suddenly, Aaron's ally crashes through the battlefield, sword ignited by flames. Caught off guard, the man barely reacts as a blazing strike nearly cleaves through him, forcing retreat. Logan charges through fire and debris, targeting the enemy with a swift, precise strike. His blade arcs violently, igniting shock and panic in the attacker's eyes just before impact. A massive explosion follows, consuming the battlefield and shaking the ground beneath everyone's feet. A masked enemy notices Logan's presence and prepares for a confrontation. Tense but alert, Logan helps a wounded ally retreat, urging her to seek the military doctor for treatment. With urgency, the woman nods and limps away as Logan turns back to face the threat. A grinning enemy mocks Logan, irritated by the interruption, and eager to resume his twisted game. Logan's eyes narrow, recalling how he ambushed the man earlier, but failed to finish the job. Recognizing the opponent's strength, Logan prepares himself, aware this fight won't end like before. Logan clashes violently with the enemy, both unleashing powerful strikes across the open courtyard. Observers express surprise Logan's speed and precision rival those of higher-ranked knights. Despite expectations, Logan keeps up, displaying refined technique and relentless momentum. The enemy comments on Logan's artifact, recognizing its role in enhancing his agility. Logan confirms it was a gift from his lord, just before launching another counterattack. They separate momentarily, both now acknowledging each other as equals in combat. Logan watches as the enemy boasts, claiming all knights eventually fail, once they can't keep up confident. Logan calmly studies the enemy's movements while the opponent charges, flames igniting around him. The enemy closes in at full speed, unaware that Logan has already predicted his attack. A furious strike is launched toward Logan, shaking the ground and creating a burst of pressure. Their blades clash violently midair, as Logan blocks the strike, countering with precise strength. The enemy steps back briefly, shaken that Logan is matching him blow for blow. With a powerful upward swing, Logan narrowly avoids a fatal hit and regains his stance. The enemy charges again, forcing Logan to retreat, but keeping his balance in the chaos. Breathing heavily, Logan tightens his grip and focuses his resolve to end the fight decisively. The enemy recognizes Logan's stance as a hidden sword technique, confirming earlier suspicions. A blazing strike follows, but Logan counters again with a perfect block and unyielding strength. Surprised, the enemy clenches his teeth, frustrated at being stopped again by Logan's technique. Logan calculates each movement, deciding to defeat his opponent before losing control of the fight. The enemy senses the pressure, realizing Logan is trying to corner him into a trap. Both lock eyes, their next move certain to decide the outcome of the duel. Logan swings upward fiercely, his blade crackling with power as his stance shifts mid-combat. His enemy counters with a sharp red arc, but Logan narrowly evades, eyes sharp with focus. Turning quickly, Logan notices the impact behind him, and silently assesses the result of the clash. The enemy pauses, wondering if Logan's successful strike was luck or a calculated opening. Frustrated, he blames himself for underestimating Logan's technique and allowing a weakness to show. Seeing an opportunity, the enemy regains composure, believing he can manipulate Logan's predictable response. Logan suddenly leaps backward, causing confusion as the enemy hesitates, questioning the sudden maneuver. Darting forward again, Logan disrupts his opponent's rhythm, forcing a wild reaction. The enemy starts to realize Logan might be setting a trap rather than retreating. Logan dashes forward with full intent, ignoring danger and closing the gap recklessly. The enemy panics, accusing Logan of wanting mutual destruction, unable to read his calm eyes. Unfazed, Logan confronts him head-on, his pressure unsettling the previously confident warrior. Refusing to lose control, the enemy roars and strikes forcefully, attempting to turn the tide. Logan flies back but quickly recovers, stunned yet determined to continue the assault. Now face to face again, the two prepare for what might be their final exchange. The enemy grins despite being wounded, laughing as if the battle is already his. He mocks Logan, claiming the desperate strike only grazed him and failed to deal real damage. Declaring victory, he shouts that Logan's final effort was meaningless, and the duel is over. Suddenly, Eren appears behind him, shouting to Logan and drawing the enemy's attention. Realizing her arrival, the enemy turns in surprise as Eren joins the fight with fierce resolve. With firm intent, Eren vows to handle the enemy herself, calling out to her young master. Noticing Logan's sword still embedded in his side, the enemy questions how he's still standing. A glowing light from Logan's bracelet begins to shine, confusing the enemy. Realizing its divine energy, the enemy panics. He recognizes only priests should wield such magic. Determined, the enemy lunges toward the bracelet, aiming to destroy the source of recovery. Eren intercepts, locking blades with him to prevent interference with Logan's healing. Though struggling, Eren fights back with one arm, refusing to retreat despite the disadvantage. The enemy grabs Eren's wrist, attempting to overpower her and break free of her guard. She resists fiercely, but he maintains his grip until a sudden voice distracts him mid-motion. A blast of energy erupts behind him, as Logan's power is fully unleashed, overwhelming the area. Logan's power fades as he staggers slightly, recovering from the burst that drove the enemy back. Coughing and wounded, the enemy struggles to breathe, staring in disbelief at Logan's endurance. Logan approaches calmly, his expression firm. He draws a new weapon and prepares to finish it. Logan declares a rematch, this time with different weapons, signaling the start of a serious duel. He swiftly disarms his opponent, knocking the enchanted sword from his grip mid-combat. The opponent panics as his weapon falls to the ground, realizing he's suddenly at a disadvantage. As Logan advances, his opponent struggles to understand how he was outmaneuvered so easily. Logan explains that injecting mana into the sword enhances his senses, slowing the world around him. He reveals the artifact's true power, noting it allowed the opponent to become a super-speed knight. Logan claims the artifact's sword for himself, eyes glowing with new determination. His opponent recoils in shock, trying to rush forward to reclaim the stolen weapon. Despite his rage, he's too late. Logan has already activated the blade's immense power. With a fiery slash, Logan launches a devastating attack, catching his opponent completely off guard. The strike cuts through, landing a clean blow that knocks the enemy back. His opponent collapses, groaning in pain, overwhelmed by the artifact's unleashed potential. The enemy stumbles back, surprised Logan survived the earlier blow meant to pierce his heart. Logan, unbothered, stands confidently with the artifact glowing on his wrist. The man shouts in disbelief, unable to accept how Logan recovered and acquired such a relic. Logan recalls the bracelet of regeneration gifted by the king, which turns fatal wounds into scratches. Although it was a gamble, he realizes it saved him from death during the earlier strike. No fully recovered, Logan prepares to eliminate one of the enemy's key figures with precision. He lunges forward, weapon ablaze, targeting the enemy knight with explosive force. The enemy reels in shock at Logan's ferocity, unable to react in time. Nearby soldiers call out to the knight, Sir Aslan, as Logan turns his focus away. Logan notices movement but delays, still committed to removing the immediate threat. Aslan attempts to ambush him from behind, swinging with desperation. Realizing the danger too late, Logan grits his teeth and braces for impact. Another enemy watches from afar, identifying Logan as a critical threat to their side. Determined to finish the job, he prepares to strike with full intent to kill. Suddenly, a female knight intercepts his advance. Sword already mid-swing. Aren slashes fiercely, defending Logan and catching the enemy by surprise. She yells in anger, striking him again to push him back. While he stumbles in pain, Eren charges forward without hesitation, protecting her brother's flank. Logan spots the last fleeing knight and shouts for him to stop, unwilling to let him escape. The man hesitates briefly, then turns and leaps from the ledge in a desperate retreat. Landing hard, he disappears from sight, escaping Logan's immediate pursuit. Eren asks if they should chase, but Logan hesitates, considering the risk. He explains that Roger Barrows and the Wind Mages are stationed nearby, likely waiting to ambush. Though frustrated, Logan clenches his teeth and chooses not to pursue further. Raising his sword to the sky, Logan McClane boldly declares victory over the super-speed knight. The soldiers murmur in disbelief, stunned that Sir Aslan has been defeated. From afar, Allied commanders observe, weighing whether they should now intervene or stay back. One commander warns that Logan's presence alone is weakening their army's morale. He asks about Aslan's condition and learns his life isn't in danger, but he's out of action. The officer curses their lack of healing potions, realizing Logan's forces were far more prepared. With gritted teeth, the enemy commander issues a full retreat to avoid further losses. Soldiers scatter from the battlefield, responding immediately to the urgent command. Logan's victory forces the enemy to withdraw, ending the clash in McLean's favor. Soldiers notice the enemy retreating and begin to wonder if their side is finally winning. A red-caped figure rushes to the front lines to confirm what's happening on the battlefield. Count Bifrost hears the order to retreat and clicks his tongue in frustration. He bitterly acknowledges the enemy's fortune, knowing the battle would have ended soon regardless. Roger Barrows smirks, confident now that he understands Logan's fighting pattern and potential. Despite McLean's advances, he dismisses Logan's strength as unimpressive and walks away, undisturbed. Logan calls out to his father across the battlefield as the fight comes to a pause. They reunite briefly, confirming each other's safety after the exhausting confrontation. Logan reflects on the skill gap between them, knowing his father only recently became advanced. Logan urges his father to rest, noting the enemy will take time before moving again. They sit together under the twilight sky while others regroup and recover nearby. Iron speaks with a young ally as Logan discusses matters quietly with another knight. Logan lights a signal flare, hoping the lull in combat lasts until midnight. The flare rises, glowing brightly in the fading light, casting tension in the air. A lookout knight spots the flare and immediately grows concerned about what it might signal. As the flare burns in the sky, a distinct eagle flag emerges above the fire. A soldier recognizes the symbol. It's the army of Ferretta, arriving with heavy force. Logan and his father confirm. It's the Ferretta army, a massive force charging toward the front. Max Ferretta arrives, his steps deliberate, greeted by allied commanders near the camp perimeter. They ask if he truly intends to aid them, noting his presence was unexpected. With a light tone, Max affirms he came to help, knowing the Southwest needed reinforcement. One commander silently reflects that with Ferretta's army, the McLean front is now secured. Max plans to win favor by supporting Logan, clearly hoping to strengthen political ties. Logan and his father stand above the walls, preparing to begin the next phase of battle. The town remains silent under sunlight, hiding the chaos happening behind closed doors. Inside a house, Logan hides with his parents. They stay quiet, fearing the violence outside. As Logan trembles, his mother holds him close while his father suggests they pray together. They bow their heads, praying for peace, unaware the war outside is escalating rapidly. A commander declares the battle's climax, shouting to bring the heads of the McLeans. Soldiers charge toward the fortress as enemy archers prepare to defend against the assault. A warrior is struck down by crossbow fire, signaling the intensity of the defense. Despite losses, the enemy commander urges his men forward, determined to breach the walls. He pushes through with resolve, ordering the charge not to stop until they reach the gate. The enemy begins climbing the walls, using grapples, led by a white-haired warrior. A red-haired defender spots them, and commands his unit to repel the invaders. The enemy leader hurls a glowing spear to clear a path onto the wall. The spear explodes, shaking the wall, catching defenders off guard with its force. The white-haired warrior leaps forward amidst the smoke, landing inside the castle walls. He faces the red-haired knight directly. The siege having officially breached the McLean stronghold, the white-haired commander charges with fury, vowing to end the fight personally this time. He unleashes a devastating magical slash, lighting up the field with explosive force. The red-haired knight braces against the shockwave, refusing to fall as the enemy closes in. Their blades clash fiercely, surprising the white-haired commander with the red knight's speed and power. The greatsword named Velocitas glows with power, a gift passed down by Logan's father. Aglin, the bearded knight, watches from afar, confident the blade suits Logan better than him. Aglin urges Logan to fight, acknowledging his own limits compared to the Moon Knight. Logan accepts the burden, knowing this sword carries the hope of their family's survival. The white-haired commander recognizes the blade, mocking Logan for taking Aglin's sword as his own. He rushes forward, determined to reclaim the weapon and defeat Logan in one strike. Logan counters midair with a fiery leap, declaring his trust in his father's belief. He crashes down with power, ready to prove himself worthy of wielding Velocitas in battle. Logan advances forward, eyes focused, refusing to back down from what's coming. Another warrior intercepts, a dark-haired swordsman swinging his blade in a powerful arc. The blue-haired knight lands, joining the battlefield as the clash of wills intensifies. Logan crashes to the ground from above. Lenny rushes over, concerned for his condition. Logan quickly recovers and confirms he can still fight despite the impact. He orders Lenny to eliminate any enemies climbing the wall and hold the line. Lenny processes the instruction and prepares for action while Logan watches the enemy forces. Logan calmly plans the next phase, allowing enemies to climb and enter the walls intentionally. On the opposing side, the enemy commander senses something unusual about the lack of resistance. An enemy knight notes that climbing has become much easier and questions the defender's weakened effort. Another guesses they may simply be tired, but the commander suspects a trap. Logan silently monitors the situation, eyes sharp, prepared for the moment to strike. He notices the area below the wall is now nearly empty of enemy forces. Logan immediately dashes off and yells for everyone to retreat from the walls. Below, a massive explosion erupts, consuming the battlefield with overwhelming force. The explosion shocks the McLean defenders, forcing them to retreat in panic. Logan's allies turn around in disbelief, confused by the sudden call to fall back. The enemy commander repeats the word retreat, in stunned confusion, realizing something has gone wrong. The ground shakes violently as cracks spread, alarming the enemy forces near the base. One commander assumes it's an earthquake, but quickly dismisses it, realizing the tremor is unnatural. As realization dawns, glowing energy flows through the ground, revealing the start of a massive spell. A brilliant magic formation activates beneath the battlefield, emitting light and shaking the entire fortress. The enemy general curses in disbelief, recognizing the catastrophic spell as a reckless act. Panic spreads as knights shout for retreat while confused soldiers question the sudden collapse. From within the glowing cracks, the enemy forces fall. As the ground splits apart violently, magic lines surge upward, exploding through the walls, sending chunks and soldiers flying into chaos. The enemy watches in horror as the entire structure begins to crumble around them. Walls collapse completely as soldiers scream, unable to escape the debris raining from above. One knight shouts in panic while another stares, horrified by the scale of destruction. A commander demands to know what power caused this overwhelming devastation. From afar, the ruins collapse as the commander curses the enemy's tactics in rage. Logan and others run through the dust, spotting the mage responsible for the spell. Clayton calmly confirms he used nearly all his magic to bring down every fortress wall. Logan's allies regroup as he praises their efforts, acknowledging many enemies were buried by the collapse. Though aware that enemy knights likely survived, Logan accepts this, focusing on what comes next. With quiet confidence, he says the battle will soon end and starts moving forward again. From a distance, enemy reinforcements arrive, gathering near the ruins in large numbers. Their commander, casting magic, mocks Logan's decision to destroy the walls as a desperate act. He prepares a large-scale spell, summoning energy with deadly precision to retaliate. Logan orders Clayton to fall back with his men and let him handle the next step. Aglin stops Logan briefly, asking if he's truly certain about proceeding alone. Logan answers confidently, just as the enemy commander completes his spell and prepares to attack. A sudden red light engulfs the battlefield, drawing attention from both civilians and warriors. Panic spreads across the city as magical pressure builds near the central district. Logan's family watches in fear from afar, sensing something dangerous is about to happen. A crimson eye opens, in the chaos, symbolizing a powerful memory about to unfold. Logan recalls the day vividly, surrounded by confusion, fire, and overwhelming magical force. On that day, the tragedy began, a memory seared into his mind with pain and resolve. Red beams of light erupt from towers across the nation, piercing the dark skies simultaneously. These lights serve as a warning signal, alerting the population of urgent national-level danger. As the crimson glow spreads, panic grows. Those who understand its meaning react with immediate dread. Twin beams of red light erupt from the palace towers, casting panic across the capital. Soldiers freeze as the unnatural glow dominates the night sky, signaling danger from the royal palace. Two knights stare toward the lights, realizing something critical has occurred involving the royal family. A commander shouts, demanding to know if the others understand the significance of the light. He quickly orders the army to halt the war and open communication with the capital. Privately, he curses the timing. It was the perfect chance to eliminate his enemies completely. After a brief hesitation, the commander steels his resolve and addresses his men. Channeling mana into his hand, he casts a spell, rallying the soldiers into formation. With his weapon drawn, he commands them to prepare for combat, despite the uncertainty. A red-haired knight questions the decision to fight after seeing the ominous palace signal. Despite recognizing the risk of treason, The commander insists they continue the battle. Determined, he yells for all soldiers to fight to the very end without hesitation. A loud order echoes. The red-haired knight is to be executed without mercy. The commanding voice shocks the soldiers. It's unmistakably Count Bifrost, giving the ruthless command. As one figure runs, Logan watches with clenched fists, bracing for what's coming next. Clayton rushes forward carrying a communication orb, desperate to halt the battle immediately. He sends an urgent message to the Minister of Defense, reporting Count Bifrost's refusal to retreat. The minister listens grimly and questions whether Bifrost is truly planning to commit treason. A public broadcast announces the king's death to the entire kingdom, shaking the battlefield. The nobles are ordered to attend the royal funeral and cease all fighting as part of protocol. Despite the shocking news, Bifrost's expression darkens, while others begin to accept the command. A powerful light confirms the royal will, forcing all to recognize the legitimacy of the decree. Realizing the implications, Bifrost clenches his teeth in frustration, but doesn't resist further. Clayton watches cautiously as the soldiers await Bifrost's reaction, tense and unsure of his intent. Bifrost insults the McLean family before retreating, vowing the fight isn't truly over. His soldiers follow him out, while Clayton and Logan observe the retreat silently. The enemy withdraws, their pride damaged, leaving the battlefield under McLean control. Celebration erupts among McLean's soldiers as they realize they've won against overwhelming odds. Some express disbelief at surviving, while others cheer their hard-earned victory. Logan and Clayton smile, quietly acknowledging the end of the battle and their success. Logan reflects on how narrowly they avoided disaster, acknowledging Clayton's last-minute use of the orb. He realizes emotions like anger can be unpredictable variables, not always accounted for by regression. Determined, Logan reminds himself not to rely solely on his past knowledge in future plans. Logan asks Clayton how he knew to bring the orb. Clayton explains the palace had contacted him, relieved and grateful. Logan praises Clayton's help, crediting his tower for the victory. Clayton jokes about requesting more funding, and Logan agrees before deciding to check on the others. Aileen gazes around in awe, stunned that the battle has truly ended. Logan approaches her, calling out warmly and catching her off guard. She lights up with joy, running to him as he smiles softly in response. Logan questions if she felt fear during her near-death encounter with an advanced knight, though flustered. Aileen replies, "It's something all knights must experience." Logan watches her silently, admiring her honesty and strength. Aileen admits she was terrified, but at least she didn't run away. Logan shares how his own first battle ended with him frozen in fear. Encouraged, Aileen beams with pride after hearing his sincere praise. Logan formally addresses Aileen, praising her performance and expressing high expectations for her future. Surprised by the compliment, Aileen's eyes widen as she processes the sudden recognition. She smiles brightly and accepts with pride as they shake hands with mutual respect. The next morning, McLean soldiers spread word that Castle Tomoto now belongs to their house. Though some question returning late for the royal funeral, Logan remains focused on priorities. Aaron reminds the others that what matters most now is evaluating their war losses swiftly. Clayton decides to rebuild the damaged walls immediately, setting work into motion. Grick, exhausted, questions if they're even human anymore, as golems join the labor. Just as he complains, his mana surges uncontrollably, alarming everyone around him. Golden energy explodes from Grick's chest, swirling violently as his body reacts. Everyone watches in shock as his power continues growing beyond expectations. Grick stares at his hands in disbelief, speechless as his mana stabilizes. Grick exclaims that he's attained the fourth circle, stunning his fellow tower members. Clayton celebrates the unplanned advancement and encourages others to push their limits. This event becomes the foundation for future success, as attention shifts to the capital. Inside, a grand chamber, the Duke stands alone by the window, bathed in morning light. A knock interrupts his silence as he's informed of Logan and Patrick McLean's arrival. Without hesitation, the Duke turns and firmly instructs his servant to let them in. Logan arrives in the capital and is immediately summoned, showing urgency. Despite the long journey, he joins two others, who comment on his stamina, impressed by his discipline and composure. Logan asks about his master's condition, sensing something amiss in the atmosphere around them. While walking, they discuss the sudden death of His Majesty, which caught everyone by surprise. It's revealed the king collapsed from overwork and died of cerebral hemorrhaging during official duties. Logan, confused, recalls that in his previous life the king had died of age, not stress. Inside a room, Logan sits with his master and companions, the air tense with grief. Seeing his master closely, Logan notices how much older he's become in just a few months. The man before him seems aged by sorrow, burdened by responsibility, and the loss of the king. The master tries to act composed but admits his body has aged due to stress and grief. Luis appears, apologizing to the Duke, while Logan observes the deep emotional toll on everyone. Logan quietly notes how devastated his master is, realizing the king's death changed everything. The master apologizes for his lapse in manners, overcome by emotion upon meeting the Baron. They exchange respectful greetings, the Baron expressing gratitude and admiration, despite the grim circumstances. The master reflects on his body's decline, admitting it has never felt this powerless before. Logan questions the capital's current state, prompting a grim expression from the older man. Tension rises, as he explains that internal strife has worsened following the king's death. Logan identifies Juan and Jordan as key figures behind the capital's destabilization and growing chaos. The master laments that the country may fracture, the noble factions descending into infighting. He reveals they even targeted the third prince, crossing lines once considered unthinkable. Logan realizes it's because the prince hasn't come of age, making him a political target. Logan warns that continued refusal to comply could endanger the prince's life. Though killing the prince would draw suspicion, Logan knows such assassinations happened in his past life. Overwhelmed, the master breaks down, whispering that he cannot bear to see it repeat again. He orders Luis to escort the prince away for safety, hoping to protect him directly. Logan disagrees, noting his master can't stay near the prince forever in a factional war. He explains the true threat is not neutrality, but the fear of Logan siding with the enemy. Logan's brother confronts him, confused by the sudden shift in priorities. Logan clarifies his actions aren't personal, they're a response to national danger and looming war. The master, humbled, thanks Logan, realizing he had been blind to the greater crisis at hand. The master gazes out solemnly, stating the nation's fate rests in the will of the heavens. Unlike the past, he's choosing a side of his own accord instead of being forced. Logan notes this decision is strategic. It grants the master leverage and security for the future. The master admits he can't help Logan's family now but offers his support for future needs. Logan tests the offer, surprised when the master agrees to fulfill any request within his power. Stunned, Logan hadn't expected such an open promise, realizing the weight of what was just given. The master clarifies he has no request yet, but wants Logan to seriously consider it when asked. Logan acknowledges that the offer is better saved for something greater than short-term benefit. The master agrees with a smile, and Logan departs the hall with renewed purpose. Suddenly, a soldier bursts in, announcing intruders. Two powerful individuals have entered the estate uninvited. The intruders are identified as faction leaders, Blake from the first prince and Marcus from the second. Their confrontation begins with tension, both men mocking each other while clearly preparing for a clash. Blake calls Marcus Bones, recognizing his rival's brute strength and familiar arrogance. Marcus returns the jab, warning Blake to mind his own faction's business, not interfere in his. Tension escalates as both factions' elites square off, hinting at a dangerous political confrontation brewing. A strong killing intent fills the air, unsettling nearby staff as tensions between factions rise. Marcus reacts aggressively, nearly provoking a fight with Wiccan as both glare at each other. The confrontation is broken up just in time, with both sides reluctantly standing down. Marcus addresses the Sword Duke directly, mocking him for refusing to choose a faction. The Duke maintains composure, stating that his loyalties haven't changed, despite his neutral position. Marcus reveals his true reason for visiting. He's come to meet someone from the McLean family. Hearing the name, McLean catches Marcus off guard, clearly surprised by the connection. Wiccan quickly affirms that there's no intention to offend, supporting the request to speak. The Duke turns to Logan and asks if he will meet them directly. Logan steps forward respectfully, agreeing to the meeting with poised confidence. He introduces himself formally, expressing admiration toward the visitors despite the tension. Marcus and Wiccan exchange glances, sizing him up as Logan's presence leaves a strong impression. Logan receives praise as the Duke's disciple but quickly learns the visit isn't about him. Marcus clarifies that he came to meet Logan's father, not Logan himself. Logan's brother reacts with surprise and dread, realizing he's the one being referred to. A man arrives, demanding to speak with the head of the family, radiating intense presence. Logan appears confused, but steps forward, confirming that his father is not currently present. The elder greets them respectfully, stating that Logan now handles the household's affairs. Impressed, the guest notes Logan's strength and responsibility despite his young age. Logan politely inquires about the purpose of their visit to the family estate. The man praises Logan's confidence and hints at important political matters concerning their region. Logan is offered support if he pledges loyalty to the first prince's faction. Another noble interrupts, urging Logan to instead align with the second prince for better outcomes. They warn that this decision could affect his family's standing with the emperor. The man appeals to peaceful coexistence, but Logan suspects manipulation behind his kind tone. He analyzes the strategic importance of their bordering territories and trade routes. Despite temptation, Logan remains cautious and internally declines any faction allegiance for now. Logan reflects on political traps if he joins any prince's faction too quickly. He apologizes, stating he cannot make such a critical decision without due consideration. Tension rises as an armored figure reacts aggressively to Logan's careful response. A masked knight mocks the situation, calling it pathetic, and confronting those who involve his disciple. Tension rises as the bearded noble tries to explain they mean no disrespect or interference, but the knight coldly questions whether they truly believe this matter doesn't involve him. The knight steps forward, and the others immediately swear their claims are true and unrelated. Accepting their words, the knight calmly agrees that he should not be part of disputes. He firmly states he has no interest in faction conflicts, confusing the opposing nobles. He declares that from this moment, he will no longer take part in faction wars. He warns them not to manipulate others as a means of getting to him. The two nobles fall silent, realizing they've lost any influence over the knight's decisions. Logan promises to deliver the knight's message faithfully to the prince. He walks away, feeling relieved as the meeting ends with tensions fading. The nobleman gives one final word of advice, urging Logan to choose wisely. Logan walks off as the noble reflects on timing and fortune in negotiations. He admits that had Logan attacked later, they wouldn't have even tried to negotiate. Logan smirks knowingly, satisfied his preemptive action changed the tide in their favor. Logan exhales with relief once the nobles leave, drained by the intense conversation. The knight questions Logan's intentions, noting he never directly rejected the offers. Logan calmly responds that he might act if the situation demands it. The knight admits they lack the strength to live by pure ideals in the current world. Logan affirms that no matter his path, he will act with honor above all. Hearing that, the knight accepts Logan's stance without argument, respecting his disciple's resolve. Even as his only disciple, the knight knows he can't impose his beliefs. He tells Logan to return and rest as the funeral is about to begin. Rain begins to fall, casting a somber atmosphere over the palace grounds. A ceremonial procession carries the late king's body toward the grand hall. Soldiers solemnly bear the coffin, announcing the arrival of His Majesty. The white coffin reaches the cathedral, signaling the start of the royal ceremony. The coffin is placed with care before an awaiting crowd of knights and clergy. A high priest begins the eulogy, standing at the altar beneath a holy mural. He silently prepares for the rites, the chamber bathed in divine light. As the priest speaks, tension fills the hall, causing several nobles to panic and glance around. Others stiffen and lower their heads, aware of how fragile peace truly is. Powerful figures remain composed, silently observing the room for signs of weakness or betrayal. Logan reflects that instead of honoring the dead, everyone is calculating and watching one another. The archbishop struggles to focus, clearly shaken by the tension inside the grand cathedral. He begins the service with a long speech, as Logan receives a whispered warning. An arrogant noble mocks Logan, confident in his own security and alliances. Logan quietly questions the seating plan and learns the noble has joined his faction. The noble boasts about future unity, but Logan warns him to watch his words. The noble is stunned, while Logan suggests he confirm the truth with Marquis Luther. The man recoils. Realizing he may have made a grave political error, he glares, seething, as Logan calmly walks away without concern. Logan brushes it off as a joke, angering the noble further. Clenching his fist, Logan reminds himself to remain composed until the funeral ends. He walks off, aware no one dares challenge him and leave unscathed. The noble seethes in frustration, unable to accept being humiliated so publicly by Logan. Tensions persist among the guests, but most conceal their reactions behind forced expressions. The archbishop solemnly declares the conclusion of the first day of the national funeral rites. Rain falls as the first day of the national funeral ends, marking a solemn closure. Inside the room, Logan stands with key members, tension lingering after a long day. He recalls how faction envoys persistently targeted him for allegiance, complicating the day. The older man sighs, weary from rejecting endless proposals during the ceremonies. He questions Logan's refusal to engage with either political faction amid rising pressures. Logan answers calmly, While the man warns their family may face consequences, Logan explains his stance, stating the family must stop the approaching Bifrost invasion. He suggests they can rely on the master if political problems escalate further. The elder is shocked by Logan's confidence, unsure what plan he's already prepared. Aat interrupts them. A familiar voice greets them warmly from the hallway. The elder is surprised by the man's sudden arrival, unsure of his intent. The visitor hints that Logan's plan will unfold during the continuing national funeral. As the funeral concludes, Logan reflects on the exhausting political battle it became. He notices someone approaching and senses tension behind the man's polite demeanor. The man admits Count Bifrost was right, acknowledging Logan's strategic maneuvering in silence. Logan watches a man leave, realizing he is the reason faction envoys didn't show up today. He smirks, thinking the man is spreading word that Logan won't align with any faction. Confidently standing alone, Logan reflects on how he never intended to join a faction. Logan is approached by his future father-in-law, who greets him unexpectedly in public. They exchange formalities while discussing the absence of other family members. The older man hints at arranging a wedding soon to solidify political bonds. The man insists that a union between their families could help resist Bifrost's influence. Logan tries to avoid direct response while pretending to misunderstand the conversation. The father-in-law clarifies he's referring to the assembly of nobles, not just the wedding. Two noblemen comment on how long it's been since the last noble assembly was held. They note how even low-ranked nobles were invited, revealing the gravity of the emperor's death. Suddenly, chaos erupts as a man is knocked over, drawing everyone's attention. The fallen noble shouts angrily at Logan, demanding to know what he's doing. Logan apologizes and offers his hand politely, maintaining grace, despite the crowd watching. The man refuses help, walking away bitterly while Logan remains composed beside his ally. Logan brushes off the angry noble, acknowledging his irrationality and focusing on the bigger picture. He notices something strange as the assembly begins earlier than it did in his past life. Due to Master's declared neutrality, both factions are now forced to reveal their intentions. In his previous life, the noble assembly spiraled into violent disputes and factional breakdown. A noble from the First Prince's camp lost control, launching verbal attacks against an opponent. The victim of his insults, Jordan Valtername, glared back with chilling, deadly resolve. The chaos escalated when medium nobles joined the clash, fueling an uncontrollable riot. This moment, later known as the slip of the tongue that felled the country, sparked war. Logan recalls the Viscount who caused it all, now about to speak again, without restraint. As nobles look on, Logan fears someone may trigger conflict before anyone can stop it. He remembers the war began shortly after the assembly, with little time for preparation. Logan decides this time, the conflict must come sooner before enemies can organize. The Bifrost faction used that preparation window in the past to dominate and crush others. Logan concludes war must come faster, giving them no time to act or gather strength. Meanwhile, the same Viscount begins another provocative speech, echoing the same arrogance from before. The Viscount boldly declares Prince Romaine's superiority, igniting support from others in the chamber. Opposing nobles rise in objection, questioning Count Clet's judgment and political motives. Keklet smirks confidently, reiterating Romaine's achievements to justify his claim to the throne. Suddenly, Clet reacts in confusion, noticing blood dripping from his hand mid-speech. A growing sense of panic spreads as he clutches his head in pain and fear. The assembly watches in confusion as Clet begins to visibly deteriorate before their eyes. Keklet collapses with a scream, causing chaos and fear to ripple through the noble hall. He tumbles violently down the seating rows, alarming the gathered lords and aides. Nobles shout for a priest as Keklet lies unconscious, bloodied, and motionless on the floor. Logan observes, recalling the poison known as lethagrass, which causes fatal brain hemorrhages. He notes its effects are intensified through a drying process, turning medicine into silent death. This method was secretly used by the Grand Liberation Front to assassinate high-ranking imperial targets. The truth about lethagrass was discovered years later through intelligence from an underground agent. The parasite agent embedded within nobility was Roger Bifrost, the Front's primary assassin. Logan glares across the room, preparing to confront the man behind the chaos. Roman storms into the assembly as chaos rises, reacting to the sudden collapse of Count Clet. Rotier steps forward, startled by the accusation directed at him as nobles turn their attention. Roman seizes him, furious, claiming Rotier attempted to poison his own subordinate during the proceedings. Rotier protests the accusation, insisting he has no reason to kill someone he calls a traitor. He counters by pointing at Roman, questioning his sudden anger and motives toward Clyte's condition. Rotier reminds everyone that Roman first accused him, escalating tension as nobles grow unsettled. A spokesman steps in, noting that Roman's reaction appears excessive, considering the unclear circumstances. He highlights that Roman was the first to speak of poison, shifting suspicion back toward him. Roman erupts in rage, shouting at the spokesman and forgetting the solemnity of the assembly. The assembly members recoil as Roman and Rotier begin unleashing mana, shaking the entire chamber. Observers whisper that both family heads possess knight, level and mage, level strength, heightening the danger. Roman challenges Rotier further, his aura exploding while Rotier responds with equal hostility. An elder rushes in, begging both to stop before violence desecrates the assembly's authority. Despite his plea, both sides' followers step forward, prepared to intervene if conflict ignites. The hall fills with rising energy as knights and mages gather behind each leader, awaiting the next move. The presiding official panics as the escalating confrontation disrupts the chamber, unable to control the rising tension. A duke steps forward with authority, shouting for the nobles to stop before violence breaks out. His command echoes through the vast hall, silencing movement as everyone turns their attention toward him. He urges the assembly to calm down, stressing that the situation must be investigated properly. Logan observes silently, recognizing the duke is speaking sensibly, but doubting matters will end easily. Roman rejects the call for procedure, claiming the truth is already clear and requires no delay. Rotier supports the duke's stance, accusing Roman of manipulating events to eliminate a powerless subordinate. Roman erupts again, accusing Rotier of attempting assassination while refusing to accept further inquiry. The duke moves to intervene, but guards step forward, as tensions push both sides toward open conflict. Two powerful nobles, Jordan and Juan, block the duke, warning him not to interfere further. They insist even he cannot challenge both of them simultaneously, deepening the standoff. Logan watches in disbelief as the kingdom's three dukes stand divided in the assembly. Juan Duke questions the purpose of continuing such a pointless gathering amid rising hostility. An author admits that reaching a blunt conclusion may now be unavoidable given the circumstances. The hall settles into tense silence as all sides brace for the decision that must follow. Rotier mocks the hall, declaring everyone irrational as the conflict reaches an irreversible breaking point. Roman's fury intensifies, resentment toward his brother surfacing after long-buried tensions. Roman renounces their bond, vowing to settle succession rights directly through confrontation. Rotier answers by proclaiming his own claim to the throne, no longer hiding ambition. He calls for all loyal nobles to gather behind him, signaling open rebellion. Roman responds by declaring he will no longer tolerate betrayal, preparing to enforce his stance. Rotier orders his faction to ready themselves for war, making the chamber tremble. His supporters pledge their compliance, demonstrating absolute loyalty despite the consequences. The assembly dissolves into silence as both factions separate, fully committed to conflict. A duke meets with another noble afterward, discussing the urgent need to handle the MacLeans. The noble demands additional time, claiming he requires it to fully resolve the matter. The duke questions the request, warning that war could erupt at any moment. He reflects on the growing instability, knowing a single mistake could shatter the kingdom. The noble insists he needs only 10 days to finish his preparations against the MacLeans. The duke rejects the idea, arguing the most efficient path is absorbing the MacLeans into their faction. The duke explains that he once attempted to recruit the MacLeans but was dissuaded by warnings about their supposed corruption. The noble responsible for that advice panics, bowing desperately and claiming he acted out of misplaced greed. The duke orders him to abandon selfish motives, promising to personally deliver the MacLean forces after victory. The noble apologizes, accepting the reprimand while acknowledging tension between their factions. The duke assures him he will give only a light warning, instructing him to summon elite troops immediately. He reminds his subordinate to focus on the larger picture as war approaches the kingdom's borders. Several days later, in Castle Timdu, the messenger addresses Baron Frey, emphasizing the importance of remaining neutral. He warns that any provocative action will lead to severe punishment under the duke's authority. Baron Frey agrees to comply, acknowledging the gravity behind the duke's message. After the messenger departs abruptly, Frey and his aide discuss the situation and its implications. Frey reasons that the duke's forces are focusing on the capital rather than attacking them. With current tensions, he concludes they may remain safe for a short period. However, new reports reveal that recent decisions triggered physical confrontations within a single week. As both factions maneuver their troops, unexpected clashes occur where paths intersect on the march. The pattern signals that a full-scale war is inevitable, with even nobles like Haitian forced to prepare. A unit of armed riders advances across the plains, moving swiftly as urgent messages spread of rising conflict. One soldier reassures himself that the situation remains manageable as long as certain factions stay preoccupied elsewhere. He believes the chaos among the nobles will prevent immediate attention from turning toward their own territory. Logan proposes occupying Bifrost, seeing it as a strategic opportunity amid the civil unrest. Heinkel objects, warning that Duke Volterman had advised against provoking a superhuman-level threat. Logan affirms the risk, knowing the action will be interpreted as opposition to the second prince. Henkel insists even the prior ruler hesitated due to political consequences tied to Bifrost. Logan challenges that view, claiming the war started long before any open declaration. He reframes the conflict as internal strife between noble families, not a direct move against royalty. Heinkel warns Logan about Volterman's nature. He never forgets being disobeyed, even if silent now. Logan rejects that fear, confident Volterman will never retaliate for their independent decision. He believes that securing Bifrost would raise their power enough to be desired by both factions. Logan dismisses Dwayne and Heinkel, seeking a private conversation with another advisor. The advisor questions Logan's logic, revealing a critical flaw in his assumption. Logan is taken aback when asked if he's certain the Civil War will last long. The advisor argues that Logan's plan only works if the Civil War continues without end. Logan freezes, realizing his confidence had ignored how short civil wars often are. The advisor solemnly states that this war's unusually long duration was already an exception in history. Logan listens to his advisor, who assures him of trust, but warns of his blind spots. The advisor confirms his belief in Logan's intentions to protect the family above all else. Logan accepts the advice, then shifts his focus toward reclaiming the ancestral land of Bifrost. Troops advance toward Bifrost, prepared to seize the strategically vital and symbolic stronghold. The castle gates stand open as a distant force approaches unnoticed by the distracted guards. A soldier spots the movement too late, alarmed by the sudden and unrecognized arrival. A surprise. Enemy charge sparks panic. Bifrost is under sudden attack by McLean forces. Defenders scramble to organize, realizing the assault is being led by Logan's faction. Despite planning to wait for reinforcements, the defenders are forced into rapid engagement. The attackers launch a direct assault, aiming to capture the castle before aid can arrive. Logan advances on foot, determined to lead by example in reclaiming his family's land. A high-ranking knight named Lentor challenges Logan to a formal duel to defend the stronghold. Logan prepares calmly, facing Lentor's provocation and demanding justice for the war's victims. The duel begins swiftly. Logan counters with precise strikes, overwhelming the opposing knight's defense. With a decisive blow, Logan defeats Lentor, reinforcing his resolve to lead from the front. Lentor collapses after the duel, shocking the soldiers who question his worth as a high-ranking knight. Logan observes Bifrost's weak leadership, noting how easily its commander failed to defend the castle. He turns to his father, reporting that their task is done, but his father remains silently reflective. Logan's father gazes at the reclaimed land, stunned by the emotional weight of the victory. He speaks of their ancestors who were driven from Bifrost 2 centuries ago, amazed. He admits he never imagined reclaiming the land would come so swiftly and successfully. Logan quietly smiles, but his father reminds him that the achievement was far from easy. They approach the gathered soldiers who await their next orders with solemn pride. Logan's father gazes at the troops, recognizing the importance of their role in the conquest. He expresses deep gratitude to his men, acknowledging their tireless dedication, declaring the McLean's return. He honors their triumph as a collective effort. He calls them cherished vassals, filled with respect for their loyalty and service. As wind flows through the battlefield, he remembers the long pain behind their return. He vows never to forget those who led them back to this sacred place. One by one, he calls each knight's name: Caleb, Nil, Ethan, Curtis, Reiner, and Andreas in honor. Logan's father calls out Pierrot's name as he continues honoring every knight in attendance. He reflects quietly, moved by the gravity of reclaiming their land with these loyal warriors. Logan watches proudly as his father promises to engrave their names in his heart forever. Turning to the future, the father states that decisions now lie with the new generation. Logan is surprised by the symbolic handover of leadership and responsibility. Moved, Logan accepts the moment with resolve as his father silently watches him step forward. Standing before the army, Logan declares their victory is only the beginning of greater trials. He urges everyone to aim higher, lifting his blade as a symbol of new resolve. The soldiers salute in unison, vowing loyalty to the McLean name and its future. News of Bifrost's fall enrages its former lord, who learns Lentor was defeated easily. Determined to retaliate, he orders immediate preparations for war, but is swiftly opposed. A black-haired commander blocks the order, asserting control over the broader mission strategy. The nobleman protests emotionally, demanding revenge for his personal loss. The commander remains calm, reminding him that military priorities outweigh personal grievances. Embarrassed but furious, the nobleman vows to take revenge himself despite warnings. After calming down, the enraged noble agrees to wait until their mission is complete before retaliating. However, he proposes recruiting the McLeans into their faction to secure obedience and control. His real intent surfaces to force the McLeans to the front lines as expendable soldiers. He reveals his plan to use them as shields, stripping away their right to refuse. Logan appears smiling, sarcastically accepting the offer, as if persuaded by the threat. But in truth, his expression masks a surge of rage as a glass shatters in his hand. Logan strikes first, rejecting threats and forcing the opposing noble to declare allegiance to the first prince. Angered, the elder noble calls Logan insane for defying tradition and disrupting royal negotiations with violence. Despite his reckless image, Logan's actions shock others as he openly challenges authority without hesitation. Another noble warns that Logan's outburst disrespects Roman's orders and violates high-level political boundaries. A powerful surge of magical energy erupts as Logan prepares to escalate the confrontation further. Surrounding nobles recoil, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura, as Logan acknowledges he is crossing the line. Logan calmly explains their hostility toward Bifrost is rooted in generations of conflict, not royal orders, challenged to prove loyalty by submitting to the authorities. Logan stands his ground firmly. He refuses to surrender, stating he cannot comply even if it brings him and others harm. Logan's refusal sparks chaos. A knight crashes through furniture, demanding justification for Logan's defiance. The knight accuses Logan of hiding ulterior motives, mocking his ambition as arrogant and disgraceful. Logan's opponents draw weapons, furious, as they prepare to deal with him by force. A soldier alerts his superior that a more urgent threat has appeared elsewhere in the estate. They receive a magical message from Roman, ordering them to prioritize another situation immediately. Still, the knight decides to eliminate Logan's faction, believing it would best strengthen their influence. Logan provocatively warns his enemies of the price they'll pay for, underestimating his intent. An elder noble scolds Logan's boldness, swearing he'll regret crossing such a dangerous political line. Urgency rises as the knight calls his adjutant, preparing to assign troops in response to threats. Orders are issued to monitor Logan, with intent to crush his ambitions from the shadows. The officers mock Logan's recklessness, believing he's leading his faction toward destruction with misplaced arrogance. They begin laughing, misinterpreting Logan's move on Bifrost as naive heroism rather than strategic dominance. Logan initiates contact with Duke Valterman's faction, catching them off guard with his direct approach. They assume his attack on Bifrost signals allegiance, interpreting it as an intent to join. Logan's silence leaves them hopeful, as Bifrost is also a long-standing enemy of their house. Logan politely declines, stating neutrality, though internally, he weighs the danger posed by siding with any prince. The noble warns that indecision might make Logan's house a target for destruction. Unfazed, Logan prepares his next move, maintaining firm control over negotiations and perception. Logan claims he received forgiveness from Valterman, and insists neutrality is their only viable stance. He offers moral support, but refuses military commitment, citing his family's weak standing in the Empire. Valterman's envoy requests Logan eliminate remaining Bifrost forces, though he frames it as a casual suggestion. Despite the threat of war, Logan refuses to retreat, declaring that his enemies crossed the line. News spreads that Bifrost has fallen, shocking nobles and sparking chaos in the royal court. One lord erupts in anger, demanding answers, while others attempt to calm his rising fury. Allies anticipate Roman's punishment, certain he'll retaliate fiercely against those responsible for Bifrost's downfall. However, Roman's knight calmly announces approval of McLean's neutrality, contradicting their expectations. Panicked nobles scramble to make sense of the decision, desperate to avoid retaliation. A message from the McLean family arrives, listing heavy demands to secure continued control of Bifrost. The demands include tribute, supply rights, reduced taxation, and permission for McLean military inspections. Realizing resistance is futile, the nobles reluctantly consider compliance to avoid future bloodshed. In Befro's castle, the victorious faction discusses how the Pareda family surrendered and became vassals. Logan suggests gradually dismantling Pareda's power base until total control is achieved. Though some targets escaped, they recognize the campaign's success and consolidate what they've gained. With threats resolved, Logan raises his glass and declares it's time to celebrate their triumph. Crowds cheer the victory, as the once hostile region now unites under McLean's restored authority. Logan toasts the future, confident that their growing strength will continue to shape the Empire. Guests gather at the celebration, mingling as Logan prepares to begin the awards ceremony. A dark aura surrounds the stage where warriors await, intensifying the atmosphere of anticipation. Logan is prompted to begin, and he formally calls Sir Heinkel to come forward. Heinkel is caught off guard by the sudden call, startled by Logan's formal tone. Logan praises Heinkel's leadership and grants him 1 million gold for his military achievements. To everyone's shock, Logan also gifts Heinkel a valuable piece of land as a reward. Nobles murmur in disbelief over the generous reward, questioning the estate's financial state. Logan then calls for Sir Clayton, who steps forward, visibly surprised and nervous. Logan credits Clayton's role in the major battle and prepares to bestow an equal reward. Clayton's reward includes tax-exempt land near the Magic Tower and a full 1 million in gold. The overwhelming news causes Clayton to faint, collapsing from emotional overload. Logan's generosity moves the warriors deeply, inspiring them with loyalty and respect. Clayton tearfully thanks Logan, overwhelmed by the recognition and support he received. Logan announces further monetary rewards to honor the sacrifices of others in attendance. While walking off stage, Logan stumbles, surprised by the sudden approach of a girl in red. Logan speaks with a young noblewoman, asking about her excitement over the recently distributed rewards. She expresses gratitude, admitting this is her first time earning money through her own efforts. With enthusiasm, she shares how achieving this goal is a step toward fulfilling her personal dream. An elder calls Logan over, noting he's also prepared something to support the dreams of Waka. Logan smiles, explaining he has already secured a place and funding for Waka's future endeavors. Meanwhile, a prisoner in shackles arrives at the estate, forced into labor under armed escort. The dwarves arrive in a bustling human city, drawing curious stares as they disembark. One dwarf questions if this busy place will be his new workplace, uncertain of the future. Among them, Timar grumbles about being surrounded by humans, suspicious of their master's strange kindness. The dwarves debate whether their noble employer truly respects them or merely flaunts his wealth. Timar is warned not to speak ill in public, but tension rises among the group. Challenged on his pride, Timar stays silent, leading the group forward when called to move. Timar silently condemns the others for clinging to pride that only brings more pain. Since losing his hand, he let go of dignity, believing survival mattered more than ideals. With hardened resolve, he leads the dwarves as they march toward the unknown facility. Timar walks behind the guard, burdened by his past and fear of what lies ahead. A dark thought creeps in, wondering if dying would be easier than enduring this life. Suddenly, a cheerful man greets them, praising their arrival with unexpected warmth. The man counts 10 dwarves, confirming the correct number before notifying someone named Sir Hamar. Hearing a human refer to a dwarf as Sir shocks Tamar and the others. Tamar urgently asks if the man truly knows Sir Hamar, surprised by the honorific used. A worker praises Hamar as the greatest blacksmith in the region, whose innovations reshaped their future. Timar reflects, stunned by the idea that a human could respect and even admire dwarves. They are led inside where Hamar greets them proudly, calling them his brethren. Seeing them healthy, Hamar jokes about how hard he plans to work them in return. His aura flares with confidence, shocking the dwarves with his overwhelming presence and unspoken power. Timar realizes with awe that this truly is the legendary Sir Hamar he'd heard of. Days later, Hamar meets his master, who inquires about the dwarves and production progress. Hamar proudly reports that crossbow output has increased, and all dwarves are working steadily. Inside the workshop, Tamar and others silently labor like precise, disciplined cogs in a machine. The master observes their assembly line method, amazed by its efficiency for mass production. Though resistance arose, Hamar's persuasion silenced complaints and motivated the workers. Timar jokes about becoming an inspector, masking his pride behind casual sarcasm. Despite appearing peaceful, doubt still lingers about what they truly want for themselves. Timar claims he is just a cog, but fears of demons and war resurface in his mind. Hamar calmly believes the demons will one day grant them true freedom, ending their long struggle. Timar recalls the promise Hamar once made that their master would someday grant the dwarves freedom. He clenches his fist, determined to find an opportunity, again, holding on to that belief. Meanwhile, Hamar discusses the need to arm 10,000 soldiers, despite limited resources. The master laughs, revealing his real intention, to build strength by empowering civilians. Hamar is stunned by the ambition to form a 10,000-man militia, through preparation alone. The master believes this war will not be won by elites, but by preparing common people. He warns of the brutal cost of uprisings, saying the battlefield will be hell on earth. Though Hamar doubts the idea of arming civilians, the master insists on protecting livelihoods. If people have food and income, he claims they'll stand and fight when necessary. He tasks the dwarves with building a special bomb for their defense. One dwarf realizes he's referring to a delayed explosion device, an advanced magical weapon. They begin theorizing the internal mechanism, unsure but intrigued by the challenge. The master lists features needed: vibration alert, impact, trigger, color change, and time delay. He sets the production cost target at 50 gold, while demanding a magic scale explosion. With confidence, he smiles and asks if they can deliver such a deadly invention. A dwarf questions if the explosive device truly exists, and Logan insists he has used it before. Hamar presses for details, doubting the vague materials Logan mentioned are enough to replicate it. Another dwarf explains that altering the ratio of ingredients could drastically change the outcome. The cost, performance demand shocks the dwarves, as Logan insists it must match a second circle spell. They suggest searching for the item's original creator instead of developing it from scratch. Logan realizes he might not actually know who made it, despite having used it before. Logan reveals the weapon he wants, Liberatio, used by resistance forces in ancient rebellions. He was not part of those developers but recalls its effects with uncanny clarity. Suspicion arises whether Logan truly remembers it, or if something deeper is influencing his knowledge. Logan reflects his memories of Liberatio are abnormally vivid, making him question their true origin. Still determined, he refuses to give up, prepared to explain the design again. Meanwhile, a frustrated dwarf slams the table, furious over the state of the nation. In a distant tavern, locals argue about the spreading war, fearing loss and destruction. One man questions why elite forces retreat while civilians are left vulnerable to chaos. Another agrees the ruling faction uses citizens as shields while avoiding direct conflict themselves. A nobleman laments how local houses like his are being crushed amid growing national instability. He fears his family might be the first to fall in the coming civil war. Overwhelmed with guilt, he confesses to fleeing, unable to protect even his family's corpses. Just then, a hooded figure approaches and addresses him by name, Damien Nathal. Startled, Damien demands to know who the cloaked woman is, and how she knows him. She identifies herself from the Information Guild, delivering a message sealed with the Mark of Fire. Logan's attendant is shocked by the sudden arrangements and questions if Logan is hosting a party. Logan calmly explains that the letters are meant for those who lost their homes in the war. The attendant realizes Logan plans to recruit them, surprised by the young master's insight and intention. The attendant doubts famous knights would come from fallen lands, questioning the practicality of Logan's idea. Logan explains, these people are now just poor wanderers, but they have untapped potential. With a confident smile, Logan believes these individuals are hidden gems based on his past life. He continues writing, explaining that most future Force users began with no power like these recruits. One person in particular holds special value, and Logan writes to him with personal sincerity. The letter is addressed to Damien Nathal, asking him to join the McLean family's growing cause. Elsewhere, Damien reads the letter, recalling past struggles as Logan's words spark something within him. He walks past bustling cities and armored patrols, contemplating his response. Damien sets off, his resolve firm as he heads toward the McLean estate. Arriving at the gate, Damien confidently announces his presence, holding the letter tightly in hand. A guard recognizes the seal of McLean, confirming the legitimacy of the letter. Damien steadies himself, mentally preparing for the new chapter awaiting him. A guard silently questions how someone like Damien could receive a personal letter from Logan McLean. Damien follows quietly, aware of the skepticism and whispers surrounding his presence at the estate. Looking at the busy courtyard, he wonders if McLean is gathering outcasts to strengthen his lands. Damien walks past merchants and villagers, doubting if he was chosen intentionally among so many. He worries it might have been a mistake, wondering if the letter was sent by accident. But Logan welcomes him warmly, introducing himself with sincere gratitude for Damien's journey. Caught off guard, Damien nervously responds and is invited to sit for a private conversation, still uncertain. Damien questions internally if Logan truly meant to send the letter to him. As they begin talking, Logan offers him tea, easing the tension between them. Damien sips the tea while silently trying to recall if he knows Logan from the past. Logan smiles, recognizing Damien as the genius behind the Liberation Front's encryption system. Damien's reputation precedes him, yet Logan finds his demeanor surprisingly humble and unassuming. Logan remembers Damien's brilliance in information management, safeguarding secrets of the Resistance for 2 decades. Though impressed by his talents, what Logan admired most was Damien's sense of justice. Logan proposes Damien lead the Department of Administration, shocking him with the weight of the offer. Damien nervously questions why he was given such an important position, despite his humble background. Logan cites Damien's poetry as a sign of deep insight and potential administrative talent. Though confused, Damien listens as Logan praises his understanding of nuance and structure in written works. Privately, Logan admits the poetry excuse was nonsense, but needed a way to approach him. He reflects on the small size of their family and the urgent need for capable leaders. Logan sees Damien's abilities in information management as vital to their future government. 1 week later, the staff praises Damien's efficiency, amazed by how quickly he adapted and excelled. Philip and Damien outperform 10 men, prompting curiosity about where Logan found such skilled workers. Logan explains he seeks out those with potential, regardless of status, to build the future. With the town growing, Logan suggests accelerating plans for a second settlement to meet demand. Philip calculates their resources, but warns that lumber prices are high due to the Civil War. He explains their budget will suffer until construction ends and the harvest is collected. Logan questions the shortfall, and Philip reveals they've been exporting excess supplies from their fiefdom. Shocked, Logan asks why, only to learn rations were sold due to surplus production. Philip clarifies they profited by selling leftover rations prepared in anticipation of the war with Bifrost. The team reviews their situation. The war has ended quickly, but ration prices continue to surge. Philip suggests that selling even half their rations would resolve all financial concerns immediately. Logan considers investing the profit into logging to prepare for mass-producing carbon cavalry units. Logan notes their exhausting supplies and realizes production infrastructure will be necessary for long-term success. He approves the plan, entrusting Philip to manage sales and lumber acquisition efficiently. Logan assigns Dwayne to begin constructing the second town, vital for their expansion strategy. Philip delivers a letter that was mistakenly sent to their office, addressed to Logan. Logan accepts it, wondering if the message is from the information team. Opening it alone, Logan begins reading a report about locating one of the individuals he requested. The message confirms that one applicable person has been found. His name is Churn Crow. Logan recalls learning force blade basics from a man fitting this description during the Emperor's War. Smiling, he believes Crow is the same person he's been searching for all this time. Cronet, also known as Churn Crow, was a top enchanter and renowned frontline killer. His body was equipped with self-made artifacts, and he led devastating attacks in the war. Known as the Sorcerer of Carnage, he brutally wiped out entire enemy units with ease. Logan recalls that Cronet's supply of low-grade artifacts significantly empowered the Empire's military efforts. He realizes Grandma's forces would have collapsed much slower without Cronet's overwhelming support to the enemy. Logan understands Cronet is both a great asset and a dangerous potential threat to his plans. At the Empire's border outpost, wind stirs as a lone traveler approaches the guarded gate. The man walks quietly toward the station soldier, wearing a cloak and carrying a large pack. Stopped at the gate, he confirms he's a merchant from Grandia, prompting further scrutiny. The guard notes Grandia's recent unrest and assumes the traveler has endured significant hardship. Without responding, the traveler calmly reveals a unique ring to the soldier's surprise. He quietly agrees with the guard, subtly hinting at the hardships he has survived. The guard assures him that peace reigns in the Empire and permits him entry, no past the checkpoint. The red-haired traveler reflects on his long absence from the Empire. He recalls his future enemy lives deep in a province, not the capital, and sets off. To avoid suspicion, he magically altered his hair and eye color before entering the Empire. As sunset nears, he wonders where he's ended up while walking alone. Suddenly, someone shouts behind him, alerting him to danger. 3 thugs emerge, mocking his pace and targeting his red hair. The leader demands his belongings, brandishing a weapon with clear intent. Unfazed, the traveler threatens back, warning them not to push further. The group finally reaches the city gate, where tension visibly lifts from the thugs' expressions. Won nervously asks to leave, and the red-haired traveler casually allows them to go. Relieved, they flee while he calmly proceeds toward his objective with focused determination. He walks through the bustling streets, blending in among the city's merchants and travelers. As he passes market stalls, people advertise their goods and draw crowds with their pitches. Nearby, nobles prepare a carriage, discussing finding a suitable place for quiet conversation. The traveler notices whispers about him, realizing someone may have recognized his identity or hair. He pretends to ignore them and reflects on how the city has changed over time. Using a map, he pinpoints the target's home, oddly isolated from the rest of the city. He arrives at a large estate, questioning whether this impressive building is truly the right place. Recognizing the seal, he confirms the residence and prepares for potential confrontation. Silently, he gathers his thoughts and steels his resolve before entering. Analyzing the target, he wonders if the man is already a superhuman-level magician. He suspects the man has slow activation speed, making him vulnerable, despite high potential. Realizing recruitment is wiser than assassination, he shifts his plan toward gaining an ally. The traveler knocks firmly on the estate door, choosing to suppress his past life's grudges. He calls out loudly, trying to get the attention of anyone inside the residence. A gruff voice responds, annoyed, as a man emerges muttering about unnecessary visitors. Suspicious, the man admits he's never seen the visitor before and questions his business. The traveler politely introduces himself and requests time to talk with Mr. Churn Crow. Churn reacts harshly, rejecting him with magic and yelling, leaving the traveler speechless. Suppressing anger, the traveler contemplates killing him but quickly restrains his violent impulse. He knocks again, requesting just a moment of the man's attention to explain. Suddenly Churn attacks with lightning magic, proving he'd been prepared for a fight all along. The traveler dodges and retaliates, shouting for Churn to stop and listen. Churn, surrounded by magical spheres, realizes the traveler isn't an ordinary person. Acknowledging the traveler's power, Churn prepares for a serious confrontation. Inside, magical orbs reflect Churn's high artifact affinity and unique potential as a superhuman. Despite his power, Churn had once been feared for massacres, making him a notorious figure. The traveler grins, stating it was impossible to ignore such a person and not meet him. The traveler throws a pouch of gold, watching it bounce down the stairs toward the man. The pouch opens, revealing a hefty pile of coins meant to repair the door damage. Tempted, Churn quickly changes his tone and agrees to hear the traveler out briefly. Inside, Churn sits surrounded by magical spheres, asking bluntly why the traveler came. The traveler smiles, explaining he heard rumors and came specifically to meet the reclusive magician. Churn, confused, asks what rumors, prompting the traveler to gesture toward the artifacts around him. Churn flinches, suspecting the traveler may know more than he lets on about his secrets. The traveler compliments his artifact mastery, saying it is obvious from the magical items on display. He claims the Information Guild mentioned Churn while searching for powerful mages across the empire. Churn grows wary, asking which guild, but the traveler refuses to reveal his source. He politely deflects, while internally preparing to judge Churn's moral character and future usefulness. Though skilled, Churn's suspicious behavior makes the traveler question if he can truly be trusted. Upon closer inspection, the aura of slaughter around Churn seems weaker than in his past life. Confident he could kill him if needed, the traveler weighs the option carefully. Instead, he calmly asks if Churn has ever heard the name Cronet, triggering a visible reaction. The traveler utters the name Cronet, watching closely as Churn's expression shifts in recognition. Magical energy swirls violently as Churn's body tenses, clearly disturbed by the mention of that name. Overwhelmed by emotion, Churn unleashes a sudden magical burst, triggering a vision of a blood-soaked memory. A large estate stands quietly as a storm approaches, leaves swirling through the air. Suddenly, a massive explosion tears through the building, debris flying in every direction. A dark figure emerges through the dust, entering the destroyed mansion with lethal intent. Inside, red orbs float around the enemy as chaos unfolds. Civilians flee in fear. One man reaches for an orb, its energy swirling ominously as he braces to attack. The bearded attacker bellows in fury, power gathering around him for a deadly assault. A fiery blast erupts, but Logan narrowly dodges the attack, stunning the enemy. Mocking him, the enemy claims victory is inevitable and unleashes more of his orbs. The ground ignites as Logan prepares for a counterattack amid the overwhelming magic. Flames swirl as Logan raises his sword, unfazed by the enemy's taunts. Mocking continues until Logan's force strikes unexpectedly, breaking through the enemy's formation. Shocked, the enemy watches his orbs fall, momentum shifting violently in Logan's favor. The orbs scatter, damaged, and Logan lands among the wreckage with controlled precision. The bearded man panics, realizing his precious artifacts are now useless. Logan approaches coldly, condemning his opponent's greed, and calling him by name Cronet. Cronet rages at Logan, demanding to know how he recognized the artifact and its name. Logan silently assesses Cronet's strength, remembering his pre-superhuman days and gauging his opponent's limits. Cronet becomes agitated, shouting wildly, and trying to physically overpower Logan in frustration. Seizing one of the red orbs, Cronet claims it, releasing unstable energy in desperation. The orb explodes, uncontrollably, causing a massive blast that scorches everything in the vicinity. Logan watches calmly as the chaos settles, now certain Cronet is losing control of himself. He discovers a hidden laboratory filled with notes, potions, and suspicious magical documents. Logan suspects dark experiments were conducted, moments before sensing energy erupting behind him. Cronet reappears, infused with chaotic magic, his mind unhinged and body radiating violent power. A destructive beam fires toward Logan, forcing him to respond with calculated defense. Logan doubts Cronet's power stems from chaos magic alone. It seems artificially enhanced. He notes that Cronet's magic output is unstable, despite its dangerous appearance and wild force. Drawing his sword, Logan prepares to counterattack, as red energy surges uncontrollably from Cronet's body. Logan's counter-magic disperses Cronet's energy, leaving the artifact master shocked and disoriented. Flames erupt around Logan, as his overwhelming energy radiates through the crumbling building. Cronet stares in disbelief, struggling to understand who this mysterious and powerful young man is. Cronet lunges, but Logan strikes cleanly, slicing through his guard and staggering him backward. Cronet crashes against the floor, his body trembling from the devastating blow. Logan approaches calmly, stating that Cronet's downfall was the result of his own actions. Consumed by rage, Cronet rises once more, unleashing a final desperate magical attack. His energy spirals violently, but Logan remains composed, analyzing the surge with a sharp gaze. The moment Cronet strikes, Logan moves, too fast for him to follow. Logan lands a precise blow, overpowering Cronet's final effort with unmatched speed. Cronet stumbles, defeated, and the lab begins collapsing around him. Logan watches from afar, knowing the battle has ended and Cronet has fallen. As debris falls, Logan notes the laboratory's destruction is near. He reflects briefly this lab belonged to a man once praised for mastering artifacts. Logan turns away, abandoning his plan to investigate further. As the ceiling comes crashing down, Logan decides to take a brief look around before escaping the crumbling laboratory. Bookshelves shake as debris falls, but Logan focuses on a nearby table stacked with documents, spotting a specific volume. He wonders if these are Cronet's original research notes. The book explains how Cronet had once developed a method to imbue magic into metal. This technique allowed artifact production using common materials, revolutionizing accessibility for lower-tier users. Excited, Logan decides to take all the relevant books with him before the collapse worsens. His eyes land on a pair of ornate gauntlets lying silently on a nearby table. Though he senses no active magic, he decides to keep them just in case. As he reaches for them, an unexpected reaction begins to stir within the artifacts. The gauntlets suddenly glow, drawing in surrounding force energy from the room around them. Realizing they might be absorbing kinetic power, Logan slips them on, intrigued. With a grin, he prepares to test them out firsthand and clenches his fist. Golden energy flows into the gauntlets, responding smoothly to Logan's physical movements. An explosive surge of force erupts, confirming the gauntlets his hidden capabilities. Shocked, Logan realizes these gloves are far more valuable than they first appeared. Logan feels a surge of enhanced strength and clarity coursing through his body from the gauntlets. He compares the sensation to a legendary artifact he once encountered, the Wind God's boots. Puzzled, he questions how Cronet could possess such advanced equipment, despite his limited capabilities. Though curious, Logan senses instability in the collapsing lab and prepares to leave with what he gathered. He confirms that his objective is complete and views Cronet's death as inconsequential. With a heavy load of research and artifacts, he decides to return to his territory. Outside, patrolling knights notice unusual activity and grow suspicious of recent movements near the tree. One knight criticizes the commander's indecision, insisting they confront any intruders immediately. Suddenly, a scout arrives and urgently reports an unknown enemy is approaching their location. A guard informs the arriving knights that the Grand Young Lord is currently not at home. Angered, one knight complains, they traveled far believing there was a recruitment opportunity. Frustrated, he calls the situation disrespectful, while the guard questions his attitude as an applicant. Heinkel, the McLean Knight commander, notices the group and learns they're knights from the front lines. Heinkel is told they wish to meet the Grand Young Lord to discuss terms. Assuming their lord was lost in the Civil War, Heinkel recognizes their difficult situation. A man steps forward, introducing himself as Dylan, a knight from Exiled. Proudly, he announces that his hometown called him Swift Blade Dylan. Heinkel reacts with slight surprise to Dylan's self-proclaimed title. Another knight introduces himself as Tenon, boasting the nickname Steel Blade Tenon. Jacob adds he's known as Mighty Jacob, and they joke about rural nicknames. Heinkel praises their skills, noting he doesn't even have a nickname himself. Heinkel suddenly stops the chatter and demands seriousness from the group. He states Logan values ability above all and rewards it fairly. He ends by telling them to prove their worth if they seek good treatment. Heinkel challenges the knights to prove themselves through action, rather than boasting titles and words. He asks if they can demonstrate real strength, pressuring them with his demand. Dylan confidently agrees, eager to show his capabilities without hesitation. Moments later, Dylan lies on the ground, stunned by how quickly he was defeated. He wonders why he's on the ground, confused about the sudden outcome. Reflecting, he recalls approaching the young lord casually, expecting an easy fight to gain favor. But the situation changes when Logan appears, radiating fierce energy and commanding him to stand. Panicked, Dylan rises, realizing they had barely exchanged blows before collapsing. Logan questions whether Dylan had underestimated him and gone easy on purpose. Dylan denies the accusation nervously, startled by Logan's presence and strength. Others laugh, teasing that he must have assumed Logan would be weak. They agree, it's more humiliating to go easy and lose to a young lord. Dylan suspects the others are faking respect, but realizes they misjudged Logan's appearance. Logan reflects on his own weakness and how he's still not strong enough. He vows to grow stronger to avoid becoming a burden to his brother. A nervous recruit declares he's ready, overwhelmed by Logan's fierce presence during the training match. Panicked trainees shout, one being ordered to grab his sword and join the fight. Hesitating, the man is scolded, reminded that Logan called him Yungsim and expects effort. Those who challenged Logan begin to fight, but are quickly overpowered by his swift strikes. Zone opponent is decisively taken down as Logan maintains pressure and calls for another. Fear spreads as Logan silently signals the next to come forward. A blast erupts violently, shocking onlookers as Logan's strikes shake the ground. The rookies scream, realizing Logan is heading their way with no signs of stopping. Heinkel watches calmly as another trainee is thrown aside by the overwhelming force. Lady Allen and her partner assess the recruit's performance, finding Dylan's speed acceptable. They discuss the other two, agreeing both had flaws but also potential. Heinkel approves, confirming that even the bold rookie has passed the test. Heinkel praises the trainers as Logan continues rampaging with intense emotion. They wonder if Logan's stress comes from his lack of progress or something deeper. Heinkel notes Logan has been gone 10 days, raising questions about his recent journey. Allen and her companion admit they don't know where Logan went or what he's doing. Still, Allen believes Logan will return after achieving something remarkable again. Elsewhere, stacks of magical books are dropped onto a desk inside a research room. An old bearded scholar is startled as Logan casually delivers the pile of unknown books. He asks Logan what the materials are, unsure about their origin. Logan explains they were found in a mage's lab and seemed like research materials. The scholar nervously asks if Logan wants him to examine the books right away. Suspicious, he worries the books might be stolen from a magic tower. Logan assures him they belong to someone who died after provoking him, relieved. The scholar agrees and takes responsibility for reviewing the materials. As Logan lingers silently, the scholar grows curious about his continued presence. He asks if Logan has more business. Noticing the young lord hasn't left, Logan nervously requests the books be reviewed immediately if possible. The scholar, now frustrated, reminds Logan he's already busy with bomb development. He emphasizes that Logan himself assigned him the explosive task, and he is overwhelmed. Logan insists the material is urgent, forcing the scholar to reconsider delaying his bomb work. Despite being overwhelmed, Logan stands firm, unwilling to back down in front of the scholar. He requests just one book to be checked first, hoping it holds something critical. Reluctantly, Clayton agrees, offering to skim it while Logan rests in the guest quarters. Just as Clayton starts reading, something in the material catches his attention instantly. Logan notices his reaction and asks what's wrong. Sensing a breakthrough, Clayton is stunned by the content, questioning if the source was truly unaffiliated with any tower. Logan confirms confidently that the dead mage wasn't tied to official institutions. Clayton grows more serious, sensing deeper implications in what he is reading. Logan asks if anything useful was found, hopeful for a major discovery. Clayton reveals it's a study on converting raw mana into usable energy for objects. Overjoyed, Logan realizes it's the foundation for the bomb system he envisioned. A group of men gather secretly to discuss an upcoming operation targeting the northern estate that night. Despite initial concern, one man reassures the others. There's no reason to hesitate. He claims only a top-ranked lord could threaten their mission, showing complete confidence. One member recalls a rumor about a young lord defeating Bifrost's twin blades in combat. Others laugh it off. Skeptical that a mere 20-year-old could pose any real threat, they debate his strength, noting tales of him leveling up mid-battle like an anomaly. A man silently considers the rumor, unsure whether it holds any truth. He admits he'd like to challenge the young lord himself, curious about the truth. The moon rises over the estate as the household remains unaware of the looming danger. Inside, the young lord calmly handles paperwork while updates about town development are shared. An attendant excitedly mentions a new market and increased goods entering the town. The conversation stays casual, with no hint of the danger approaching that very night. The attendant talks about visiting the market with his girlfriend during the upcoming break. He imagines her joyfully unaware of the plot against the estate. The young lord listens quietly, concealing his suspicion behind a polite smile. Jokingly disappointed, the cheerful aide receives unexpected spending money from the young lord with gratitude. Overwhelmed by the kindness, he clutches the gift tightly, nearly moved to tears. He shouts affectionately and hugs the young lord, who reacts with annoyed embarrassment. The aide encourages the young lord to relax and go on a date himself. Logan ignores the suggestion at first, distracted by paperwork and responsibilities. Alone again, he considers the idea briefly, reminiscing about normal joys like dating. He recalls a vibrant memory of a beautiful woman in a red dress. A sudden realization strikes him, disrupting the daydream. Refocusing, Logan reminds himself that now is not the time for distractions. Logan reflects on Arian's dedication to training after the war with Bifrost. He studies reports showing the shifting power dynamics between noble factions. The data reveals their side must act soon to end the civil war decisively. Despite growing strength, Logan knows it's still not enough to guarantee success. He vows to complete the upcoming operation quickly before it's too late. Suddenly alert, Logan senses something unusual and rises from his seat to respond. Logan instantly senses a presence, grabbing his sword as tension fills the room. Certain an intruder is nearby, he steadies himself and prepares to act. With focused eyes, he heads toward the window where the disturbance originated. As he moves closer, a powerful energy suddenly bursts through the window. A masked assailant charges in, their red eyes fixed fiercely on Logan. Logan braces himself just in time as the enemy's weapon strikes with force. Blocking the blow, Logan immediately recognizes the enemy using a force blade technique. He deflects the attack, sending the masked figure crashing across the floor. Wounded but not defeated, the intruder scrambles back into a defensive stance. Surprised that his force blade was overpowered, the enemy reassesses Logan's strength. Logan launches a counterattack, pushing the intruder back again with overwhelming energy. While observing closely, Logan suspects the attacker is only testing his defenses. Just as Logan gains the upper hand, another enemy appears from above. He realizes too late there was a second intruder targeting him from behind. Startled, Logan prepares to counter, caught in a sudden 2-on-1 assault. The second intruder lands hard beside his partner, acknowledging the young lord's unexpected resistance. Both masked attackers regroup, realizing this fight demands full effort to succeed, frustrated by the warning. The white-haired man prepares to strike again with more force. Logan taunts the masked enemies, criticizing their ambush tactics and lack of pride. Unmoved, the intruders declare the attack as punishment for supporting someone they oppose. Their swords drawn, they charge again, determined to finish the job without mercy. Logan questions their vague threat, growing curious about the person they referenced. He swiftly dodges their coordinated assault, showing sharp footwork and awareness. One attacker comments on his agility, beginning to understand the difficulty of their mission. Logan counters with powerful strikes, keeping both enemies under pressure. Despite their speed, the masked men struggle to keep up with his offensive rhythm. They mock his strength, but admit his strikes lack deadly precision. Surrounded by debris, the white-haired attacker narrows his eyes, sensing a shift. Logan scolds their ambush, frustrated but unfazed by the 2-on-1 odds. The intruder dismisses Logan's force blade as weak, calling it a mere imitation. Logan declares the mission will proceed, analyzing the situation while staying composed. He deduces that only someone like Valtermain would have the resources to order this attack, realizing it's a coordinated assault. He suspects more intruders are scattered across the estate. As predicted, chaos spreads throughout the estate, with bodies lying where guards once stood. A noblewoman hides, trembling behind a door, as attackers slaughter without mercy. Another furious and grief-stricken, roars Valtermain's name, vowing revenge for the carnage unleashed. A dark figure breaks through a tall window, entering the room amid falling debris and tension. He lands powerfully, creating shockwaves as his presence overwhelms the atmosphere with deadly intent. Without hesitation, he launches a fierce red attack, sending his opponent flying through the air. The red energy spreads, catching a swordsman by surprise as he quickly tries to counter. Despite reacting fast, he's hit directly, crashing into the ground from the explosive force. Groaning in pain, he struggles to recover while his opponent's force blade looms dangerously near. The swordsman analyzes the enemy's technique, noting the unnatural reach of the force blade. As the second enemy charges, he finds himself trapped between two unpredictable attackers. A sudden realization strikes he is being targeted in a coordinated ambush from both sides. Blood spills as one enemy strikes him from the shadows with precise, ghost-like movements. The red-haired warrior braces himself, recalling a similar top-tier assassin from his past life. He clenches his weapon, now aware he's against highly trained force users with lethal coordination. Another wound lands as the armored foe advances, showing no intention of letting up, realizing the trap. The warrior labels the situation a full-blown crisis with no backup. Facing two top rankers alone, he accepts the grim reality this battle may cost him everything. Though wounded and overwhelmed, Logan feels an odd clarity. He truly doesn't believe he'll lose. The enemies grow uneasy as his determination radiates, despite exhaustion and injury. One assassin curses his stubbornness, tightening grip on the weapon to finish the job. Logan charges at the enemy, driven by sheer willpower and combat instinct. The assassins dodge, leaping into synchronized movement to overpower him through technique, realizing their rhythm. Logan focuses on defense, preparing to wait for a mistake. He recalls that timing is key. An opening will eventually reveal itself amid chaos. As one opponent begins to overheat, the red energy strains their body's limits. Logan recognizes it. They're recklessly pushing power with no concern for the aftermath. Surrounded by beams of energy, Logan weaves through attacks with desperate momentum. The two assassins keep pressing, but cracks appear in their coordination. He senses their stamina failing and braces for a final counter. Logan notes their energy flow faltering. If he stalls longer, they'll burn out. One assassin lunges in a last gamble, declaring the fight's end. Their eyes widen in realization. Logan has endured longer than expected, and still stands. Logan clashes blades with the assassin, blocking repeated strikes under the red glow of power. Despite exhaustion, he maintains form, holding off the relentless assault with burning determination. The assassin acknowledges Logan's persistence, but prepares to counter with another crushing attack. Logan retreats briefly, attempting to reset his stance amid the shifting battle. The silver-haired assassin mocks him, confident Logan's resistance is coming to an end. Dismissing Logan's reputation, the assassin rushes in, claiming he's seen many overrated warriors fail. Declaring Logan just another arrogant brat, the assassin prepares to end the fight. But Logan's expression hardens, fire awakening in his eyes as he channels deeper strength. The assassin flinches as unexpected energy surges from Logan, catching him completely off guard. Logan's inner power ignites, fire wrapping around him as raw strength begins to awaken. His spirit surges resolve, rage, and instinct fused in a moment of transformation. The explosion of force shakes the room, pushing back the assassins with overwhelming heat. His flaming sword gleams, burning brighter than ever before, as realization dawns in his enemy. They recall the rumor Logan levels up in battle, defying logic with every swing. With calm resolve, Logan grips his sword tightly and charges into the final strike. A calm breeze flows past the estate as officials gather to discuss the aftermath of battle. They confirm 13 intruders were killed, though the McLean side suffered 5 deaths and 12 wounded. Logan reveals that his father was seriously injured while protecting his mother during the attack. A flashback shows Logan's father collapsed in bed, wounds severe but alive. The commander notes the damage was light considering the strength of the attackers. Logan agrees, adding that the intruders were powerful but unrecognizable, no known identities or affiliations. They question who could send elite killers without leaving any trace. Logan suspects Jordan Valterman, drawing immediate concern from loyal retainers. He's warned that opposing the Duke could invite war with the Second Prince's entire faction. Logan calmly questions their assumptions, pointing out that fear isn't a strategy. He understands the danger, but notes only Juan Douglas benefits from the current chaos. Logan slams the table, stating they must endure for now, rather than lash out. The retainers insist they must tolerate injustice, even if leaders or soldiers die. Logan bursts out, blaming their suffering on weakness and lack of power. Frustrated, he asks if he's the only one ashamed by their helplessness. Logan confirms preparations with Captain Heinkel, asking about the Knight's current training progress. Heinkel reports they are fully prepared, prompting a rare smile of approval from Logan, looking toward the window. Logan expresses hope that one day they'll have strength to repay humiliation. Overwhelmed with emotion, Logan suddenly bows deeply, shocking the men around him. His attendants panic, rushing forward in alarm at their master's unexpected gesture. Still bowed, Logan expresses his heartfelt gratitude and determination through silent resolve. Logan tells them he trusts their strength and effort, and won't forget their loyalty. He entrusts the future to them, promising no more shame will reach their walls. As sunlight bathes the estate, the retainers vow with renewed spirits to follow him forward. After Jordran's midnight assault, Logan and his aides begin immediate recovery efforts to stabilize the territory. They work tirelessly, balancing paperwork and strategy while restoring order to McLean's damaged estate. Despite exhaustion, their dedication grows, fueled by the rising pressure and endless administrative burdens. The Knights intensify training, using it to vent frustration and remind recruits of recent threats. Citizens whisper about the attack, fearing war might erupt and disrupt the fragile peace. Amid fear, people recognize McLean as their only refuge, prompting a growing sense of urgency. Panic spreads among refugees, some rushing to escape before conflict reaches their doorstep. Memories of past losses reignite determination. They refuse to lose their homes again. 3 months pass as people rebuild and prepare for inevitable confrontations ahead. Whispers spread that the Second Prince's forces are retreating toward the Valteram border. Losing ground at the central front, they abandon strategic castles to regroup. Logan watches carefully, calculating how shifting power will affect McLean's position. Bifrost's downfall cuts vital supply routes, weakening the Second Prince's entire faction. Logan notes the chaos perfectly aligns with his long-term strategy. Though war rages, McLean's influence expands rapidly, seizing opportunity from political collapse. Logan reflects on his father's advice as his Knight force rapidly grows through clever recruitment. By gathering ruined families and reclaiming castles, their military power surpasses even the previous campaign. With additional towns, trainees, and vigilantes, McLean's regular forces now exceed 10,000 strong. As Logan inspects the expanding troops, whispers of admiration spread among his loyal officers. He silently activates a glowing mana technique, signaling readiness for his next decisive move. Power radiates from his hand as flames spiral upward in a controlled demonstration of strength. Though praised for progress, Logan admits he still struggles to master a key advanced technique. Despite this, he feels the time has come to unleash his growing power, strategically. Standing with confidence, he prepares to wield his ability for a critical turning point. He announces his bold intent to end the civil war with decisive intervention. His companion is shocked, but Logan's conviction remains unshaken beneath the brightening sky. In the southern mountains, new enemy movements begin to stir. Monstrous creatures patrol the forest before suddenly sensing a strange magical presence. A small golem emerges with glowing energy, surprising the enemy scouts. Panic spreads among them as they realize something powerful is approaching. The goblins laugh arrogantly, unaware of the imminent trap laid within the forest. A sudden explosion erupts, engulfing the area in a powerful blaze. The golem calmly observes the flames, its ambush successful. Logan praises the golem's output, impressed by the sheer destructive power of the test. Clayton notes activation delay needs improvement as they review remaining prototypes. With all units used, Logan realizes they underestimated the volume required for proper field trials. Logan comments on how efficient the device is, wiping out an entire group in seconds. Suddenly, the ground trembles, and a monstrous screech signals something far worse. Everyone panics and flees, as a terrifying predator awakens in response to the noise. After retreating, the group hides and questions what kind of creature they provoked. Clayton suspects the explosion disturbed a native beast of the demonic zone. Logan confirms the southern mountains are infamous for housing such threats. Despite the chaos, Logan commends everyone for a successful test. He's satisfied that the bomb exceeded expectations compared to his previous life. Clayton concludes the Liberatio bomb rivals the destructive force of a second-class spell. The Liberatio bomb's cost is shockingly low, just a fraction of a first-class scroll. Clayton credits Logan's research for the breakthrough, while Logan reminds them it's all tied to the blueprint, because replication is impossible without it. They agree to keep the production method strictly protected. Only Hamar and Clayton know the complete formula and mana ratio required to produce the weapon. Logan, satisfied with the secrecy, rewards them, boosting the Magic Tower's funding by 30%. He also reduces Hamar's contract by 3 years, shocking the old man into grateful disbelief. Logan warns that if the formula leaks, all privileges will be revoked without question. Clayton reassures Logan of their loyalty, introducing a new project born from previous trials. They reveal a new rapid-fire crossbow, an artifact, enhanced version, catching Logan by surprise. A massive golem stands in the forest as a target for testing the prototype weapon. Logan swiftly loads a bolt into a new crossbow enhanced with mana resonance. The shot releases with explosive power, striking the golem and triggering a fiery detonation. Spectators cheer at the successful test, impressed by the weapon's destructive force. Logan discusses the crossbow's function, noting each bolt has devastating power and extended range. The dwarf explains it fires 2 bolts per hot and breaks after 5, making it single use. Logan considers the production limit, realizing only 365 could be made yearly at best. Despite the constraint, he decides to prioritize issuing them to the leadership first. He orders production to continue for 2 months, requesting maximum output from the craftsmen. The dwarves react in surprise to the tight timeline, but acknowledge the urgency. Logan insists they'll be needed within that time. Implying an upcoming conflict, news spreads immediately across McLean territory, causing curiosity among the townspeople. Citizens read the notice about expanding into a second town under McLean leadership. Some hesitate, unsure about relocating despite offered homes and farmland. Others acknowledge improvements since Logan became Lord, seeing the change as trustworthy progress. A man loudly questions why anyone would leave their home for hardship and uncertainty. One brave citizen steps forward, inspiring others as they volunteer for relocation to the second town. Encouraged, more residents rally together, determined to seize the opportunity for land and livelihood. The group departs for the second town, their resolve echoing through the streets. Logan reviews the map, explaining that the new town lies between Sylvan and Tomdod. He prompts his advisor to guess the reason for this strategic placement. The advisor suggests it's due to the distance between the 2 castles. Logan confirms the 3-day gap creates a vulnerable zone for invasion. He reveals the town's residents are required to train for defense under vigilant oversight. Logan clarifies the town protects the old McLean Plains as a defense line. Dwayne, still unsure, demands to know who they're guarding against. Logan's silence ends as he declares his intent to join the Civil War. The others protest, insisting neutrality guarantees safety and prosperity for McLean. Logan acknowledges their view, but reveals his ambition exceeds mere territorial protection. Gripping the table, he affirms his resolve. He refuses to remain passive. Logan warns that neutrality will ensure McLean's downfall, regardless of which side wins the war. Some officials dismiss the idea as extreme, believing neutrality still offers safety. He slams the table, silencing them, determined to make them face reality. Elsewhere, a noble asks Logan to explain his reason for joining the conflict. Logan recalls the aftermath of the last war and the First Prince's relentless conquest. He questions whether the victors will ever stop expanding after eliminating their enemies. In his past life, Logan witnessed how even uninvolved factions were eventually destroyed. He wants the threat to be personal, close enough that they cannot ignore it. He recalls how the First Prince's allies abandoned them during a previous crisis without hesitation. Those same allies, once trusted, coldly withdrew support when danger approached. They were wolves, ruthless and opportunistic, devouring everything in their path. Logan warns they won't spare McLean if the war ends in the First Prince's favor. Logan says the real issue isn't their reputation, but how McLean views their own stance. A subordinate suggests siding with the First Prince, but Logan immediately rejects the idea. He declares McLean will join the Second Prince's faction, choosing risk over blind safety. The declaration to side with the Second Prince sparks outrage and disbelief among the advisors. They protest, reminding Logan the Second Prince's faction is currently losing the war. Logan remains calm and explains that winning factions rarely show gratitude to those who join late. He argues it's smarter to support the struggling side and help shift the tide. Skepticism spreads, as one man questions if turning the tide is truly possible. Logan boldly claims the losing side still has enough strength to fight if directed properly. The room falls silent, everyone waiting to hear Logan's final reasoning. Logan's confidence grows as realization spreads. He's about to say something shocking. He smirks, prepared to deliver the same bold line he used once before. He asks whether anything has ever gone wrong when he followed his instincts. Though hesitant, the council reluctantly acknowledges his consistent success in past decisions, but concerns remain about Volturman's prior assault being a reason to avoid his faction. Logan confirms Volturman is dangerous, but insists the choice is still calculated. He tells them not to worry, hiding deeper intentions behind a confident expression. The meeting ends as Logan's smirk signals a plan only he fully understands. In a private meeting, the Second Prince's faction leader recalls how McLean once openly rejected them. He is furious, questioning Logan's sudden change of allegiance and mocking his late arrival, slamming the table. He accuses Logan of being out of his mind for asking to join now. Logan is questioned for his stance on political alignment, calmly standing before a seated noble. The noble slams the armrest in anger, his fury igniting at Logan's composed response. Enraged, he accuses Logan of mockery, unleashing a sudden force that sends chaos through the room. Despite the outburst, Logan remains composed while the other noble continues glaring in frustration. A subordinate presents a communication orb, prompting attention toward its glowing presence. Another man watching through the orb reflects on the overreaction, realizing their situation is deteriorating. Logan sarcastically acknowledges the gift, clearly provoking the older noble further. Feigning ignorance, Logan avoids direct accusation while assessing his opponent's unstable emotions. The noble, now wary, demands to know Logan's true intentions behind the meeting. Logan presents a bold offer: recognition of conquered lands and territorial expansion for McLean. He requests official control over Bifrost and a portion of adjacent Marquis Callus territory. Logan insists on guarantees for all requests. Watching the noble's reaction closely, the noble expresses disbelief, calling the demands excessive despite their calculated nature. With a dismissive smirk, he declares the offer unworthy of negotiation. Logan tries to respond, but the negotiation has clearly turned into a standoff. The noble challenges Logan to repeat his bold proposal face to face rather than through a communication orb. Logan reflects calmly, reading the implication without reacting to the provocation. The noble seems surprised by Logan's unwavering composure as tension between them deepens. At Bifrost Castle, preparations for deployment are complete, and all troops stand ready for orders. Logan's ally questions whether their demands were too ambitious, fearing betrayal or manipulation. Logan listens, aware of the risks, but remains confident in his political positioning. He explains that even expendable forces are useful to desperate factions like the Second Prince's. The ally admits Logan's strategy was influenced by the overwhelming power of the Liberatio weapon. Still, concern lingers over whether their forces can truly protect what they've secured. The ally asks if Logan genuinely intends to help make the Second Prince king. He recalls a distant moment from the past when Logan smiled before a great shift in war. That smile now resurfaces, leaving the ally uncertain about Logan's true intentions. The ally cannot grasp the meaning behind Logan's smile but senses it ties to past upheaval. He reflects that, in these chaotic times, today's enemies may become tomorrow's allies. Likewise, those trusted today could quickly become tomorrow's greatest threats. Logan calmly states that between alliances and betrayals, they must focus on maximizing gains for McLean. His bearded companion reflects on his age and growing tendency to worry unnecessarily. As the gates open before them, they march forward with hope for glory at the end. With a commanding voice, the red-haired warrior orders the gates to open. The heavy doors begin to part as sunlight spills into the path ahead. Soldiers and cloaked figures march forward, ready to confront any darkness that lies ahead. Logan silently prays for divine guidance as they begin the long-awaited military operation. He then gives the official order, commanding the full march to commence. Their forces spill out of the city, banners raised high beneath a clear sky. From Castle Alun, scouts observe the incoming army from a distant watchtower. They identify the emblem. McLean's forces are confirmed and rapidly approaching. The lookout sounds the alert and runs to report the enemy's arrival. A surprised knight confirms Logan's army has truly arrived. He's stunned by the size. Knights, cavalry, crossbow units, and even mages are among them. The total force is estimated at over 4,000, a clear show of overwhelming strength. A knight dismisses Logan's army as disorganized, doubting they had time to recover from earlier defeat. Another noble disagrees, noting the disciplined formation and upgraded gear of Logan's troops. He warns that underestimating them could be dangerous, hinting at a deeper threat. The opposing commanders argue, one accusing the other of letting emotions cloud judgment. Lucian, confident and amused, suggests they may be underestimating McLean too much. He believes if Logan's army is serious, they pose a real threat and perhaps more. Lucian slyly reminds the others that Logan once humiliated a count in open combat. The others grow bitter, blaming Lucenthalos for inaction and complicating matters without contributing. Frustration mounts as they wish he weren't protected by blood ties to a powerful duke. Eventually, one leader concedes and agrees to inform the prince that they'll accept McLean's forces. The outburst from another reveals frustration at this unexpected turn. Still, unease remains on their faces as tension builds beneath the surface. A general urges Roger to think beyond pride, hinting they could use this alliance strategically. They intend to shift blame to the first prince's faction while secretly turning the situation. Lucian grins, already plotting behind the scenes with quiet amusement at the unfolding drama. From the castle walls, a commanding officer gives the order to open the gates for McLean's forces. The large iron doors creak open as the cavalry begins moving steadily into the stronghold. Logan watches alertly as a messenger rushes down to greet them with urgency. Among the enemy, a bearded commander notes the impressive reception prepared for McLean's arrival. Logan rides at the front of his troops, sensing the cold welcome and suspicious gazes. A castle guard, recognizing Logan, voices his disdain, surprised he came after declining past offers. The man recalls when Logan refused his personal recruitment and mocks his late appearance. He jumps down from the platform in anger, refusing to honor Logan's current show of force. Logan and his bearded ally remain composed, realizing this reception was never going to be warm. Logan reflects on the second prince's unknown nature, but doubts the first prince was any better. He remembers how both factions were criticized and blamed for the empire's decline. Logan finds it slightly reassuring that others have noticed the worsening political climate too. Nearby nobles discuss the empire's state, blaming both princes for their lack of strong leadership. One man jokes that even a baron could grasp the consequences of their incompetence. Logan watches silently as others explain further, confused about what they've actually accomplished. Ada Noble greets Logan's father respectfully, acknowledging his courteous behavior. He subtly insults Logan in comparison, prompting Logan's father to defend his son's demeanor. The man responds skeptically, still doubting Logan's character. Logan approaches Count Riemann, offering a calm greeting and extended hand. Riemann hides his hostility with a forced smile, recalling their tense history. Logan's polite act unsettles him, stirring unease beneath his composed face. Riemann calls Logan shameless, but Logan calmly comments on his political achievements. He notes Riemann's long-held ambition to control the Southwest has finally succeeded. Riemann's expression twists with shock as Logan exposes his concealed motives. Logan provokes Count Riemann with sharp remarks, testing how easily the noble loses composure. Riemann nearly draws his sword, prompting guards to step in and de-escalate the situation. A senior knight calmly urges Riemann to control himself before the matter spirals further. The older knight mocks Logan's presence, equating him with filth unworthy of standing beside. Logan remains unfazed, smiling as the insults bounce off his controlled demeanor. Furious, but unable to retaliate, Riemann leaves while vowing not to forget the humiliation. Riemann departs the estate in anger, as Logan's manipulation takes root behind the scenes. Elsewhere, tensions spread across the empire, and rumors about McLean's rise gain traction. Logan's past memories warn that unrest will only escalate if left unchecked. Inside the War Council, Logan listens as plans are drawn to end the civil war. He reflects that eliminating the enemy prince would end the conflict in one move. But neither faction's heir would willingly sacrifice themselves to achieve peace. Logan fears the empire may collapse again as it did in his previous life. He believes only decisive strikes against enemy leadership will truly end the war. The commander orders Logan to lead a flanking maneuver in the upcoming operation. A sudden reaction spreads across the War Council room as someone enters with intense presence. Everyone turns toward the newcomer, stunned by his confident gaze fixed on Logan. Logan instantly recognizes the knight and questions his unexpected focus. The The knight's sharp stare confuses Logan, who struggles to recall the man's role in his past life. Still in thought, Logan is pressured by the commander to respond to orders. He quickly complies, avoiding conflict over perceived insubordination. The commander clarifies Logan's mission: infiltrate enemy lines and eliminate their leader. Logan confirms both sides know the plan, making him the unpredictable factor. He realizes the commander is deliberately placing him in mortal danger. Logan concludes that he's being used to weaken enemy forces through high-risk distraction. Despite its recklessness, another knight surprisingly volunteers to carry out the suicide mission. The group reacts in disbelief at the sudden shift. Tension breaks as murmurs ripple across the hall following the unexpected offer. The volunteering knight politely requests permission to devise the operation details himself. Logan watches carefully, curious about the man's intent and capabilities. The commander clenches his fist, silently accepting the proposal made by the volunteering knight. He admits he planned to break the man's army apart to seize crossbow production. Had the man refused, he would have been sent to die on the front lines. Another officer suspects the knight might have his own hidden plan. Riemann, recalling his past betrayal, is unable to fully trust the situation. A calm voice assures him not to overthink, suggesting the outcome matters more than motive. The knight reflects that obeying reckless orders without question comes from pride or foolishness. Despite the risk, he offers no resistance, baffling the watching commanders. Logan explains it is due to the man's presence that the enemy will act urgently. Douglas wonders if the man intends to betray the McLeans. Logan counters that either the knight is a fool or he'll produce valuable results. Even if he dies, his sacrifice still benefits their side. Logan grins, knowing the mission has no downside, regardless of outcome. Elsewhere, the first prince's faction learns the McLeans aligned with the second prince. Duke Juan Douglas questions whether Jordan has lost his mind. As news spreads, Chiron coldly remarks that more enemies simply mean more targets to eliminate. A noble chuckles at Chiron's ruthlessness, teasing that he's become too cold-hearted. He brings up the past engagement between their children, hinting at personal ties now strained by politics. As morning light breaks, fluttering leaves mark the calm before the storm outside the stronghold. The fortress gates burst open, and soldiers charge out, their march echoing against the stone path. Despite the appearance of chaos, their formation reveals a planned ambush, initiated by the second prince's faction. Across the field, a massive cavalry unit advances with determination under the Valtermain banner. They number 5,000, split between infantry and cavalry, each soldier hardened from prior skirmishes. Their enemies, however, are no less formidable, commanded by the great mage Juan Dublas and 100 mages. Among Logan's ranks, tension builds as they prepare to face overwhelming magical opposition. Worse, allied soldiers from the second prince's side maintain distance, wary of committing too early. A single mistake would lead to total annihilation, yet Logan and his officers remain resolute. Logan declares this operation the turning point victory would swiftly end the war. His men ignite with purpose, readying for swift extermination of enemy forces. Meanwhile, opposing leaders watch from afar, unaware of Logan's bold strategy unfolding. The enemy commander signals the advance, unleashing dark magic as the cavalry rides. Warhorses stampede as mana surges, their charge synchronized with precision. Amid the thunderous clash, Logan leads from the front, unwavering as battle erupts violently. Logan commands his troops to charge, raising their banner as cavalry races forward without delay. The McLean forces gallop across the battlefield, undeterred by risk or overwhelming odds. Observing their bravery, an enemy soldier comments on their resolve. Despite impossible odds and past humiliation, Logan is warned to monitor their allies closely, unsure of their true loyalty. The prince responds that sincerity will soon reveal itself in the heat of battle. Elsewhere, enemy soldiers mock McLean's maneuver, misjudging it as reckless and foolish. A different noble recognizes McLean's interception route and questions their worth. Count Terrain protests the decision, but the commander entrusts the task to a group called the Wolves. Confident, he believes they'll perform well due to the reward promised for success. The noble smirks, recalling Logan's royal lineage as reason for his rising influence. He laments that losing ties with McLean cost them a powerful potential ally. Logan's golden hair and blue eyes confirm his undeniable royal bloodline. Though born of a lower status mother, Logan surpassed all expectations through strength and effort. His defiance made him a threat, likely marked for elimination by his enemies. Mocking Logan's growth, the noble vows to eliminate him in their next encounter. The noble boasts confidently, dismissing McLean's victory over Barrows as a simple trick. He assures his ally that McLean's so-called secret weapon is now under their control. Outside, the noble prepares for battle, unaware of the storm he's about to face. The noble spots McLean's banner just 800 meters ahead, shocked by their rapid advance. The red symbol flutters boldly in the wind, signaling Logan's presence at the front line. Logan charges forward with unwavering focus, leading his troops into imminent combat. Enemy forces prepare their formation, confident that McLean's strategy will fail. Dozens of enemy mages begin chanting as magical energy swirls around them. Logan's unit counters swiftly, disrupting their rhythm before they can complete the spell. As arrows fly, Logan commands his men to load a unique long-range mana bolt. A soldier is stunned. They're firing from such distance, doubting the attack's effectiveness. Logan launches the bolt, glowing intensely as it slices through the air with force. The magic bolt lands among enemy cavalry, detonating with precision and deadly power. More bolts follow, disrupting enemy ranks before they can close the distance. Despite disbelief, the enemy realizes they're still out of range, yet already being overwhelmed. A devastating explosion erupts across the battlefield, engulfing enemy forces in fire and destruction. Panic spreads as the cavalry retreats in chaos, their formation shattered beyond control. Dismayed, the noble watches the disaster unfold, unsure how to recover from such a blow. He screams in rage, realizing McLean's attack crippled their front line completely. Logan observes calmly from a distance, confirming the enemy formation has broken apart. Calling for Sir Clayton, Logan prepares the next phase of the operation to push the advantage. Clayton roars for his team to move, signaling the assault with commanding presence. His unit responds instantly, charging into the chaos, lit by the fading blaze. Clayton questions if the moment is real, but Victoria confirms it, standing ready with golden magic. A soldier panicked upon seeing the enemy wielding automatic crossbows technology that shouldn't exist on this battlefield. The older knight recognized the weapon's origin. Though it was expected to leak someday, he hadn't thought Biros would be behind it. From a distant room, a noblewoman watched. She realized when the betrayal must have happened. The commander ordered those with explosive crossbows to the front, countering the enemy's advantage. He called for a preemptive strike before the enemy could activate their weapons. Explosions erupted instantly, disrupting enemy lines with flames and shrapnel. Golems marched onto the field, summoned for war, shaking the ground with each step. One golem carried a container filled with magical liberato stones. The elder mage assured his allies there was enough to support an all-out offensive. Young mages responded. One girl took the lead, filled with resolve. She believed in her training and her power. For her brother's sake, she launched her spell. The golem threw enchanted projectiles, powered by liberato. Enemy soldiers looked up in confusion and fear. A chain of explosions struck, consuming everything in fire. Explosions tore through the enemy line. Screams echoed as soldiers were consumed by fire, the magical barrage overwhelming their defenses. A knight recognized the attack wasn't physical, it was magic, strong enough to break through organized formations. Realizing the opportunity, he ordered a cavalry charge. With the enemy in disarray, momentum shifted. The opposing commander, noticing the cavalry's advance, devised a counter. If their allies were nearby, large-scale magic couldn't be used. He shouted for the soldiers to reload. Timing would decide the clash. Fast coordination was key. Crossbows fired simultaneously, sending another wave of bolts raining across the battlefield. Knights endured the bolt storm. The projectiles bounced harmlessly off their armor, failing to penetrate their defenses. An experienced knight reflected true knights, no longer feared arrows. Their training surpassed such threats. With confidence, the front line advanced. Their morale didn't falter under fire. A young commander barked orders. He split the crossbow cavalry to exploit openings in the enemy's broken formation. The riders responded swiftly, coordinating their assault with tight precision. Enemy soldiers, under fire, began to panic. One cursed the failure to stop the mage earlier. Stray bolts pierced the field. Isolated fighters were struck down amid the chaos. A soldier froze as he watched his comrades fall. The pressure was relentless. From a ridge, the commander assigned Victor to lead the archer squads. A new phase had begun. In a war council, the young knight volunteered for a task without hesitation. His declaration silenced the room. The red-haired commander was surprised. The decision carried weight, yet the knight showed no hesitation. The bearded warrior stepped forward. He begged only one thing: protect his sister no matter the outcome. The younger knight clenched his fists. Just the thought of losing her brought uncontrollable emotion. The elder calmed him down, assuring that Sir Clayton would protect Rhea with his life. He told him to survive not just for the mission, but for his sister's sake too. With a nod, the knight accepted his responsibility. The gravity of their roles was clear. He reflected inwardly this kind of conversation was only possible because of Lord Logan's guidance. The young mage still needed protection from both her lord and her brother. As Logan stood silent, the blue-haired mage made a decision of his own. He resolved that their safety mattered more than his. His role was to defend. With a sharp command, he ordered the cavalry to strike the enemy's rear lines. Another commander acknowledged the movement. Victor was leading the cavalry to reposition. He rallied his own troops, signaling the knights to follow into the next charge. Among the soldiers, fear still lingered, but orders were clear. Battle had begun. The cavalry thundered forward at full speed, with adrenaline high. The warriors readied for another clash, but suddenly, the lead knight raised his hand, his command clear. They were to hold fire. Behind him, an enemy commander grinned with anticipation, unaware of the tactical pause unfolding. Nick Harper, a senior enemy knight, surveyed the battlefield. His instincts sensed something off. The pause in enemy fire confused him. He wondered if they had exhausted their ammunition. Before he could react, movement caught his eye. Logan charging straight ahead with deadly intent. Nick scoffed. He saw the charge as reckless, an act of desperation from lesser knights. But Logan's steed moved with purpose. His blade ignited, and his eyes locked forward. As chaos erupted, Nick braced himself, still believing his strength would dominate. He thought the battle would go his way if knights fell. Soldiers could regain ground. Nick lunged, sword aimed to kill, roaring as he led the charge. Sparks exploded as steel collided. The true battle had begun. Their clash unleashed a fiery shockwave. Both sides trembled under the impact. Soldiers watching from afar realized this fight would shift the war's balance. With one leap, Logan launched forward, ready to decide the outcome with his blade. Victor, wielding flaming energy, launched an attack without hesitation. His power extended far beyond crossbows. A massive energy spear crashed down, erupting in a shockwave that split the battlefield open. The explosion caught the enemy off guard. Nick Marcel turned with a shout, stunned by the force. Nick barely blocked the next strike, holding his weapon with both hands as flames surged. Despite his defense, the overwhelming force pushed him back. He gritted his teeth mid-impact. Before he could recover, Victor's next blow landed, sending his body flying with a crack. Victor advanced without pause. His momentum crushed Nick's defenses completely. A clean strike cut through the chaos. Nick's eyes widened as defeat approached. Surrounded by light and force, he was struck down. The surrounding knights watched, shaken. Logan's gaze remained sharp, unshaken by the surrounding violence. One soldier confirmed the impossible. Nick Marcel had fallen to Logan McLean. Panic spread. The enemy questioned everything, their morale broken in an instant. Logan McLean stood triumphant, having eliminated the enemy knight captain in a single strike, shocking the battlefield. The opposing commander, overwhelmed by the sudden loss, struggled to comprehend the chaos unraveling before him. Amid the smoking wreckage, Logan's presence alone reflected the overwhelming losses inflicted in just one battle. More than months of civil war. Panic erupted as the enemy troops, now without leadership, were ordered to retreat in haste. Banners lowered and horses surged away, signaling a full-scale withdrawal across the field. Watching them flee, the enemy leader realized he couldn't afford to sacrifice more men just to delay the inevitable advance. In desperation, he launched a final attack, striking a fleeing soldier as a distraction. But Logan's interception shattered the effort, and the projectile missed its mark, falling uselessly to the ground. The enemy fled into the distance, leaving behind only corpses and silence as Logan surveyed the aftermath. Logan commanded his troops to hold formation and avoid pursuit, maintaining control of the battlefield. He calmly noted how swiftly the enemy collapsed once their captain was gone, with their command broken and top knights eliminated. Future resistance would be minimal. A subordinate reported light injuries and only minor casualties, emphasizing the battle's efficiency. Praising Logan's leadership, another knight called it a complete victory against the Count's forces. Logan, however, kept his composure, knowing this was just the beginning and staying focused on what lay ahead. Logan listened silently as his subordinate spoke, but his gaze was fixed on the distant city, knowing all eyes were on him, beyond the battlefield. The capital stood in view, a silent witness to the chaos that had unfolded. Logan's thoughts turned to Duke Jordan Valtermeim. His victory was a message, a warning not to underestimate House McLean. Inside the city, nobles observed the battle's result with measured interest, analyzing what Logan's actions meant for them. To some, the conflict was simply natural selection, a purge of the weak while the powerful watched from afar. But for those who had feigned loyalty then betrayed House McLean, the outcome was a chilling reminder of consequences. Among the watching nobles, one lord remained calm, believing Logan's strength could soon be theirs to control. He laughed off the concern of others, confident their alliance with the victors would shield them. Yet even he knew that power, once claimed, came at a cost and missteps could prove fatal. As Logan's demands reached the city, nobles debated whether they were declarations or provocations. Won smirked, willing to let the matter slide for now, while silently vowing retaliation in time. Though quiet for now, resentment stirred, a future reckoning quietly set in motion. With orders spreading, Allied units began moving to solidify territory, declaring open war. Logan's banner rose high, the family crest now a symbol of renewed might. Elsewhere, disbelief echoed. The wolves had retreated, and House McLean was rising again. A high-ranking noble admitted fault, acknowledging that the McLeans had been concealing the true extent of their power. His counterpart, frustrated and enraged, demanded immediate action, rather than passive observation. Resolved, the elder noble advised the prince to shift to a defensive stance, recognizing the tide had turned. Their plan was simple: wait until Logan launched his assault from the rear, then send their forces to attack head-on. The prince, cautious, asked his guard to remain close, sensing danger surrounding him. As the plan unfolded, uncertainty crept in, and the prince grew suspicious of their allies' silence. Gripping his blade, he dared the McLeans to advance, prepared to retaliate despite the risk. Logan, already charging with cavalry, showed no hesitation as he led the offensive. The prince tensed, startled by their direct approach and inability to stop the momentum. Observers watched from afar as the McLean charge gained speed, revealing its true target. One strategist smirked, realizing the nobility wasn't focused on the battlefront, but on a distant, underestimated family. Even amid chaos, it was clear the attention of the kingdom had turned toward the McLeans. Logan pressed forward, steady and determined, questioning the real purpose behind this war. His cavalry stormed ahead, overwhelming formations and confusing enemy command. Panic set in as the enemy nobles, caught off guard, scrambled to make sense of the McLeans' strategy. Logan's cavalry advanced further from the rear lines, prompting confusion from nearby allies. Won Knight asked if it was wise to proceed, wondering how the maneuver would be perceived later. Logan calmly explained that striking deep into the enemy's rear was unexpected and would throw their plans into disarray. Instead of being fodder in a frontal clash, Logan planned a meaningful strike that would cripple enemy logistics. The soldiers realized this wasn't retreat, it was a calculated raid meant to destabilize supply routes. Logan stated bluntly, they were about to rob an empty house, a decisive blow without resistance. 1 week later, enemy commanders gathered to discuss the silence surrounding the McLeans' whereabouts. They joked that perhaps the McLeans had vanished, unaware of what had been unfolding. A panicked messenger burst in with urgent news, disrupting their assumptions. A report was handed to the Duke, who read it silently before reacting with visible shock. The king's advisor demanded an explanation as tension filled the chamber. The Duke revealed it was about Touraine Castle, their first major loss. The news worsened, not just Touraine, but all major supply bases had been torched. The room exploded into panic as the weight of McLean's strategy became clear. A goblet shattered to the floor, blood pooling beneath it, a symbol of the Empire's bleeding front. The enemy fortress was engulfed in flames as McLean forces silently watched the destruction unfold. Logan observed the blaze, satisfied that his strategy to strike during the nobles' absence had succeeded. He recalled how he learned their schedule from a former ally, knowledge that allowed for precise, devastating timing. With the nobles away at a gathering, the capital's defense was minimal. Logan exploited the opportunity, launching a swift and decisive raid. As flames spread, he smiled coldly, acknowledging the victory was made possible by betrayal long past. Chapter 87. Arline Castle stood tall beneath the evening sky, its halls lit in preparation for an extravagant event. Inside, nobles filled the grand chamber, drawn by the McLeans' return and the royal order behind the gathering. Despite wartime conditions, wine flowed freely, and guests murmured about the political weight of the occasion. All major figures of the faction attended, suggesting a rise in the McLeans' status. Speculation swirled, were they being honored as marquises? Count Bifros's absence was noted, dismissed as fatigue, though doubt lingered. Tensions flickered as knights from rival families greeted one another. Formally, Won offered an apology for a failed alliance move, hoping to restore trust. The response was warm, but Logan McLean saw only a polished mask. Logan studied the man's expressions closely, sensing duplicity. Logan, the more he engaged, the more falsehoods he noticed. He questioned how far this man could go without cracking. As thanks were exchanged, Logan pressed further. The noble praised merit and rewards, smiling easily. Logan proposed a condition. His true test had just begun. As Logan made his bold proposal, nearby guards watched silently, their posture rigid. The noble hesitated, masking his thoughts behind a practiced expression. Then, with a forced smile, he agreed, outwardly claiming he'd consider it favorably, but his tone shifted as he introduced his own terms: recognition over the disputed Befros territory. Others nearby listened as he added conditions: half of the Kyla Marquisate and more. Logan faced him without flinching, demanding the full title of Count in return. Silence returned. The noble stepped back, distancing himself from the demand. He reminded Logan he only promised consideration, not decision-making authority. A strange sensation crept over Logan: unease, pressure, something unnatural. The noble smiled, praising Logan's energy, yet subtly mocking his ambition. As Logan struggled to respond, a grip on his shoulder tightened, deliberate, dominating. Logan realized it was a tactic, a psychological force designed to control the conversation. The manipulation was invisible, but precise. Logan nearly fell under its weight. Apologies followed, feigned humility, masking triumph. Yet Logan smiled inwardly. Despite the exchange, he had already achieved his true goal. The noble's demeanor shifted as he praised Logan's weapons, suggesting they be shared. Logan stiffened. The request wasn't mere admiration. It was a veiled demand wrapped in flattery. Feigning regret, the noble claimed there were no reserves left to offer, ending with a sly smile. Logan sensed deceit and pressed the issue, but his voice faltered under invisible pressure. Forced into submission, he offered a quick apology, masking his frustration. The noble's grip remained firm, an unspoken message: dominance through diplomacy. Releasing him slightly, the noble dismissed the tension with a smile and polite words. He advised Logan to rest, hinting at an upcoming battle. Logan silently thanked the Force Corps protecting his mind. Without it, he'd have been broken. Lucian Talos joined the conversation, casually proposing blueprints be shared instead. Logan realized even allies sought to strip value under friendly terms. He confronted Lucian directly, questioning the faction's true intentions. Lucian played along, suggesting production was too slow to matter now. Still smiling, he hinted that with focus, results could come quickly. Cornered, Logan agreed, reluctantly, outnumbered, but not unaware. Logan accepted the agreement with a handshake, knowing the blueprints were a hollow concession. Internally, he was certain Lucian wouldn't live long enough to act on them. Days later, the battlefield came alive. Logan stood ready, the enemy's knights shaken by his presence. His opponents stammered, overwhelmed by the unexpected might of Logan's forces. Confused voices questioned the unfamiliar unit. Doubt clouded enemy judgment. Captain Allen of the Kairos Knight Order led the charge, his men thundering forward with fierce resolve. The enemy hesitated. Kairos was once seen as mere mercenaries. Now they charged like veterans. Mockery turned to urgency. One soldier aimed to strike down Allen to end the advance. But Allen's thoughts weren't on glory. He rode to defend his honor and clear suspicion. In a flashback, Kairos' leadership discussed how accusations had fallen on them. They were suspected of leaking supply routes to the McLeans. To survive politically, they had no choice but to fight on the front line. Orders were given: prove loyalty with blood. There would be no retreat. The commander promised protection for the knight's family if he gave his life without hesitation. With no other path, Allen charged forward, grief and rage igniting his final resolve. Allen charged forward with renewed resolve, leading the Kairos Knights into the heart of the battlefield. A fierce enemy rider met his path, unleashing a brutal attack powered by dark energy. Allen was struck, his body convulsing under the red aura's violent impact. Suddenly, blue light erupted around Allen, clashing with the enemy's power and reversing the momentum. A massive burst of freezing energy expanded outward, engulfing all nearby forces. The explosion spiraled into a blizzard vortex, overwhelming the battlefield in a flash. Logan and his allies watched in shock as the temperature dropped rapidly around them. The enemy cavalry was caught in the sudden freeze, halted mid-charge. One knight realized too late, it wasn't just cold, it was a total freezing spell. The front lines shattered into chaos, horses and men immobilized in ice. A commander back at base sensed something had gone terribly wrong. He shouted in fury, recognizing the frozen bloom as the work of Juan. Ice projectiles burst from above, striking enemy lines with brutal force. The impact sent warriors tumbling across the snowy terrain. Explosions followed, scattering entire formations. Shards of frost embedded deep into the ground, freezing soldiers mid-charge. From the rear, stunned knights witnessed the magic and ancient scroll's activation, unleashed devastation. Logan identified the origin. The scroll's craftsmanship matched that of Juan Douglas, a 6th Circle mage. Such scrolls were rare, materials were priceless. Its detonation wiped out high-ranking knights without warning. The impact left chaos. Officers failed to restore order as panic spread across the battlefield. A furious commander screamed, demanding an all-out charge to recover momentum. Nearby allies received the signal. Horses were mounted in haste. The cavalry thundered forward, hooves pounding, tension rising. A massive figure stormed through. His voice silenced the ranks. The half-giant Kai advanced, his size overwhelming all resistance. Soldiers parted as he sprinted straight toward enemy lines. A warrior stepped forward, blade glowing, Wilken keel, wielding the Tempest blade, prepared to strike. His slash met the charge head on, energy erupting in a blinding clash. Kai lunged with explosive aura, determined to strike down his opponent. His energy surged violently across the battlefield. With unrelenting force, he charged at Wilken, declaring his intent to finish the fight himself. Wilken raised his glowing blade, channeling his energy to meet the incoming attack head. On the two auras clashed, releasing a storm of violent light and wind. The collision shook the field. Spectators flinched as the shockwave spread. The impact overwhelmed weaker minds near the front lines. Logan warned nearby troops to stay back. The intensity of the duel could cripple those unprepared. Kai fought with raw strength. Wilken countered with precise elemental control. Sparks and force lit the air. Even observing the fight was valuable. Logan absorbed every movement as a lesson in combat. He called out to Victor, giving orders swiftly. Victor acknowledged and prepared to engage. Victor led the crossbow cavalry forward. Their charge tore across the open plain. If the enemy blocked their bolts, they'd be no different from regular infantry. Captain Rommel, confident, readied his formation to defend with raised shields. Victor's unit spread wide, flanking the enemy line rapidly. Rommel noticed their maneuver too late. They weren't attacking, just bypassing, confused. Rommel watched as they rode past, leaving his forces untouched. Victor's cavalry swiftly maneuvered around enemy lines. Rommel realized their intention was never direct assault. Frustrated, Rommel commanded his knights to eliminate the archer units that were supporting from afar. Before they could respond, streams of magical arrows rained down, forcing Rommel's troops to scatter. A barrage of precise bolts struck with deadly force, knocking riders off their horses in succession. Rommel, wounded but enraged, shouted in disbelief as the arrows tore through his elite troops. In response, enemy archers unleashed a second wave of fire. The front lines collapsed further under pressure. Rommel cursed his fallen men for their carelessness, shocked they fell to ordinary arrows. His officers regrouped quickly, reinforcing shields with force energy, recalling past training at Tomdo Castle. With calm urgency, commanders rallied the troops, reminding them they were capable warriors. A sniper calmly aimed, with one bolt, he pierced a knight's helm through enchanted armor. Explosions erupted across the battlefield. Confusion spread as even Rommel's defenses crumbled. As fire and smoke consumed the field, enemy forces surged with renewed momentum. The defenders mistook thrown explosives for magic, triggering panic. A hidden mage lobbed bombs from the rear, disrupting enemy ranks repeatedly. While chaos reigned, Victor's cavalry advanced again, executing survivors and sealing control of the field. Rommel watched in disbelief as McLean's cavalry shredded through trained knights with overwhelming force. Amid the chaos, Rommel began to suspect that this sudden momentum came from McLean's elite units. His shock turned to horror as shadows closed in and enemy blades reached his perimeter. Officers rallied their men, urging them to finish off the injured knights. Victor and his unit responded eagerly, shouting, as they charged to clean up the remnants. Their strategy was efficient, avoiding heavy losses while striking weakened targets. Logan reflected on the battlefield conditions. With Count Jahid fallen, the enemy's flank had collapsed. Allies confirmed the situation. If the rest of the army noticed, retreat would follow. Logan saw no reason to push further. They had achieved enough merit for the day. A white retreat banner was raised. It was time to fall back. Orders were shouted to signal Victor's unit, confirming the withdrawal. Victor turned his horse and began pulling his men back from the front. Logan saw Victor already retreating and readied the rest of the troops. Suddenly, another explosion hit the front lines, shaking their position. It was the same magic, again devastating and unrelenting. Logan was stunned to realize another blizzard scroll had activated. The enemy possessed multiple high-grade scrolls. He quickly checked on the front lines, fearing the worst. Heinkel reported that Victor and others were safe thanks to their early withdrawal. Logan relaxed, relieved by their narrow escape, but enemies screamed in frustration, accusing Logan's forces of using underhanded tactics as they retreated. Some tried to give chase, but Allied commanders urgently ordered them to stay back from the blast zone. Logan commanded retreat, warning everyone to avoid the next magical explosion. He recognized the chaotic nature this force belonged to the Second Prince's faction from his previous life. A strange energy suddenly emerged from the battlefield, and Logan immediately sensed its presence. From above, a dark force surged as something massive began descending toward the field. Confusion spread among soldiers below as a figure appeared in midair. The mysterious warrior dropped at high speed, his aura cutting through the sky. A magical platform burst open with energy. The newcomer rode it downward. Logan realized it was a powerful enemy. He had to be dealt with immediately. Flames engulfed the air as the warrior descended like a falling meteor, preparing to strike. The enemy warrior descended like a blazing comet, his body engulfed in golden flames as he roared toward impact. The flames intensified, wrapping his body in destructive energy as the ground rushed up beneath him. He crashed violently, sending debris flying while the shockwaves spread through the battlefield. A counterforce erupted. Bright blue energy gathered in a massive burst beneath him. The opposing warrior activated his power, releasing an enormous ice explosion that collided midair. The battlefield was consumed in frost and noise. Allies called out in fear as the clash blinded the front. A soldier stumbles back, frost visibly forming on his armor as he yells out in shock. The cold aura has suddenly intensified, catching the camp by surprise. From behind the line, a young armored knight races forward. His movement is swift and deliberate, undeterred by the magical chill saturating the battlefield. He is hit by a blast of cold wind. Despite the biting temperature, he keeps advancing. Concerned voices rise from behind, but he focuses only on the source of the magic. A massive glacial sword, pulsing with arcane energy, towers before him. The magic inside remains potent, reacting to his approach. He grabs the frozen hilt and attempts to break it with force, but it doesn't yield. Even his strongest efforts leave the weapon untouched. He recognizes the enemy's power scrolls used without hesitation, dangerous magic cast freely. This wasn't mere strength, it bordered on unnatural ability. A fracture appears across the ice. Repeated pressure has started to weaken the structure. Flames erupt as the frozen blade begins to collapse. Heat and energy surge outward, lighting up the area. Realization dawns. This wasn't just destruction, it was the awakening of something far more significant within the spell's core. Elsewhere, soldiers flee past a bridge lit by fire. Laughter echoes as one observes the enemy's collapse. Two armored men reflect on recent victories. Since the McLeans joined, every battle had turned in their favor. They note the consistent success and expect generous rewards. One remarks confidently Bifrost wouldn't rise again after this. Bifrost grits his teeth, overwhelmed by the loss. Magic falls like rain, signifying the end of his resistance. At a distant estate, birds scatter. The sky is calm, but tension brews underneath the quiet. Inside a forge, dwarves hammer with urgency. The war isn't over, the next phase is already beginning. Inside the forge, one dwarf collapses onto a crate, sighing in exhaustion after relentless labor. His body slumps from fatigue. His companion scolds him for resting, urging him to get back to work. There's urgency, they're being watched closely. The older dwarf leans in, frustrated. Their young overseer inspects the facility daily. There is no tolerance for idleness, even for a moment. The elder dwarf spins in panic as a presence enters. He stammers an apology, caught off guard. The red-haired young master smiles casually, stating he only came to offer support. Despite his relaxed tone, the workers stiffen. He expresses understanding of their discomfort but remains firm. His expectations are clear: duty first, fatigue second. He walks through the supply area, recognizing their critical role. The forge's output has supported the front lines. He emphasizes how vital Hamar's leadership is to production, making neglect impossible. Gratitude is voiced with sincerity, embarrassed, but proud. The dwarves stammer their loyalty. They insist their efforts are solely for the betterment of the fiefdom. Laughter fills the forge yard, tension easing slightly. The young master observes them with warm eyes, noticing their exhaustion. He finally offers them a break. The war has slowed, now is the time to rest. The dwarves freeze in disbelief, wide-eyed. Relief and joy ripple across their tired faces. He even suggests they visit the market, take time to enjoy food and life beyond the forge walls. The dwarves react in stunned amazement. To them, such kindness feels almost divine. Yet, when the young master is told to stay behind, he pauses. The other man reminds him this civil war is not their fight. The younger brother expresses a surprising determination to remain behind. Though once shielded, he now accepts the responsibility to protect the fiefdom. The older sibling, pausing thoughtfully, acknowledges his reasoning. While it's unlikely that the worst will happen, the possibility still lingers. As duties increase, someone must oversee the local forces. The younger brother insists he's no longer a child, ready to handle real responsibility. He reassures his brother, promising to defend the territory while he's away. His tone is calm but sincere. His brother hesitates, but ultimately agrees, entrusting the region's safety to him. He gives one final instruction: Hamar must be watched closely. As their influence grows, so too do the risks of political retaliation. The older brother internally vows to protect Hamar under any circumstance, recognizing his strategic value. Later, as the group strolls through the market, the younger brother suggests heading back. Hamar playfully avoids returning, excited by the sights and smells of street food. Suddenly the younger brother's instincts flare: something feels wrong in the crowd. He scans his surroundings, sensing a magical disturbance. A force user is nearby, blending among civilians. He identifies multiple magical signatures. The threat isn't isolated, something coordinated is unfolding. Before he can act, someone brushes past him. Disguised movement conceals hostile intent. A hooded figure slips behind the crowd, triggering confusion. From beneath a cloak, a dagger is drawn. The ambush has begun. Reacting swiftly, the young knight lunges and strikes down one of the attackers. The suspect crumbles, caught before escaping. He pins the man to the ground, while nearby soldiers move in. The danger seems momentarily contained. With a smile, he calmly instructs his men to escort the subdued enemy to a secure location. His tone remains firm but composed. From a safe distance, Hamar watches, impressed. The young master had predicted the threat exactly. Though only one assassin was captured, Hamar knows there are more out there. Every capture matters. Their skewer order arrives, briefly breaking the tension. Hamar eagerly reaches out, distracted by the aroma and the momentary peace. As Hamar approaches the stand, a large shadow falls over the young knight. A tall, unfamiliar man steps in, obscuring his view. The knight's instincts sense something is wrong. A dark realization hits him, his vision blurs, and the man's presence feels dangerously unnatural. Hamar moves quickly, skewers still in hand. His urgency shifts as he senses hostile intent. The young knight draws his sword, flames igniting along its edge as power surges through him. He strikes fiercely, flames erupting as the force of his blade collides with the hidden assassin in a devastating blow. Screams echo from within the market. Hamar throws a punch to defend against another hidden attacker. Panic erupts as civilians run. The knight grabs a confused man, shielding him from harm. Hamar confirms the enemy isn't dead yet, warning the others. Another threat still lurks among the crowd. The young knight blocks a sudden attack, deflecting a blade mid-strike with precise reflexes. As the attacker retreats, he responds with a swift counter, forcing the assailant to drop his weapon. He commands nearby knights to restrain the enemies and begin checking the area for more hidden threats. A deafening boom erupts nearby, catching his attention with rising alarm. Flames engulf part of the district. The explosion was not random, but targeted. His eyes widen in realization. The blast originated from the workshop's direction. Logan McLean listens carefully to a report revealing the return of a dangerous relic. Its power, if misused, could trigger widespread conflict. Determined, Logan declares the secret must be buried forever. The weight of responsibility reflects in his stern posture. Suddenly, an explosion tears through the area. Fire erupts from the workshop, sending people fleeing in panic. From the street, Logan and Hamar see the flames rise above the workshop. Realization hits they've been attacked. Logan commands a direct advance to the workshop, urgency in his steps. Hamar quickly follows without question. As Logan sprints forward, others call out to him. He ignores them, his focus locked on protecting their base. A soldier intercepts Logan, breathless. A message has come from military command. Logan's eyes narrow. Troops aligned with the First Prince are advancing toward Castle McLean. Dozens of riders thunder across open ground. The enemy has already begun their move. Logan understands this is coordinated. The First Prince seeks to destroy them swiftly. He orders all forces to prepare for immediate deployment and defensive measures. Turning to Hamar, Logan demands they proceed to the workshop without delay. Logan tightens his grip on his sword. The attack came from inside and outside. He vows revenge silently. No one will threaten the McLean family again. Alone in his chamber later, Logan readies himself. War has truly begun. Logan approaches a magical orb and places his hand on it, initiating a communication spell. Ronnie appears through the orb. Logan, relieved, immediately inquires about the state of the fiefdom. Ronnie reports that the enemy forces under the first prince have been annihilated. Ronnie explains the victory was made possible because the opposing army was only a Viscount's force. He adds that their vigilante corps, equipped with superior weapons and training, easily overpowered them. The battle is shown in motion. Ronnie leads the charge as knights swiftly cut through enemy ranks. Logan praises Ronnie's effort, but Ronnie's expression darkens as he reveals bad news. He explains the workshop was directly attacked during the conflict, and 3 dwarves were taken. Taking responsibility, Ronnie apologizes sincerely. Logan listens in silence. At the workshop, dwarves discuss that only Hamar or Clayton would have known the Liberato's full details. They suggest capturing enemies might have revealed who planned the attack. Logan grimly announces all captured attackers have committed suicide, leaving no leads. He repeats that all prisoners are dead, then considers the final report from the knights. A witness hesitantly recalls catching a glimpse of the face of a fleeing enemy. Though uncertain, the soldier claims he might recognize the man if he sees him again. A witness describes the kidnapper as small but skilled, possibly an advanced grade knight. Logan processes the information in silence. The profile, short and agile, narrows down potential suspects. Logan senses the enemy's tactics are deliberate and precise. Troubled, Logan tries to recall anyone who fits that description. The pieces aren't clear yet. Ronnie admits it's impossible to find the culprit with the current clues. His disappointment is visible. Logan encourages him to shift focus toward strengthening the vigilante corps for future threats, speculating that worse may come. Logan stresses the need for readiness. The possibility of another coordinated strike lingers. Logan warns the threat hasn't passed. The enemy might attack again under different circumstances. He reflects privately on his choice to leave Ronian behind. Now clearly the right call. He suspects the simultaneous attacks were orchestrated, possibly by Juan, signaling deeper plans in motion. Logan realizes the war is dragging on. The First Prince faction has stalled behind castle walls. Their forces retreated to Haroon Castle after losing key supply lines to the McLean's scorched earth tactics. Now dug into their stronghold, the enemy has shifted to a purely defensive posture. The First Prince's army focuses on holding Haroon Castle. They can't afford more retreats. Logan stands at the window, wondering if anyone is willing to risk their life to breach the fortress. The war could end quickly, but no one wants the burden of sacrifice. Not even Valterman. In a tense war room, anger erupts. One noble slams the table, furious that the McLeans possess advanced explosive technology. The command meeting escalates. Members demand that Logan share the Liberato's weapon manufacturing method for faction-wide use. Despite ongoing battles, some nobles seem more interested in replicating the technology than understanding the threat. Another noble aggressively questions Logan about the source of the materials used in the explosives. Logan explains he gathered the materials himself for testing, but all trials failed. He's asked whether those failures stemmed from flaws in the method or his own incompetence. The accusation enrages the noble, who lashes out at Logan in front of everyone. He shouts about his magical rank, asserting superiority, until another official intervenes. The commanding officer reminds everyone, this is a formal council. The noble reluctantly apologizes. Another senior knight speaks up, acknowledging the noble's history, but suggesting Logan be tested. He asks Logan directly to reproduce the explosives, claiming Logan should have materials available. Logan is stunned. The request threatens to expose the truth about their limited resources. Logan hesitates in silence, drawing suspicion from the room. The angry noble presses further, accusing Logan of deceiving the entire faction. Once again, the officer orders the noble to stand down and respect proper protocol. As the Count silently questions Logan's confidence, Logan's thoughts race back to the earlier description of the kidnapper. He recalls the report, an advanced grade knight with a small frame, a face that seemed oddly familiar. The description aligns with someone he had encountered before. The realization begins to surface. Logan connects the dots and identifies the likely traitor. His suspicions harden into certainty. He suspects the Count orchestrated the kidnappings under the guise of support for the faction. Though the reasoning remains unconfirmed, Logan concludes the betrayal is unforgivable and clenches his fist in anger. Realizing he can exploit the situation, Logan declares with confidence that proving the method will be easy. The officers prepare a demonstration area. Logan plays along for now to protect the bigger secret, redirecting the topic. Logan suggests solving their immediate military problem should take priority. Logan asserts that internal squabbles aren't the real issue. Enemy attacks are escalating across the territory. He warns that their fiefdom was only the beginning. Others will be targeted next. The council murmurs in agreement, acknowledging the growing danger and brewing conflict. Known commander admits attacking the first prince's forces directly is currently too risky. Yet no one offers a solution, each fears bearing the responsibility for initiating conflict. Logan declares that the McLean family will strike Castle Haroon. He'll lead the assault himself. The council reacts with surprise and cautious respect as Logan steps forward, his bold declaration echoing in the chamber. Among the knights, quiet approval rises. Some smile, sensing decisive change. Logan stands firm, confident. His plan to strike first will force the war to move forward. The nobles sat around the war table, stunned by the announcement that the McLeans would attack Haroon Castle. A knight questioned the proposal, pointing out that the second prince's faction held a strong advantage already. Logan McLean explained calmly that if the war dragged on into the year, that advantage would shift dramatically. He warned that the war's extension would transform it from a political struggle into something uncontrollable. Battles would spill across cities, nobles would lose power, and civilians would be dragged into the violence. Agricultural lands would be seized, causing food shortages and destruction throughout the region. With their farms taken, people would flee their homes in desperation, becoming refugees. Those refugees, with no shelter or hope, would turn to theft and violence to survive. Logan insisted the war must be ended quickly before the kingdom crumbled under chaos. He declared the McLeans would risk everything, offering their lives to stop the collapse. The knight hesitated, suspicious of Logan's true motive behind this sacrifice. Logan, expecting this, hinted at a condition in return for his cooperation. He requested additional compensation beyond their existing agreement. Specifically, Logan demanded the McLeans be elevated to a marquisate and granted Kalia's territory. The bold demand silenced the room, leaving the nobles to weigh the cost of war. Logan proposed a written guarantee from both the prince and the duke to secure the promised reward for his sacrifice. He declared his full commitment to the mission, even if it meant sacrificing the entire McLean household. The demand was excessive, but Logan's unwavering expression left the nobles unsettled, questioning his intent. One noble scoffed at the written demand, taking offense at the implied distrust of his word. Logan deflected smoothly, stating he needed proof to convince his family of the dangerous task. His composed tone contrasted with the visible tension, pressing for formal acknowledgement without provoking direct offense. Logan requested understanding, while doubt stirred in the Duke's mind. Was this ambition or recklessness? After a long pause, the Duke relented and gave his approval with quiet suspicion. But even as he agreed, he remained wary of Logan's true intentions and readiness to proceed. The Duke placed a condition. 3 wagons of Liberatio must remain at headquarters. Logan accepted without resistance, hiding his inner calculations behind a calm smile. He knew the Liberatio would be irrelevant, they wouldn't be around to witness its use. As tensions eased, Logan clenched his fist, signaling readiness for action. He announced boldly that the Bifrost household would join the assault on Haroon Castle. With the room stirred again. The operation had shifted. Now it was no longer just a risk, but a movement. Logan's declaration caught the room off guard, especially as Bifrost volunteered to join the assault. The Duke questioned Roger's decision, warning that it might be overreach beyond what was necessary. Roger, smiling confidently, denied any selfish intent and claimed it was an act of noble sacrifice. Internally, Roger dismissed his own words, fully aware that no one believed his pretense. Still, he accepted Logan's lead, knowing that playing along served a hidden strategy. Meanwhile, at Haroon Castle, news of a crushing defeat reached the defenders, shocking the command. The prince erupted in anger, furious that a full Viscounty-level force had fallen to a barony. The advisor explained calmly that their civilians had also been trained and heavily armed. It became clear the enemy had long prepared for this, far beyond what was expected. Slamming his fists, the prince demanded immediate retaliation using superhuman forces. Frustrated, he pressured the advisor to act decisively and suppress the growing threat, but the advisor's calm reply silenced him with a powerful commanding presence. Recalling lessons from the past, the advisor reminded the prince of his youthful recklessness. The prince hesitated, visibly shaken by the reminder of who held true power. With the warning given, the advisor demanded obedience, reinforcing his role as the kingdom's guide. The elder's words struck deep, his gaze sharp as he asked the trembling prince if he understood. Cowed and humiliated, the prince bowed his head and whispered his acknowledgement. With the atmosphere heavy, the advisor turned silently, maintaining his cold composure. Attempting to shift the mood, the advisor shared good news. They had begun replicating the enemy's automatic crossbows. He explained that these new weapons would soon be deployed to reinforce their fortress defenses. But when asked about the bombs, he admitted their team had failed to discover how they were made. The source of the attacks was still unknown, though suspicions grew around the McLean fiefdom. Security had tightened there, making infiltration nearly impossible for their spies. The advisor revealed he also carried a message, one that hinted at unpredictable developments ahead. Elsewhere, soldiers advanced through rough hilly terrain, exhausted by the steep climb toward Harun Castle. One group sympathized with Bifrost's harsher route, noting the mountains they had to cross. A map confirmed the challenging strategy routes, suggesting deliberate hardship as part of the plan. Among the ranks, murmurs rose about their odd formation. Crossbow units had been placed at the rear. This shift caused confusion, with some questioning the lack of threats behind them. Yet, something in their commander's expressions hinted at unseen traps waiting to be triggered. The breeze swept across the hillside, unsettling the grass as tension lingered among the marching troops. A scout reported enemy movement in the rear mountains, triggering immediate alert in the ranks. As dust rose, the approaching force was identified. Bifrost's army had appeared from behind. Confused by their presence, soldiers questioned why Bifrost was not at the southern gate as planned. Realizing the ambush, commanders ordered all units to pivot and defend the rear flank. The army scrambled to reposition, their lines shifting urgently across the terrain. The McLean soldiers prepared for confrontation, forming ranks as the enemy approached fast. Whispers spread among them, suspecting Logan had anticipated the betrayal all along. Logan confirmed their suspicions, having shadowed Roger to expose the hidden threat. The ambush had backfired. Roger's forces were now the ones surrounded from behind. Logan seized the opportunity to lead a counterstrike, aiming to decapitate the command. With his sword raised, he declared the moment to reclaim their path to victory. Leaves scattered across the plain as the wind blew through the open field. The land stood quiet before movement broke the silence. A mounted unit surged forward, galloping with discipline. Armor reflected sunlight as their formation cut through the grass. Logan McLean led the force, halting as another group appeared ahead, blocking their advance across the open route. The opposing commander explained his army's position, claiming strategic necessity to avoid detection by the enemy. Logan's aide raised concern, warning that this detour would disrupt their coordinated plan and timing. Logan proposed leading his troops forward instead, stating his ability as a Circle 5 mage and emphasizing their nearby objective. The opposing commander questioned Logan's intent, sensing hidden motives behind the polite request. Logan maintained composure, stating it was only if permission was granted. The atmosphere grew tense. After a pause, the commander smirked and agreed. Logan nodded as both forces prepared to move. The commander mocked Logan's courtesy and ordered his troops to overtake McLean's force immediately. The McLean unit held position as soldiers marched ahead without restraint. One soldier observed the movement calmly, awaiting instruction. Logan dropped a hidden blade from horseback as the enemy passed. He watched their backs in silence, unmoved by their advance. He repeated the commander's own words, concealing his true intent. Logan issued a sudden command to retreat, catching both his allies and rivals off guard. Confusion rippled through the formation. His troops followed orders without hesitation, turning their horses as Logan ordered a full withdrawal to headquarters. The opposing commander, taken aback, questioned the move. But Logan's intent was to expose the enemy's deception. With rising tension, Logan warned that he could report the betrayal to the Duke. The veiled threat landed sharply. The enemy commander reacted with anger, unwilling to risk his reputation being ruined by his own misjudgment. He reversed course, preparing his army for immediate battle. Logan also readied his forces to respond without delay. As weapons were drawn, determination hardened on both sides. Magic forces gathered at the center as Roger Bifrost raised his wand, signaling the start of high-level combat. A shockwave burst out as his magic struck the field, and mages began forming into coordinated ranks. Energy surged. A sphere of wind magic swirled around the enemy's formation, catching attention immediately. Logan quickly recognized it wasn't for defense. It was a wide-range protection spell, far beyond basic spells. It covered the entire unit, forming a massive barrier powered by strong elemental control. Logan's soldiers questioned the magic scale. It exceeded typical expectations for a battlefield. Clayton explained Roger's wand was an artifact, making the feat possible, despite its inefficiency. Even so, he noted the magic couldn't last long. At best it would hold for an hour or two. Logan considered the enemy's magic. If the barrier only lasted hours, then Bifrost might plan to finish the battle quickly. The scale of the protection raised concern. Logan questioned whether more was hidden beneath the surface. Observing Bifrost closely, Logan chose caution, instructing his troops to maintain defense and monitor the situation. Suddenly, red energy erupted. Logan's gaze shifted upward as streaks of magic tore into the sky. A barrage of glowing projectiles surged toward the heavens before curving back down toward McLean's army. Bifrost smirked with confidence, revealing his plan. The magic wasn't for defense, it was for a massive strike. Liberado's eyes widened. She realized the danger too late as the sky filled with descending magic. She hesitated, doubting her ability to counter the spell's scale. Explosives rained down in clusters. She braced for impact, alone against overwhelming numbers. Lightning cracked across the field. Magic collided with the earth in a blinding wave. The blast spread fast, igniting the ground in a net of electric destruction. A soldier watching from afar muttered in disbelief, witnessing a full-scale magical bombardment. The shockwave hit the front lines. Lightning engulfed everything in its path. McLean forces scattered, struggling to withstand the impact as it tore through their ranks. Liberado held her ground, shielding her head. She realized this was only the first attack. Logan leapt from horseback, his sword drawn, eyes locked on the incoming magic. His timing was precise. He landed low and firm, absorbing the shock as dust kicked up beneath his feet. His comrades called out, but Logan already confirmed the strike's success. A faint smile broke through. As the magic descended, Logan reacted without hesitation. His instincts guided him forward. The first counterattack was a powerful slash aimed to intercept the core of the Liberatio. It wasn't enough. The spell's reach exceeded expectations. Logan shifted to another form of attack. Logan knew from the start that a single strike wouldn't stop the barrage. He invoked a new sword technique, a large range slash woven from desperate adaptation. As his blade surged with divine energy, a fresh form of swordsmanship was born under pressure. With the danger suppressed, Logan returned. His enemies were stunned by the unexpected defense. Their supply of bombs was depleted. Logan deduced they had no backup left to deploy. The commander panicked, realizing their plan hinged on overwhelming McLean quickly, and it had failed. Desperate, enemy troops charged forward, shouting to pin McLean down. Logan stood calm, watching them close in. The battle would now turn to blades. He ordered his men to intercept. The collision between both sides was now unavoidable. A red signal exploded in the sky. Logan turned sharply, sensing immediate danger as a large enemy force charged toward him. He rushed forward, sword ready, leading his unit toward interception. Behind him, allies recognized the signal as an urgent rally call. The opposing commander issued a fierce command to strike. A powerful clash erupts, energy bursting between blades. Sparks scatter as two warriors duel with precision and speed. Franz falters, struck hard in the chest by a forceful blow. His opponent wastes no time in pressing the advantage. The victor stands tall, claiming superiority. Franz concedes, analyzing the weakness in his technique and sword's power. Franz listens as advice is given. He must adapt if he doesn't want to lose again. The challenge is laid bare. Franz reflects aloud, knowing his sword has natural limitations. Even with effort, surpassing those limits may be futile. He acknowledges the sword's uniqueness, but reminds his rival that he alone does not represent the famed twin swords. The exchange ends. As they part, memories stir in Franz's mind: regret, reflection, and unresolved purpose. His thoughts, race, the past, his failures, and unfinished ambitions flash vividly across his mind. Suddenly, a brutal strike pierces the air. Franz is wounded, overwhelmed by the sudden ambush. A new figure steps forward. Calm, resolute, his sword glows with blazing intensity as he prepares to strike. Without hesitation, he releases a powerful slash, the light trailing like a blade of judgment. Nearby, enemy watches in shock, realizing the devastating force now heading his way. A scream echoes. Franz's name is called from afar, urgency heavy in the voice. The battlefield opens wide, chaos unfolding as swordsmen race across the field to aid fallen comrades. Anger erupts. One man charges forward, fury burning in his eyes, vowing revenge against the enemy who dared strike first. A swift blade slices through the air as the red-haired warrior lands a clean strike, knocking his opponent off balance. The injured fighter grits his teeth, trying to recover. The other mocks him, noting that without his artifact, he's lost his edge. Frustrated, the man lunges in anger. But the calm warrior watches for his next move. A storm of energy gathers as a large-scale attack is unleashed across the battlefield. forcing soldiers to react in panic. The overwhelmed knight activates a magical sphere. Power surges outward, deflecting the destructive energy. He stabilizes with the help of wind-based magic, regaining footing in the middle of the chaotic field. A sudden burst of force propels a projectile. The red-haired warrior responds immediately with a precise counter. He spins mid-air, releasing a circular wave of power to intercept the incoming force. Landing calmly, he watches the enemy retreat, acknowledging the escape with a quiet remark. Another soldier shouts in panic as wind barriers form around his allies. The barrier slows, but cannot stop a hail of arrows that pierce through defenses. The red-haired warrior observes closely, realizing the enemy's shield is weakening under pressure. A green vortex crashes toward him. He braces and blocks, arms tensed under the force. The sheer strength of the impact surprises him. The enemy seems to have shifted focus. He deduces their strategy, sacrificing shield strength to concentrate mana into offense. The red-haired warrior charges with rage, striking fiercely as his opponent braces for the incoming blow. Despite the threat, the cloaked fighter remains firm. He prepares for a suicidal counter, willing to risk everything to land a fatal strike. He curses the MacLeans, blaming them for his losses, castles, allies, and even his right hand taken in war. The red-haired warrior smirks, recalling the betrayal that began it all. He mocks the enemy's downfall as deserved. Without hesitation, the enemy lunges with killing intent. Both warriors meet mid-air in a violent exchange. Another soldier watches in frustration, blade ready, but unsure when to act. A spell explodes beneath their feet. Magic pressure and melee combine in an overwhelming assault. The red-haired warrior recognizes their strategy, forceful attrition, designed to exhaust him through endless waves. Still, the robed fighter stands composed, aware he's hiding something crucial until the final moment. The warrior pauses. An idea sparks. He considers using a dormant power sealed in his weapon. Flames ignite along the blade as his grip tightens. He commits to the choice without hesitation. With a burst of light, he channels mana through the sword, preparing for one decisive attack. The blade arcs, golden flames surging violently as energy tears through the enemy's green shield. Barriers crack. The fiery strike slams into the target, breaking through their last line of defense. The warrior grins. His gamble paid off. The technique worked. The tide has shifted. The red-haired warrior unleashes a long-range force slash, his flaming blade crackling with controlled power. He recognizes the technique, a style mirroring the Moonlight Knight's whip, like energy, but now amplified. Recalling earlier training, he realizes that intercepting bombs taught him how to master this precise execution. Channeling the fourth form of the divine sword secrets, he strikes again. His opponent erupts in rage, charging recklessly. The enemy refuses to accept the insult dealt to Franz's technique by this younger fighter. He's stunned. The young knight had not only copied Franz's form, he had surpassed it entirely. He reflects bitterly. A mere viscount had risen to advanced knight status, and seized noble territory with ease. Confusion deepens. How could the boy grow this fast? Surely, effort alone wasn't enough. He recalls his own painful journey. Humiliation, hatred, and brutal perseverance shaped him into a warrior. Haunted by the past, he remembers struggling alone, fighting back against ridicule through sheer determination. He had built his strength from nothing, enduring mockery and hardship with unshakable resolve. But now before him stands a boy, deflecting his every strike with divine technique. Rage swells, screaming. The knight bursts into a berserk state. Red energy flares violently around his body. Logan MacLean watches cautiously. His opponent isn't just overexerting, he's burning away his very life to win. The man roars. This isn't training, it's suicide, masked as vengeance. Logan observes his opponent's madness, realizing the man has bet everything his life for this one battle. With precision, Logan strikes a wide arc of flame. The attack stretches, forcing the berserker back, but the enemy lunges through the blaze. Confident he's already analyzed and memorized the flaw in Logan's technique. Suddenly, Logan's movement slows. The air thickens, pressing against his limbs. He quickly deduces that Roger Bifrost is manipulating the surroundings to restrict him. Despite the restriction, the enemy prepares to finish him with a technique Logan had yet to overcome. Blazing with red energy, Roger declares his endgame and charges, sword raised for a final strike. Logan, unfazed, responds with calm determination. He too has staked his life on this clash. He surges forward, slashing upward with force and clarity. Roger hesitates, shocked by Logan's sudden acceleration. Logan's technique tears through the field, elegant, but still lacking ultimate power. Despite its reach, the technique remains vulnerable against someone of equal level. Roger's sword trembles, He stares at it, stunned, unable to understand why it failed him. His body flings backward from Logan's counterstrike, crashing to the ground, clutching his blade. Roger rises in rage and desperation, screaming Logan's name through gritted teeth. Logan McLean stared into the void, haunted by memories of his former glory. Once a noble heir, now he was surrounded by ruin. His family's crest, once a symbol of strength, now flew under enemy control. The land he protected had been taken. Bodies of his comrades lay lifeless. Defeated but breathing, Logan clenched his fist, unwilling to accept the end. Nearby mages panicked as their mana was drained. One gasped, stunned by the force pulling energy from their cores. A red aura exploded outward. The enemy absorbed magic wildly, becoming stronger with every second. Logan watched. It wasn't casting, it was direct mana absorption. Unnatural, dangerous. The enemy surged forward, flames swirling. Logan's name was spat with rage. Logan gasped. Around him, allies collapsed, choking. The air grew heavy, warriors struggled. The pressure felt like being crushed by a mountain. Logan realized the entire battlefield's air had fallen under the enemy's control. Wind spun violently, debris lifted, as if caught in a storm. It wasn't aura or mana, it was something unknown worse. It was magic power raw, uncontrolled, the kind wielded by high-circle mages. An artifact had pushed him beyond human limits. Briefly, with killing intent, the man charged. His spear aimed at Logan's heart. A wave of red energy spiraled outward, covering the battlefield. The force grew denser as it advanced, warping the ground beneath it. Logan prepared for impact, but a golden light emerged in front of him. The energy pushed against the red wave, holding it back. The light formed into a sword. Logan recognized it as Lux, a weapon that responded to its wielder's will under critical conditions. The sword floated momentarily before stabilizing. It had been forged by a master dwarf, and was designed to adapt to its user. Lux began activating its hidden function. As Logan held it, the weapon adjusted its form to synchronize with him. Once fully connected, it released a new ability granting power based on Logan's condition and intent. A golden field appeared around Logan. Time within that space moved faster relative to the outside. His perception and movement accelerated. Every motion became more efficient and calculated. Logan advanced. His strike moved before the enemy could fully respond. The attack clashed with the enemy's barrier. The barrier cracked under the speed and weight of the strike. The force pushed the enemy back. Dust and fragments scattered from the point of impact. The battlefield pressure dropped. Logan's allies recovered control of their movement. A nearby mage stumbled. Her body failed to maintain the spell's output. Other enemies experienced disruption. Their magic lost stability and began collapsing. Their leader sensed the shift in power. Logan remained steady, fully in control. The enemy raised his weapon as Logan approached. Behind him, his subordinates regrouped after the magical pressure had lifted. Logan halted, observing the man's condition. The battle had already drained most of his strength. The opponent, named Roger Bafros, recognized the situation. Logan stepped forward with intent to finish it quickly. A bright slash was released from Logan's blade, overwhelming the remaining resistance. The attack landed directly. Roger's defense broke under the concentrated strike. The force blasted Roger backward. The impact ruptured the ground beneath him. Despite the damage, Roger survived. A protective barrier had absorbed part of the blow. He gasped for air, badly injured but still conscious. He forced himself up, fueled by rage. Roger called out Logan's name again, refusing to fall. Logan noticed the surge of unstable magic. Roger began charging another spell. Magic condensed rapidly into a massive red sphere, spiraling with volatile energy. Roger launched the sphere toward Logan in a final, reckless attack. Roger declared his intention to take Logan with him. It was a suicide attack. Allies shouted warnings as the blast zone expanded rapidly toward Logan. Logan countered with a final slash, colliding with the attack before it landed. Logan struck decisively. Roger's final attack failed. His arm was severed instantly before the spell could complete. The sudden counter left Roger in shock. He fell backward, unable to react. His body collapsed. Blood pooled beneath him. The damage was irreversible. Roger stared at his ruined body. His power was gone. The mana had fully drained. Logan approached calmly. The threat was over. There was no urgency in his steps. Roger, desperate, muttered broken words. Logan stood over him, waiting for a final response. Roger began to laugh weakly. He tried to curse Logan one last time. Despite his injuries, he blamed Logan for everything and clung to hatred. Logan listened briefly. His expression stayed unchanged, showing no interest in Roger's delusions. Roger spoke of revenge. He claimed Logan's family would also fall in time. As his body crumbled, he declared their end was inevitable. He laughed again. Logan remained still while others approached in silence. Roger's remains turned to ash. His magic burned life energy, leaving a cursed trace. Alice observed the lingering effects. The air was still saturated with residue. The magic would fade, but its presence showed the extent of his obsession. As silence returned to the battlefield, wounded soldiers leaned on their weapons, exhausted from the aftermath. Their breathing steadied, and for a moment it seemed the fight had ended with Logan's victory. But as calm settled in, Logan sensed something. His eyes shifted, alert to a new presence. Logan's instincts responded. He realized the battle wasn't finished. Across the field, a female commander raised her sword, commanding her troops to form up. Logan grasped the situation. Roger's defeat was only a distraction. A new phase was beginning. A large eagle flew above, delivering a message capsule. The response was immediate. Mounted knights emerged in formation. A new force entered the field with precision. At the lead rode Wiccan, Kalia, known as the Tempest Blade, signaling the start of another confrontation. Chapter 95. The battlefield echoed with dread as ancient enemies emerged, ruthless and bloodthirsty. Their history was soaked in betrayal, and they returned with overwhelming strength. Warriors charged ahead, aware their resistance would be futile. Still, they fought, knowing it was the only way to delay the inevitable. The cavalry surged forward, but even their bravery couldn't change fate. They clashed with foes possessing unnatural power. As formations tightened, enemy forces advanced. Riders attempted to reposition, but chaos spread through their ranks. The frontline commander, Kalia, led a desperate push, determined to turn the tide. Before they could react, a deadly volley of arrows descended, blotting out the sky with lethal precision. Kalia narrowly avoided death, urging his horse through the chaos. The enemy's accuracy was merciless, but Kalia wouldn't retreat. A sudden gust, summoned by an unseen force, swept across the field. Wind blades followed, piercing barriers, and carving into the ranks below. Screams echoed as formations collapsed. As more arrows rained, Barrows attempted to defend with a summoned shield. The barrier, powered by his life force, shattered instantly under the force of a single enemy swing. With effortless strength, the enemy general advanced, brushing aside all resistance, laughing. The enemy welcomed the chaos. He had no fear, only confidence. He dashed forward, blade in hand, preparing a deadly attack refined through countless battles. Empowered by wind, his strike transformed into a devastating vortex, cleaving through everything. The enemy warrior unleashed a spinning storm of wind, lifting himself with frightening speed. His power spiraled upward, merging air and fire into a lethal force. With an expression of unshaken confidence, he launched the vortex directly at the battlefield below. A massive explosion followed, engulfing everything in a fiery whirlwind that tore through land and bodies alike, amid the chaos. Logan McLean braced himself. The impact had shattered his previous defense completely. Holding his chest, he realized his core was strained, unable to withstand the pressure of the last attack. Even so, he kept his focus as the enemy approached with another strike. He met the blow head on. A fierce clash followed, energy ripping through the earth. The attack was meant to kill. Logan's father stepped in, absorbing the brunt of the blow to protect him, coughing blood. The father stood battered but alive. Logan rushed forward, yelling in panic. Eyes wide. Logan realized their opponent was no ordinary foe. He was a superhuman. Using wind elevation, the enemy launched countless blades down from above. With a shout, Logan countered with his own technique. Killer iron slashed. The two powers collided, sending sparks and heat through the sky. Logan caught only an afterimage. The enemy had dodged mid-air with terrifying speed, landing calmly. The enemy smiled, impressed by Logan's strength. But the battle was far from over. Logan stood tense, his breath shallow. In front of him, the enemy remained unreadable, confident. A sudden gust surged again. He instinctively braced for an attack, but the pressure vanished. It was only a breeze. His expression hardened in confusion. The enemy grinned, mocking his reaction. To him, Logan's effort was no more than resisting wind. Logan focused. He could only accelerate time once. Per Dalton Y. He would need to land everything in one attack. He charged in with full power. Their swords clashed, releasing shockwaves. Despite the ferocity, the enemy remained composed, narrowly avoiding a critical hit and praising Logan's reflexes. Suddenly, Logan's father shouted. A blow aimed at his son was redirected. With fury, The father intervened, taking the hit himself. Logan stood shocked as his father collapsed, wounded again. Realizing the enemy's intent, Logan clenched his fists. He activated a hidden artifact. Light enveloped his father's body, healing. Magic surged from the relic. The enemy observed, now wary, recognizing the artifact's power, fueled by resolve. Logan unleashed a blazing attack, slashing forward. The enemy watched the arc of flame descend, but remained steady. He blocked it cleanly, acknowledging its similarity to another familiar skill. Logan's force blade collided violently with the enemy's strike. Sparks exploded from the clash, but he felt his energy falter. His attack was overwhelmed, cracked by raw power, not technique. It was being torn apart through brute strength alone. He was stunned. The opponent, known more for speed than strength, was still vastly superior. The gap between them was undeniable. The clash launched Logan backward. He spiraled through the air, his posture broken mid-flight. He cursed himself, realizing he'd lost his poise. Panic and disbelief filled his voice. A nearby knight, seeing him fall, cried out to the young master, in desperation and fear. Logan steadied himself and spotted Heinkel nearby. Shock crossed his face. Heinkel shouted, urging Logan to recall the basics of his original training. The words triggered something deep. Logan remembered his blade's first form and the foundation of his skills. He pushed off the ground, dashing to reposition. The rhythm returned to his footwork. Kalia mocked the retreat, but Logan's sudden turn left him exposed to a surprise blast. Flames engulfed the ground as hidden explosives detonated near the enemy's position. Kalia scoffed, dismissing the explosions as mere bombs, unworthy of concern. He was wrong. More detonations followed, forcing him to retreat momentarily. McLean's allies joined in, firing shots. Their commander ordered them to unleash everything, holding nothing back. Logan landed firmly, remembering the drills Heinkel once made him do carrying comrades under pressure. As Heinkel rushed to him, Logan confirmed aloud, the training had been for this moment. He smiled at the realization. Heinkel laughed, recalling the McLean Knight Order's classic, "Evacuate with your comrade." Logan now saw its purpose. With resolve, Logan stepped back. Heinkel would take charge of his injured father. Logan placed his trust in the commander, asking him to guard his father's life. Heinkel accepted without hesitation, lifting the wounded knight and pledging his protection. Nearby, 2 sharpshooters monitored the impact zone. Wone noted that with 30 shots fired, even a superhuman shouldn't have survived the onslaught. But the other, cautious, reminded them, this man had cornered Lord Logan, he wouldn't fall that easily. The girl scoffed at the hesitation, calling it pessimistic. As they bickered, a familiar voice called out. It was Rhea, Logan's sister, accompanied by Sir Clayton. Their sudden arrival stirred urgency. Rhea was shocked, demanding explanations. Clayton acted swiftly, pulling them into motion amidst the flames. He yelled to protect the master. Confusion and urgency overwhelmed the field. Even experienced warriors were thrown into chaos by the fiery destruction erupting around them. Logan stepped forward from the smoke as silence fell. The battlefield trembled, dust rising from where the bombardments had just ended. He glanced upward. Alert, the attack had paused, but the danger hadn't passed. He steadied his stance, waiting. A flaming attack shot toward him. Reacting instantly, Logan deflected it with his blade, the force rippling through his arms. He focused on Wiccan Kalia. The surrounding aura pulsed strangely. Logan could sense it, something had shifted. Wiccan's power, once sharp and defined, now felt diffused. The aura had weakened, likely reversed during the manifestation. Whether due to the bombs or the intensity of combat, Logan's awareness had grown. He found an opportunity. His eyes narrowed. Despite the odds, the gap had opened. He still had a chance. In the distance, the Tempest Blade's army surged into view. Reinforcements had arrived. The enemies hesitated. Among them, Clayton's presence drew gasps. A superhuman was now on the field. Clayton stepped forward, holding a powerful weapon. Its glow marked it as Regressor artifact. Surprised, he questioned why Logan would offer it. This relic wasn't given lightly. Logan accepted that it reached him abnormally. In this crisis, normal rules no longer mattered. With a shout, Clayton activated the artifact. Flames exploded around him. He clashed with the enemy again, his strength doubled by the weapon's power. His allies looked on. The battle had turned. Logan wasn't fighting alone anymore. Clayton gripped the artifact tightly, feeling the surge of overwhelming energy coursing through him. The weapon magnified his natural strength. With the artifact's boost, his body could now withstand spells previously beyond his ability. A powerful technique stirred in his memory. Unleashing it with a shout, he initiated the spell, the Path. Fire engulfed him as he ascended beyond a normal mage's limits. The earth fractured as his magic activated. The weight of his will twisted gravity across the battlefield. Logan observed with confidence. Clayton's control over gravity stunned the enemy, forcing them off balance. As power gathered, Clayton roared his spell's name. His opponent's expression twisted in shock at the overwhelming force. Clayton landed like a meteor, triggering shockwaves. The ground cracked violently under the pressure. The enemy struggled to remain upright. Even a knight commander couldn't fully endure the crushing energy. Realization dawned. This was advanced magic, possibly Sixth Circle, far beyond normal battle spells. Their enemies reeled. No one expected a McLean sorcerer to appear on the front lines, let alone one this powerful. Logan stood firm, while the enemy commander clenched his jaw, caught between pride and fear. Despite his belief in victory, he knew his army couldn't withstand magic of this scale without heavy losses. He cursed his choice to enter the fight without backup. This battlefield wasn't meant for solo command. Logan, calm and composed, advised withdrawal, stating clearly that he had no desire to continue the battle. The enemy hesitated until a new warrior charged forward recklessly, ignoring the call for retreat and reigniting the fight. Logan surged forward, intercepting the reckless warrior's charge with force. Flames and energy clashed in a wave of heat. He unleashed a powerful arc, hurling the opponent back through sheer momentum. The attack overwhelmed the battlefield's balance. The commander stumbled, surprised by Logan's aggression. His tactics weren't just strong, they were unpredictable and precise. Logan shouted in frustration, trying to end the unnecessary violence. His words fell between clashing blades. The enemy commander refused to back down, driven by pride and vengeance. He swore retaliation the moment the sorcerer was located. Logan roared, demanding attention. He declared clearly that they had no intention of continuing the battle. The enemy halted, blade drawn, but uncertain. His breathing slowed, his stance no longer aggressive. Logan emphasized the betrayal they both suffered from the Second Prince's faction. He stood tall, distancing himself from the faction war, and declared their refusal to take further part in the conflict. Logan pressed the point. Any more fighting would only benefit the prince's forces. Though hesitant, the commander wavered. Doubt crept into his thoughts. He clenched his teeth, suspecting manipulation but couldn't deny the logic behind Logan's words. Logan made his final decision. His voice cut through the tension, commanding order. He ordered his knights to stand down. The war wasn't worth more lives, facing both armies, he declared. No more bloodshed. This war was no longer theirs to fight. Logan's command to attack Wiccan Kalia caught everyone off guard. His forces responded instantly. Charging toward the lone enemy, Wiccan's face twisted in disbelief. He accused Logan of madness. Unsure if this was betrayal or strategy, the sudden assault overwhelmed him. Facing multiple attackers, he braced himself for what appeared to be a suicidal clash. The chaos intensified. Clayton struck hard, forcing the enemy lines to break. His booming shout called for full engagement. Wiccan, cornered and seething, vowed to hold off the attack himself. He saw no choice but to retaliate. Logan didn't hesitate. He ordered his knights forward, unleashing the full force of his command. The battlefield erupted. Soldiers collided, blades flashing. Wiccan's men tried desperately to protect their commander, realizing the cost of escalation. Wiccan shouted for a ceasefire. His voice cracked under pressure. He accepted Logan's terms at last, retreating to avoid further bloodshed as the knights pulled back. Logan sighed with visible relief. His shoulder bled, but the battle had ended without mass casualties. He acknowledged the risk. Had Wiccan chosen to fight to the end, many lives, including his own, could have been lost. As the dust settled, Wiccan addressed Logan directly, signaling the beginning of a new conversation. The troops stood in silence as tensions cooled. Logan remained alert, awaiting Wiccan's next move. With mutual exhaustion and unspoken understanding, both sides paused. The war between them had shifted course. Names were spoken not as enemies, but as men who understood the weight of survival. Logan's gamble had worked. Logan and Wiccan stood face to face on open ground, the wind calm after battle. Their forces watched quietly from a distance. Wiccan acknowledged Logan's intent, accepting the withdrawal. He warned of consequences if that vow were broken. Logan rejected the threat and explained his side had no interest in continuing the war. Wiccan, satisfied, gave a brief nod of approval. Logan urged Wiccan to retreat quickly, revealing an imminent threat from the Second Prince's army. Startled by the warning, Wiccan questioned the timing. Logan claimed he had received a message just before their clash. Though it was a bluff, Logan believed the enemy would attack soon regardless. He used the claim to hasten Wiccan's retreat. Wiccan left the field, vowing they would meet again. Logan ordered his troops to return to base. The soldiers acknowledged the command. Calm returned to the battlefield. Logan silently watched the retreat, already considering the next step. Logan was suddenly called by his men. A new alert reached him. His pace quickened. Urgently, he prepared to send a message to Valkenhan. He anticipated a dangerous move from the enemy. He imagined the worst. Without intervention, Valkenhan's forces would be dragged into brutal conflict. The battlefield was littered with bodies and blood. McLean's soldiers had fallen, ambushed without warning by a surprise attack. A soldier, injured and breathless, reported to Logan that Bifrost had launched the first strike, followed immediately by the first prince's forces. Inside the war chamber, Logan confronted the commanding noble, questioning the clear coordination between betrayal and royal aggression. The noble hesitated, staring into the magical orb. His silence betrayed guilt and uncertainty. He finally admitted that the stolen explosives had been used, and that he failed to foresee Bifrost's betrayal. Outside, Logan's ally confronted him with logic. How could Bifrost, his closest man, act without his knowledge? The noble clenched his fist in restraint, knowing he couldn't lose the McLean family now. Logan defended his position, arguing that he would never send Roger alone if he meant to betray. Reluctantly, the noble accepted that Roger had acted on his own accord. To ease tensions, the noble promised compensation after the war ended. Logan's anger boiled over. Waiting until after wasn't enough. He recalled the bloodshed. Losses couldn't wait. The noble asked what Logan wanted in return. Logan demanded immediate return to his fiefdom. The noble, stunned, realized McLean loyalty was no longer guaranteed. The battlefield lay broken, stained by betrayal. Logan addressed the war council, stating the McLeans could no longer trust the faction responsible. He declared that the McLean family would completely withdraw from the war, severing ties with all remaining alliances. The noble was stunned by the decision, but before protest could grow, Logan offered one last gesture: crucial information in exchange. He revealed that the attack was orchestrated by Wiccan Kaija at Bifrost's request, shifting the blame toward a more dangerous conspirator. The noble was shaken. The name Kaija struck fear. Logan's survival against such an opponent added weight to his words. With that, Logan gave his final farewell. His message clear: he survived where others wouldn't. Rage filled the chamber. The noble crushed a glass in fury. He ordered an emergency summons for Lucan Talos, and demanded the army be prepared for war. Frustrated and confused, he screamed, unable to understand how events spiraled so quickly. Outside, Logan held the orb firmly in hand, knowing it carried the deception's weight. Removing a bandage, he prepared for the reveal. His plan had reached its conclusion. He declared the farce over, having accomplished exactly what he intended. With Logan's call, the soldiers who had played dead began to rise. They laughed in disbelief, amazed their trick fooled Duke Valterman. Logan smiled, giving credit to his men for selling the ruse so well. Victory this time was earned through cunning. Logan assessed the battlefield's outcome. The first prince's faction suffered a critical defeat, while the second prince had lost Bifrost, weakening both sides. He concluded that desperation would now drive both factions to risk everything. Supporting a wounded ally, Logan predicted the siege was imminent. Logan's comrade noted that Valterman would have preferred to end the war before the McLeans' withdrawal. Without the McLeans, they could no longer produce Liberatio, a critical weapon. Logan confirmed this, adding they only needed to watch as both sides destroyed each other. With the day's plans complete, Logan instructed the group to return home. Soldiers greeted them with gratitude. The survival of their unit sparked emotional relief. Sir Clayton was thanked for his magical support, especially from the younger troops. Clayton deflected the praise, crediting the staff instead. Logan corrected him: tools meant nothing without a capable user. He then praised Victoria, encouraging her after her first battle experience. Victoria blushed, humbled by the recognition. Logan reflected on her potential. Mana, unlike strength, was rare and innate. Though training helped, true mages were born, not made. He silently noted her promise and the need to guide her carefully. High-ranking mages often display extraordinary talent early in life. Among them stood Juan Douglas, the pinnacle of noble blood and arcane ability. Born of royal lineage and heir to a ducal house, he was hailed as a prodigy, even in childhood. By age 40, he had already ascended to the sixth circle, earning global recognition as a genius mage. Logan reflected on Juan's presence. His power alone should have made him untouchable, yet something was changing. The world trembled as explosions rocked Wayne Castle. Amid the chaos, Juan surged forward, cursing the bombs ravaging the fortress walls. Soldiers struggled against the cold, their movement frozen by Huan's magic. Their commander, frustrated, barked orders. None could hold their weapons. Desperate, he commanded the full release of bombs, abandoning plans to preserve them for future use. Amid the smoke, Luther charged into the fray with blinding force. Wiccan Kalia met him head-on, lightning clashing against flame. The commander watched bitterly, wishing Kalia had fallen to McLean earlier. With the walls breached, panic erupted. The stronghold's defenses crumbled. Huan roared in defiance, refusing to let the enemy pass. Casting an immense freezing spell, he formed an icy barricade, halting their advance for now. The castle wall froze solid, halting enemy advance. Huan unleashed a blizzard scroll, forcing the tide to shift. Believing Huan had withdrawn, the second prince's men charged, only to be stunned by his reappearance. Using one of his trump cards, Huan stabilized the first prince's faltering defense, pushing the civil war into its bloodiest battle. Despite the fierce clash, no side could claim victory. The battle ended in a deadlock. In a private chamber, a hooded figure noted the difference from the last encounter. Now the core leaders were fighting directly, to compensate for mounting losses. Both factions had begun requisitioning supplies from civilians, preparing for all-out war. Refugees flooded from the capital in chaos. The suffering was widespread. Suspicious of the hooded visitor, the Knight Commander asked if Logan was behind the disguise. Logan confirmed his identity and urged the commander to hear him out before reacting, amused. The commander questioned Logan's dramatic tone. Logan revealed his role in manipulating both factions into open conflict. The commander was stunned, recognizing the far-reaching impact of Logan's quiet intervention. Logan explained he had rallied neutral forces and planned a decisive strike, while the enemy was weakened. He humbly requested the commander's help to become the spearhead of this new alliance. The commander stood in silence, weighing Logan's bold invitation to re-enter the war's center stage. The commander reminded Logan of his earlier advice to remain neutral during the king's funeral. Logan acknowledged it, then reminded him of the promise to consider a request when the time came. He clarified that this moment was that request and urged the commander to reflect before acting. The commander conceded and agreed to listen, intrigued by Logan's bold direction. Logan looked toward the portrait of the late king, revealing his intent. His goal was clear: support the third prince and elevate him to the throne. Logan stood beneath the tall stained glass, declaring his goal. The third prince would become emperor. His voice carried certainty, not request. Facing the master swordsman, Logan made his stance clear. The plan would proceed, regardless of whether the man stood with him. The older man stared coldly. He hadn't expected such defiance. Logan's challenge was direct, not veiled in pleasantries. The noble's outrage surfaced instantly. Logan's tone was improper, disrespectful in the eyes of tradition. Logan answered without hesitation. He spoke boldly because he understood the risks. Both factions would crush the McLeans if left unchecked. With the master's support, the path to the throne would be smoother, and fewer lives would be lost. Logan sighed. He explained the royal decree. If both heirs were young, the third prince could claim the crown, but legitimacy alone wouldn't stop war. Bloodshed was inevitable unless they acted decisively. Eventually, they would have to defend the prince with force. The master questioned Logan's intent. Was it a threat? Logan denied it. He described only reality. The master asked, "What does Logan think honor is?" To him, honor meant resisting injustice, regardless of cost. For 70 years, he had lived by his word. People trusted it. That trust became his strength and his honor. The master affirmed his definition of honor. For decades, he had lived by principle, never once straying from his convictions. Logan remained still, absorbing the weight of the words. This was the life of a man respected by all, forged by discipline, not ambition. But Logan, driven by the nation's future, questioned that stance. Watching the country decay wasn't an option, not when his honor could help save it. The master's voice rose. Logan's proposal felt unacceptable, reckless even. Doubt clouded his judgment. He couldn't understand Logan's confidence. With the future uncertain, how could Logan be so sure of this path? Yet Logan didn't flinch. His decision was not based on certainty, it was necessity, he explained. The civil war was only the beginning. Chaos would grow if left unchecked. If no one acted, the empire would consume them all. The master's surprise revealed he hadn't seen the signs. Logan reminded him the emperor's death was suspicious. Questions were buried too quickly. Rumors had long whispered of imperial plots behind his majesty's demise. Logan recalled them vividly from his past life, though lacking proof. Logan understood the pattern. War wasn't spontaneous, it was orchestrated. Everything now aligned with what he'd already experienced. The Empire was moving. The war had already begun. He acknowledged his manipulation, but it served truth. His past life proved the consequences of inaction. Facing the Master, Logan declared, if honor meant living without lies, then he was its opposite, but he would carry that dishonor if it meant saving what still could be saved. Logan understood one thing with clarity: if he could prevent the chaos to come, he would abandon all honor to do it. His resolve was firm. Sacrificing pride was a small cost compared to saving the future. He stared down his master without flinching. The master exhaled slowly. He acknowledged the many suspicious signs, but warned that Logan's reasoning was still too speculative to act on completely. He questioned Logan's deeper intentions. Would the third prince merely become another pawn, guided by unseen hands like those before him? Logan's reaction was immediate. He denied manipulation, his voice trembling, but the accusation had struck something real. The master cut him off, insisting he had seen this kind of ambition before. It always started with good intentions. He recalled Jordan, a man full of ideals and vision, devoted to a brighter nation. In his memory, Jordan had never deceived anyone. He believed openly, worked tirelessly. Logan listened as the name Jordan Valterman echoed through his mind. Doubt began to form. But Jordan had changed. Power and lineage altered his course. He became what he once opposed. The master pressed the question: would Logan follow the same path? Logan remained silent, fists clenched, but the confrontation forced him to reflect. The master had witnessed many, like Jordan to him. They were all the same men corrupted by power. Logan's expression darkened. He despised such people too, but did the master see him as one? The master gave a final response: prove it. Whether helped or not, Logan had made his choice. Now he must stand by it. The master's voice boomed. He challenged Logan to prove whether this cause was worth abandoning a lifetime of conviction. His expression was stern, but he turned away with one final directive, not out of dismissal, but expectation. He instructed Logan to meet with the third prince personally, before taking another step. Logan was caught off guard. Sunlight spilled through the estate's balcony. The prince, it turned out, was already within these very walls. The master's tone sharpened. Logan couldn't crown a king without first knowing his will. Logan stumbled over his words, surprised by how quickly things advanced, but quietly thanked the master for the opportunity. The grand hall fell silent. As Logan approached the door, the moment felt heavier than any battlefield. The third prince turned to face him. Their eyes met with shared recognition. Logan lowered his head and addressed him formally. The meeting had finally begun. The prince welcomed Logan warmly, though his curiosity was clear. Logan stated his purpose. He had come to fulfill a promise made in the past. The prince seemed unsure. Promise? He repeated, eyes narrowing with uncertainty. Logan dropped to one knee. He had kept his word. Roger Barros was no longer a threat. Rising, Logan spoke firmly. It was time for the prince to claim the throne. The prince looked stunned. The word throne echoed, carrying the weight of a future, now calling him forward. The third prince hesitated. Despite Logan's certainty, doubt clouded his expression. The circumstances around him were dire. He explained how his current status protected by a duke, not the palace, left him powerless. He questioned if such change was even possible. Logan, without pause, confirmed it was. His voice was sharp and certain, cutting through uncertainty like steel. The prince was stunned. Logan explained that the other factions were already weakening under the Civil War's toll. Their armies dwindled, and Logan had enough force at his command to strike them down in a single blow. The prince asked how such power was possible, unable to hide his disbelief. Logan smiled. The prince had been watching from the shadows, tracking battles from afar. Logan continued. They now possessed double the firepower they used in prior conflicts, waiting silently at his fief. With neutral forces activated, eliminating both rival factions would be effortless. The prince still wondered if nobles would obey him. Logan reassured him. Power and ambition would lure them. Even without his master's backing, Logan trusted in the McLean family's strength. Their growing advantage would only expand with time. Hesitation was a greater risk than war. The prince laughed lightly, his tension easing. He decided to trust Logan's judgment. His crimson eyes glowed with certainty. The prince's loyalty was secured. Convincing the third prince, Logan thought, had been the easiest part. Logan accepted the risk. Failure meant death. There was no retreat. He secured the third prince's alliance. Their handshake sealed the pact. With new orders in hand, Logan prepared to rally others. A chilling breeze drifted through the sky as a letter arrived in the quiet study. It carried an official seal, the symbol of a rising power. The head of the Floyd family opened the parchment with wary hands. His eyes narrowed. It was an invitation, a formal request to join a faction. The terms listed were surprisingly generous, raising suspicion. He wondered aloud if the faction would truly fulfill their promises. His son, in-law, stood nearby, observing silently. The family head asked his thoughts, his voice edged with concern. The younger man responded coldly. Words were meaningless without action. Promises from the desperate meant little. He noted the faction's motive, luring any remaining neutral families to their cause as war loomed. The elder admitted the truth. Both sides had suffered losses during the recent Harun conflict. He touched another document, the weight of political expectation heavy in his gesture. The request wasn't simple. They wanted neutral lands to fight. The message was clear. He realized the Floyd family wasn't just asked to join but to lead. The responsibility was immense. The elder hesitated. This decision would define their family's honor. His doubts hinted that Duke Felix had declined. The burden now passed to him. He asked for more time. The gravity of the request was undeniable. Armies already marched. Families like Ilirba had accepted their offers and moved to the front lines. The young man recalled past events. Those tempted by power had already chosen. Nothing would change that now. The Floyd family head leaned back, reflecting. He believed those who had not yet joined a faction could still be trusted, their integrity untainted by greed. The young man stepped forward, his voice calm, but firm. He claimed there was something the elder still didn't fully understand. He smiled confidently, declaring the Floyd family's strength had always been underestimated, a hidden force waiting to rise. He recalled past battles where they faced multiple marquises and still stood their ground. Laughter followed, but disbelief lingered. Recent victories, like repelling the Tempest Blade's army, were further proof of their hidden power. When asked for proof, he pointed to Lady Eileen, confirming her presence on the battlefield. Shock turned to fury. The family head erupted in outrage, but the younger man calmly urged him to stay composed, revealing the depth of Eileen's pride. Eventually, calm returned. He weighed possibilities aloud. If MacLean and the Sword Duke united the neutral nobles, they had a real chance. That hope began to form into a decision. Realizing that risking destruction was worse than standing firm, the elder resolved to act. With narrowed eyes, he finally committed the Floyd family would join the cause. Still, it depended on whether the Sword Duke would also move. The stage was set. A handshake sealed the pact. After 8 months of civil war, the neutral forces finally began to stir. At Castle MacLean, banners waved in the wind as preparation for mobilization began. A young soldier rushed through the hallway, calling out to his brother. The next phase was about to begin. At the castle courtyard, a younger knight greeted his brother with relief. The delayed return had worried him, as others had come back days earlier. The returning man admitted he had split off midway, secretly meeting with neutral factions to strengthen alliances. Curious, the brother asked how things had gone. The knight reported success in ramping up crossbow and weapon production after pulling out of the faction. His brother nodded in approval. Then, he asked about the state of the central front lines. The knight hesitated, explaining that the battlefield had been inactive for a week, despite recent clashes. Surprised, the elder brother questioned the sudden silence. Even with losses, he doubted both armies would halt without cause. Concerned, he asked again if something was wrong. The knight dismissed it, and changed the subject. He praised his brother's efforts during his absence, offering a long-wrapped item as a reward. The knight opened it in shock, confused by the gift. It was Frigus, a legendary artifact sword once wielded by Franz, the Knight of Moonlight. Estimated as a Class 4 artifact, it shimmered with chilling energy. His brother insisted he use it. The elder explained that Lux had awakened to nature magic, making the sword more compatible with him. The knight gasped in awe, then congratulated his brother for unlocking such rare magic still. He declined the sword. He was satisfied with his current weapon, Maniet smiling. He shared his hope maybe Maniet too would one day awaken with magic. The older brother handed over a wrapped item with care. He asked that it be delivered to his sister-in-law, expressing her importance to the house's future. He emphasized her role as the future lady of the house, asserting that her safety was essential, even above his own status as potential family head. Internally, the younger man acknowledged Eileen's strength, but also how she rarely prioritized herself despite her importance. Memories of her surfaced. She had only recently received a proper set of armor, having fought in ill-fitting gear before that. Despite the cost, she had acquired a mithril alloy suit, using personal funds meant for basic needs. Her sacrifice was admirable, though he doubted she even had enough money for a full meal. Still, she smiled through it. Determined, he chose to gift her the sword personally. But upon receiving it, Eileen hesitated, declaring the gesture was too much. She questioned what she had done to earn such a valuable item after their last battle. Concerned it would create tension among the other knights, she tried to decline for the sake of morale. Nearby soldiers noticed them, reinforcing her concern. The young man realized her worries were selfless and thoughtful. Still, he pressed gently. She tried again to protest, but he interrupted with quiet resolve. He clarified. The sword wasn't for Dame Eileen as a knight, it was a wedding gift for his fiancée, Lady Eileen. Eileen froze in disbelief, her voice faltering as the words sank in. He explained their situation hadn't allowed even a proper engagement celebration due to war. Gazing at her earnestly, he admitted with regret that he hadn't been able to do anything for her until now. The young man extended the sword to Eileen, asking her to accept it not as a symbol of status, but as a promise of what he would fulfill. He explained that this sword would serve as a testament to his word, empowering her to protect herself and rise further in strength. Though called a wedding gift, it was truly a strategic gesture meant to elevate her combat presence on the battlefield. Eileen, flustered, hesitated as the emotion hit her. She asked if he was proposing to her right now. He responded awkwardly, realizing he might be, even though they were already technically engaged. Still blushing, she reflected on the meaning behind a sword as a wedding gift and accepted it with soft gratitude. Holding the blade reverently, she thanked him sincerely, her heart full. Beaming, she declared she couldn't have asked for a better gift. He smiled, nervously, internally vowing never to reveal he'd originally meant to give the sword to someone else. Eileen clutched the sword tightly and made her own vow she would do her best too. The moment turned light-hearted as they agreed to have their first duel in ages, excitement sparking in both. From afar, their figures raced into the training yard, laughter trailing behind them. In another location, a man puffed his pipe thoughtfully, observing the sky. He noted it had already been a month since the siege at Urkhan Castle, and how much had changed since then. He murmured that things had remained quiet, but uncertainty lingered beneath the calm. As nobles played cards and drank, one lord voiced frustration at the slow recovery after recent heavy losses. He reflected bitterly on the second prince faction's fading momentum, blaming McLean's interference for the shift in balance. Before more could be said, a servant rushed in, clearly panicked, disrupting the meeting with urgent news. The room tensed as the messenger revealed a directive had arrived from Wilterman's forces, surprising all present. The lord demanded the contents. The servant hesitated, calling it unusual in tone and timing. At a separate gathering, an armored commander addressed his followers with firm intent. He declared a ceasefire with the First Prince faction. A complete strategic shift. The new directive, a joint assault to eliminate the McLean family, prioritizing them over all others. Anger erupted as the nobles processed the order, their focus now unified in hatred toward McLean. In a grand chamber, the light shines through a stained, glass dome, as urgent news begins to circulate. A stern figure communicates through a magical orb, revealing that confidential information has been leaked from the neutral faction. Logan McLean processes the accusation that his family is instigating rebellion to eliminate those with rightful claims to the throne. Logan listens intently, realizing the factions are mobilizing against them. Their combined forces target the McLeans. He estimates they'll arrive within the week. Though not yet moving, the enemy is already preparing, gritting his teeth. Logan reflects bitterly. He wrongly assumed neutrality would hold as it had in his previous life. He recalls the suspicious silence of the civil army after Irank Castle's fall. It was strategy, not retreat. Enemy commanders secretly align, disguising ambition as justice, plotting to remove Logan under claims of treason. Logan remains composed at his desk, suppressing emotion, knowing he must respond decisively. Logan admits that while regression gave him foresight, he underestimated how much had already changed. He seeks insight into unconventional warfare, understanding that brute force won't win this battle. As winds howl outside, Logan braces for the battle already unfolding beyond his walls. On a distant hill, a blue-haired girl yells a warning. A massive force moves not men, but stone. Golems rise from the ground, shaking the earth as they charge forward under magical control. A young warrior steadies himself. While the girl eyes the battlefield, reinforcements have arrived, and the real fight begins. The battle intensifies as a soldier redirects a charging golem with a shout, drawing it away from the front line. The golems respond, plowing forward and creating a trench. Like path in the earth with their movement, their rampage causes chaos. But the defenders remain focused, Orders ring out, calling for the next phase of the plan. Mages chant spells as the magic circle glows, manipulating terrain to summon more golems and fortify defenses. Logan observes as the summoned golems begin forming a barricade with their massive bodies and earthen structure. He reflects on the crudeness of the method, but acknowledges its effectiveness. Strategy matters more than elegance now. Logan orders that the workers be paid well, and allowed rest after their effort in building the earthworks. The new barricade stretches across New McLean lands, placing McLean Town directly between the enemy routes. A strategic map reveals potential enemy paths. Logan anticipates an immediate strike on Babylon if left unguarded. A finger taps the map where new barricades are needed, highlighting the urgency to intercept the invading force. A red-haired man questions Logan about the Sword Duke's silence in the face of growing threats. Logan hesitates, unsure how to explain the Duke's lack of response as tension builds among their ranks. Logan smiles weakly and admits the Sword Duke hasn't spoken yet, but surely knows of the growing threat. The rumors about the enemy's alliance to destroy McLean are now public, spreading throughout the region. In a memory or echo, a voice reminds Logan that defending honor means acting, even in silence. A memory surfaces. Logan's master speaks with quiet conviction about living with unshaken honor in all things. Logan reflects, accepting that he cannot ask his master to compromise values just to protect him. In a dark chamber, the Sword Duke stands silent and still, embodying unwavering strength in solitude. Quiet footsteps echo as a group of knights walks under the moonlight, preparing for the coming threat. A noble couple observes the knights, their expressions filled with anxiety and unspoken resolve. A week passes, the defensive wall is complete, fast and solid, despite the tight schedule. The finished wall stretches across the landscape. Construction was efficient and reinforced with strategic planning. Even a moat was added, maximizing defense with remarkable speed and coordination. Logan, standing atop the wall, names it Aegis, his symbol of protection for their people. Logan's companion calls it the God's Shield, admiring the strength behind its design. Orders are issued to cover the east and divert toward northern routes to avoid ambush. Units split. A commander shouts to follow his lead, setting up their flanking maneuver. Troops mobilize quickly. A blue-haired girl is told to stay close for safety, but she remains defiant. Without warning, Logan's instincts activate. A sudden presence disrupts the calm. His eyes flare with energy. An enemy force has appeared to the east. Banners bearing the lion's crest appear through the dust. The army of Vulturmen charges fiercely from the east. Logan immediately shifts into position. His instincts sharpen as Douglas's army emerges from the southern front. With two enemy forces closing in, the battlefield erupts. The McLeans face the full might of a coordinated assault. A soldier panics, frustrated by the enemy's delay and erratic behavior. Confusion weakens their morale. He suspects a hidden strategy. The enemy's silence was not weakness, it was a calculated delay to build pressure. Doubts arise about Logan's identity. Can someone trained by the Sword Duke truly be this passive? The enemy general reassesses the situation, realizing the McLeans were luring them in with deception. He decides their preemptive strike is justified, even necessary, and orders the cavalry to advance. His expression hardens with confidence. He declares this battlefield will become the McLeans' grave. Rage brews in the opposing commander. He believes his allies are undermining him for their gain. A subordinate calms him, reminding him to focus on the goal: capturing the McLeans' new weapon. Driven by ambition, the commander vows to take the weapon for himself before anyone else can claim it. Meanwhile, Logan's forces move with precision. He focuses calm amidst the chaos. Asked whether their strategy will succeed, Logan doesn't hesitate. His answer is simple and firm. With a determined gaze, he replies confidently it will. The enemy commanders argue, aware that their alliance is fragile and based only on temporary convenience. Each general secretly plots to claim the new weapon for themselves, sharpening their ambition before the true battle begins. Logan raises his sword high, igniting morale as he commands his troops to ready for the enemy's approach. Across the battlefield, the McLean soldiers assemble with firm resolve, their eyes locked on the approaching armies. Mages, knights, and warriors stand side by side. Every unit is in position, waiting for Logan's signal. The Sword Duke's disciples hold their ground. Calm determination flows through the defensive line. Logan's expression hardens as he issues the final order, declaring the battle for McLean's honor. He unleashes a fierce cry, triggering the counteroffensive to repel all who dared invade their territory. The battlefield erupts. Waves of soldiers crash into one another as the true clash begins beneath the fortress walls. Sunlight streamed through the ornate windows of the chamber, casting a cold glow on the silent room. The calm masked the urgency beneath the surface. Seated at the desk, the elder noble reminded Jordan of the unrest. Though the Empire faced civil war, their duty to suppress traitors remained unchanged. He leaned forward, implying Jordan might know more. Unity was needed, and withholding information was not to be tolerated. Jordan remained silent, uneasy under the elder's scrutiny. The pressure to respond built with each second. He questioned the assumption, pointing out the lack of reports on the McLean's growing strength, doubting any major changes had occurred. Yet, he admitted possibilities. Like before, the defeated might have quietly rebuilt, just as the wolves had after their loss. The elder agreed, cautiously. The time passed was too short for large shifts, perhaps only minimal reinforcements. But he identified the real threat: the young McLean heir, now showing unexpected power. He pointed out the unique weapon the heir wielded, an unknown and dangerous variable. The elder pressed further. Jordan's vague responses weren't enough. He brought up Wiccan, Jordan's own subordinate, as the last to engage the McLeans. Wiccan, a superhuman, had been repelled. That fact alone shook their assumptions. Images of battle returned. Wiccan had lost his footing, caught off guard. Jordan revealed the truth. Wiccan had failed to breach their lines and withdrew, defeated. The McLeans had clearly changed. Their revival was no longer a rumor, it had begun. A furious warrior roared as he charged forward, determined to shatter the McLeans' defenses with sheer force. His confidence radiated through his aggressive advance. He dashed ahead, slicing through the wind. The battlefield blurred around him as his momentum built with purpose. Calling to his allies, he soared over the walls, trusting their backup and aiming to land a decisive blow. Behind the ramparts, a calm officer assessed the situation. Superhumans had been deployed to intercept incoming threats from the skies. With one swift command, soldiers took position. A coordinated order to fire echoed across the lines. The charging warrior recognized the trap too late. As he closed in, he doubted if crossbows alone could halt him. He paused midair, realizing the vast number of crossbowmen hidden across the walls. Arrows launched in unison, forming a deadly rain that covered the sky. His body was struck mid-flight. The overwhelming barrage forced him back. Explosions erupted around him. The force of the counterattack crushed his advance. Wounded, he cursed. Not even his power could stop everything. A new command was issued to the elites: prepare above the northern ramparts. The red-haired McLean watched, satisfied. The enemy had walked into their plan. They had armed and trained over 10,000 civilians. The numbers had turned the tide. Smiling, he acknowledged his brother's brilliance as the next strike began. The wounded warrior, bloodied yet defiant, staggered through the field. He cursed the arrows and the walls, refusing to yield. With renewed rage, he declared the defenses useless. No weapon or barrier would halt him. His power flared again, and as he soared upward, one soldier shouted, acknowledging a superhuman was approaching. From the shadows, a heavily armored unit emerged. One soldier lunged forward to intercept the threat. The ground cracked as they clashed, rubble flying from the force. Yet the enemy pressed on, undeterred. With brute strength, the intruder pierced downward, shaking the fortress with a thunderous strike. Underwater, the enemy cursed in disbelief. The ramparts had been used to summon a golem against them. But he refused to stop. Fire engulfed him as he launched upward, yelling in defiance. His eyes locked onto the red-haired McLean, burning with fury and intent to destroy. Magic surged overhead, a torrent of power descending like a storm. Recognizing the spell, the warrior reeled. Intermediate magic had targeted him directly. A new command was issued. Golems were ordered to strike the moat, aiming to finish the subhuman threat. From afar, another warrior watched the scene. The battle was turning quickly. He observed Luther's downfall. His size, once an advantage, now made him an easy magical target. With their second in command overwhelmed, Duke Valtermish himself was forced to enter the field to prevent a complete collapse. Golems surged from the battlefield, stomping heavily as they advanced. One soldier mocked their reliance on circle-less mages. He viewed the oncoming wave as trivial, certain it would be easy to handle. But a swift wind cut through the moment. A warrior clad in red cloak darted forward with unnatural speed, heading toward the golems. The red-cloaked man focused his aura, recognizing the arcane symbol drawn beneath him. He leapt high, unleashing a powerful technique. A massive explosion of swirling energy erupted. With fierce determination, he called his opponent forward. The trap had been set. Green and gold energy slashed through the air as a new attacker descended. Logan McLean. Logan struck with precision, forcing the enemy to the ground. Their clash scattered energy across the field, landing calmly, Logan's stance showed complete control as his opponent tried to regain footing. The enemy glared. He accused Logan of deception from their last encounter. Logan responded coolly, stating the truth. He had kept his promise until provoked. But something unsettled the attacker. Their aura clash revealed a mystery. Logan felt far stronger than before. Logan stood untouched. His aura radiated with destructive power, unmatched by normal means. The attacker sensed imbalance. Logan shouldn't be resisting so easily, not without artifact-level protection. With no more hesitation, the enemy prepared a decisive blow, determined to crush Logan's defense completely. Logan blocked the incoming aura-infused strike with raw power, matching it without flinching. Sparks of energy erupted from the clash. His opponent was stunned. Logan had deflected the full force of the aura with no artifact involved. The two warriors stood firm, their auras colliding in a brilliant storm of energy as the battlefield trembled around them. Logan felt a sharp impact, but steadied himself. He had anticipated the aura's flow and redirected it. From experience against Wiccan, he had analyzed the aura's activation and learned how to avoid its full effect. However, while he could resist it, he couldn't harm the enemy. His counterattacks proved ineffective. Realizing his limit, Logan moved to execute a backup plan, one he had prepared in advance. Elsewhere, an enemy commander noticed the strange tactics unfolding. His curiosity piqued. He acknowledged the McLean's cunning. Recognizing a strategy built on relentless precision and preparation, the enemy's frustration boiled over. A new figure approached the battlefield with grave intent, forced to act. Even the high-ranking commander drew his blade and entered the fray on horseback. His eyes narrowed. This was no longer a skirmish. For him, playtime was over. Logan McLean's charge tore through the battlefield. The enemy front collapsed instantly as bodies were sent flying. The assault created a wide opening through the center. Two soldiers attempted to intercept, but their defense failed. The gap widened as they were overwhelmed without resistance. Logan continued forward on horseback. The surroundings were quiet, despite the destruction. He noticed something was off, but couldn't identify it yet. The battlefield seemed balanced at first glance. The Second Prince's forces looked to be suffering more losses. However, Luther Kale remained active, and the opposing side's strength hadn't weakened significantly. Despite similar conditions, their own forces were falling faster. The damage on their side was greater than expected. Logan's thoughts returned to the start of the conflict. The two royal factions had gone to war without warning. The McLean family was caught in the middle. Confusion spread through their territory as tension rose. Their men recovered quickly. They began searching for ways to stabilize their position and defend themselves. One of their first actions was constructing ramparts across newly claimed McLean lands. It served to strengthen their defenses. Among strategic ideas, one focused on influencing the two rival factions indirectly. The plan aimed to separate both sides through indirect means, without direct confrontation. There was hesitation among the strategists regarding the method's effectiveness. Despite temporary unity, both factions desired the throne and could not remain allies forever. The McLean family expected that internal conflict between the royal heirs would soon begin. A strategist outlined a secondary goal during their operation: acquiring additional weapons such as bombs and crossbows to improve tactical strength. He proposed that if one of the factions suffered significant casualties, the internal balance of power would shift. Their plan was to provoke that outcome and influence both sides by subtly encouraging those thoughts through calculated actions. The strategist revealed the first phase targeting one faction directly, with overwhelming force to spark imbalance. They prepared to initiate the attack using a coordinated ambush. Logan led the first assault himself, striking with explosive energy and controlled destruction. The enemy commander assessed the situation. He realized Logan's power was not enhanced by external items. Despite a direct clash of aura, Logan's body remained stable. Under normal conditions, it would have collapsed from the force. The commander recognized the unexpected resilience and began to question his assumptions. Logan's counterattack pressed forward. Flames surged while the enemy attempted to defend using aura. Logan advanced with relentless strikes. The commander tried to analyze the attack, but failed to respond in time. His confidence wavered as the battle shifted rapidly against him. The commander failed to anticipate the next move. Logan's blade, fueled by power, released a massive strike. The attack landed with devastating force, cutting through defenses and creating a fiery explosion. Soldiers nearby rushed forward, shouting for their commander, as the dust began to settle. A soldier urgently reported that the commander had been hit. Confusion spread among the nearby troops as they paused in hesitation. Logan stood firm amid the smoke and destruction. His posture remained steady while the battlefield trembled from the last blow. He reminded the troops not to lose focus. At the same time, he scanned for Wiccan Kalia, who had vanished from direct view. Wiccan Kalia was found crouched nearby, shaken but physically unharmed. His body bore no wounds, only signs of exhaustion. The plan had worked. Following Philip's suggestion, they had directed the majority of their bombs and bolts toward the First Prince's army. Juan Douglas's army now suffered greater losses, and their advance had noticeably slowed, showing signs of reduced morale. Logan considered pressing the advantage. A few more strikes might collapse the enemy's will to fight completely. He ordered all forces to prepare their remaining weapons for a concentrated assault. Before he could finish the command, a powerful fiery presence surged onto the battlefield, interrupting the plan. The flames signaled a new threat. Logan immediately recognized the source and turned toward the eastern rampart. It was Jordan Valterman, known as the Blazing Heat Sword, arriving with intense aura and lethal intent. His appearance caused unrest among the McLean troops, who braced for confrontation. Jordan issued the attack order with synchronized discipline. His soldiers released a barrage of fire and arrows. Logan's forces responded immediately, returning fire to counter the strike. As both sides clashed under growing pressure, Jordan moved forward, visibly irritated by the drawn-out resistance. Jordan unleashed a devastating aura strike, tearing through the battlefield with explosive force. Flames surged as soldiers scattered in retreat. The wave of destruction expanded outward. Entire squads were swept away by the power of the impact. A nearby ally realized that every projectile fired had been completely neutralized by Jordan's aura. Their counterattack had failed. Jordan advanced without pause. His presence burned like a meteor, impossible to deflect or suppress. Realizing the danger, one commander ordered an immediate retreat to avoid further casualties. Chaos followed, as flames spread across the battlefield. One enemy soldier fell while others struggled to escape the heat. A new force entered the fight, manipulating gravity to restrain Jordan's movement. He resisted, but felt the pull increasing. The tactic confirmed the enemy possessed a capable mage, altering the flow of battle with area-based control. One warrior addressed Jordan, recognizing his influence in creating a weaponized force called the Liberatio. Confused by the retreat signal, the enemy troops prepared ranged explosives in response to incoming pressure. Massive explosions erupted in sequence, shaking the ground. Smoke covered the sky above the eastern rampart. From a distance, a commander recognized the giant hammer in motion and identified the half-giant among the advancing forces. Back at the stronghold, one soldier asked if the commander was unharmed. He confirmed it and dismissed the threat. The commander ordered the soldier to assist the First Prince's unit and eliminate the remaining ramparts. However, the soldier hesitated. He sensed something was unusual, but couldn't yet explain what was bothering him. A messenger approached urgently. The commander turned as new information disrupted the plan. The report confirmed that the First Prince's forces had vanished from the area completely. Realization set in they were retreating. The commander quickly grasped the implications and shifted his attention to the broader battlefield. The senior officer refocused the strategy. He reminded the others of their original objectives. The primary goal was to seize the McLean's weapons and eliminate the Second Prince's troops. Achieving this would ensure the First Prince's rise to the throne. The operation resumed with this aim. Jordan had served as the distraction, drawing enemy focus to shield the others. With pressure easing, the troops prepared for the next offensive phase. The opportunity had opened. Their next strike was set into motion with calculated force. A red emergency flag shot into the sky, signaling an unexpected crisis across the battlefield. Logan McLean glanced upward, instantly recognizing the sign. Han had made his move. He understood Juan's nature well. Any alliance from that man carried deception. Yet Logan had no choice but to act. An explosive blast erupted behind him, striking violently and forcing Logan into its shockwave. He braced himself as energy flared around him. The force threw others back, but Logan remained standing. Nearby, a mage clashed with the spell's pressure, struggling to stabilize his stance. Logan closed in, locking eyes with the enemy mage for the first time. Flames and energy surged. The mage met his charge with a furious counter. Sparks flew as Logan blocked, the magic searing past his defense. From afar, an observer acknowledged Logan's strength with quiet frustration. His concern shifted to Prince Romain, positioned carefully in the rear. If Logan stalled, Juan would certainly strike the prince next. The commander's expression darkened. The battle had turned. He shouted to retreat, calling his allies back. But a red-haired knight lunged forward, ready to stop their escape. Under urgent orders, all forces redirected their assault toward two identified superhumans on the field. Logan, engulfed in red energy, advanced without fear. His aura pulsed violently as enemies surged, unleashing a brutal wave of power. He shattered the attacking ranks, his cloak whipping through the air as shockwaves struck the outer wall. A fiery blast followed, threatening to engulf the front line, but another force intervened. A radiant golden barrier rose just in time, shocking those nearby. One soldier shouted in disbelief at the source of protection. The unexpected defense, called Golden Force, stood firm as allies gathered behind its cover, momentarily halting the advance. Logan questioned the red-haired warrior about the missing Tempest blade, suspicion in his voice. The warrior replied casually, masking his concern. Something was clearly wrong with the sudden disappearance. Logan ordered Luther to fall back, while red energy swirled at his feet, signaling urgency. A nearby soldier warned the red-haired man not to engage carelessly. The enemy was far too dangerous. Unfazed, the red-haired warrior approached Logan. Their clashing power ignited sparks. He paused to ask one question before leaving about the magic Logan used in an earlier attack. The red-haired warrior's eyes narrowed, demanding a direct answer from Logan. He questioned whether Logan had used Forbidden Circle -6 magic without informing their ally, Douglas. The mention of Douglas struck a nerve, and Logan stood in stunned silence as an explosion flared behind them. Logan stood still, realization sinking in. Juan had manipulated him from the start, and every step had been part of a scheme. As red flames surged around his clenched fist, Logan acknowledged the betrayal, his fury barely contained. With retreat orders spreading, Logan warned not to mistake it for surrender. Juan's death had merely been delayed. He turned and sprinted, vanishing from the battlefield before his enemies could follow. From atop the wall, red-haired soldiers observed him. They noted that Logan absorbed every blow and only withdrew at the last possible moment. Though they admitted he was an enemy, his actions left them impressed. Still, their strategy had gone as planned. Their commander confirmed that Douglas retreated after realizing the damage was unsalvageable. A knight remarked on Logan's full concealment of Circle 6 magic, worsening factional distrust. With tensions rising, the group agreed. If both factions destroyed each other, it would serve their interests perfectly. Their red-haired leader confirmed the plan. They'd wait until nightfall before taking further action. As darkness approached, their emblem glowed beneath the trees. Tents lit up with quiet preparation. Guards stood ready as discussions turned to where the prince's forces were currently stationed. In a dim tent, Count Pamil Cherno casually drank and grumbled about the unstable alliance. He muttered that after the betrayal by the first prince, anxiety was natural. Frustrated, Cherno blamed the truce itself, believing they had been cornered since the very beginning. Inside the command tent, Count Cherno drank heavily, ignoring a knight's plea to stay alert during wartime. In a drunken rage, Cherno hurled his mug at the soldier and barked back, refusing to take orders from mere knights. He shouted that their only job was to protect the outskirts and prevent enemy infiltration. Moments later, Cherno noticed something wrong. The knight he hit had collapsed and wasn't moving. Confused, he insisted he hadn't thrown the mug that hard. Panic set in as he shouted for help, but no one answered. He stormed outside, demanding a response as dread overtook him. Cherno stepped into chaos. His elite guards lay lifeless across the ground, blood soaking the camp. Silent blades had taken them down. High-ranking knights, all eliminated in one swift strike. From the shadows, a masked assassin watched him. Cherno realized it was no accident, it was an execution. Cherno's body hit the dirt. Blood poured out as the assassin vanished. The attacker moved with discipline. No noise, no hesitation, only deadly precision. At another location, Duquan received the report. The barracks had been breached. Shock filled his face. A soldier informed Juan that Count Cherno and 5 high-ranking knights were killed in the ambush. The news stunned him. Juan demanded answers, desperate to understand what had happened. The guard hesitated, reporting that the assassin had escaped too quickly, almost as if they vanished, without a trace. The mysterious assassin soared through the air, riding the wind with unnatural speed and precision. Realization struck the nobles. The killer used wind-based movement, and had the skill to kill 5 elite knights effortlessly. Pressed for answers, one commander named 2 suspects, though his tone suggested deeper suspicion. One voice objected, countering the assumption. It wasn't 2 people, just one. Horrified, the nobles listened, as the knight declared the assassin to be Wiccan Kalia, the Tempest Blade. The room froze. Even the mention of a superhuman left them shaken. The Duke ordered swift action, summoning only the fastest, most agile knights to prepare. He emphasized that inaction would hurt not only their commander's reputation but also troop morale. There was no room for fear. Immediate retaliation was the only answer. Duke Huan urged counterattack. Their enemy had hidden both the mage and the truth, and deception would not go unpunished. Fueled by anger, he demanded retribution. His men roared in agreement. The Duke issued final orders. The campaign for revenge had officially begun. Duke Huan's forces mobilized. Another commander silently obeyed, though concern clouded his eyes. He watched the Wind Rider vanish into the forest, disturbed by the unnatural movements. In the shadows, the assassin smiled faintly. The hunt had only just begun. A figure descended swiftly toward Fort Aegis's western ramparts, landing just beyond the gate. The area remained silent, untouched by the urgency in the air. Energy surged beneath the man's boots as he touched down, signaling the end of a high-speed retreat. The glowing force hinted at recent combat. Lowering his mask, he reassured himself the pursuit had been diverted. Confident, he nodded and expressed gratitude to someone approaching. Dame Eileen stepped forward in full armor, recognizing the man. Her stance was formal, surprised by his sudden return. He encouraged her to speak casually, caught off guard. She hesitated before easing into a relaxed posture. He observed her early presence. She responded nervously, trying to deflect attention from her waiting. A fellow knight teased her. Embarrassed, Eileen struck him, flustered by the implication. She insisted she woke early by chance, then asked about the mission's outcome. He replied calmly. There were no problems with the attack itself. He explained the operation had likely deepened the enemy's division, disrupting their alliance. Eileen doubted it would break so easily, concerned about their unity. She apologized, but he reminded her realism was necessary for war. He stated they would now observe enemy movement closely. Elsewhere, the First Prince's army waited in silence. 2 days after retreat, leaders hesitated. Communication with the Second Prince had stopped, increasing tension. A soldier entered the tent, his expression tense as he confirmed an attack had occurred on the enemy camp during the night. Slamming his hand on the table, a blond nobleman mocked the opposing forces. Convinced they retreated out of fear, he sneered with contempt, claiming it would be better to overthrow the rest and seize the throne outright. Suddenly, soldiers outside the camp moved frantically. Urgency erupted as footsteps pounded the ground. One guard shouted news of an ongoing attack at the camp's outskirts, causing chaos within the command tent. Panic spread. The commanders demanded a report and learned 5 elite knights, along with their commanding count, had been killed. Shaken by the news, Wiccan addressed his superior, unsure how to respond. The older man, now glowing with energy, confirmed their loss and swore vengeance on the subordinate who failed them. Composed, Wiccan announced their next move would begin at dawn. By sunrise, they confirmed the other camp continued to refuse all communication. Determined, the older commander declared they would confront the others directly and force a resolution. As he entered the forest, a soldier welcomed him with surprise, commenting on the unannounced visit. The man calmly stated his frustration at the other's silence, masking his intent behind courteous words. Huan asked the true reason for the visit, his suspicion barely hidden. With a smile, the commander claimed to be acting as a friend, mocking the other's silence and accusing him of childish pride. Huan's provocation pushed Jordan past restraint. Enraged, he clenched his fist and shouted, accusing Huan of abandoning them in battle. With crimson energy swirling around him, Jordan launched a furious strike aimed directly at Huan. The ground exploded violently from the impact. Jordan advanced, his sword radiating bloodlust and fury. Unrelenting in his charge, Wiccan intervened, stopping Huan's blade mid-swing with his bare hand. Despite the burning energy, he refused to back down, demanding Jordan stand aside, unless he wished to die. Jordan clashed with him again, but Wiccan was overpowered. Blood sprayed as the impact broke through his guard. Huan stepped forward, commanding Jordan to withdraw his weapon before more blood was shed. A third warrior charged from the trees with icy force, drawing both sides' attention instantly. Jordan hesitated, sensing the pressure. Huan remained poised, watching for any shift in aggression. As tensions peaked, Lucan arrived and shattered the standoff with a calm voice, calling everyone to stop. He reminded them that internal fighting served no purpose in this moment. His unexpected arrival drew confusion and surprise, but Lucan remained composed, confident he was needed here. Huan questioned Lucan's purpose, suspicious of his sudden appearance. Lucian denied any intent to join a side. He urged them both to consider the situation calmly. As tensions lowered, he invited them to speak rationally. The others listened, bracing for what he had to propose. Lucian reminded everyone of the temporary truce's purpose and urged them to focus on the larger threat rather than personal disputes. Tension flared again as Juan shifted the conversation toward Logan McLean, blaming him for the discord among the factions. Another leader erupted in anger, pointing to Logan's military rise and blaming his influence for disturbing the balance of power. Lucian described Logan's rapid ascent, detailing how he toppled a noble with only a small force, aligning himself with powerful figures. He stressed that if they didn't crush McLean soon, he would become unstoppable. Despite the warning, Juan silently questioned the trustworthiness of the very allies around him. Lucian claimed that McLean masterminded the plots meant to break the truce through deception and violence. Wiccan's expression darkened, reflecting on past manipulation. He warned that continued threats would force him to change sides. Lucian insisted McLean was the true enemy. Everyone stood still, evaluating the weight of his words. The next morning, shadowy forces approached from the east. Guards raised the alarm at the sight of an advancing army. McLean's name echoed across the battlements as soldiers braced for confrontation. The soldiers noticed the enemy force wasn't unified. They showed signs of injury and fatigue. Two enemy leaders approached together, their battered condition contradicting the image of unity. Their weakened states signaled the success of McLean's operation. Internal damage had already been inflicted. One commander confirmed they suffered serious internal wounds, despite maintaining outward appearances of alliance. Logan's allies discussed the internal wounds suffered by the enemy's superhuman forces, suspecting internal conflict between their factions. They concluded the infighting was real, as both sides had clearly clashed before regrouping for appearance's sake. Though surprised the factions reconciled, Logan remained confident that disrupting them again was still possible. Aileen questioned the other's strength against such opponents, highlighting the difficulty of fighting superhumans. Her words forced the group to reflect on their actual chances if directly engaged in combat. Logan's serious expression suggested he had already committed to a plan beyond their assumptions. Logan revealed his strategy. He would act if the fort could hold the enemy long enough. At that moment, enemy assassins prepared for a surprise strike under dark cloaks. Their clear objective was announced: eliminate both princes before resistance could be organized. A massive army thundered across the plain, responding to the command to advance. Their march echoed across the land, signaling the beginning of a large-scale confrontation. 3 commanders on horseback led the charge. One of them declared he would take the lead, asserting his role with unwavering resolve. A tense exchange followed. One warned against betrayal, calling out Juan. The tension hinted at past disloyalty, but Juan calmly brushed it off. Logan's power erupted violently. Flames burst outward as his sword struck, creating a shockwave that burned the ground beneath it. Within the fortress, soldiers braced themselves. One of them shouted, recognizing the incoming attack, the blazing heat sword. The bearded commander ordered Logan forward. Without hesitation, Logan accepted. Aware of the mission's urgency, Logan dashed ahead, vaulting over the wall. His swift movement left those behind in awe as he cut through the air. His superior speed made him the best choice to confront the enemy's elite. Others yielded the role without protest. Still, concern remained. His absence left a hole in their formation. They would need to withstand enemy pressure alone. Cavalry advanced into enemy range. Tension rose as the riders neared the fortress's deadly reach. Defenders released their firepower. Arrows and bullets flew. Chaos followed as soldiers tried to maintain formation. 2 young mages joined. Grick led, and his sister responded, casting spells to support the assault. Golems burst from the ground, massive and unstoppable. The battlefield quaked as they charged forward. Enemy troops panicked. The golems were not just large, they carried explosive bombs. Explosions tore the earth apart. Soldiers were swallowed in the destruction as the trap unfolded. The ground trembled violently as Grick's spell took full effect. Horses and soldiers were pulled down as the earth collapsed beneath them, creating a chaotic sinkhole mid-charge. Flames swirled around Grick's hand, pulsing with raw energy. His focus deepened as he pushed the spell further. From the walls, his allies cheered. They recognized his magic. The swamp spell had succeeded, dragging enemy troops into the pit. Grick gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain control. His spell's intensity revealed strength he had hidden until now. His comrades watched in surprise. One commented that Grick's magic wasn't limited to defense anymore. Another chuckled, impressed by his growth. Grick's sister snapped them back to reality. The enemy was closing in. Grick readied more attacks, preparing to bombard the trapped soldiers. Bombs and flaming projectiles rained down. Golems hurled massive stones as the enemy panicked under the assault. A commander shouted in horror, watching their ranks break. Desperation flashed across their faces. Explosions rippled through the battlefield. Shattered earth and smoke engulfed the front line. A new wave of magic surged, this time freezing winds. A stunned soldier realized they were being hit with glacial magic. The older mage calmly held a glowing sphere of ice, channeling his power with precision. He mocked the enemy's weakness. Despite the chaos, he warned not to be overwhelmed by such ordinary spells. A soldier approached the mage, urging him to stay back. The second prince's forces needed reinforcement. The mage hesitated. His body, marked by internal damage, trembled under strain. But he refused to stand idle. He acknowledged the risk. The enemy's aura was poisonous. Even a single wrong move could end his ability to fight forever. The older mage apologized, deferring vision duties to his companion. Aware of his limitations, he requested help spotting enemy movement. With narrowed eyes, the younger warrior scanned the battlefield, concern rising. He asked where Logan McLean was during this critical moment. A pause lingered. The answer came with hesitation. Logan couldn't be seen anywhere. Suspicion immediately followed. Even with Jordan charging ahead, Logan remained hidden. His absence amidst the chaos raised immediate alarm. The older mage clenched his jaw, declaring that Logan must be scheming. He sensed a deeper tactic at play. The two set off. With a single command, they agreed to act swiftly. Their plan was to lure Logan out. Within the walls, a soldier fired back at enemy forces. The pressure of battle mounted with each exchange. Conflicted, he questioned his loyalty. Fear and doubt crept in as he faced impossible odds. His commander's words struck deep. Loyalty to an unworthy leader had burdened him more than the enemy ever could. The commander acknowledged the harsh truth. They had faced not only war, but also the most powerful in the kingdom. The soldier's voice cracked. The timing felt wrong, but the commander pressed the point. Another urged focus. Now wasn't the time for reflection. They still had enemies to defeat. The soldier tried to shrug off the emotion, turning back to battle. His concern shifted to action. He rejected the idea of hardship. For him, this fight was a matter of conviction, not suffering. Power surged around him. His body was enveloped in red aura, charging forward with renewed strength. Red aura surged around the warrior as he launched forward, carving through enemies with devastating force. The ground cracked beneath his charge. A fierce explosion followed, shaking the battlefield. Flames erupted from the impact zone, catching nearby troops off guard. Logan dashed into view. Witnessing the devastation, he realized the enemy's front line was collapsing. Time was critical. A voice echoed in Logan's mind. His opponent was faster than expected. The thought of defeat loomed heavily. He knew facing this enemy in direct combat would end in loss. Logan veered, seeking a better angle. He moved swiftly, but his opponent matched every step. Their gap in speed narrowed rapidly as Logan closed in. Logan caught sight of a glowing orb, unmistakably glacial magic. It pulsed with freezing energy, ready to detonate. The terrain around it was coated in icy patterns. He knew a blast would engulf everything within its radius. He shouted Juan's name, warning him as danger escalated. The battlefield was seconds from catastrophe. The glacial mage calmly directed the orb. Ice tendrils spiraled from it as he prepared the final release. Logan rushed forward, wind energy swirling around him. He recognized the enchantment as Wiccan's aura binding the orb, within the sphere. He saw layers of both ice and wind. The structure was far more complex than expected. He analyzed it, an ice shell, built by the glacial mage, reinforced by Wiccan's wind aura. Breaking it wouldn't be easy. Logan hesitated. Charging in recklessly wouldn't work this time. He'd need a smarter approach. Gripping his weapon, he made a plan, but a voice interrupted him coldly, telling him to give up. A powerful mage stood encased in a swirling ice barrier. Logan stared ahead, analyzing the situation with caution. The pressure in the air grew heavy. Inside the barrier, Juan demanded if Logan truly understood the chaos happening around them. His presence was calm, but his threat was evident. Elsewhere, Jordan tore through enemy ranks with crimson energy. Soldiers were thrown aside, helpless, under his brutal charge. The field echoed with screams. Red trails of aura marked Jordan's path as he struck mercilessly through the enemy lines. Pain and despair filled the battlefield. Soldiers cried out, overwhelmed by the force and destruction. The sun shone down on a commander frozen in place. The realization of defeat began to settle in. In the silence, one soldier stood still. Blood on his armor, his eyes locked forward with grim clarity. A voice echoed in his mind, the war was lost. The words cut deeper than any wound. Allies regrouped nearby. Faces were tense. Defeat loomed over every expression. A soldier called out to Clayton with urgency. His tone was serious, carrying weight beyond routine orders. Clayton turned slowly. His gaze was steady, sensing something beyond mere command. With resolve, he stepped forward and made his request. The moment marked a shift in what was to come. Under the blazing sun, time dragged on as the training ground echoed with strained breaths. Two knights stood aside, noting how long the punishment had lasted. Patrick showed no sign of relenting. Patrick questioned the soldier before him, demanding accountability with cold authority. Blade drawn, Heinkel, bruised and trembling, admitted he had punished another noble's knight without permission. Patrick scolded him sharply, reminding him that acting on impulse was not justice but disobedience. Heinkel, furious, argued that the knight had insulted Patrick. Still, Patrick ordered discipline, not vengeance. In his past rage, Heinkel had assaulted the other knight, driven by pride and blind loyalty. He had once risen from a lowly barony to a respected knight, but pride clouded judgment. Now, gasping on the floor, he began to feel the weight of his actions. Patrick extended his hand without anger. Heinkel hesitated, then accepted the silent gesture. Later, Heinkel learned that Patrick had shielded him from noble punishment. Patrick had bowed to protect him, an act of leadership that changed Heinkel's loyalty forever. Heinkel vowed to support Patrick's rise and restore the McLean family's honor. Years passed. Through hardship, Heinkel remained loyal, rising to the rank of captain. Though the McLeans stayed a rural barony, their pride and future began to awaken again. Despite the passing years, the young master held his rank as a high-ranking knight. But for those watching from within, it felt like nothing had truly changed. Progress remained stagnant. A new figure approached the captain with firm steps, requesting permission to join the knight training. The captain turned, startled by the name spoken clearly: Logan McLean. The youth stood with purpose, eyes resolute beneath the sun's glare. Far beyond, chaos erupted as an attack struck the outer defenses of the city walls. Soldiers rushed into position, bracing their defenses against the enemy's advance. One knight called out, preparing to use his sword aura to defend the breach. A clash followed. Bright flames collided with burning crimson energy, pushing both sides back. Ronian, one of the defenders, was struck and sent tumbling from the blow. Patrick shouted in warning, scolding him for facing aura head on. His companion questioned the logic. How else could they fight if they didn't face him directly? Magic surged as a frozen blade was drawn, its power barely restraining the fiery aura. The enemy mocked their resistance, declaring their loss inevitable if they did not surrender. He offered mercy, but warned Logan he could die alongside his men if he resisted further. Logan stood firm beneath the pressure, recalling the vow he had made long ago. He refused to yield, stating that retreat was impossible, not with that promise on his heart. Facing his allies, Logan asked for time, offering to strike both enemies while they stalled. Patrick hesitated, knowing none of them could withstand superhuman power like Logan could. Still, Heinkel stepped forward with resolve, agreeing to the plan without question. He looked back with confidence, reminding them how faith in the young master had never failed. Heinkel's belief was unwavering. He trusted Logan's change and what it meant for their people. The soldiers followed, launching arrows and explosives to support the bold offensive. Logan watched Heinkel charge forward, flames curling around him as he held the line. Patrick was stunned, but realized Heinkel's faith mirrored the people's belief in him. Undoubted. He had earned trust with resolve, and now led from the front. This trust had not existed before, but now, it was a power he had forged. Confronting his opponent, Logan was asked if he had any final words. Gripping his weapon tightly, he thought of those depending on him to win. Hovering mid-air, the enemy mocked his resolve, questioning if he truly understood the cost. Logan, eyes unwavering, refused the enemy's mockery. There was no time to hesitate. He surged forward through the storm of aura, fulfilling the promise he had made to McLean. With fierce momentum, he cut through the flames, determined to surpass the regrets of his past. Fire surrounded him as he activated the divine sword's secret fourth form, scorching slash. Flames exploded with force as his blade collided with overwhelming power. His enemy retaliated quickly, yet Logan pressed forward, his resolve burning brighter than ever. Though wounded, Logan stood tall, ignoring pain to remain locked in combat. He recalled the contempt once shown to him, the weak, foolish son of McLean, but he had changed. Through strength and conviction, he shattered their former view of him. He had gathered knights, armed them, and recruited mages from across the land. He even raised a slave to knighthood and stood beside a formidable Fianc Fei in battle. None could deny how unusual the McLean group had become strong, diverse, and united. Doubt still lingered in others what would become of McLean from here, but within the laughter, strength, and shared purpose, they saw something new. Side by side, they looked to the sky, ready to follow Logan further than ever before. The enemy's grin widened as red aura flared violently, cutting deep into Heinkel's side. Heinkel collapsed, bloodied, and burned, his strength overwhelmed by the sheer force. Patrick watched in horror as his sword snapped, unable to protect his comrade. Logan shouted Heinkel's name, but it was too late. The blow had already landed. The knights charged forward, desperate to reach the fallen captain before the enemy did. Logan led the push, slashing through the aura storm that surrounded their opponent. Logan braced himself, shielding his ally with his blade as the heat intensified. Thou pain gripped his body. Heinkel's senses sharpened unnaturally, his instincts clearer than ever. Beside him, Logan's Fianc Fei and another knight stepped forward, ready to face death with him. With new resolve, Heinkel gave the signal. The knights launched their coordinated attack. Sir Clayton unleashed his explosive magic, shattering the field with violent impact. Stone and flame erupted as enemies fell. Momentum was finally shifting in McLean's favor. The enemy staggered, overwhelmed by the sudden retaliation. Confusion etched across his face. From the rear, Logan aimed a precise shot, piercing through the disrupted defenses. Steel met flesh, and in the enemy's eyes, the first trace of fear appeared. A shadowed figure dropped from above, triggering a violent explosion that shattered the battlefield's center. Smoke and flames erupted as the enemy vanished into the impact, leaving silence in the aftermath. Hovering in the sky, Logan scanned the scorched ground, his gaze fixed on the blazing ruins below. An intense explosion shattered the battlefield, flames erupting in all directions. The blast struck the frontline units without warning. Sir Heinkel shielded a fellow soldier as the impact knocked him backward. Blood trickled down his mouth from the shock. Through the smoke, a lone swordsman emerged, dragging a massive weapon behind him. His arrival shifted the mood instantly. Roni rushed forward, ordering the enemy to halt. His sword was drawn, determined to intercept. But Logan's body surged with blue energy, releasing a wave of magical power that froze everything in its path. Ice spread violently across the ground, separating friend from foe. The enemy commander stood unaffected, calm amidst the chaos. From atop the icy barrier, Roni stared helplessly. Their target had already escaped. A soldier confirmed that Jordan Valterman had fled. Roni prepared to gather a pursuit party. Logan stepped forward. Without hesitation, he declared he would be the one to chase Jordan. Before leaving, Logan asked about Sir Heinkel. His condition remained unconfirmed. Far from the wall, Heinkel's body lay collapsed in the dirt. A cloaked man stood over him silently. Logan approached with dread. Heinkel's bloodied armor confirmed the worst had happened. Kneeling down, Logan tried to make sense of the situation. Nothing explained Heinkel's sacrifice. His hand touched the wound. It was deep and fatal. Heinkel had fought knowing the risk. A bystander explained Heinkel had charged forward alone. Logan said nothing, silently grieving the fallen knight. A soldier recounted Heinkel's strategy. Once he gave the signal, everyone was to focus their strength to restrain Duke Valterman, even if only briefly. During that opening, Heinkel planned to activate the explosive bolts stored near the battlefield, a desperate but precise counterattack. Logan listened quietly, realizing the flaw. Using the bolts at close range meant Heinkel knowingly placed himself in the blast zone. Suddenly, Heinkel coughed violently. The others turned in shock as his body moved slightly. Relief spread through the soldiers. One rushed to bring the highest grade potion while Logan knelt down, holding Heinkel. Instead, Logan offered a rare artifact, the Bracelet of Resurrection, believing it was their only hope to save him. Logan placed the bracelet over Heinkel's wrist. Its glow shimmered with faint power, though uncertain. He stepped back, thinking the wound might be beyond even the bracelet's strength. His heart sank. But Heinkel stirred again, whispering that his battle wasn't over yet. Determination burned behind his weary eyes. Logan, still kneeling, made a vow. He handed Heinkel a key item and requested he open the way to McLean's future. He promised to win the battle ahead, but in return, Heinkel had to survive no matter what. Gripping the object tightly, Logan turned away, setting his sights on the coming confrontation. A voice called out to him. Heinkel, weak but conscious, gave his reply with a faint nod. As Logan departed, others prepared to heal Heinkel. One man stepped forward with a potion, voice trembling. With regret, he admitted responsibility. He had acted on impulse and endangered them all, once again. Heinkel silenced the apologetic soldier with firm words, commanding him to rest. Despite his condition, he remained resolute. Logan launched forward, leaving the battlefield behind in a surge of speed and purpose. His pursuit of Jordan had begun. Victor approached quickly, calling out. He offered to join the chase, but Logan refused. His role was to remain and protect the rear. Victor insisted, but Logan remained firm. He ordered Victor, Ronian, and Dame Eileen to guard the ramparts regardless of what occurred. Elsewhere, confusion spread among the enemy. One of their leaders had vanished, putting their strategy in disarray. With Jordan missing, their enemies anticipated an opportunity. Douglas, usually defensive, might be pushed to lead an assault. Logan outlined his plan. He suspected Jordan's location and intended to find him before the enemy regrouped. Victor acknowledged the command. Logan turned and sprinted into the distance with no hesitation. Victor watched silently, whispering that he would be waiting. Faith placed fully in Logan's return. Logan recalled how Victor once never strayed from Victoria's side. His presence now meant something deeper. He couldn't afford to fail. With Victor trusting him, the burden grew heavier. Logan refocused, thinking strategically. Where would Jordan flee in such a volatile war? The war was shifting, trust between factions was crumbling, and deception lingered everywhere. Logan realized Jordan would avoid allies altogether. A hidden location was more likely, his eyes fixed ahead the dense forest. That's where Jordan would be. Logan accelerated without pause. Logan entered the forest, following a trail of logic and intuition. He believed Jordan would regroup near the western ridge camp. His pace slowed as pain flared from a past wound. Jordan's injury would have made him just as desperate to secure an early win. While Logan paused to catch his breath, a voice mocked him from the shadows, asking him to retrieve something dropped. A sinister tone echoed from within the trees. The voice pretended to be friendly but dripped with malice. Jordan emerged, stepping out with sword in hand, expression confident. He had expected Logan to follow him here, laughing darkly. He revealed his anticipation. Logan's arrival wasn't a surprise, it was part of his plan. Logan picked up the item and stood. He calmly acknowledged their shared condition, both wounded, both cornered. With a smirk, Logan congratulated Jordan for finally killing a target himself, something his assassins had failed to do. Jordan's sword reflected a severed head. Logan's words dug deep, exposing the cost of Jordan's victory. Logan mockingly offered to introduce Jordan to a better assassin, the one responsible for eliminating the princess's Margrave. Enraged, Jordan recognized the truth and erupted with fury, shouting at Logan with burning hatred. Then came the laughter, manic and bitter. Jordan accepted the truth, losing composure but not resolve. Jordan shouted that it had been Logan, not Juan, who orchestrated it all. The realization unbalanced him. Logan met his glare with a smile, asking if he truly hadn't known all along. Jordan's smirk returned, dark and sharp. He admitted he had suspected it, he just hadn't wanted to believe it. Jordan clenched his fist, proposing a justification to turn on Juan. He saw value in conflict over trust. Logan deduced that Jordan had deliberately provoked tension to start a confrontation, forcing political division. Jordan admitted his feud with Juan was over. Logan responded by suggesting they settle things here and now. Jordan smirked, agreeing that ending it now served the nation. He prepared himself mentally for what was to come. He acknowledged fate as an obstacle, one that challenged every step forward. His grip tightened on his weapon. Logan stood ready, silent, blade in hand. The weight of the encounter settled over both. They moved simultaneously. Jordan charged with killing intent, eyes locked on his target. Logan narrowed his focus, bracing for the strike. There was no hesitation between them. Jordan roared with fury, swinging his weapon with full force toward Logan's head. Logan lunged forward, igniting his strike with power. Flames erupted on impact. Their weapons clashed in a violent burst. Sparks and fire engulfed the air between them. Both combatants locked eyes. This battle would not pause again. One was ready to end it. Logan charges forward, his blade engulfed in golden flames, slashing through the armored enemy's guard with sheer force. A retaliatory strike descends fast, but Logan counters instantly, steel clashing with burning precision. His sword lands a decisive blow, forcing his opponent back. Yet the Dark Knight stands unfazed, mocking Logan's efforts. Logan, panting but determined, reminds his foe of his own injuries. Yet the man responds without hesitation, undeterred by pain. The enemy draws closer, declaring that everything hinges on revealing the truth to Prince Juan. Logan braces himself, sword ready. He questions the enemy's overconfidence, his blade igniting once more. A memory flashes crowds of refugees and broken families, victims of war, fill Logan's thoughts. A mentor's voice reminds him that the cost of victory must include rebuilding what was lost. With renewed focus, Logan lunges, blade clashing in another explosive collision. The black-clad warrior laughs, challenging Logan's right to speak of war and peace. There, blades collide again midair, forcing Logan to question the path to true victory. Golden fire surrounds him as Logan demands answers on how to win without destroying everything. Dark energy surges around the enemy, claiming even the Grand Duke failed to force abdication. Logan is struck hard, the force erupting in a crater beneath him. As the dust clears, Logan rises. Distant rumbling signals the Southern forces' arrival. One of Logan's allies notices the distant battlefield, realizing Logan is engaged with Volterman, a feared enemy. Lost in thought, the ally is caught off guard as his opponent lunges, berating him for letting his guard down. A powerful strike connects, sending the distracted fighter reeling backward in pain and shock. Logan maneuvers through the chaos, evading a deadly vertical slash aimed to end the fight instantly. The impact of the blow fractures the ground, unleashing a shockwave that shakes the arena. He struggles to maintain footing, the terrain crumbling beneath. As enemies press their assault, a heavy figure lands, triggering an explosion of force and shaking the battlefield. Golden energy erupts, forming defensive barriers around Logan and allies. Caught in the blast radius, amid the smoke, enemies emerge, but Logan's shielded companions regroup quickly under magical protection. A-robed mage observes the unfolding events, impressed by the intricacy of the protective spell. However, before he can act, a burst of energy freezes his movements mid-incantation. Logan rushes to Sir Clayton, while shock spreads through enemy ranks at the unexpected reversal. Far above, a surge of arcane power begins forming a counterattack prepared by another mage. Blue magic gathers in violent spirals, signaling a high-tier spell aimed toward the battleground. Simultaneously, Logan and Volterman descend once more, blades ignited in light and flame, preparing for one final clash. Logan is hurled backward through the air, struggling against the overwhelming red energy from Volterman's latest strike. Despite blood running down his face, Logan braces for another assault, questioning how Volterman still holds such strength while injured. Volterman smirks, pleased by the force of his attack, but surprised Logan managed to block it with raw power. Flames crackle around Logan's armor as he steadies himself, resisting the pain coursing through his body. Volterman turns away slightly, contemplating the consequences of the prince's death. After the earlier explosion, he proposes a chilling hypothetical. If Juan realizes the first prince has died, what would he do next? Logan responds coldly. If he were in that position, he'd target the second prince just like Volterman. Their mutual understanding solidifies. Though they oppose each other, they share the same ruthless logic. Logan reflects on their lifelong rivalry, always climbing, always trying to get ahead. Logan confirms they are alike, both driven by duty, climbing for home and country. Yet he admits that somewhere along the journey, he rose higher than expected. He stands tall, blade ready, recognizing the heights they've reached came at great cost. Volterman reveals the true turning point, the birth of his grandson, a prince with royal blood. He grips his weapon tightly, eyes full of obsession, declaring he still has more to gain. Charging with fury, he demands an answer from Logan. Why should he stop now? Logan is struck again, this time violently across the chest, sending him staggering with blood pouring from the wound. He winces, realizing his left arm is useless, broken from an earlier blow, now hanging limp. Volterman charges, laughing with manic resolve, declaring Logan's ambition no different from his own, both seeking to place a prince on the throne. Their weapons clash mid-air, Volterman roaring about arrogance and fate as his blade surges with crimson power. Despite the pressure, Logan deflects the attack, his breath heavy, but his grip firm. Volterman scoffs, calling the king a puppet, claiming the true power lies with men like themselves who control the nation behind the scenes. Logan, undeterred, counters by asking why the famed Sword Duke hasn't come to Volterman's aid. His calm expression unsettles Volterman, who hesitates as Logan slowly raises his sword again. Logan's blade burns brightly with golden flame, his eyes filled with determined clarity. He parries a fast blow and counters, striking directly into Volterman's chest with explosive force. The shockwave knocks them both back, Logan coughing as he struggles to stay upright. He speaks through clenched teeth, calling Volterman's assumptions about the Sword Duke wrong. That man is different. Volterman reflects on the past, recalling how the Sword Duke distanced himself the moment he sensed ambition. A memory surfaces of being ignored, cast aside without confrontation or warning. He looks at Logan and recognizes a similar fate. Both of them had been discarded by the one man who could have changed everything. Logan stands before a mysterious figure who compares him to Jordan, someone once full of promise, now lost. The stranger questions Logan's confidence, challenging him to consider why he thinks he won't fall like Jordan. Logan remains silent, but his expression hardens as he considers the weight of the question. Flames engulf a castle as Logan walks through the smoke, remembering the ruin caused by selfish men. He recalls arrogant figures blinded by ambition, ignoring the damage they left behind. Rising to his feet again, Logan declares his hatred for those who abandon others for their own gain. Volterman lifts his blade again, but the battlefield beneath him begins to tremble. His confident face twists with concern as the earth shakes violently. Logan lowers his sword and looks skyward, stating calmly, "That's why, Master." A magical force gathers, and Logan's body glows with radiant blue energy, surging outward. Volterman is struck by the force, struggling to stay upright as the pressure increases. With eyes steady, Logan cries out, "I want you to believe in me," as light surrounds him. A thunderous pulse echoes across the field. Soldiers everywhere freeze, sensing the shift. Each warrior turns toward the disturbance, eyes wide, unsure of what's coming. Logan's presence alone draws their attention. The tide of battle is about to change. A soldier identifies the eagle emblem approaching from the hills, signaling the arrival of a powerful faction. Their leader dismounts confidently, stating he will align with Logan if he is truly worthy. The mounted warrior demands proof of Logan's strength, challenging him to justify defying his orders. A thunderous sound erupted as dozens of mounted warriors charged across the battlefield. The soldiers entrenched nearby turned in shock, their expressions stiffening as dust rose around the advancing force. Two commanding officers froze in place, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The very presence of the new arrivals shattered their confidence, rendering them silent and fearful. Leading the charge was a man known across the continent, the legendary Sword Duke. With the Esperanza Knight Order at his back, the commander's steely gaze locked onto the distant fortress of McLean. Inside a meeting chamber, a nobleman confirmed the shocking news. The enemy had redirected nearly all their forces to conquer McLean, leaving only a token force behind to hold other territories. As the nobleman processed the implications, his disbelief turned into frustration. The enemy had truly risked everything for a single target. He clutched his head in disbelief, cursing their recklessness and inability to consider broader consequences. His rage boiled over as he called them fools, unable to comprehend such carelessness behind him. His wife watched with concern, and his companions remained silent, the tension in the room thick and unspoken. The nobleman leaned into his palm, overwhelmed by stress, until a small hand tugged at his waist. He turned, eyes widening as a familiar voice called to him. It was his daughter, Stella. Stella smiled brightly, arms raised, seeking comfort. The moment broke through his turmoil as he lifted her up, her laughter dissolving the tension. Holding her close, he whispered her name. The storm outside could wait. For now, his world was in his arms. Stella, unaware of the tension around her, asked an innocent question that struck deeply at her father's heart. The Duke's face turned serious as he processed the moment. His expression hardened, and without hesitation, he gave an order to summon the knights. Cradling his daughter one last time, he apologized softly, whispering that he would return soon. His wife gave him a gentle smile, her calm hiding the fear inside. They shared a final embrace, holding their daughter between them as a promise to reunite. Elsewhere, enemy forces advanced with aggression, forming into units. A small group of young defenders watched their movements, realizing they were dangerously outmatched. The battlefield was already burning. A grinning enemy commander scoffed at the mention of the Sword Duke. He laughed, claiming he would rather fight the infamous knight than waste time battling children. Charging forward recklessly, he ignored orders to halt. Ronian called out, but it was too late. His opponent had already gone rogue, breaking formation in pursuit of personal glory. Two soldiers on the battlements observed the chaos. One spoke with certainty that the Sword Duke would handle the monstrous enemies, but Ronian hesitated, uncertain if it was truly possible. From the distance, the Sword Duke rode at full speed toward the fray, his blade raised and ready. His knights followed, their approach signaling a shift in the tide of battle. With a powerful downward strike, the Duke began his assault, his momentum unstoppable. Each step of his horse shook the field as he led the counterattack without hesitation. The Sword Duke's cavalry stormed forward, flanking the enemy from both sides. Panic spread quickly among the opposing ranks as they realized the trap closing in around them. A commander shouted in alarm, recognizing the pincer formation. Their scouts had missed the movement entirely. The younger knights around him braced, stunned by the speed of the maneuver. The Duke gave a clear command to prepare for defense, His allies didn't hesitate. Yet some of the soldiers, overwhelmed, still struggled to understand what he intended to do next. The Sword Duke raised his blade high, channeling power. As the weapon glowed red, a wave of destructive force shot outward, splitting the field. Soldiers on both sides paused in awe and fear. A crimson pattern surged beneath his feet, the blood magic, rarely seen, activated in full force. The enemy formation shattered as bodies were thrown aside by the energy burst. The stunned soldiers around him stared in disbelief. One questioned why the enemy bodies weren't even bleeding, until another warned them to stay back. The worst was not over. The battlefield trembled as the Duke charged forward alone. Blood rained around him, marking the trail of his assault. He cut through the front line without pause. His blade moved with precision, and every strike brought down another foe. The enemy fell before they could react, caught in his merciless advance. A young knight, watching from afar, recognized the figure through the chaos. Hu Fian, the Sword Duke himself. The force he unleashed shook even his allies. As the final clash began, a clash of power erupted as the Sword Duke met his furious opponent head-on. The enemy's strength surged with a red aura. The Duke's strikes carried cold, concentrated energy, while the enemy released uncontrolled rage. In the center of their collision, a shockwave blasted outward, splitting the field and scattering the surrounding forces. As the red energy returned, another wave of force followed. The Sword Duke's blade found its mark, cutting through his foe's guard. Blood sprayed, and the momentum shifted again in the Duke's favor. The Sword Duke stepped back as two junior knights approached him mid-battle. Calmly, he challenged their hesitation, suggesting they call for backup if they lacked resolve. Still catching their breath, the younger fighters observed the Duke's flawless magic control. Unlike them, he appeared unaffected, his aura unwavering, even after prolonged combat. The Duke scolded them gently but firmly, demanding focus. His sharp tone reminded them of their purpose. One of the knights muttered his title in awe, stunned by the strength of the man before them. As the Duke advanced again, he rebuked the enemy for betraying the promise of neutrality between factions. He accused them of abandoning their values, shaking his head in disappointment. For a moment, his thoughts drifted to Stella. The fear of losing another student reminded him of his responsibilities, not only as a warrior but as a mentor and father. A renewed attack surged forward. The Duke, surrounded by light and frost, launched a decisive strike. His weapon cleaved through the enemy's blood-soaked power with unmatched precision, bringing the duel to its climax. A wave of blue magic exploded skyward as Logan McLean unleashed a controlled burst of energy. The air compressed under the weight of his spell, and all eyes turned to the source of the sudden power shift. Emerging from the glow, Logan stood unscathed. The enemy commander watched in disbelief. Logan's wounds had vanished, and his energy surged stronger than before. As the enemy demanded answers, Logan said nothing. The battlefield grew more chaotic as Logan's presence reignited the morale of his allies. Logan clashed with a fierce enemy, steel grinding against steel in a blur of red and gold. Their strength seemed even, but Logan's speed and technique pushed his opponent back step by step. His opponent realized something was wrong. Logan wasn't just stronger, he was fully healed. Panic flickered in the enemy's expression. As he tried to rationalize what he saw, desperation overtook. Reason the enemy attempted to convince himself he had simply misread the signs. He poured all remaining power into a final strike, igniting flames beneath him. But Logan was ready. With calm precision, he evaded and countered, slicing through the assault with ease. His fiery surroundings didn't faze him. His control over the situation was absolute. Feeling the surge in pressure from afar, Logan's senses sharpened. He recognized the unique force in the air, the unmistakable energy of his master's sword technique guiding him forward. A confident smile spread across Logan's face. Despite the flames around him, he stood tall. The legacy of the Sword Duke echoed in his heart, pushing him to finish what they started. The enemy's rage intensified as he demanded an explanation for Logan's composed smile, unaware it masked a growing strength. Their blades collided again, sending out a sharp explosion of light and force. Logan held his ground, unfazed by the attack. His timing was perfect, every move calculated with precision. The enemy finally laughed, admitting he'd come to agree with Logan's belief. But his expression twisted with madness, suggesting he had also embraced the path of destruction. As their blades clashed with increasing speed, Logan reflected on the lessons passed down to him. His master had once warned him that power could change people, and now he understood those words. Even Logan acknowledged the pull of power. Those who've tasted it often want more, and he was no exception. His strikes were growing stronger, fueled by the desire to protect what mattered. However, unlike others, Logan held back from selfish ambition. He remembered those who believed in him, those who entrusted him with hope. A clash of colors lit the battlefield, red, yellow, and blue collided. As Logan met his opponent's force head-on, sparks of energy exploded as steel rang out between them. Logan called out, declaring his resolve. He bore the weight of his people's future, and would no longer fight just for survival, but for their legacy. Raising his blade high, it shimmered with golden light, an awakened force sword. His enemy froze in shock, realizing too late that Logan McClane had become the true heir of his master's strength. With his force sword glowing, Logan raised it high, standing unshaken amid chaos. Flames surrounded him, yet his grip never faltered. This moment was proof, not of power, but of resolve. He spoke with clarity, acknowledging the burden placed on his shoulders. Every action he took was not for himself, but for those who trusted him. He could not allow that trust to be betrayed. As Logan declared his reason, the enemy screamed to silence him, unleashing a burst of red energy. Flames erupted as he charged recklessly forward, blinded by his own fury. The crimson wave of power rushed toward Logan. He remained still, arm outstretched. His golden sword pulsed with light, standing firm against the incoming storm of flame. Even as the enemy screamed in rage, Logan's calm presence grew more intimidating. He channeled his strength into the blade, his body glowing with the energy of perfect control. The impact was instant. A vertical shockwave split through the firestorm, knocking the enemy back. Logan's aura intensified, overpowering the chaos around him with a single upward motion. Seeing Logan's stance, the enemy finally hesitated, eyes wide in disbelief. A heavy silence filled the battlefield. Logan's sword radiated divine light. His opponent could only watch in dread. Time seemed to pause as Logan floated midair, his presence alone erasing the flames. He held firm, surrounded by light and wind, prepared to end the battle. With unwavering eyes, Logan declared his next move, Divine Sword, fourth form. The golden blade shimmered with sacred force, ready to bring justice to the battlefield. Logan McClane stood firm, divine flames rising around him. His grip tightened on the sword, glowing with sacred energy. Shadows of his past vanished in the light. With a powerful cry, Logan unleashed the Divine Sword's fourth form. A golden pillar of light shot skyward, burning through the battlefield. The impact shattered the ground beneath him. The enemy was engulfed in flames. As he screamed in agony, Logan descended with finality. His finishing move, Scorching Slash, marked the end of the clash. Logan McClane descended from above with immense force, his sword igniting a fiery pillar of power, known as the Scorching Slash. The battlefield was momentarily blinded by the blazing light as flames surged downward, consuming everything in its path. The enemy warrior, still dazed, tried to process what had occurred. Logan had somehow appeared above him without a trace, his movements undetectable. Within seconds, the enemy's aura began to fade. He stared in disbelief, unable to maintain control of his own energy. Realizing too late, he succumbed to the overwhelming pressure of Logan's magic. Not far from the clash, Ronian and Eileen stood in confusion. Eileen stared ahead in concern while the man looked around, alarmed by the sudden burst of fire from the distance. Her expression hardened. Without hesitation, she turned and sprinted toward the source of the disturbance. Flames lined the path ahead, but she pushed forward, determined to reach the heart of the battle. At the same time, Logan stood still amid the aftermath, his armor scorched but intact. The enemy had fallen exactly as he calculated, with timing that left no room for resistance. A wounded enemy dragged himself across the burning forest floor. Laughter escaped him despite the pain, convinced that his earlier sacrifice would guarantee victory for his allies in the next phase. Logan, watching from a distance. His rival had underestimated him, assuming the fall of one would delay the resistance. But Logan's strength wasn't fueled by pride. It was driven by resolve. From the shadows, a figure in royal garments emerged. Mocking Logan's efforts, he dismissed the warrior's title and questioned his authority. Logan activated Lux's time acceleration, a rare skill usable only once in rapid sequence. He had waited until the final moment to unleash its power, channeling it into the fourth form of the Divine Sword. Scorching Slash. Surrounded by the flames from the earlier blast, Logan stood firm, unwavering. The enemy, Jordan, lay on the scorched ground behind him. Logan approached, his gaze locked on the fallen warrior. The battle had reached its end. His voice was firm and final. Jordan, wielder of the blazing heart sword, had been defeated. Jordan's eyes flickered with lingering resistance as he struggled to comprehend his defeat. Even now, he refused to show weakness, his pride barely holding him upright. Despite his loss, Jordan claiming he had already taken down the first prince, and that the second would fall soon, he tried to undermine Logan's victory. Logan remained composed. Though the flames crackled behind him, his focus was unshaken. He acknowledged Jordan's strength, a reflection of the Sword Duke's training, regal, composed, and wearing the royal crown. The prince sneered at Logan's accomplishment. He mocked the idea of loyalty, questioning who would ever rally behind a mere young prince. Another young noble, visibly shaken, was held forcefully. The crowned prince's grip symbolized control, fear replacing resistance in his hostage's eyes. Logan remained silent. The fire behind him glowed, but his eyes reflected something colder, resolve. The next confrontation would demand more than skill. It would test who truly held the right to lead. Logan pointed his blade down at the defeated Jordan. Logan questioned whether Jordan's final words had truly been spoken, expecting defiance even in loss. Barely conscious, Jordan opened his bloodied eyes. His voice was faint but bitter. He refused to yield or show gratitude, still clinging to resentment, even with death near. His pride kept him hostile. As he stared upward, Jordan noticed something strange. The light of the sun, once shining above, was obscured. He could no longer see it, only darkness and smoke. A new front emerged as enemy forces charged toward the fortress. Golems summoned by ancient magic crashed down from the sky with force. Chaos erupted on the walls as the golems smashed through barriers and scattered troops. Screams echoed as armored giants engaged the defenders in brutal melee, leaving no room for retreat. A commander shouted instructions to his troops. He pointed to the mana stones embedded in the enemy golems, explaining that they were the power source, but confusion quickly followed. One of the golems showed no sign of a visible mana stone. Panic spread through the soldiers. This construct defied the usual summoning logic. Nearby, a mage confirmed. It was a summoned entity far beyond a simple construct. The revelation confirmed their worst fear. A sixth circle mage was commanding them. As the mages barked orders, more golems surged forward. The battlefield shifted again. Logan's fight had ended, but the larger war had only just begun. The true enemy had stepped into play. As chaos raged on the fortress walls, soldiers struggled to push back the mage-backed assault. One commander cursed their lack of magical defense, only to be caught off guard by a swift sword slash from an incoming enemy. Eileen arrived in time to retaliate. She struck down the attacker with precision, her breathing steady, despite the rising tension. Her presence on the battlefield turned several eyes toward her. From the enemy's perspective, it was clear these fighters bore the Sword Duke's techniques. Now, with Eileen in motion, they realized Logan McLean wasn't fighting alone. One rogue soldier attempted to sneak up behind Eileen, driven by the promise of rewards for her head. His steps were quick, and his blade aimed low to strike her off guard. Just before impact, Eileen sensed the motion. She dodged and spun, keeping her footing while the enemy committed fully to the downward attack. The strike missed, leaving him exposed. Logan, nearby and alert, turned his head as if sensing her presence. He caught a glimpse of her movement just in time. Eileen rushed toward Logan, relief clear in her expression. She called out to him, throwing herself into his arms without hesitation. The battlefield noise faded as the two reunited in the midst of the storm. They exchanged few words, both visibly shaken but comforted by the sight of each other. Logan relaxed slightly, while Eileen expressed her fear over what could have happened had he fallen. Eileen recalled the devastation of Logan's previous battle. She confessed how helpless she felt watching from afar, but now, seeing him alive, she was reminded why they continued to fight, not for glory, but for each other. Logan's gentle words caught Eileen off guard. She blushed as he acknowledged her concern. Her cheerful denial tried to hide her worry, but her flustered reaction made it clear. She quickly shifted the tone, pretending to brush off her emotions. Logan smiled at her playful deflection, knowing full well the depth behind her words. With solemn eyes, Logan thanked Eileen, not just for being there, but for her unwavering trust in him. Amid the winds and fading firelight, his voice rang with sincerity. She nodded quietly, knowing the war was far from over. Eileen looked down, holding her emotions close. She tried to process his words but found herself overwhelmed. Logan's gratitude, though simple, carried the weight of shared battles and future hopes. She muttered that he couldn't say such things without meaning it. Logan promised they'd talk more after the war's end, but before that, he knew what had to be done, and so did she. With resolute steps, Logan moved toward the center of the battlefield. He raised his voice high, commanding attention from allies and enemies alike. Standing tall before all, Logan declared victory. He held the bloodied crest of the fallen enemy prince, Jordan Valterman, as undeniable proof. Shock rippled through the enemy lines. Loyalists to the prince stared in disbelief. Even their commanders faltered, unable to grasp how their strongest warrior had been defeated. As Logan's words echoed, Weapons dropped. The soldiers realized their defeat was real and complete. The coalition had fallen, and with it, the last hope of resisting McLean's rise to power. The battlefield, though nearly settled, trembled again. A crimson weapon streaked through the air, striking with deadly precision. From the shadows, an elder war mage emerged. Clutching dark magic in one hand, he called out to those unwilling to yield. His aura burned with rage and desperation. He refused to accept defeat and vowed to destroy Logan himself. Dark energy spiraled around him, and his eyes glowed with madness. Despite the loss of their prince, he called upon loyal remnants to regroup. Elsewhere on the field, soldiers collapsed under the weight of exhaustion and confusion. Some fled. Others begged to surrender. The mage's commands still echoed, but loyalty faltered fast. Juan muttered to himself, recognizing the end. Each noble house that once followed his coalition had withdrawn. House Cryan, House Ekin, and even House Afteron lowered their banners, signaling surrender. Standing alone now, the mage exhaled heavily. Logan's name repeated in his thoughts as the source of everything gone wrong. One man had undone an entire uprising. From across the field, a nobleman called out to Juan, asking if he would continue the fight. No answer came at first. The mage simply stood, unmoving, eyes on the ground. Then slowly he gave in. His head lowered as he uttered the words of defeat. Before all, he surrendered to the Sword Duke, casting away the last of his pride. Gasps followed his decision. Loyalists cried out in fury and disbelief. Yet the battle was over. With their leaders gone and will broken, resistance shattered. The war at long last had come to its end. The Sword Duke smiled with false composure as he praised Juan's decision to surrender. But beneath the surface, he cast a silent activation spell. Without warning, the arcane backlash surged. The two warriors beside him screamed in agony as red lightning consumed them. Juan had sacrificed them instantly, ensuring they wouldn't reveal anything or defect. As the energy faded, a blade embedded into the earth beside them marked the end of their loyalty. A bystander commented coldly, they were never meant to survive. Juan used them as tools, then discarded them. Juan staggered, anger swelling in his chest. His spell had barely ended when he realized Logan had already incapacitated two aura users. The moment they were out of his range, they fell swiftly. Though wounded and enraged, Juan knew his position was lost. For now, retreat was the only choice. He would wait, biding his time to strike back at Logan one day. The towering figure of the Sword Duke blocked him. When told to surrender, the Duke merely laughed. Surrender was never part of his plan. His intent had always been execution. The Duke approached slowly, eyes fixed on Juan. He had always seen through the old mage's schemes. Juan tried to speak, but dread gripped his voice. The Duke lifted his sword, declaring that he had never interfered to save Prince Jordan. Juan's eyes widened with horror. The truth struck harder than steel. There would be no forgiveness. With a final swing, the Duke ended it. Juan's plea for mercy was silenced in a single blow. The rebellion's architect fell, and with him, the last shadow of the fallen coalition disappeared from the battlefield. As the battlefield calmed, the Sword Duke approached the fallen enemies. Soldiers bowed in silence while Logan spotted his mentor. The Sword Duke turned to him, his expression softening for the first time. Hearing Logan's voice, he responded with pride. Their long-awaited reunion marked the end of one chapter and the start of another. The Duke declared his growth undeniable. Logan had proven himself beyond expectations, but there was no rest. The battle had been won. Yet the war was not over. When asked what came next, Logan responded with resolve. He would rally the troops and locate the second prince. The rebellion was fractured, but remnants still remained. The Sword Duke was surprised by Logan's direction, but said nothing. Logan had made his choice. With his gaze set on the horizon, he declared the next goal, the capital. As the sun set, Logan stared toward the heart of the kingdom. The civil war was nearing its final reckoning, and he would be the one to end it. Logan McLean arrives in Grand, the capital city. After a long and calculated journey, the city stands tall, a symbol of the Empire's strength, untouched by the chaos that once consumed the McLean family. As Logan enters the city gates, he is greeted with formal ceremony. His presence has been anticipated, and the guards stand in disciplined rows. The capital's noble representative welcomes Logan, acknowledging the message received days ago. Logan dismounts calmly, presenting himself not as a guest, but as a figure whose past failure has turned into renewed determination. The nobleman appears nervous, aware of the reputation that now precedes Logan. The once fallen heir has earned unexpected attention through his recent actions and resolve. Logan's entourage, composed of trusted allies, waits for orders. News of their victory and justice already echoes through the capital. Logan signals the beginning of their movement. There is no celebration, only purpose. Their mission remains unfinished, and what lies ahead must be dealt with before true peace can be claimed. As Logan steps forward into the city, he recalls the civil war that fractured the kingdom. It had once been his greatest failure after regression, a battle he could not prevent in time. But the McLean family has survived that storm. Logan, having changed the outcome through his return and knowledge of the future, stands with confidence in the heart of the capital. Behind him, his loyal knights follow. With the civil war behind them, Logan reflects on how much the world and himself has changed since he altered fate. Logan stands deep in thought, aware that overcoming civil war was only one milestone. The next trial looming ahead is far greater, the Empire's conquest wars, where his past self met a grim end. A crimson war banner, blazing with the Empire's sigil, reminds Logan of the brutal campaign that shattered the continent. In his previous life, he fought these battles without victory, and the war consumed everything he cherished. He remembers the fate of his allies. Roman, a powerful aura user, was taken captive and executed at the Empire's front line. Logan had failed to save him. Determined, Logan rejects the past's outcome. This time, he will alter the timeline. According to his memories, the war begins in about 7 years, but events have already diverged from what he once knew. The man before him did not appear this early in his past life. Logan realizes that every step he takes now creates unpredictable effects on the future. Aware of the risks, Logan begins forming alliances in advance. He proposes a plan to eliminate potential traitors before they can disrupt the kingdom's fragile peace. A nobleman is dragged into public, furious and shouting for release. He claims noble lineage and accuses his captors of dishonor, invoking his family's crest for protection. The crowd murmurs as the man's identity is revealed: Roran Valtermine, grandson of a powerful lord. His arrogance and status once guaranteed him impunity. Now, it means nothing. At the center, Logan watches in silence. Surrounded by onlookers, he holds firm. This moment is not about power, it's about justice, and this time, no title will shield the guilty. Logan receives news that the aftermath of the recent battle had already reached the capital 3 days prior. Despite the warning, many conspirators remained within reach, as if untouched by consequence. Among those captured are cloaked men who had participated in the rebellion. Logan is surprised they hadn't fled, questioning whether they truly believed their status would protect them. Logan's ally confirms the suspects in custody are those tied to the conflict. However, 2 noble residences stand abandoned, their owners already gone. Logan recalls Rena, someone who should have struck first if the timeline remained unchanged. Her absence confirms it. The future is no longer certain. His actions have created ripples beyond prediction. With a cold stare, Logan gives a silent order for execution. His face remains composed, but within, it's clear. Mercy is no longer an option. The traitors must be erased completely. Panic spreads among the condemned. They scream and plead, realizing no title or begging will save them. But Logan's justice is resolute, forged by past losses he swore never to repeat. The executions begin. Men cry out, pleading for their lives as they're dragged forward. Fear consumes them, but none are spared as the punishment proceeds. Hands are raised in desperation, begging to submit, to serve, to confess. But the time for bargaining has passed. This is not a trial, it is a reckoning. As screams fill the air, blood marks the end of betrayal. Logan watches without flinching. What was once leniency in a past life has now become unforgiving judgment. Logan arrives at the blood-stained courtyard, where the aftermath of his orders is visible. He confirms with his subordinate that all known blood relatives of the traitors have been executed. With no hesitation, Logan shifts his focus to the royal palace. The political purge is not yet complete. His next targets are those who hid behind noble birth and false loyalty during the chaos. Among them are the first and second princes, their children, and the aristocrats who sought refuge in the palace walls. Logan commands they all be brought forth, signaling the final stage of cleansing. A concerned noble hesitates, questioning whether such an extreme decision was coordinated with the Sword Duke. The thought of implicating royalty weighs heavily, even for those who supported Logan. Logan responds without doubt. He declares the action necessary, and assumes full responsibility. His expression shows no fear, only resolve to sever the roots of treachery once and for all. Though they follow, they quietly question his authority over the royal family. Logan's command has become absolute, unquestioned, and unstoppable. With ruthless efficiency, Logan eliminates all remaining royal bloodlines not tied to Rogers von Grandia. Even the third prince is gone. The court stands quiet as lineage collapses. Only the second prince remains unaccounted for. Logan notes his absence as a concern, but is confident he will be found soon. No enemy escapes forever. As dusk settles over the capital, Logan's plan reaches its peak. The internal threat is nearly extinguished. Now, he turns toward the Empire. The time to prepare for external war has arrived. The next day, the estate gates open under a bright sky. Logan arrives at the designated meeting point, where the prince is expected. Calm surrounds the palace, but tension brews beneath the surface. Logan's subordinate reports that the prince is en route under the protection of the Sword Duke. Logan acknowledges the update, awaiting the final pieces of leadership to fall into place. Wone Knight questions the arrangement. As Logan is the Sword Duke's disciple, he wonders why Logan entrusted him with this task. The thought lingers. Perhaps authority has shifted entirely into Logan's hands. Heavy doors swing open with force. A line of royal guards enters the hall in formation, their presence signaling formality and tension. They make way for a group approaching from within. From the opposite side of the grand chamber, a cluster of nobles awaits. Sunlight streams in behind them, casting long shadows. Among them stands the prince, who walks forward with steady resolve. Though surrounded by guards and tension, his expression shows neither fear nor hesitation as he steps ahead alone. Logan watches closely as the prince approaches. Their eyes meet. Something in the man's expression shifts, from composure to intent. Logan's instincts sharpen instantly. The prince suddenly lunges forward. His leg moves swiftly, drawing a concealed weapon. Bloodlust flashes across his face, and the act of betrayal is set into motion. Logan reacts in an instant, ducking low. His hand reaches for his sword. With reflexes honed by battle and memory, he prepares to strike before the assassin lands a blow. Logan kneels before the prince, formally addressing him as Rogers von Grandia. His greeting marks the beginning of a new chapter where loyalty is no longer bound by blood but by action. The gathered knights kneel in unison, their respect directed not only to the prince, but to the order restored through Logan's hand. The prince approaches, smiling faintly. His voice carries no malice, only gratitude. He reminds Logan of the promise made long ago, a promise now fulfilled in full though delayed by time and fate. Rogers reflects on Logan's vow. Though uncertain if the promise would ever be honored, he admits he never imagined it kept in such decisive fashion. Looking over the capital, Logan stands firm, having kept his word through strength, not ceremony. The prince praises his resolve, acknowledging him not as a subordinate but as an equal. Nearby, a knight silently observes. He is struck not by the display of power but by the prince's deference. In Logan, even royalty now recognizes leadership born from necessity, not inheritance. Logan signals the time to depart. With quiet command, he offers to escort the prince to the palace. The war may be paused, but duty remains. The knights form up, flanking Logan and Prince Rogers. Under sunlight and watchful eyes, they walk forward, not just as rulers or warriors, but as symbols of a restructured kingdom. In the wind that follows them, the echoes of a fallen order fade. What rises now is not legacy, but conviction, led by a man who changed the fate of the nation with his own hands. In the depths of the forest under pouring rain, a captive nobleman panics. Dragged into darkness, he realizes the path isn't toward the palace as promised. The betrayal is already in motion. Before him stands a cloaked figure, his captor coldly. The man clarifies he never mentioned the palace. The noble simply followed out of blind hope. Now met with quiet dread, a blade gleams in the darkness. With swift, fluid motion, the captor strikes. The noble screams in terror, finally understanding this was no arrest. It was an execution. The noble pleads desperately, but the executioner does not halt. His name is Lucan, and he's not swayed by rank or mercy. Orders outweigh emotion. Talos, the noble's last hope, is called upon in vain. Panic takes over as fear replaces all pride. His name echoes through the storm, but no aid arrives. Lucan moves without hesitation. Lightning flashes as he delivers the finishing blow. The storm hides the scene, and by the time silence returns, justice has already been served. From the shadows, Lucan reflects on the fallen second prince. He had expected this outcome. However, Logan McLean's sudden and sweeping actions had taken even him by surprise. The mission had changed faster than anticipated. Logan had seized control, shifting power in ways no one predicted. Yet for Lucan, the outcome was acceptable. As rain falls over the forest, Lucan departs without a trace. His mission complete, he leaves behind only a corpse, and looks forward to the reward for his loyalty and silence. A carriage approaches the grand gates of the capital, its arrival drawing the attention of those within. The crested emblem on the gate marks the location, a central building where decisions are made by powerful nobles. Inside, the vast hall is already active. Nobles and political figures fill the space, preparing for a major meeting. Their voices are hushed, their movements tense. One mentions McLean's increasing boldness in summoning nobles to the capital, hinting at political maneuvering. Another scoffs, mocking McLean's past failures and questioning if his mouth is bigger than his strength. The tone shifts as another noble comments that remaining neutral has been beneficial. Though McLean has faced attacks, they note that his survival brought indirect stability, even if no one supported him directly. As they speak, firm footsteps echo across the chamber floor. A young man steps forward with determined eyes. His sudden presence draws the attention of all seated members. The man, Logan McLean, enters with composure. His declaration of presence interrupts the murmurs. Those who once doubted him now stare in silence, aware that the fallen house has returned to the spotlight. Logan's footsteps continue steadily. He walks past the spectators without hesitation, each step echoing louder in the grand hall. Nobles observe him from above, their gazes mixed with curiosity and unease. The weight of past failures still lingers in the air, but Logan moves forward undeterred. He reaches the central platform. Facing the gathered nobles, Logan addresses them confidently, acknowledging their swift attendance. With the room silent, the meeting officially begins under his lead. Logan McLean stands at the center of the Grand Assembly and declares the purpose of the urgent gathering, the creation of a new government. The mention of reform sends whispers through the chamber. Some nobles are visibly shaken, interpreting this move as a bid for absolute control. They begin to calculate the implications and their future under Logan's emerging influence. A noble speaks up, feigning support and attempting to align himself with Logan by crediting him for purging traitors. He offers praise in public, while others observe silently, cautious but curious about Logan's next move. Seated officials quickly join the charade, offering flattery to Logan. One mocks the idea of ever opposing him, while another eagerly affirms his loyalty. Their words are empty but strategically placed to win favor. Logan listens without expression. As the nobles express full trust in his judgment, he accepts their submission without question. Inwardly, Logan recognizes the insincerity behind their praise. He remains composed, aware that gaining their obedience was the goal. With calm authority, he signals that he will now begin outlining his decisions. Logan presents a list of candidates he chose for the new cabinet, asking the nobles to raise objections if any exist. The scroll is passed among the assembly for review. One elder studies the names closely. His eyes narrow as he scans the list, sensing something deliberate in Logan's selections. The weight of the choices begins to sink in. From his elevated position, Logan watches the chamber's reaction, calm and assertive. He waits to see who will challenge the structure he has begun to build. The civil war has finally come to an end, but the aftermath is far from resolved. The toll of battle remains visible across the kingdom's lands, and order is still being re-established. Clearing the battlefield alone took over a week. The return journey to the capital required additional time as remnants of destruction had to be addressed. To avoid future unrest, Logan McLean arrives back in the capital, after handling matters personally. His return triggers the next pivotal event, an official coronation, where the fruits of his leadership and sacrifice will be recognized before the realm. The event, rich in symbolism, is overseen by a high priest who prepares to announce the official proceedings. From the audience, a young noble points to the throne and tells his father to observe closely. Seated upon the raised platform are the two men most responsible for the outcome of the war. He identifies them clearly, the Sword Duke and Logan McLean. Their presence alone radiates power. Even without magic, any onlooker can feel the weight they now carry in the kingdom's political structure. The father confirms it. Those two are now the central forces within the realm. He advises his son to remember their faces, as their favor will shape the future of noble politics. He gestures toward another row of seated officials, the newly appointed ministers. Among them sits Count Floyd, Logan's father-in-law, now the new prime minister. Nearly all key ministerial positions are now filled by those loyal to Logan McLean. With control over both the sword and the council, Logan's influence is now absolute. As Logan McLean sits beside the throne, whispers ripple through the seats behind him. Some nobles question his stability, referencing his fearsome actions during the bloodiest moments of the war. Visions of Logan drenched in blood flash in their minds. His presence during the infamous Night of Blood remains a source of unease. Even now, that violent memory lingers with deep intimidation. A few seated nearby murmur about the legend of the Night of Blood. The title, once whispered in fear, now sits before them in the form of Logan. Logan stands and bows before the Sword Duke, his mentor. He tries to offer justification for past actions, saying he didn't want to stain his master's hands with violence. The Sword Duke dismisses Logan's excuses, but accepts the reality. He acknowledges that Logan understands the weight of what he has done and appreciates the awareness, even if it came late. He reflects on his own changes, how he evolved to shield Logan in the past. With that, he urges Logan to recognize that people change, and they must carry the burden of their choices. Logan apologizes sincerely for the hardships caused. His master responds that the choice to protect was his own, but it came with consequences. The Sword Duke warns Logan to never forget the cost of power. He reminds him of Jordan, the man Logan had to kill, and how that decision shaped the current peace. In silence, the Duke watches Logan closely. Then, with slight irritation, he mutters to himself, "Logan may be powerful and loyal, but he has also become a frustrating man to deal with." The Sword Duke reacts sharply upon hearing that the Archbishop has made a request involving Stella. His stern gaze reveals concern over the unexpected demand coming from the church. The Archbishop seeks to send Stella to the church, using the incident at the naming ceremony as justification. Logan is visibly shocked by the mention of Stella's name. Past memory resurfaces. Stella's presence at the ceremonial event where tension had risen. The Sword Duke, however, downplays the Archbishop's influence, noting that he cannot force royal action. As the issue fades for now, attention shifts to the present. The prince enters the cathedral, walking toward the throne under radiant light. The coronation proceeds. The prince walks steadily through the center aisle. With a composed expression, he approaches the altar, where the Archbishop waits to conduct the sacred rite. Standing face to face with the Archbishop, the prince prepares to receive the symbol of authority. The moment is silent, but its weight is deeply felt by all watching. The Archbishop lifts the crown of regency. A burst of radiant power surrounds it as the artifact activates in the presence of the heir. Gasps ripple through the nobles observing the scene. The energy released by the crown confirms its authenticity and purpose, commanding full attention. This is no ordinary crown. It is a fifth-class artifact, reserved for the true regents of Grenada, usable only by those who bear the rightful bloodline. As the crown rests on the prince's head, a powerful light bursts forth. The energy surges throughout the hall, reacting to the artifact's binding with its rightful heir. The magical light envelops the young prince's body, marking him as the true bearer of Grenadia's legacy. Its brilliance is undeniable, overwhelming the room with its intensity. Logan watches in silence. He realizes that the crown's light has now fully recognized the boy as the new prince, binding him not just to the throne, but to the fate of the realm. Logan reflects quietly. He recalls encountering the crown once before, back when he met the previous king. At the time, its power was unfamiliar to him. In hindsight, Logan understands there was high-ranking protective magic placed on the crown. Back then, he had lacked the training to recognize its true nature. With such powerful magic present, Logan questions how the former king could have been assassinated so easily. The suspicion forms in his mind. Perhaps the Empire wasn't behind it after all. The coronation continues with solemn ceremony. The prince declares his intent to honor the path of the former king and to protect Grenadia's future. Logan McLean is summoned forward. He rises and steps down the aisle, drawing the attention of every noble present as he approaches the throne. The prince praises Logan's contributions. Recognizing both his strength in war and his loyalty, he publicly names Logan a pillar of the kingdom and a successor to Lord Felix's legacy. The prince smiles and praises Logan McLean, stating that he values Logan's tactics even more than his martial strength. The crowd reacts with surprise at this unexpected compliment. Logan is visibly startled. He reflects on the irony of being recognized for something he himself had once doubted, his ability to outmaneuver others strategically. The prince reveals that Logan had foreseen the collapse of the old order years ago. He commends Logan for removing the corrupt nobles and upholding a promise made long before the war began. The prince continues his declaration. He announces that Logan has served the kingdom with distinction, and now deserves full reward for his loyalty and foresight. The first gift is land, half of the territories once taken from Marquis Kalu. Nobles murmur at the scale of this reward, stunned by the prince's generosity. Next, the prince restores the honor and name of House McLean. With this, he elevates Logan's standing permanently and sets the stage for a final gesture, a noble promotion. Logan McLean is promoted to Marquis. This grants him both prestige and jurisdiction over newly awarded lands under royal command. The prince entrusts Logan with the protection of the realm and emphasizes that all present must now follow his rule and acknowledge his authority. Logan rises slowly. Though outwardly calm, he is stunned by the magnitude of the prince's decision. Internally, he wonders if this unexpected elevation is part of a greater plan. Inside the Grand Palace Hall, murmurs rose among nobles as an unexpected announcement stirred the air. The mood turned tense as the details began to spread. A senior noble tried to confirm what he had just heard, struggling to process it. Logan McLean, long disregarded, was to be granted control over both Kalia and Kale territories, a surprising strategic position no one had foreseen. The nobles whispered in disbelief. Logan wasn't just receiving these two territories, he was also to be promoted in rank. The sheer weight of this decision stunned everyone present. Before anyone could recover, the prince added a new declaration. Logan was to begin an official courtship with Princess Harimia. Gasps echoed through the chamber as the implications grew heavier. The older noble, visibly shaken, realized the full scale of what was happening. Logan McLean wasn't simply being rewarded, he was being brought into the royal fold. The prince smiled, clearly pleased with his announcement. He praised Logan's acceptance of these responsibilities. Meanwhile, Logan knelt before the throne, overwhelmed, his mind racing at the magnitude of the trust placed upon him. The Sword Duke cried out in confusion, unable to comprehend how Logan had earned such favor. Logan himself stood frozen, unsure whether to feel honored or burdened. The prince addressed Logan again. He explained that although he couldn't give more than this, it was all he could do within his power. His tone was sincere yet firm in finality. The audience stood stunned as the prince asked if Logan required anything else. Logan's allies and rivals alike looked on. Logan lowered his eyes, silent, as murmurs returned to the hall once more. Logan knelt before the prince and calmly stated that he had a small request. With permission granted, he began outlining his concern regarding the territories of Kalia and Kale. He explained that although receiving both lands was a great honor, it was too excessive for a single noble house, even one like his. He worried it might set a dangerous precedent for the future. The prince listened carefully, then disagreed. He pointed out that granting such vast control to a single noble during a royal marriage would be an even greater issue. Logan accepted the reasoning with a subtle smile. Instead, Logan expressed his wish to receive the barren Terran lands located in the kingdom's north, a region long neglected and desolate. The court was surprised. The prince questioned his choice, reminding him that the Terran region was notorious for its infertility and history of abandonment. Whispers spread through the nobles. Many were confused about Logan's intention, calling the land useless. But Logan confirmed his choice, reaffirming that he wanted that territory specifically. The prince asked if Logan was trying to embarrass him by rejecting his generous offer. Logan clarified that his concern was not pride, but the preservation of fairness among nobles. Logan explained his reasoning. Taking land for the sake of power wasn't his goal. Instead, he wanted Terran for a practical reason. Its strategic central location among the surrounding regions of Kalia, Kale, McLean, and Harimia. He emphasized that developing the Terran region would bring long-term benefits for all nearby territories. His people, he said, would build a thriving future from its ruins. Following Logan's request, the rest of the royal rewards were distributed quickly. Among them, Sword Duke Felix Esperanza was named Archduke and granted additional lands from fallen houses. Though he received substantial power and territory, Felix's expression showed no joy. His gratitude felt forced, drawing quiet concern from onlookers who noticed his unease. Logan, watching from a distance, knew it wasn't easy. The image of Felix reluctantly accepting the role, with Logan barely convincing him earlier, made him break into a nervous smile. Logan reflected silently. Despite all the titles and lands, he couldn't shake the heavy weight of the future. The power shift left the kingdom vulnerable. With many powerful marquises now gone, Logan feared that if the Empire launched an attack, the kingdom's western border would be left undefended. The prince, aware of this reality, entrusted Felix with safeguarding the west. Despite his personal discomfort, he promoted Felix to royal advisor to the court, believing he was the only one fit to lead in these dangerous times. Backstage, the Sword Duke approached Logan in a storm of restrained anger. His expression fierce, he demanded to know if this entire setup was Logan's doing. Logan, playing innocent, turned to avoid the question. Internally, he accepted that it was indeed part of his plan, carried out with careful influence. The prince, unaware of the tension, casually called out to Felix, who then forced a response. Though his voice was calm, Felix's clenched fist betrayed his reluctant acceptance of the role and his growing suspicion of Logan's involvement. Logan, now satisfied with how events had unfolded, decided it was best to leave the palace promptly to avoid further attention. He silently observed the situation around him. The reward ceremony extended even to nobles who had not made any notable contributions. Their reactions were filled with surprise, not expecting such generosity. However, Logan silently warned them with his gaze. They should consider these rewards as an advance investment, a debt they would owe in the future. Nervously, they affirmed their loyalty, fearing what Logan might demand later. The mood shifted to celebration. The prince raised his glass high, calling for all to join in blessing the dawn of a new era under his reign. the streets filled with cheering citizens, music, laughter, and bright skies, painted the start of a hopeful time. Logan watched quietly, hidden behind the joyous noise. The festivities spilled into a massive celebration. Drinks were shared, barrels cracked open, and people flooded the roads shouting in merriment for the Empire's future. Citizens voiced praise for the Emperor and the newly declared Grandia, the kingdom's new name. Joy overflowed as unity finally seemed within reach. Ronian and Victor strolled through the streets, noting how genuinely happy the people appeared. It brought a rare moment of relief to his otherwise burdened heart. He reflected on his older brother who had suffered through the recent war. Yet, despite that pain, he had smiled brightly in front of their father. Victor, calm and watchful, affirmed his view. Logan was strong. Ronian admitted that although his brother Logan was strong, he still worried about him as family. Shifting the topic, he addressed Victor more casually, but Victor remained stiff and formal. Victor reminded Ronian of the hierarchy, maintaining respectful speech as the brother of his master. Ronian, annoyed by the formality, gave up and decided to enjoy the festival alone. As Ronian approached a vendor, he noticed an abundance of jewelry being sold, likely due to post-war supply shifts. It caught his attention immediately. Victor noted that the jewelry on display would appeal to women. The comment made Ronian suspicious of Victor's hidden intentions or thoughts. Ronian teased Victor, asking what kind of gift Victoria would like if he didn't plan to go shopping himself. He hinted he'd buy something on Victor's behalf. Victor, flustered by the mention of Victoria, quickly changed his mind and agreed to go. Ronian responded with a cheeky grin, proud of his successful nudge. The two wandered through the marketplace, deciding where to go next. Then Ronian spotted a familiar pair in the crowd and became animated. He pointed out that it was his older brother Logan and Logan's fiancée, Eileen, walking together. Excited, Ronian raised his voice to greet them. Victor immediately panicked and stopped Ronian by covering his mouth. His sharp gaze signaled urgency, leaving Ronian confused and startled as he was dragged back into silence. As Ronian and Victor hesitated nearby, they wondered whether to approach Logan and Eileen. Before they could decide, Logan overheard something faint. Logan asked if his fiancée, Lady Eileen, had also heard Ronian's voice. She wasn't sure, but dismissed it as unimportant. They agreed to relax for once, deciding to enjoy their rare outing together. With smiles on their faces, they strolled further into the festival, forgetting about their duties for a brief moment. Eileen fell into a moment of silence, her eyes drawn to Logan. Her mind wandered back to the day he had approached her unexpectedly with a sword in hand. Without elaborate gestures or romance, Logan had simply offered her the sword and addressed her directly as his fiancée. That moment left a lasting impact. Though the arrangement was supposed to be formal, Eileen remembered how those sincere words touched her. She blushed slightly, surprised at how genuinely happy she had felt at that time. Flustered by her thoughts, Eileen tried to shake off her feelings. She blamed the festive mood and tried to deny her growing affection for Logan. As people began to recognize them, she instinctively moved closer to Logan. The thought that others might see them as a real couple startled her. Eileen questioned her own emotions. What if Logan truly shared her feelings? As that idea took root, Logan turned toward her with a kind smile, heightening her confusion and her hope. Logan and Eileen walk through a lively market during a festival. The colorful banners overhead contrast with the undercurrent of formality between them. Eileen casually explains that wearing armor doesn't bother her. It's what's expected of a knight. Logan, momentarily distracted, glances at her outfit, internally questioning if she would have preferred wearing a dress instead. Embarrassed by his own thoughts, Logan tries to refocus. Eileen remains composed, but his lingering curiosity about her preferences shows he's still adjusting to treating her not just as a knight, but as a partner. To lighten the mood, Logan compliments her armor with exaggerated enthusiasm, calling it excellent. Eileen is surprised by his tone, caught off guard by the sudden praise. Logan explains that the armor is made of mithril, ensuring its quality. He insists. It's fitting for someone like her, a model knight. Despite his clumsy delivery, his sincerity is clear. Eileen chuckles and tries to steer the conversation back to normal. Logan, wondering if talking about armor is a typical topic for a date, unsure if he's making progress or ruining the atmosphere. They continue through the marketplace, stopping at a weapon stall. Logan examines a great sword while Eileen discusses its balance. Eileen enthusiastically points out another weapon, urging Logan to try it. Her energy becomes infectious, and he finds himself genuinely enjoying the exchange despite his earlier hesitation. Suddenly, Eileen neutralizes a hidden assassin without hesitation. Logan watches, stunned, then laughs. He realizes their outing, filled with steel and danger, is oddly perfect and unexpectedly fun. As evening falls, Logan and Eileen return to the estate under a quiet sky. The festive energy from earlier fades into calm stillness. Eileen is surprised the outing ended so quickly. She hesitates, then turns to Logan with an uncertain expression. Her words falter as she searches for the courage to express something lingering in her heart. Logan, unaware, responds casually, missing the weight behind her question. Eileen gathers herself and asks if Logan might have forgotten anything. Logan, puzzled, assumes she's referring to something trivial. Her frustration grows as she realizes he doesn't understand her hint. Eileen suggests there may have been something important left unsaid, something meant just for her. Logan finally begins to understand, but doesn't immediately respond. Eileen's heart races in anticipation, her eyes reflect hope, mixed with nervousness. Logan meets her gaze with an apologetic smile and breaks the silence, not with affection, but with an apology. He expresses regret for making her work during the festival. He misunderstood the day as duty rather than a personal moment. Eileen, caught off guard by the miscommunication, realizes Logan still views her as a knight before a fiancée. Logan instructs Eileen to rest and take future time off. He emphasizes her role as a knight, not realizing how his words dismiss the emotional connection she was hoping to deepen. Turning away, Eileen conceals her disappointment. She leaves silently, overwhelmed by the emotional distance between them, despite their time together. Logan, confused by her sudden departure, watches as she walks away. Her final steps echo the words left unspoken between them. Eileen walks away with firm, burning frustration. When Logan asks where she is going, she sharply responds, with clenched resolve, that she is going to clock out, signaling she is done being treated like a subordinate instead of a fiancée. Logan is completely lost, reacting with confusion. He tries to laugh it off, unaware of how serious her disappointment is. He's left wondering if he said something wrong. His younger brother arrives to witness Logan's bewilderment, and the word brother is shouted with frustration and disbelief. Morning arrives over the family's estate. The peaceful sunlit sky is a sharp contrast to the awkward tension that remains unresolved. Within the training grounds, Sword Duke Felix confronts him. Felix demands to know if Logan truly has no idea what he did wrong. Logan responds honestly, admitting he thought about it all night, but couldn't figure it out. Felix, both exasperated and amused, mutters in disbelief. Even in his youth, he says he wasn't as dense as Logan is now. His words reflect a mixture of disappointment and concern for Logan's lack of awareness. Felix firmly reminds Logan that Eileen is his fiancée, not just his knight. The distinction is crucial, and Logan finally pauses, struck by the realization. Felix declares training will begin immediately. He tells Logan to raise his sword, vowing to help him overcome not just martial flaws, but personal blindness. With renewed determination, Logan accepts the challenge. As he raises his blade, he shouts in agreement, finally understanding that strength alone isn't enough. He must also grow emotionally. Logan reflects on the fierce battles he's faced during the Civil War. He's encountered powerful foes and overcome brutal conflicts. Through these hardships, he has developed strength and endurance, beyond what he once believed possible. Among those experiences, Logan glimpsed warriors who surpassed even aura itself. Though he saw what lay beyond it, the true challenge remains, reaching that level on his own. Logan acknowledges he cannot achieve it alone. Before him stands Sword Duke Felix, ready to train him further. Felix commends Logan's growth. He can now withstand aura. Felix praises Logan's progress briefly, then immediately declares it's time to push harder. His aura surges, erupting with power. Logan, unprepared for the sudden escalation, braces himself instinctively. The sheer pressure of Felix's energy stuns Logan. He gasps, struggling to comprehend what's happening. His mentor's intent is no longer calm. He's serious, and it's overwhelming. Felix steps forward, cloaked in violent crimson aura. Logan, shaken and uncertain, asks in disbelief if they're still training. But Felix doesn't answer. He attacks. Logan is forced to defend, confusion overtaken by fear. Logan stumbles back, trying to understand. He keeps calling out to his master, but the assault continues relentlessly. Felix doesn't hold back. He's determined to break Logan's limits by force. Logan screams in pain as the training turns into survival. In the background, someone rushes to stop a child from approaching, shielding them from the intense clash erupting within the training grounds. The atmosphere turns explosive. Felix's method is harsh, but it's the only way for Logan to overcome his barrier and step closer to true mastery. Logan collapses to the ground, exhausted from the relentless training. Felix stands firm, watching silently as Logan struggles to catch his breath. The stone beneath them is cracked, a mark of how intense the session had been. Logan apologizes to Felix, referencing past trouble during the coronation. Felix brushes it off, uninterested in ceremony or excuses. He simply tells Logan to get up and keep going. Still on the ground, Logan admits his deeper reason. He wanted someone trustworthy by the king's side. His words carry the weight of responsibility and a desire to protect what matters. Felix, still radiating fierce aura, questions Logan's bold request. It's clear Logan's plea brought Felix out of retirement, disrupting his peace. Felix asks if Logan truly expects that kind of sacrifice from him. Logan, still kneeling, silently confirms with a determined look. Felix studies him, sensing sincerity and desperation in equal measure. Felix exhales and relents. While it wasn't a flawless justification, Logan's reasoning was better than an excuse. He agrees to stop the training, for now acknowledging Logan's effort with a smirk. As things settle, Felix asks when Logan plans to return to McLean. Logan replies that he'll go back once the festival ends, his mind already set. Felix raises an eyebrow at the quick departure, wondering if Logan plans to leave his knights behind. Logan answers that they'll be accompanying him. Felix nods, noting that the king has placed great trust in Logan. He suggests that leaving a few knights to protect the king would be wise. A quiet reminder of balance between duty to family and loyalty to the crown. Logan asks Felix to stop scrutinizing him. Though exhausted, Logan insists that he's serious and determined, especially if constantly pushed. His tone is confident, yet light-hearted. Logan smiles, revealing that he had hoped the Esperanza Knights would support him. He understands Felix's position and anticipates the resistance he may face in asking for more. Felix responds with dry amusement, reminding Logan not to be greedy. He says there's nothing else he can offer. However, Logan has one more request. Without hesitation, Logan firmly asks Felix to prepare for an invasion by the Empire. His voice is decisive, and his expression deadly serious. Felix is caught off guard. He didn't expect such an urgent or extreme request. He confirms if Logan truly suspects the Empire's involvement in the Pendragon King's death. Logan answers with conviction. Yes, he believes the Empire will attack soon, and preparation must begin immediately, even if the timing seems premature. His foresight stems from more than just instinct. Felix counters with common belief. The Empire's internal chaos should take years to settle. No one expects them to act aggressively while still unstable. The Empire has a pattern of expansion and conquest, often striking, while others believe they're disorganized. Now, under a new emperor, Logan expects history to repeat itself. Felix silently considers Logan's warning, then reassures him, with Felix managing the eastern border, they will be ready for anything. His quiet confidence reflects years of experience and trust in Logan's judgment. Logan reflects on Felix's presence. His master may be stubborn, but he's still trustworthy and strong. Logan internally accepts that there is no need to argue further, especially when their goals align. Felix's loyalty to the throne is unwavering, and Logan acknowledges that their swords now point in the same direction. There's mutual respect without needing further persuasion. Felix smiles and invites Logan to visit the capital more often. He reveals he serves as the king's advisor, but prefers not to stay entangled in politics at his age. Logan is surprised, recalling Felix once wanted to step back from power entirely. Felix clarifies, he doesn't mind power, he just didn't want Logan to lose himself. He sees potential in Logan, not just as a warrior but as a principled man. He assures Logan that if he remains true to himself, he'll serve the king well. Logan quietly reflects, knowing it's awkward to admit, but he is currently stronger than the king. Logan understands the tension such power creates. A king must tolerate no threat above himself, yet, Logan believes King Robes, who was once hailed as a future great ruler, still has potential he must now fulfill. The session nears its end, but Felix casually announces they'll continue training. Logan protests, thinking they were finished. Felix smirks and unleashes his aura again. Since Logan plans to leave soon, Felix intends to push him to his limit before then. He tells Logan to keep training even after returning home. Logan, wide-eyed and breathless, braces himself again, knowing his path to strength has no pause. Felix offers one final word of encouragement. With a calm expression, he assures Logan that if he keeps going at this pace, he'll continue to grow stronger. It's both praise and expectation. Logan smiles at his mentor's confidence, fully committed to fulfilling that promise. His voice is firm and bright as he responds with a loud "Yes, Master," echoing with determination and gratitude. As Logan looks up into the clear sky, filled with resolve, a thought interrupts his focus. He was going to continue, but something unexpected was waiting ahead that would change his course. In a new room, Logan is summoned by a mysterious figure who addresses him with weight. With fingers folded in front of his face, the man gives a direct and strict order. He commands Logan to stop working and stop training, completely. The instruction is so sudden and odd that Logan is visibly stunned. Confused, Logan blurts out in disbelief, trying to make sense of the order. His face shifts between panic and amusement as he wonders, what could possibly justify such a demand now? Logan stood before his father, the Marquis of McLean, who remained seated with fingers locked in a stern posture. The atmosphere was tense, and Logan's name was spoken with weight. Without warning, the Marquis issued an unexpected order. Logan was banned from all work and training, effective immediately. The tone left no room for argument. Logan, caught off guard, struggled to process the sudden restriction. His confusion was evident as he questioned the decision. This ban wasn't random. Its cause could be traced back to something that began a few days earlier. Whispers had begun circulating in the capital. The prestigious McLean family was preparing to leave. Citizens expressed disbelief, wondering why such an influential house would retreat without military support or knights. Inside a lavish hall, nobles speculated on the Marquis's sudden withdrawal. They debated his motives, noting his powerful connections to the Chancellor and his noble title. An older noble suspected internal fractures between the Emperor and the Marquis. Outside the city, fires lit the forest camp where McLean forces had quietly assembled, hinting at preparations made without public knowledge. As night settled over the forest camp, a soldier rushed into the tent to deliver news. His report was urgent. 1,000 armed men had entered McLean's domain. Their approach was neither subtle nor peaceful. By the campfire, Logan sat armored and alert. The situation was escalating faster than expected. The size of the enemy force and their brazenness confirmed a direct threat to the territory his family protected. Guards maintained night watch while tension spread through the encampment. Logan did not rest. The implications of the invasion were clear. War might be unavoidable, and the Marquis's earlier decisions now made grim sense. Logan sat silently at the edge of the campfire, reflecting on whether his decision to press on without rest had affected the morale of those following him. Eileen approached, her calm demeanor breaking the solitude. Her tone wasn't confrontational, it was measured, as she asked if something was troubling him. The question caught Logan off guard, revealing how distant their recent interactions had been. Logan hesitated. For a while now, they hadn't even been able to maintain eye contact. Her sudden concern made him wonder if her mood had shifted. Despite the awkwardness, there was a sense that some unspoken tension still lingered between them. Logan quickly decided to ease the situation. Whatever worries he carried, he felt the need to keep them to himself for now. With a light smile, he dismissed the issue, claiming it wasn't serious enough to trouble her with. Eileen paused, clearly affected by his answer. Her response was short, but her expression turned cold again. Without saying much, she began stepping away. As she distanced herself, Logan sat frozen, questioning whether he had said something inappropriate. Observing her retreating figure, he noted how even the nights grew tense. When the young lord wore that same stern expression, Eileen finally spoke, not looking back. She challenged Logan's focus, implying that while he might be thinking far ahead, he was neglecting what was right beside him. Her tone was firm, carrying both criticism and concern. With her piece said, she turned to leave. But just as she stepped away, Logan rose quickly and reached out, grabbing her by the wrist. The sudden gesture halted her in surprise. Celine turned her head sharply, stunned by his action. The silence between them grew heavy as something unspoken now demanded to be addressed. Logan held Eileen's wrist firmly, his expression serious. He admitted his regrets, the kind that crept in quietly when moments had been missed or overlooked. Perhaps he shouldn't have been so focused on duty. Maybe he should have paused to enjoy the simple things, like festivals or sweets, the things others cherished in peace. He ended his thought by expressing one simple wish. If those moments had come, he would have wanted to experience them with her. It was an admission of closeness that reached beyond command and duty, directed at Eileen alone. Logan suddenly realized what he had just said. Embarrassed, he covered his mouth and mentally questioned himself. It wasn't like him to speak so openly about personal feelings. To his surprise, Eileen burst into laughter. Her reaction was bright and unguarded, breaking the tension that had weighed down their interaction until now. Logan stood silently, unsure of how to respond. Wiping her eyes, Eileen teased him gently. She told him he could have just said it plainly. The moment turned warm. Then, stepping slightly closer, she looked down and remarked that after everything they'd endured, with softened steps, Eileen turned and began walking forward. Her words echoed behind her, a subtle agreement to face what was coming. Side by side, no matter what awaited them. Logan stepped in front of her, and their eyes met closely. There was no command or duty now, only emotion. A beat passed and neither pulled away. Then, in a quiet but firm motion, Logan leaned in and kissed her. The tension snapped as surprise and intensity surged between them, not of conflict, but of something long held back, finally breaking through. Logan and Eileen stood in silence under the forest canopy. Though no words were spoken, their joined hands said more than either could voice. As Logan nervously fumbled for words, he tried to compliment her armor to fill the silence. Before he could recover from the awkwardness, Eileen stepped closer without hesitation. She leaned forward and gently kissed his cheek. Logan's eyes widened, stunned by the unexpected gesture. Her hand found his again, this time with quiet certainty. Flustered, Eileen quickly stepped back, stumbling over her goodbye. She turned sharply and began walking away without giving him a chance to respond, leaving behind a swirl of emotions in her wake. Logan watched her retreat in silence, her red cape vanishing between the trees. The moment had left him speechless, still processing what had just happened. Staring into the open night sky, Logan finally let out a soft laugh. The stress of leadership momentarily faded, replaced by the memory of a single sincere moment. Inside the banquet hall, Dwayne raised a mug high into the air, declaring a toast to mark Logan's return. The room filled with knights and retainers erupted in cheer. The celebration grew louder as mugs clashed, barrels were emptied, and spirits rose. In the midst of it all, Logan stood among his people, surrounded by familiar faces and renewed energy. Cheers rang out for the pride of House McLean. Logan, smiling, was greeted by those who once doubted, now rallying behind him. At his side, Eileen joined in quietly, the earlier moment between them tucked away beneath the growing respect of the hall. Inside a stone-walled room, a group of men gathered around a table. One of them, Dwayne, half laughed while calling out others' faults, clearly under the influence. The Marquis of McLean entered the hall with calm authority. The moment he appeared, Dwayne raised his mug and loudly reminded everyone to greet the Marquis first. Another man dryly pointed out that Dwayne was clearly drunk. Ignoring the rowdy behavior, the Marquis cut through the noise and redirected the group's attention. He reminded them that their true guest of honor wasn't himself, but someone else who had earned respect through far more personal sacrifice. All eyes turned toward a man seated quietly in the corner. Bandages covered his head. The Marquis addressed him with sincere respect, calling him Viscount Heinkel, a title that drew attention from everyone present. Heinkel brushing off the praise with humility. Despite his injuries, there was pride in his expression. His response was brief, but carried the dignity of someone who had endured much. From across the hall, Logan looked on with quiet respect. His eyes softened as he watched Heinkel receive the recognition he had earned. There was admiration in Logan's expression, but also reflection. Later, as Logan walked through the courtyard with Heinkel, the truth came out. Heinkel confirmed what Logan had only heard from his father, that he had collapsed on the battlefield and lost consciousness. Heinkel shared how that failure had cost him his title of knight. Though it had been a harsh punishment, he accepted it without bitterness, even smiling at the memory. But his loyalty and service hadn't gone unnoticed. The Marquis had personally elevated him to Viscount, granting him new authority and rank within the family's domain, a rare honor that came not from success, but from unwavering resolve. Heinkel revealed to Logan that the Marquis planned to reward him with a personal domain. Though grateful, he admitted the honor felt greater than what he deserved. Heinkel recalled his mindset during the war back then. Even if only in a small way, he had been ready to lay down his life if it meant ensuring McLean's success. Despite his near-death experience, the victory that followed made the sacrifice worthwhile. Now, with both survival and recognition granted, he felt no need for more. Logan quietly disagreed. From his perspective, Heinkel's role in the battle had not been minor. The injuries he inflicted on the enemy commander had turned the tide, making Logan's own victory possible. Heinkel's simple smile in response held no pride, only quiet satisfaction. For him, knowing his contribution mattered was reward enough. Their footsteps echoed in the corridor as Heinkel shifted the conversation. He asked if Logan knew what the Marquis's lifelong dream had been. Logan, slightly caught off guard, surprised to hear the topic change to his father's aspirations. Heinkel revealed that the Marquis had once vowed to restore the former glory of House McLean. It had been a goal spoken with conviction in his youth, not just words, but a belief shared by those who followed him. Heinkel confessed that the same dream had been his own. As Logan listened, the weight of those ideals passed silently between them. Heinkel then looked ahead, and thanks to Logan, the Marquis's dream had already come true. But Heinkel didn't stop there. With hope in his voice, he expressed his desire to witness something even greater, a dream beyond the Marquis's. Logan stood still, struck by the depth of the words. Despite his injuries, Heinkel made a firm request to Logan to be placed in charge of training soldiers. Though he acknowledged his physical limitations, he believed he could still contribute meaningfully through discipline and experience. Heinkel expressed his desire not just to serve, but to dream further alongside the young lord. His conviction was clear. He wanted to walk the future of McLean not as a retired hero, but as an active hand in shaping it. Logan agreed without hesitation. He promised that no matter what dream Heinkel pursued, he would ensure the path extended beyond it. The next morning, sunlight spilled into the study. The Marquis of McLean quietly acknowledged Heinkel's stubbornness with a knowing smirk. He saw in the old knight's actions the same will that once guided their family through hardship. Logan, standing before his father's desk, admitted that Heinkel's words had changed his perspective. They had opened his eyes to the weight of shared dreams and the responsibility of carrying them forward. With resolve, Logan announced his plans to head into town immediately. He intended to address the unfinished work and resume training. The Marquis suddenly slammed his hand on the desk, halting Logan's exit. His question came unexpectedly, asking if Logan distrusted the retainers or even his own father's judgment. Logan didn't understand the sudden doubt and asked for clarification. His response was genuine, not defensive. He merely wanted to take responsibility. The Marquis explained calmly that others were capable of handling post-war duties. But Logan's insistence to act personally signaled something deeper. Still, the Marquis accepted his decision, acknowledging Logan had a plan of his own, and perhaps it was time to let it unfold. Logan was caught off guard as his father questioned the urgency of his plans. The Marquis pressed further, pointing out how Logan's constant involvement had begun to concern those around him. Logan struggled to respond, realizing the weight behind his father's words. The Marquis wasn't simply concerned with his son's plan. He was worried about Logan's well-being, and whether the younger man had allowed purpose to overtake rest. Without room for negotiation, the Marquis declared a firm order. Logan would be forbidden from all work and training for 1 week. The threat landed heavily. If Logan attempted to work during this period, he would be stripped from involvement in household matters altogether. His reaction was immediate, shock and protest. The Marquis reaffirmed that it wasn't punishment, but care that motivated his decision. With a firm yet protective gesture, he guided Logan toward rest, urging him to take the time off for his own sake. Logan tried to resist, but his father's physical strength overwhelmed him. As the young man was forcibly escorted out, his pleas went unheard, and his footsteps echoed in reluctant retreat. Just as they passed through the hall, a retainer named Dwayne approached with documents in hand. Seeing Logan present, he assumed it was the perfect opportunity to deliver urgent news. Logan tried to stop him, fearing it would only extend the situation, but his father encouraged Dwayne to speak anyway. It was a test, perhaps to see how Logan would handle it. With everyone pausing to hear the news, the attention turned fully to Dwayne. Though the content of the message remained unknown, the mood had shifted. Now, Logan had no choice but to listen. Just as Logan was being dragged away by his father, a messenger delivered urgent news, a message from Kalia. The name alone stunned both Logan and the Marquis, as it came with weight and implications. Dwayne confirmed it was indeed Kalia, and the message was not ordinary. He explained that the contents involved a formal request concerning their military forces. Shock turned to disbelief as the report was fully revealed. Over 200 knights of Kalia, including their commander, had submitted a request to transfer allegiance, not to the crown, but to the House of McLean. On the day King Robern was crowned, a significant shift in political authority occurred. The throne room was filled with noble representatives and knights, gathered to witness not only the coronation but also the judgment of those who had opposed the new regime. Though most of the defeated forces were met with minor consequences, the two margraves, associated with major military factions, were presumed to face execution. Their involvement in recent conflicts had left them vulnerable. Contrary to expectations, King Robern chose a different path. Acknowledging that the margraves were merely tools in the Duke's schemes, he spared them from death. As an additional consequence, the two margraves were sentenced to serve 10 years in the Esperanza Knight Order. Many saw it as a humiliating demotion, assigning once powerful nobles into the chain of command as regular knights under a disciplined military order. Observing this, Logan sat calmly, already aware of the decision. His advisor noted that the margraves themselves were not the core of the problem. Their downfall had been orchestrated by Jordan and Juan's ambitions. Logan believed that transcendent warriors were not expendable assets. In his eyes, their worth as national power far outweighed their past offenses. In preparing for greater threats like the Empire, he understood that the kingdom could not afford to discard any experienced transcendent fighters. Elsewhere, concern rose as Kalu's top-tier knights began arriving. Even the knights stationed in far regions had been summoned. Confusion grew over the number of transfers being made into the Knight Order. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that 201 individuals were being reassigned. The number shocked the present knights, nearly doubling the existing forces of their own Knight Order, raising logistical and leadership concerns. This massive influx of elite warriors introduced a serious disruption. If many among them were top-tier, preserving the current chain of command and maintaining discipline would become increasingly difficult. Logan remained silent as he assessed the situation. Despite the overwhelming number of newly arrived knights, he showed no signs of panic. His composed gaze suggested he had already considered the implications. The Marquis raised concern, implying the integration of these knights might become a logistical issue. However, Logan calmly responded that it might not be as difficult as anticipated. Logan stood before two knights and began to share his intentions. With a direct and assured stance, he initiated a plan to address the power imbalance and potential disruption the large influx could cause. Logan took the lead and arrived at the knight training ground, where dozens of new recruits stood assembled. Without delay, he stepped forward and introduced himself formally as Logan McLean. He addressed the group confidently, acknowledging his reputation among them, most knights confirming they already knew who he was. Logan used this familiarity to establish immediate authority and connection with the gathered force. From among the recruits, a seasoned man stepped forward. He introduced himself as Jorge, former commander of the Kalu Knight Order. Recognized as a top-tier knight, his presence alone indicated the gravity of the situation and confirmed that elite forces had truly been reassigned under Logan's command. Jorge informed a noble lord that some of his forces would be heading to McLean. The noble's expression grew heavy as he realized what this change meant for his influence and control. After a brief silence, he accepted the situation with a bitter smile. Instead of resisting the shift in authority, he quietly released his subordinate, acknowledging that the decision was final. The lord advised his follower not to remain loyal to someone unworthy. It was a moment of resignation, marking the end of his influence and his acknowledgement of Logan's rise. Jorge, now reassigned under Logan's command, stood in solemn reflection. He recalled the responsibility he carried, both as a knight and as someone who had been spared disgrace. A determination began to take shape in his heart. Motivated by gratitude and pride, he silently pledged to serve the new order with full dedication. He vowed not to tarnish his former position nor bring shame to the legacy of the Kalia Knight commander. Logan stood confidently before the assembled knights, declaring the start of the new McLean Knight Order's training. Among the knights, Jorge stepped forward and proposed beginning with a formal greeting, establishing the tone for their renewed structure. Jorge initiated what he called a light greeting, but what followed was anything but gentle. Charging forward, he moved with the force and precision of a veteran knight. Shocked expressions spread as his actions defied expectations of a ceremonial start. The greeting escalated as Jorge launched a fellow knight high into the air with overwhelming force. His movements, though exact, demonstrated the immense gap in skill between experienced veterans and standard recruits. As more knights observed the scene, awe turned into concern. Jorge's show of strength made it clear that the standards in the McLean Order were nothing like what many had known. One knight coughed blood after being struck, unable to react in time. Others looked on in disbelief, unable to process how a greeting could cause such devastation. Jorge questioned if this was some kind of punishment. The strikes had been precise and impactful. The knight realized this was not personal. Jorge had done the same to everyone equally. New recruits feared this was the daily training standard. Questions arose about how they would survive under such brutal discipline. The true intensity of the McLean Order had finally been revealed. After witnessing the intense greeting session, one knight sitting on the ground expressed understanding of the McLean Order's reputation. He now saw why even intermediate McLean knights were said to rival advanced-level fighters. Logan addressed the gathered knights with renewed energy, signaling the end of the greetings. He announced the next phase of training, instruction in the McLean Knight Order's intermediate sword technique, known as Iron Blood Sword. Each McLean Knight would be assigned to 2 trainees as an instructor. The new recruits were advised to treat their instructors with full respect and discipline throughout the process, reinforcing a culture of hierarchy and learning among the trainees. One advanced knight began assuming he would receive instruction directly from the highest-ranking members. He believed his status warranted special treatment and anticipated being taught by Logan or another noble-ranked knight. Jorge noticed someone approaching and began to address them casually, thinking it was an old acquaintance. But the figure standing before him introduced himself with full formality, revealing his identity as Advanced Knight Henderson, assigned as the trainee's instructor. Hearing Henderson's rank shocked the first knight. Realizing he would be taught by someone equally ranked and not above him, disrupted his expectations. The structure of McLean's order clearly valued skill and position beyond titles and assumptions. In a brief flashback, Henderson recalled being called by Logan. Logan's tone was respectful, acknowledging that he should have made the arrangement sooner and recognizing Henderson's recent promotion to advanced rank. Logan explained that Henderson's rise had been surprising. While he praised Henderson's achievement, he admitted expecting other candidates to reach the advanced rank before him. Henderson responded modestly, attributing his promotion to luck. Despite his humble reply, Logan's words suggested that Henderson had proven himself through skill and merit, reinforcing the meritocratic culture now being cultivated in McLean's Night Order. Henderson confessed that he, too, had once believed others would surpass him first. However, he explained that the other three had managed to catch up to his 15 years of training in just a few years. As Logan observed the group, he noted that it wouldn't be long before those three reached advanced rank as well. Their rate of development made it clear they were destined for high-ranking roles in the near future. Despite this, Logan reminded Henderson that he had still been the first to achieve the advanced level. It was a moment meant to acknowledge his efforts and validate the years of work that brought him ahead. Even if briefly, Logan added that Henderson seemed well-liked among the knights. His reputation had grown, and many within the order had chosen him as the candidate for the next knight commander position. Surprised by the praise, Henderson was momentarily flustered. Though humbled by the recognition, he didn't seem entirely prepared for such a suggestion. Still, he accepted Logan's words with gratitude and composure. Logan, transitioning from praise to decision, asked Henderson a direct question. Between himself and Jorge, who did Henderson believe should become the next commander? Elsewhere in the training grounds, Jorge demonstrated a high-level technique with precision and force, cleaving into the ground with a powerful strike. The spectacle showed his refined control and physical strength. Henderson looked on in awe, noting Jorge's significant improvement. That level of growth in just 10 days was almost unbelievable, and signaled his continued evolution despite his already elite status. Henderson acknowledged Jorge's skill with quiet respect. As he observed, he reached for the hilt of his sword, signifying that he had made his decision internally, a resolution about the future of the Order's leadership. After a training session, Jorge thanked Henderson for his guidance. He credited Henderson's instruction for his progress. Henderson, however, redirected the praise back to Jorge's own effort, downplaying his role in the other's improvement. Jorge, slightly puzzled, asked why Henderson was treating him so kindly despite their history. His tone suggested caution, aware of the past divide between them and unsure of Henderson's intentions. Henderson responded candidly, stating he had only been following orders before. He reminded Jorge that until recently they had stood on opposite sides of a conflict. Henderson reflected that only a small portion of the knights, about 30, were originally part of McLean. The majority, like Jorge, had been transferred in from other factions or disbanded orders. Jorge admitted to feeling uncertain about his place in the Knight Order. Though he was growing stronger, he found it presumptuous to think he might take on a significant leadership role. Henderson, recognizing Jorge's humility, encouraged him by pointing out his status as a top-tier knight. He reminded him that ability was what the young lord valued most, not background or past allegiances. Jorge then shifted the conversation, asking Henderson what he truly felt, not just as a knight but as a man. He wanted to know if Henderson had any personal resentment or objections. Henderson paused and calmly answered. Personal feelings, he said, did not matter to a knight. His duty was to follow his lord's orders, regardless of his own emotions or preferences. Henderson concluded by stating that as long as the Knight Order grew stronger, he would support it in any direction. But he left Jorge with a warning: if he ever did rise to an important position, he must remember the weight of that responsibility, and carry it without personal bias. Jorge stood upright, his expression proud and his posture firm. The weight of the decision before him was evident, yet he showed no hesitation as the moment approached for a public declaration. He lowered his gaze and stepped forward, with clarity and resolve. He raised his voice before those present, preparing to make his official statement regarding the Knight Order's future structure, in front of the others. Jorge formally pledged to follow Henderson as his senior knight. This act was not only a symbol of respect, but also a powerful gesture of unity, accepting Henderson's authority regardless of their differing origins. Henderson was caught off guard by Jorge's sudden and formal declaration. His wide-eyed reaction made it clear he hadn't expected such a public show of loyalty and trust. Jorge approached and offered a respectful bow. His behavior conveyed more than words. He was ready to serve, without pride or resistance. From a higher vantage point, Logan observed the interaction. He noted that the Kalia Knights were adjusting well to their new environment and duties. Henderson's integration into the order was smooth. While watching the scene unfold, one of Logan's advisors expressed surprise that Logan wasn't positioning his younger brother Ronian for future leadership. Given Ronian's talent and bloodline, it seemed like the natural course. Logan responded with calm clarity, revealing he had no intention of becoming the head of the family. He rejected the assumption that power and position should remain within the main bloodline. As they stood near the window, Logan formally stated his intentions. He planned to pass the family domain and its responsibilities to Ronian, entrusting his capable brother with the future of their house. Logan's father reacted with visible shock to his son's declaration. The decision to hand over the family domain to Ronian was unexpected and difficult to accept, especially given Logan's accomplishments. Logan calmly explained that Ronian was more than qualified to lead. He expressed confidence in his brother's abilities and clarified that his decision wasn't out of resignation but of purpose. Logan affirmed that while others may see this as giving up something important, he was aiming for a greater goal beyond the family domain. His words reflected ambition rooted in vision, not rebellion. His father, confused and overwhelmed, questioned Logan's direction. He couldn't understand what Logan hoped to achieve by stepping away from a position of such influence. Logan avoided specifics, stating only that his path would become clear in time. He asked for trust, knowing that his father had doubted him before but had also come to understand him eventually. After Logan left the room, Ronian stood silently in the hallway, having overheard the entire conversation. He clenched his fist, conflicted by what he had heard and questioning whether he was now a burden on his brother's future. Logan was told the night's issues had been resolved, and he was advised to finally take some rest. The sunlight streaming into the room added calm, yet his mind remained alert. Despite the reassurance, Logan hesitated. Memories of a past life stirred unease. He questioned the certainty of this situation, unsure if this peaceful moment had truly existed before. He dismissed the suggestion to rest and insisted there were still many unresolved matters. Instead of relaxing, he proposed holding a formal meeting to address the house's internal affairs. Later, the grand hall filled with the McLean household members, gathering for their first official general meeting under Logan's lead. With a sharp motion, Logan announced the beginning of the session. Logan acknowledged the recent elevation of their house's status. With that rise came complex responsibilities, and he invited everyone to discuss solutions and navigate the changes together. One member raised his hand and reported progress on a previous research direction. He mentioned needing additional funding to continue development. Another elder stepped forward, stating that the workshop required more manpower to boost crossbow production. Echoing that sentiment, others demanded more staff and administration. Observing the flood of requests, Logan realized how significant each proposal was. He decided to review each matter in sequence. The first issue brought forward was Clayton's research involving a unique metal infusion process. The research focused on the crownet, a technique to infuse ordinary metals with mana, potentially revolutionizing artifact production. Should Clayton's research prove successful, the house could begin producing lower-tier magical artifacts, enhancing their influence and income. Next came Hamma's workshop. Their crossbows were renowned across the kingdom, but mass production was impossible with their current dwarven workforce. The final topic addressed administration. With recent victories and expanded lands including Northern Kalaya, Bifrost, and Sylvan Fey Tesron, managing new regions required urgent staffing solutions. While reviewing the current state of affairs, Logan noted their control extended across 20 castles. Such vast responsibility demanded a larger workforce to sustain stability. Rather than settling the matter, he invited further input. His hand gesture signaled openness to unresolved concerns. Turning toward the quiet Ronian, Logan called on him directly. The young man stiffened under the attention, caught off guard by the question. Logan's reassurance gave Ronian the space to speak. Even so, the words stalled in his throat. After a pause, he explained that increased reputation had attracted waves of merchants and visitors. This influx, while beneficial, carried hidden consequences. Crimes such as theft and burglary had begun to rise. Several members acknowledged the shift with murmurs of concern, gathering confidence. Ronian suggested a revision of current regulations. His voice carried more resolve than before. Instead of burdening the standing military with internal issues, he proposed forming a specialized security force. It would focus solely on protecting civilian areas. By assigning veteran knights and retired soldiers to lead, the structure could function efficiently. The room responded with silent approval. Ronian's insight surprised even Logan. It mirrored strategies used in the Empire's largest cities developed entirely through his own judgment. Not wasting a moment, Logan endorsed the proposal. He handed responsibility to Ronian and suggested taking charge of a castle as a test of leadership. Though he accepted with a smile, Ronian's eyes didn't reflect joy. He bowed respectfully, yet something felt off. He affirmed he would do his best, but the energy behind his words had faded. There was a hesitation that didn't go unnoticed. The shift in his mood puzzled Logan. Praise had just been given, and yet Ronian seemed burdened, deciding to address it later. Logan made a mental note. There was clearly something troubling Ronian beneath the surface. Discussion shifted to administrative matters, with leaders acknowledging the need for additional staff. Logan steered the meeting toward addressing the number of personnel required. Estimates were given around 30 individuals were deemed necessary. One elder emphasized that new recruits must be prepared to start without delay. A senior advisor reminded the group that those currently in the room had proven loyalty. Logan agreed. Recognizing the importance of trust within their ranks, a suggestion emerged to distribute command across the castles by selecting internal candidates. This would streamline leadership and increase accountability. The room responded with immediate enthusiasm, understanding that a decision on Castellan assignments was imminent. Excitement filled the hall as the proposal gained traction. Logan confirmed their intent to select leaders for each castle immediately. The urgency of the matter left no room for delay. He called on Dwayne to make the first nomination. Initially volunteering himself, Dwayne was reminded that he needed to remain in a central role, instead of pushing forward. Another member raised his hand with an alternative approach. Damien was asked to continue the idea. He agreed that guidelines were needed to ensure fair selection and offered to help shape the process. The group turned its focus to the newly acquired territories of Kalia and Terran. Concerns were raised about unrest in unfamiliar regions. New domains could resist change, and soldiers might neglect their duties. To counter these issues, Damien recommended assigning knights as initial Castellans. Their training and discipline would help stabilize the transition. Logan considered how well thought the suggestions were. The combination of military and administration strategy was beginning to take shape. With nominations underway, names quickly filled the air. Several candidates were put forward to manage different regions. Amused by the eager participation, Logan noted their enthusiasm. He observed Ronian quietly and sensed something still lingered beneath his composed exterior. From a modest beginning, their household had expanded greatly. Just 3 years ago, they possessed only a single small castle. Now, they stood before a large crowd of loyal retainers and knights. The scale of their growth was undeniable. Praise was given to Logan for the family's success. He received the gratitude with a composed smile, aware of the weight it carried. Far from the council hall, a new scene unfolded under a bright sky. A grand structure rose at the city's heart, radiating authority. Approaching its gates, a man clad in a blue cloak made his way inside. His footsteps echoed through the stone corridor. A guard acknowledged his presence. The name, Felix Esperanza, the Sword Duke, was spoken, granting him entry. Crossing the large doors, Felix stepped into an ornately furnished chamber. His expression remained unreadable. At the far end, a man worked alone behind a wide desk. Documents surrounded him. Yet he didn't pause. Felix observed silently. Noting the Emperor's absorbed demeanor, the room felt heavy with unspoken thoughts. The Emperor finally addressed him, welcoming the Sword Duke. He appeared slightly tipsy, a glass of wine resting nearby. Felix commented on the drink, surprised by the sight. In response, the Emperor laughed, dismissing the concern lightly. Lifting his glass, the Emperor explained it was not for indulgence, but to steady his emotions. It was a gesture of remembrance for fallen brothers. He spoke further about the past of living in his sibling's shadow and enduring hardship. The wine symbolized both grief and freedom. Just as the atmosphere settled, the Emperor inquired about Felix's visit. Before the Duke could respond, a knock echoed through the room. A servant entered with something the Emperor had requested. Without hesitation, he invited them in, shifting focus away from the solemn moment. The chamber doors opened with urgency, drawing everyone's attention. Servants stepped in quickly, their movement precise and silent. A group of women followed, each carrying trays filled with carefully prepared food. The atmosphere shifted as the aroma of the dishes filled the room. Their expressions were calm and composed as they navigated the hall, elegantly dressed. They exuded discipline and grace in service. Felix raised a question, sensing something unfamiliar about the situation. A servant approached and began pouring wine into the Emperor's glass. Curiosity turned to confusion as Felix observed closely. The wine flowed smoothly, yet the moment felt oddly rehearsed. The Emperor clarified that the server was someone new. Felix realized he had never seen this man before. Explaining further, the Emperor shared that the man had once worked at the castle. His talent for understanding people earned him a position as cupbearer. Introducing himself as Cleo, the man greeted Felix with a practiced smile. His words were polite, yet his presence unsettled the Duke. Felix studied the man closely while others observed. Doubt flickered in his eyes as he questioned the Emperor's judgment. Inside the McLean administrative office, officials gathered around a long table, reviewing various reports critical to managing the territory. At the head, the newly appointed lord remained silent, overseeing the process. Two noble administrators, Fabian and Lockman, walked into the room with confidence, their expressions suggesting pride in their new duties. Fabian handed over essential documents regarding the harvest and construction projects. The Lord acknowledged their efforts without fanfare, shifting attention quickly back to the paperwork. Dwayne, a bearded official, watched Fabian and Lockman with narrowed eyes. Discontent flickered among the older staff as they observed the noble's growing influence. Lockman politely pointed out an error in the budget documents Dwayne had submitted. Although caught off guard, Dwayne responded with forced gratitude. Lockman remained composed, offering further support, subtly asserting his capability over his senior colleague. Fabian and Lockman reaffirmed their loyalty to the Lord. They expressed eagerness to contribute, their words echoing a noble sense of duty. Their behavior, however, drew mockery from other lower-ranked staff. Laughter erupted in a separate room, where some ridiculed the formality and pride of the noble aides. Frustration boiled over as a man slammed his drink down, cursing the decision to hire nobles. Seated together, commoner staff voiced concern. Some questioned whether they'd now be forced to cater to noble whims to keep their positions. They reflected on the recent hiring spree, once a hopeful opportunity, now overshadowed by disappointment, upon seeing the chosen applicants. One man's anger intensified as he remembered the long list of hopefuls, all of whom, it turned out, were nobles. They speculated the hiring was influenced by war preparations. The nobles were likely brought in due to their experience in managing conflicts. Concern deepened, knowing they'd soon be taking orders from elites. Some feared their efforts would be dismissed or undermined entirely. Back in the office, the young Lord Dwayne stood alone. Though quiet, he observed everything, silently preparing for the inevitable challenges ahead. Within the office, Dwayne reported on the new hire's competence. He acknowledged Fabian and Lockman's superior skills without hesitation, stating they had surpassed his own Adrian. The young lord listened in silence. Dwayne's statement hung in the air as he stood firm, concealing his inner thoughts. After a brief pause, Adrian accepted the update and dismissed him. Dwayne gave a respectful nod, though something weighed on his mind. Just as he turned to leave, Dwayne hesitated and addressed the Lord once more. His voice carried uncertainty, but his intent was firm. With a trembling stance, he struggled to find the words. Adrian urged him to speak without delay. Finally, Dwayne voiced his request to retire. The declaration shocked Adrian, who stared in disbelief at the sudden announcement. Startled, Adrian demanded a reason. Dwayne calmly explained that the thought had lingered since Sir Heinkel's resignation. He believed the time had come for him to step aside, especially with others now handling training duties in his place. Despite Adrian's objections, Dwayne insisted that his role had diminished. He admitted feeling that his usefulness had reached its end. Haunted by self-doubt, Dwayne believed the new administrators outshined him in every aspect. Their confidence only deepened his insecurity. As a commoner, he feared holding authority over nobles might disrupt harmony within the structure of the organization. Apologizing sincerely, Dwayne lowered his head. Adrian, though composed, quietly processed the painful resignation. Taking responsibility, Adrian acknowledged his failure to notice Dwayne's distress. He attempted to reconsider the matter calmly. Dwayne, touched by the gesture, looked conflicted. Emotions lingered in the silence between them, but unable to hold back. He raised his voice in frustration, shouting his final decision. The moment marked an end neither had wanted. In an unexpected move, Adrian reminded Dwayne of his newly granted noble status. The statement left Dwayne stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. Adrian explained that the title had been recorded with the kingdom after the war, recognizing Dwayne's service. Still hesitant, Dwayne questioned if the king would approve. Adrian reassured him with confidence, insisting that honoring loyal workers was justified. Far from the McLean estate, the royal capital stood tall under a warm sky. Its grandeur set the stage for deeper political developments. A knight approached the palace gates with purpose, carrying questions and concerns about the recent changes in the kingdom. Inside, the king stood confused by the ongoing festivities. His frustration surfaced as he asked for an explanation of the elaborate preparations. A noblewoman calmly reminded the king that it was part of the ceremonial rites. The king was reminded that this 27-fold ceremony honored the 9 gods. With 3 days dedicated to the departed, it was tradition. Meanwhile, a young nobleman was chastised for drinking during the event. He dismissed the concern, claiming he was in control of himself. Embarrassed, the man apologized to the king. The mood remained heavy, yet another advisor entered, steering the topic back to political matters. He inquired about the next move concerning House Wolves. The advisor proposed a punishment demotion and the seizure of half their lands. The king listened silently. Despite being wronged, the decision hinted at mercy, or perhaps restraint, during a time of national grief. Alone in the hall, the king reflected on his losses. He believed grief was necessary before making lasting decisions. Though silent, the weight of responsibility still pressed on him. Before he could speak again, a messenger arrived with a letter from the crown. The message likely held orders that would shape what came next. Within the palace, a message from the crown was delivered. Confused, the knight questioned why he was the recipient rather than the king. The explanation came hesitantly. His Majesty was indisposed. Realizing the urgency behind the message, the knight ordered to be brought to it immediately. As dawn painted the sky, the request was acknowledged. The messenger departed swiftly, knowing the matter couldn't wait. Meanwhile, in a different room, Logan held a glowing communication orb. Its light pulsed with magic, signaling a connection. Logan initiated the ritual, but was startled when the person on the other end wasn't who he expected. The knight from earlier appeared instead, identifying Logan with familiarity. The tone hinted at a shared history. The knight explained the king was unavailable and offered to handle the conversation. Logan hesitated, unsure of what was happening. While the knight downplayed the situation, Logan sensed something was being concealed behind the knight's composed demeanor. Pushing aside his doubts, Logan returned to his request. The knight urged him to speak freely and explain his intentions. Logan made his case, seeking only a title for someone's service, without land or reward. The knight listened attentively. Satisfied with Logan's sincerity, the knight agreed to speak to the king. He cautioned, however, that this would be the last title Logan could grant. Then he accepted the terms without complaint. The orb dimmed slowly, signaling the end of the connection. Leaning back in his chair, Logan let out a sigh. He had expected a scolding for making such a request, yet something in the knight's behavior felt off. His voice lacked its usual weight and warmth. Concern lingered in Logan's mind. The sudden end to the call, and the knight's distant attitude, made him wonder if something serious had occurred behind the scenes. Dwayne burst into the room, flinging himself at Adrian in an overly dramatic show of gratitude, catching the young lord completely off guard. Clinging tightly, he wept emotionally, overwhelmed by Adrian's gesture to honor him with nobility, unable to contain his feelings. Despite Adrian's attempts to break free, Dwayne clung on, swearing eternal loyalty to the McLean family with tears and exaggerated flair. Under the evening sky, a cloaked woman rushed away from the estate, her steps urgent and unwavering. A concerned knight called out, urging her to reconsider her departure, fearing for her safety if something went wrong. Without turning back, she approached the waiting carriage, accepting whatever outcome awaited her beyond the walls. As she walked, she recalled how her family had lost everything after the war, abandoned despite pleas for mercy. Her father had knelt before the palace for days, but it changed nothing. Despair had defined their fall. Eyes fierce with resolve, she declared this wasn't the end. Determined, she still believed in the chance to recover her future. Morning light poured through the windows of the noble hall as a solemn assembly gathered for an important proclamation. A young man with crimson hair stood confidently before the gathered crowd. Holding a decree in his hand, he declared the commendation of a commoner who had served the family well. He formally announced the elevation of Dwayne Pilsner to the noble title of Baron, a rare act authorized by none other than His Majesty, Rogers von Grandia. The hall erupted in joyous celebration as Dwayne was lifted by his companions, unable to contain their pride and excitement at his newfound nobility. Cheers followed, as fellow nobles approached him with congratulatory gestures. Among the well-wishers stood Lord Fabian and Lord Lockman. Outside, the commotion continued, as servants and guests praised Baron Dwayne with enthusiastic chants. Echoing through the estate's courtyard, Lord Lockman, observing the scene, remarked how loyalty and ability alone could elevate a commoner to noble rank within their house. Pleased with the decision, the red-haired lord smiled and acknowledged Lockman's words, proud of the direction the McLean family had taken. In a forest clearing, preparations began for a recruitment trial, known as the Test of the Senses, drawing numerous young applicants to prove their worth. Boys lined up under the watchful eyes of knights. One officer noted the increase in soldier applicants, a sign of growing interest in military service. He credited Eileen's proposal for the inclusion of female recruits. A seasoned officer, wearing a scarred eye patch, shared how the test had helped awaken latent potential in many new recruits. The red-haired lord, now revealed to be Logan McLean, sensed faint signs of power in several candidates before the trial even began. His focus shifted to one girl who stood apart. While others looked on in surprise, Logan's gaze remained fixed. Something about her had already caught his attention. Logan raised his hand, his senses alert to the subtle ripple of internal force emanating from one of the candidates. Although the girl displayed no outward aura, a faint energy flickered within her. Logan recognized it instantly, noting its similarity to something he once possessed. Having lost his own power in the past, Logan explained that the absence of force had heightened his sensitivity, allowing him to detect even the weakest presence in others. He reflected silently, stunned by the notion of gaining sensitivity to force only after losing it, a contradiction to all he'd known. This phenomenon defied his previous experiences, even those from his former life. No knights had survived without their force, let alone adapted this way. Recalling his own journey, Logan recognized the parallel. The moment his former self perished, his force was destroyed. Memories surged, images of his past death, the pain of shattered power, and the moment his soul crossed into a second life. After his return, his body reacted differently. Heightened senses and superhuman perception became part of him, replacing the lost force with something else entirely. Driven by instinct, he attempted to rouse that hidden power again. Wiping his forehead, Logan masked the discomfort. He brushed off concern, telling his aide he was fine and ready to move on. He departed the area, leaving instructions behind. The knights were to finish evaluating the recruits and send him the report. As Logan vanished into the forest, the eye-patched man remained behind. Racing ahead, Logan sought an isolated place. His thoughts burned with the need to test and stabilize the force stirring within him. Suddenly, a voice halted his steps. Turning, he found himself face to face with his father, a stern man who had noticed his absence. Caught off guard, Logan responded vaguely, but his father, sharp-eyed and unconvinced, questioned why he intended to train alone in secrecy. As Logan tried to step away, Eileen rushed toward him, calling out urgently. Her expression was firm, and her presence halted the conversation. Standing before him and his father, she delivered her report with composure. Among the new recruits, several female candidates had shown notable promise. Logan's father quickly guessed which candidate she meant, referring to one tall girl, before she could finish. Logan's father interrupted again, teasingly questioning whether Logan and Eileen always spoke about work so seriously. Both were confused at first, but he pressed on with a smile, likening them to a couple obsessed with duty more than anything else. Then came the unexpected question: when would they marry? Shocked, Logan and Eileen froze in place, eyes wide with disbelief. Later that day, Logan sat alone by a quiet riverbank, trying to calm himself. His mind swirled with thoughts of embarrassment, unsure how to handle the conversation that had just occurred. He assumed Eileen would be angry. She soon arrived, catching up with him. Though breathless from running, she stood calmly and greeted him without scolding. Logan apologized quietly, admitting how awkwardly he'd acted earlier. Eileen smiled softly, accepting his apology without judgment. She noted she had been caught off guard too, but unlike him, she didn't run. She clarified she wasn't seeking an apology. Logan was surprised by her tone, unaware of what she really intended to say next. With a calm but direct voice, Eileen asked when they would marry, echoing the very question Logan had fled from. She pressed the issue they needed a proper plan, so awkward moments wouldn't repeat. Her eyes revealed a quiet resolve. Logan panicked, scrambling to explain, flustered but genuine. He blurted out that his hesitation wasn't from unwillingness. It was simply shock. The silence between them softened under the fading light. Sitting side by side, Logan and Eileen watched the gentle flow of the stream in shared peace. Logan finally spoke with regret, apologizing for making her feel uncertain. She admitted she had feared rejection not as a comrade, but as his fiancé, a title she rarely allowed herself to say aloud. Logan lowered his eyes, unable to meet hers. He confessed his fears, believing Eileen was too good for him, too strong, too capable. He elaborated further, saying the burdens ahead would grow heavier, and his responsibilities would consume him for years to come. Doubt filled his voice as he claimed he'd make a terrible husband under such weight. Eileen's gaze remained steady. She questioned his logic, asking what kind of leader tried to carry everything alone without help. She leaned closer, and simply stated what seemed obvious to her: he needed support. Someone who would stabilize everything around him. Confused and flustered, Logan reacted, claiming it would be unfair to her. Rising slightly, she reminded him of one thing: when a person devotes their life to building something great, their partner shares the same vision. Her voice softened, as she described how a husband who sees his flaws is already a great one, and that his efforts would strengthen their house. She smiled, explaining that her role would be just as demanding as his knight, and as his wife, she would walk the same path. Logan sat in silence, overwhelmed by her unwavering belief in him. Gently, she took his hand, grounding him in her warmth. Realization struck. He had misunderstood everything. This wasn't just about burdens, it was about partnership. With a renewed heart, Logan gave his answer. No more hesitation, no more doubts. He looked at her, and said it clearly: they would marry. A carriage arrived quietly under snowfall, its golden frame reflecting the cold light. The door opened as a figure stepped out into the night. Silver hair and sharp eyes marked the woman's presence. Her gaze scanned the surroundings, noting how different McLean had become since her last visit. She stood before the city's gates, cloaked in mystery. Silent footsteps echoed behind her as she walked toward the estate under moonlight. A knight warned her to leave, reminding her of the broken engagement. She dismissed his concern without hesitation. Turning calmly, she assured him that Logan would not have forgotten her, despite time and distance. Elsewhere, Logan laughed beside Eileen, unaware of the storm quietly approaching. While McLean managed its internal affairs, whispers spread across the capital claiming that Kyrun Wolves, the disgraced runaway count, had returned from disappearance. Rumors painted him as the noble who vanished during battle, abandoning duty only to shamelessly kneel once more before the royal palace gates. In full view of the crown and gathered citizens, he bowed deeply on the stone courtyard, enduring humiliation as judgment loomed over him. Collapsed on both knees, Kyrun begged the monarch to consider his plea, offering every estate and asset belonging to House Wolves. Desperation consumed him as he pressed his hands against the ground, confessing past failures, and requesting one final opportunity to repent. With his voice breaking under fear, he pleaded for mercy, fully aware that refusal would mean execution and the permanent erasure of his bloodline. After 4 days of relentless kneeling, the king finally addressed him. Drawing the court's silent anticipation toward a single decree, the monarch accepted the surrender of property but reduced House Wolves to a minor viscountcy, stripping it of former authority and prestige. Exile was imposed upon Kyrun himself, commanding him to leave the capital and return to the territory where his diminished house would now reside. Seasons passed, and within the restored estate, Rena carried herself with composure, presenting no sign of hardship despite lingering uncertainty. Observing her reflection and movements, she maintained dignified confidence, refusing to appear weakened by political downfall or broken alliances. From a distant vantage, a loyal knight answered her calmly, reinforcing her poised image within the quiet halls of the manor. Doubt surfaced regarding whether a former engagement could influence future plans, especially as the man in question now stood promised to another. Memories revealed their shared childhood and his pride. After ending the betrothal, though ambition seemed to guide his decisions more than emotion, despite accepting compensation tied to familial interests, he could not entirely suppress regret, leaving unresolved tension between past affection and present calculation. Inside the manor, discussion turned to the 3 million gold received after the broken engagement, a sum that had prevented House Wolves from immediate collapse. Rena reflected that her father had endured humiliation and political scorn solely to secure their family's survival in desperate circumstances. Determination hardened within her as she resolved to restore their standing through her own efforts, rather than relying on past arrangements. Upon hearing that Logan had arrived, she quickly composed herself, adjusting her posture and expression exactly as she had practiced. The door opened to reveal him standing composed with documents in hand, his presence calm yet distant compared to their shared childhood. Surprise briefly crossed her eyes, but she restrained it, recognizing that sentiment would not influence the negotiation ahead. Logan acknowledged the passage of time with polite detachment, maintaining formal courtesy without displaying warmth. When asked about his purpose, Rena steered the exchange toward reconciliation, proposing to mend past mistakes between their families. Seated across the lavish chamber, both maintained measured composure, aware that reputation and advantage mattered more than lingering familiarity. Logan questioned the absence of Viscount Wolves, implying that true authority should accompany such proposals. Rena explained that her father was currently indisposed, striving tirelessly to defend their weakened house from further decline. Feigning mild disappointment, Logan concealed sharper calculations behind a restrained expression. He then declared that his family required no assistance, dismissing the offer with finality. Rena acknowledged the refusal calmly, though tension tightened her posture as the negotiations slipped beyond recovery. With the meeting concluded and urgency pressing upon him, Logan urged efficiency, leaving Rena seated in silence as the opportunity dissolved. A sharp breath escaped Rena as her fingers clenched tightly, acknowledging that Logan's resistance exceeded her earlier calculations. Instead of retreating, she deliberately altered her approach, allowing her posture to soften while carefully summoning restrained emotion. With lowered eyes and controlled hesitation, she appealed to shared memories, intending to reopen a bond she believed still lingered. Carefully measured vulnerability colored her expression as she urged him to reflect on the past they once shared. A faint flush touched her cheeks, and a tremor in her gaze reinforced the illusion of sincerity beneath her composed exterior. Caught off guard, Logan's composure faltered briefly, revealing that the shift in her demeanor had unsettled him. Turning slightly aside, she interpreted his reaction as proof that her presence had not faded completely from his mind. Behind that fragile FAA, quiet satisfaction formed as she recognized emotional influence remained possible. Across from her, lingering memories resurfaced within Logan, stirring discomfort he had not anticipated. A sudden recollection of chaos and aggression flashed through him, reminding him of a moment when restraint had once broken. Regaining control, Rena redirected the conversation toward tangible matters, highlighting the merchant foundations her house still possessed. Generations of trade routes and commercial knowledge were presented as enduring strengths despite political decline. Firmly placing her palm upon the table, she proposed distributing McLean's newly developed weapons through her established networks. Confidently, she promised a 30-fold return on costs, framing the arrangement as strategic cooperation rather than desperation. Without hesitation, Logan stood and rejected the offer, declaring independence before bringing the discussion to an abrupt end. Driven to desperation, Rena suddenly offered her hand in marriage, declaring that such a union would bind their families permanently. Without the slightest pause, Logan lifted his hand and refused outright, dismissing the proposal with cold detachment. Stunned by the immediate rejection, she faltered, hastily claiming that the past engagement had never truly been her will. As he turned to leave, she called after him, insisting she possessed documents, proving she had opposed the broken betrothal, before he could exit. She lowered herself to her knees and questioned whether he no longer cared for her. Rising slightly, she pressed further, declaring she would even accept the position of concubine if that secured his favor. Tears welled in her eyes as she claimed she would do anything required, abandoning pride in pursuit of survival. A quiet scoff escaped Logan, followed by unrestrained laughter that shattered the fragile tension she had built. Regaining composure, he apologized lightly, though the amusement lingering in his expression betrayed contempt. With deliberate calm, he stated plainly that he held no interest in her whatsoever. Turning toward the doorway, he advised her to take care on her return, signaling the absolute end of discussion. Left alone in the vast chamber, Rena remained kneeling, her shadow stretching across the floor in silent humiliation. Escorted toward the exit, she moved unsteadily, her composure finally cracking beneath accumulated rejection. A sudden collision at the doorway knocked her backward, causing her to lose balance and fall. A red-haired woman reached out in surprise, expressing concern as Rena lay on the ground, shaken and exposed before another witness. A brief clash of hands halted Rena's fall at the doorway, drawing the attention of a red-haired woman who stared in confusion at the tense departure unfolding behind her. From a distance, Rena steadied herself while Logan turned his focus toward the newcomer, leaving the corridor thick with awkward silence. Composure restored, Rena withdrew without protest, though her tightened expression revealed humiliation she refused to display openly. In the hallway, Logan explained the visit as a simple invitation for tea arranged by his mother, framing the encounter as routine courtesy. The red-haired woman responded warmly, leaning close with familiarity that contrasted sharply with the earlier rejection. Watching from afar, Rena observed their closeness and recognized the visible difference between political calculation and genuine affection. As the pair moved further down the corridor, Logan remarked upon Rena's stubborn resolve with measured interest. Attention shifted to the documents she had mentioned, prompting curiosity about the claims surrounding her former engagement. Quietly, Logan contemplated expanding McLean's merchant operations, considering whether strategic growth might serve his broader ambitions. Logan stands in a quiet corridor and calmly outlines his plan to create a merchant group within the McLean territory while reviewing documents. The woman facing Logan listens carefully, gradually understanding that his recent absence was spent preparing this commercial foundation rather than attending trivial matters. After briefly considering whether assistance is necessary, Logan decides to entrust the operation to a capable subordinate, showing calculated confidence in his selection. Inside a paper-filled office, a young man reacts in disbelief when Logan declares that the entire merchant group will be placed under his control. Confusion spreads across his face as he questions how Logan can assign such responsibility without hesitation, recognizing the enormous scale involved. Remaining composed, Logan explains that the young man's past achievements and natural skill in trade justify this unexpected appointment. Left alone with his racing thoughts, the appointed manager struggles to understand why Logan would offer trust so freely. A sudden realization emerges when he recalls the binding contract that secures obligations between himself and Logan. Remembering that agreement steadies his doubts, allowing cautious acceptance to replace his earlier shock. Steam curls from a teacup as Logan details the first strategy, beginning with selling surplus grain worth an immense amount of gold. Formal documents follow, granting authority over servants, guards, and workers, while revealing that significant reserve funds have already been prepared. The young man becomes visibly shaken upon hearing the financial scale, realizing Logan has invested resources beyond expectation. With measured confidence, Logan adds that a generous commission will reward successful management through shared profits. Overwhelmed by the magnitude of support, the manager demands to know Logan's true intention behind such overwhelming backing. Calmly concluding, Logan states that he seeks two results: clear profit for the merchant group and fulfillment of a second undisclosed objective. Logan studies a strategic map marked with trade routes and territories, declaring his intention to build new commercial connections that extend deep into the empire. Across from him, his appointed manager reacts with confusion, noting that major merchant groups already conduct business there through established channels. With quiet certainty, Logan clarifies that he does not intend to follow conventional routes, revealing his plan to create alternative paths beyond predictable networks. From his desk, Logan questions whether enough information has been gathered, weighing the risks between ambition and caution. Thoughts turn toward influential imperial families, especially those whose reputations grant access to powerful circles within the empire. Memories surface of shifting loyalties and fragile alliances, reminding him that status inside the empire determines survival until open conflict begins. Holding his teacup steadily, Logan admits he requires time and reliable people before expanding into imperial territory. The manager proposes that a major imperial player must serve as their bridge, estimating that at least 5 years will be necessary. Logan recalls someone matching that description, implying preparations have already begun without revealing full details. The manager identifies the powerful family Logan references, acknowledging their extensive connections throughout the empire's noble circles. Dark recollections interrupt his thoughts, recalling that one heir died in the previous war while another household collapsed into ruin. Those tragic outcomes emphasize how unstable imperial politics can be, reinforcing the danger hidden behind influential names. A desperate plea echoes from the past, as a father begs for protection, while declaring loyalty and kinship. A noblewoman appears conflicted, her expression revealing hesitation between family duty and political survival. Walking beside Logan under a shared umbrella, she reflects on how her family once abandoned him during war, binding their fates in unresolved tension. Walking beside his mother, Logan calmly states that he intends to obtain something from the influential family rather than avoid them. Extending his hand as if sealing an unseen arrangement, he sends formal greetings while arranging for the Kairos merchant leader to be assigned. The appointment of Varon, Kairos' successor and current head of the Kairos grain trade, is revealed as Logan's chosen connection within the empire. Philip reacts with astonishment upon realizing that the powerful Kairos leader will personally oversee their trade relationship. Logan confidently introduces Philip as head of the McLean merchant group, framing the partnership as mutually beneficial. Varon questions Philip's background and status, testing his composure before deciding whether cooperation is worthwhile. Philip admits he is a commoner without noble lineage, standing firm despite the social imbalance between them. Varon mocks the proposal briefly, asserting dominance and implying that refusal is not truly an option. After weighing profit against pride, Varon concedes and agrees to support Philip, sealing the decision with a firm handshake. Several days later, merchant flags bearing a new emblem wave above the city, signaling the formal launch of the organization. Citizens observe wagons moving in formation through the streets, recognizing that a structured merchant force now operates openly. Philip turns in surprise when he hears his name called, realizing Logan has arrived in person. Logan approaches alongside Dwayne, explaining that he came personally to ensure proper farewell before departure. With composed assurance, Logan reveals he has prepared an additional measure to strengthen their position. Holding up a document Philip failed to notice, Logan hints that this overlooked detail may become the key to future expansion. Philip stares at the contract in disbelief, questioning why Logan is presenting the very agreement he once signed. With a faint smile, Logan tears the document apart, shocking Philip as fragments scatter through the air. In a sudden surge of energy, Logan announces that this act is Philip's true reward, freeing him from past obligations. Overwhelmed by emotion, Philip realizes Logan never forgot his dedication and loyalty. Dwayne reminds him that the commission terms still stand, urging him to continue striving as head of the McLean merchant group. Through tears, Philip kneels and pledges unwavering effort, accepting both freedom and responsibility. Logan and Dwayne watch as wagons depart the city gates, citizens cheering beneath fluttering merchant banners. As the celebration fades, Logan turns his thoughts toward neighboring territories and future expansion. When asked about his destination, Logan reveals he intends to travel to Terran, rather than remain in familiar lands. Dwayne questions the value of visiting a barren region, noting that McLean already lacks resources and population. Logan responds calmly that he has matters to confirm before making any large movements. A new arrival interrupts them, greeting Logan as a brother and drawing his attention. Logan studies the man before him, immediately sensing a significant change in presence and strength. As tension rises, he carefully reassesses the situation, recognizing that this individual has grown far more capable than before. Realization settles in that the man now carries the aura of a high-ranking knight, signaling future challenges ahead. Logan examines his younger brother's hardened physique in the marketplace, questioning his sudden growth, while warning him not to overstrain himself recklessly. The brother explains that he simply discovered a new method after leaving home, revealing that his improvement came through independent effort. After a brief pause, he declares his intention to depart on a warrior's pilgrimage, signaling a personal journey beyond Logan's protection. A warrior's pilgrimage is introduced as a harsh journey meant to temper combat ability and interpersonal strength through relentless trials and real danger. Although the path sounds honorable and prestigious, many participants perish before returning, causing the tradition to lose favor among modern noble families. Logan, a brown-haired young man, is presented as someone who willingly chooses this dangerous road, despite the obvious risks surrounding it. In the town square, Logan reflects on his role within the family, recognizing that his current duties bring him little sense of purpose. Across from him stands a well-dressed noble who oversees training and security, visibly unsettled by Logan's sudden declaration. Logan explains that he merely carried out responsibilities that originally belonged to that noble, implying misplaced expectations within their household. Pressed further, Logan admits that leadership and visible authority were never skills he believed himself to possess naturally. The noble realizes that if Logan remains, his presence alone would eventually elevate him as the family's central pillar. When asked who influenced this drastic decision, Logan calmly reveals that the very person questioning him shaped his resolve. Shock spreads across the noble's face as Logan insists that this influence has existed for as long as he can remember. A memory surfaces of peaceful days beneath a tree, where reassurance and belonging were quietly given without hesitation. Logan acknowledges that conflicts and misunderstandings occurred, yet the foundation of trust between them never truly disappeared. He recalls how the noble always stepped forward whenever the family faced crisis, becoming the shield that absorbed every burden. From behind that steadfast figure, Logan watched and believed that any problem would be resolved through unwavering strength. Carrying that long-held faith into adulthood, Logan decides to embark on the pilgrimage, determined to grow strong enough to stand beside him, rather than behind him. Logan senses that remaining within the estate will only restrain Roman's growth, believing his presence unintentionally overshadows the younger heir's potential. Firmly rejecting the blame placed upon his brother, Logan concludes that he himself has been the obstacle preventing Roman from advancing further. Memories of Roman awakening his aura earlier than before and gaining recognition from powerful circles convince Logan that distance is necessary for true progress. Determination hardens as Logan decides that becoming stronger requires separation, even if it means abandoning the comfort of familiar bonds. In quiet reflection, he admits that clinging to his brother for answers would only weaken his resolve and delay inevitable change. A sudden interruption draws Roman's attention, and the younger brother notices a subtle shift in Logan's expression. Composure replaces earlier tension as Logan looks at Roman with clarity, recognizing that this version differs from the one etched in painful memories. He accepts that the past he remembers no longer defines the present, and that Roman must walk a path unburdened by former failures. Under the fading light of evening, Logan asks whether a simple farewell is sufficient before beginning his departure. Family members gather, alarmed by the brevity of his explanation and the uncertain length of his absence. His mother's restrained sorrow contrasts with his father's blunt confusion, revealing how deeply his decision unsettles the household. Despite their worry, Logan calmly insists that this journey is essential for both his own growth and the restoration of their family's standing. Tears form in his mother's eyes as she struggles between pride and fear over the dangers awaiting him beyond their gates. Standing with a travel pack secured to his back, Logan reassures them through steady resolve rather than empty promises. With a final glance at his family, he steps forward toward the uncertain road, carrying responsibility not as a burden but as a chosen duty. Logan gives a small nod to his brother, silently acknowledging the unspoken understanding between them before turning away from the estate gates. Their mother watches from the doorway, her composure fragile as emotion lingers in her eyes while she accepts his departure. Under the warm glow of evening light, Logan embraces her briefly, then steps back with steady resolve. His father and brother stand beside her, offering firm encouragement as Logan announces he is leaving without further delay. Footsteps echo across the stone courtyard as he walks forward, each stride widening the distance between himself and home. From behind, his family continues watching until his figure begins to shrink along the descending road. At the outer path, Logan notices Victor waiting beside a horse, arms crossed as if expecting this exact moment. The two young men face each other calmly, their exchange marked more by mutual respect than sentimentality. Victor offers a final reminder about discipline and survival, testing whether Logan truly understands the dangers ahead. Confidence surfaces in Logan's expression as he adjusts the pack on his shoulders and answers with quiet assurance. A brief smile crosses Victor's face, revealing pride carefully hidden beneath his composed exterior. They clasp forearms in farewell, sealing their rivalry and friendship with a firm, deliberate grip. Far from the estate, a secluded building stands among trees, where violent impacts shake the silence inside. An elderly dwarf relentlessly strikes a bound opponent, muttering about reaching the end of a long pursuit tied to an old name. Within the dim chamber, the mention of Noir, a figure from 2 centuries past, hints that forces beyond Logan's awareness are already moving. Inside, a quiet workshop, an elderly dwarf delicately carves a statue of Noir, praising her beauty while striving to perfect every fine detail. Logan observes from behind, noting the craftsman's obsession with capturing the eyes as the statue's most important feature. Irritated by interruption, the dwarf fiercely guards his work, treating the sculpture as something far more precious than stone. Without warning, the statue shatters from a sudden impact, fragments scattering across the floor as the dwarf cries out in despair. Logan stands calmly amid the debris, revealing that he came specifically because of the name Noir. Grabbing the stunned craftsman by the collar, Logan remarks that he appears to have far too much idle time. With unsettling cheerfulness, Logan proposes a journey, offering no explanation as the dwarf stares in confusion. Moments later, the workshop empties abruptly, leaving only dust behind as they are transported away. The dwarf finds himself in a vast desert, shock overtaking him as endless dunes stretch toward the horizon. Riding through the barren land, Logan travels alongside the dwarf and a rugged mage mounted on horseback. During the trek, the mage admits he exhausted the remaining power of a magic tower to accomplish recent feats. He complains about the staggering cost of experiments and the low chances of success, frustration surfacing openly. Despite the complaints, Logan remains focused, confident that success in developing these harsh lands will transform their fortunes. Golden light washes over the desert as he explains that wealth will follow once Terran's potential is unlocked. Stunned by his ambition, the dwarf questions his reaction, while Logan calmly reminds them that Terran is destined to become the kingdom's greatest mining city. The dwarf recalls that Terran flourished 200 years ago, yet time reduced it to barren land filled with collapsed tunnels and deserted mines. Broken wooden supports and scattered debris illustrate the decay, reinforcing his doubt about whether anything valuable could remain beneath the sand. Logan studies the ruins calmly, allowing the others to question his motives while he assesses the terrain with measured confidence. With deliberate certainty, Logan reveals that untouched mana stones are still buried deep below the abandoned shafts. Shock spreads among his companions as they grasp the scale of resources potentially hidden underground. Ignoring their outrage, Logan clarifies that uncovering those mana stones is the true objective of their expedition. Mana stones are introduced as rare mineral crystals, essential for civilization, warfare, and magic, their discovery capable of shifting national power and altering the Empire's future. Logan, recalling knowledge from his previous life, evaluates the political consequences of such a deposit, understanding that securing it first could prevent his family's downfall. Determination settles within him as he resolves to claim the site before rival forces uncover it, believing the risk is justified by future survival. In a barren mining region, Logan oversees workers and a robed mage as they prepare controlled excavation, carefully following his precise instructions. Earth begins to shift under magical influence, and a massive golem drives its fists into the rocky ground, breaking layers of stone efficiently. The old miner watches closely, while the golem's strikes create a stable tunnel entrance, proving the method both safe and productive. Inside the expanding mine, magical energy solidifies loose earth, while debris is cleared systematically, allowing continuous progress without collapse. Multiple golems operate simultaneously under supervision, each assigned a section to maximize output and reduce restoration time. A completed tunnel stands firm, demonstrating that the operation is advancing far faster than traditional mining practices. Later, Logan distributes simple food to the workers, maintaining morale while discussing projected timelines for full site restoration. Estimates suggest the mining zone could be fully stabilized within several days if the current pace continues. The laborers, surprised by Logan's practical skills and leadership, begin reassessing their impression of the noble overseeing them. As they eat together near the mine entrance, Logan reflects on habits formed during harsher years before his regression. Experience gained from a former life of survival has shaped his efficiency, influencing even small tasks within the camp. With steady progress and loyal workers, Logan moves one step closer to securing the mana stones that could protect his fallen family's future. 4 days later, the mining site expands deeper underground as Logan and his team advance, with steady coordination and controlled magical excavation. Guided by torchlight, the dwarf Clayton confirms that a second mineshaft has been successfully opened without structural instability. Encouraged by the pace, the group prepares to continue further inward, sensing they are approaching something significant beneath the earth. Suddenly, Clayton halts and presses his hand against the tunnel wall, reacting to a faint but unusual surge within the rock. A wave of concentrated energy pulses through the stone, causing the mage and workers to stiffen as they recognize its intensity. Logan observes calmly, while Clayton identifies the presence of a rich mana vein embedded beyond the surface layer. Overcome with excitement, Clayton shouts and rushes forward, convinced that a substantial deposit lies directly ahead. The tunnel trembles from the echo of his voice, and Logan quickly signals restraint to prevent unnecessary collapse. Despite the warning, celebration erupts as confirmation spreads that a major vein of mana stones has been discovered. Maintaining composure, Logan immediately activates a communication artifact to contact his territory through a crystal orb. In his estate office, Dwayne receives the urgent transmission and listens as Logan issues rapid instructions. Without hesitation, Logan orders the recruitment of every available worker and dwarf from Harun to reinforce the site. Dwayne questions the urgency, but Logan insists that time outweighs explanation and demands immediate mobilization. Carriages soon depart across the desert, carrying thousands of workers along with tools, food, and prepared supplies. As reinforcements head toward the mine, Logan stands before the glowing tunnel, fully aware that this discovery could redefine his family's future. Standing atop a rocky ridge above the desert mine, Logan activates the communication orb and calmly requests a full report on Tarian's reconstruction progress. Through the glowing sphere, a royal official confirms Logan's intention to rebuild the territory and inquires whether any valuable resources were uncovered. Maintaining caution, Logan downplays the discovery, choosing to conceal the mana vein while redirecting the discussion toward political matters. Seated against the sand with the orb in hand, Logan explains that he avoided contacting the king directly, preferring formal channels through the official. The official hesitates before revealing that the crown currently struggles with financial strain after recent territorial conflicts. Logan listens carefully as implications surface that the kingdom's treasury may soon seek increased contributions from its nobles. After a brief pause, the official discloses that the king remains supportive of Logan's rebuilding efforts despite economic pressure. A significant concession follows, stating that Tarian will be exempt from royal taxes for the next 10 years. Shock flashes across Logan's face as he processes the magnitude of relief such a decree would grant his recovering domain. Regaining composure, Logan presses for written confirmation while also accepting an invitation to visit the capital in the coming months. The official agrees to formalize the exemption and emphasizes that certain matters require direct discussion rather than remote communication. With mutual understanding reached, the magical link begins to fade as both sides conclude their exchange. The orb dims in Logan's grasp, its surface reflecting the bright desert sky and the weight of future responsibility. Suddenly overcome with restrained excitement, Logan raises the artifact triumphantly, celebrating the unprecedented tax relief granted to Tarian. Clayton approaches from behind, observing Logan's rare display of joy as the young lord steadies himself and refocuses on the work ahead. Standing atop a rocky ridge above the desert mine, Logan activates the communication orb and calmly requests a full report on Tarian's reconstruction progress. Through the glowing sphere, a royal official confirms Logan's intention to rebuild the territory and inquires whether any valuable resources were uncovered. Maintaining caution, Logan downplays the discovery, choosing to conceal the mana vein while redirecting the discussion toward political matters. Seated against the sand with the orb in hand, Logan explains that he avoided contacting the king directly, preferring formal channels through the official. The official hesitates before revealing that the crown currently struggles with financial strain after recent territorial conflicts. Logan listens carefully as implications surface that the kingdom's treasury may soon seek increased contributions from its nobles. After a brief pause, the official discloses that the king remains supportive of Logan's rebuilding efforts despite economic pressure. A significant concession follows, stating that Tarian will be exempt from royal taxes for the next 10 years. Shock flashes across Logan's face as he processes the magnitude of relief such a decree would grant his recovering domain. Regaining composure, Logan presses for written confirmation while also accepting an invitation to visit the capital in the coming months. The official agrees to formalize the exemption and emphasizes that certain matters require direct discussion rather than remote communication. With mutual understanding reached, the magical link begins to fade as both sides conclude their exchange. The orb dims in Logan's grasp, its surface reflecting the bright desert sky and the weight of future responsibility. Suddenly overcome with restrained excitement, Logan raises the artifact triumphantly, celebrating the unprecedented tax relief granted to Tarion. Clayton approaches from behind, observing Logan's rare display of joy, as the young lord steadies himself and refocuses on the work ahead. In the central plaza of Tarion, dwarves gather beneath drifting confetti, as Hamar is publicly recognized as the workshop master and symbol of their growing prosperity. From an elevated platform, Hamar stands proudly while the crowd acknowledges his role in transforming the city into a thriving mining and crafting center. Citizens cheer with visible gratitude, crediting his leadership for improved living conditions and the rapid expansion of industry. Latter adorned with celebratory garlands, Hamar accepts the praise with laughter, though the attention clearly overwhelms him. Master Hamar, the elderly workshop leader with his braided white beard, stood before Logan to deliver the second week's progress report on Terran's development. Rows of newly built structures stretched across the fortress grounds, marking the completion of the outer construction sites and the housing built for the laborers. Logan studied a wide territorial map marked with pieces representing key locations, while Hamar confirmed that preparations for the Manastone mine were also moving forward at a steady pace. Logan praised the old craftsman's efforts, telling him the results exceeded expectations. Without warning, Logan pulled Hamar close, gripping him in a tight headlock. Hamar's confusion showed plainly as he asked what Logan wanted from him now. Grinning and pointing upward, Logan explained that the Tenon River ran behind the northern mountains, while the Luther River bordered the territory to the south. Hamar tried to shut down the conversation before it began, insisting he had no interest in hearing more. Logan pressed on anyway, painting a vision of a dam connecting the two rivers together, one that would push Terran's growth even further. Overwhelmed and sweating, Hamar clutched his head and screamed that he refused to listen to another word. Logan leaned in with a wide smile, reassuring Hamar that every addition would ultimately serve his own workshop. Hamar's protest came out as a desperate cry, branding Logan a monster for piling on more work. A sweeping view of Taran's walls and mountains accompanied the summary of what remained, finishing the Manastone mine, completing preparations for the Cronet's study, and readying the territory to stand against the Empire once those tasks were done. Logan knelt over Hamar, who had collapsed face down with a Manastone clutched beneath him, as the narration noted that only gathering further intelligence and strengthening the kingdom's military remained. Logan's thoughts drifted backward, recalling that 4 years earlier, he had no idea where to even begin building any of this. Catching himself mid-thought, Logan reminded himself not to get carried away by his own ambition, vowing not to repeat the failures that had doomed Tomoto. A quiet resolve to stay composed slipped away as an unsettling laughter built beneath his breath, his expression sliding into something darker and hungrier for progress. From a distance, a voice accused him of having lost his mind entirely, while his own laughter echoed across the mountain ridge in response. Under a full moon, elsewhere in the Empire, a golden-haired man lifted a glass of wine to his lips. The calm night sky settling over the scene, seated on an ornate throne, the man addressed his attendant by name, Cleo, and asked what this fine alcohol he was drinking was called. Cleo answered that the exquisite liquor originating from the Empire carried the name Flamma, prompting the seated man to repeat the unfamiliar word back to him. Cleo clarified that the word meant flames in the ancient tongue, and as he explained this, more of the drink was poured, glowing amber under the light. The man's sharp green eyes narrowed with interest as he studied the wine in his glass, something calculating stirring behind his gaze. Sitting alone at a long table with his glass in hand, he finally spoke the question that had been building beneath the surface, asking what Cleo thought of Logan McLean. The king lifted a fragment of dried flour to his eyes, recalling the man before him as the loyal subject who had ended both an uprising and a war for the crown. A muted acknowledgement slipped from him as his gaze drifted sideways, the memory of that gratitude settling uneasily behind his eyes. Logan stood with his back turned, wrapped in a swirl of dark energy, admitting that he was grateful and that gratitude was something he owed without question. The king's thoughts lingered on an unanswered question as he and Logan walked together across an open, sunlit courtyard. Guards trailed behind the pair as they made their way through the palace grounds, footsteps echoing across the stone path. Stepping outside into open air, the king exhaled and admitted that leaving the stuffy halls behind had eased something in his chest. His mind circled back to Logan's name, confessing silently that any matter involving the man left him unusually tense. Advisors around him grew visibly uncomfortable whenever Logan's name surfaced in council, and the king found he could no longer mask his own unease during those discussions. Even the towering sword duke, standing firm and armored, carried the same wary weight whenever the topic arose. Blood dripped from the king's fingers as he murmured to his late father that he still had far to go before he could call himself worthy of the throne. A blade cut suddenly through the darkness above the rooftops, shadows converging fast against the night sky. Cloaked figures dropped from the rooftops in a coordinated assault, swords drawn and closing in from every direction. The sword duke's eyes went wide with alarm as he registered the ambush, shouting out in disbelief that assassins had struck. A masked attacker raised his blade high, poised to strike. As a voice among the shadows barked the order to kill, knights closed ranks instantly around the king, one shouting for everyone to protect him as steel met steel in the chaos. The scale of the ambush became clear. 3 high-ranking knights and 15 mid-ranked fighters had been sent to finish the job, declaring he would cut down the mid-ranked assassins first. The sword duke tore through the enemy ranks in a blur of crimson, edged strikes. Zone assassin shrieked as the duke's blade found its mark, sending him crashing down while another rushed forward from behind. The enemy commander screamed for his men to hold their ground and finish the king, refusing to let the attack falter. A pained cry rang out as the duke's counterattack connected again, an arcing strike sending another assassin reeling through the air. Wounded and unsteady, the lone remaining assassin staggered backward, sweat running down a face twisted between exhaustion and fury. The commander barked out the order to retreat, watching his surviving men scatter across the rooftops before the sword duke turned, sword raised, refusing to let them slip away. Lunging forward with a defiant shout, the duke intercepted the fleeing leader mid-strike, refusing to let him escape the fight. With a sharp battle cry, the assassin leader spun and struck back, determined to force his way through regardless of the cost. A blinding streak of energy tore through the sky as the duke unleashed a devastating aerial strike against his opponent. The king staggered backward, gripping his head as the shockwave of the clash rippled past him. The assassin leader crashing down toward the ground. The duke shielded the king's body with his own as the last of the attack's force slammed into them both men crying out from the impact. Sweat and tension marked the king's face as he processed what had just happened, his breath ragged from the near brush with death. Guards rushed toward the pair, one calling out anxiously to ask whether the king had been harmed in the chaos. Kneeling together in the ruined courtyard, the 2 men caught their breath as debris and scorched earth surrounded them on every side. Realization struck the king as he turned toward the fallen enemies scattered around the grounds, his mind racing toward the bodies of the assassins left behind. Snapping into command, he ordered nearby knights to search the area thoroughly for any survivors or evidence left behind. Rubbing his face in disbelief, the king muttered that an ambush inside the palace walls itself was almost impossible to comprehend. A knight knelt over the scorched remains and reported that the attackers' bodies had been completely incinerated, leaving nothing useful behind. Turning over a strange scroll in his hand, the king wondered aloud why the assassins hadn't used something so powerful from the very start of the assault. Standing alone amid the wreckage, he asked into the silence what had become of the guards who were supposed to have been stationed in the garden. Fists clenched and trembling, he pressed further, demanding to know how so many armed men could have slipped past every checkpoint without a single alarm being raised. Turning toward one of his men, the king called out sharply for Luis, who answered at once that he was present and awaiting orders. Suspicion crept into his voice as he began to ask aloud just who could possibly benefit most from his death in that very moment. The thought hit him like a blow, his breath catching as he asked, almost unable to finish the sentence, whether someone stood to become king if he had died there that night. Back in the desert territory, a young worker hauling crates followed close behind an old dwarven overseer who called out for him to steady his footing near the tent's entrance. Inside the tent, Logan stood before a wooden table, an unreadable expression settling over him as he asked flatly what the message could possibly mean. Whipping around toward the crystal orb on the table, Logan's eyes widened in disbelief as he demanded to know whether the king actually suspected him. Hamar's projected face floated within the orb, explaining that every assassin who struck the night before had been a trained force user, ranked mid to high in skill. The old craftsman continued, revealing that investigators had uncovered signs the palace duty roster had been tampered with beforehand, narrowing the list of suspects to only the 2 of them. Logan pressed his palm against the table's edge, his breathing heavy as he repeated the accusation aloud, struggling to accept that the king could truly suspect him. Hamar clarified that the king hadn't stated it outright, but had specifically requested that Hamar be the one to relay the message to him directly. Confusion twisted Logan's face as he muttered under his breath, questioning why he specifically had been singled out for this conversation. Bitterness crept into his tone as he reminded himself of everything he had sacrificed to place that man on the throne. unable to understand why loyalty would now be mistaken for a threat. Resolve hardened in his expression as he declared he needed to see the king in person, insisting he had to learn firsthand the reason behind the suspicion. Through the orb, Hamar's voice returned, relaying that the king had refused to grant a private audience between the two of them. A heavy stillness settled over Logan as he absorbed the message that the king now required someone else to keep close watch over him, his hand curling into a tight, trembling fist while he admitted quietly that the situation had turned out far worse than he had feared. Clouds drifted over a vast royal palace, its domed towers catching the pale light as birds cut across the sky above the grand courtyard. Logan knelt before the throne, breathless and worn, greeting the king with the formal respect owed to royalty despite the tension in his posture. The king, crowned and draped in white fur, acknowledged the greeting, his expression carrying more weight than his simple words let on. Sweat lined the king's brow as he studied Logan. Sensing the hostility radiating from the kneeling knight, he offered sympathy for the recent trouble Logan had endured, relieved to see him alive. A tense beat passed, the king's sharp gaze cutting through the silence as the mood in the throne room darkened. The king pressed further, questioning whether Logan truly believed what he had implied, while beside him an older nobleman flinched, caught off guard by the exchange. A faint smile crossed the king's face as he asked whether Logan was disappointed in him, the crown catching the light above his calm, unreadable eyes. The old nobleman panicked, addressing the king directly and demanding to know if Logan's words accused him of orchestrating the recent attack. Elsewhere, the throne room recalled a separate conversation, one where advisors reported that House McLean kept building its military strength, despite the Civil War's end. The king reminded Logan of the position he already held above every citizen in the kingdom, pressing him to explain what truly drove his defiance. Logan reeled, visibly shaken, admitting he never expected the king to see through his intentions so clearly. Thoughts churned in his mind. He had not planned for the king to stand against him, believing instead that his actions served the greater good of the kingdom, no matter the cost to others. Steadying himself, Logan resolved to speak with more honesty, the pink light of the throne room casting long shadows around his feet as he prepared his next words. Turning to address the king directly, Logan warned that the Empire intended to move against their kingdom, his voice steady despite the gravity of the claim. The king's eyes widened at the mention of the Empire, the question escaping him almost before he could stop it. Logan admitted he lacked solid proof, calling it a suspicion for now, but pointed to the Empire's long history of instigating regime changes as reason enough for concern. His voice sharpened as he listed the Empire's pattern of striking neighboring nations, noting that it had happened 7 times out of every 10 after a new emperor took the throne. Standing before the king alongside the old nobleman, Logan repeated the ratio aloud, his fist tightening as the number lingered in the air. The nobleman conceded the point, acknowledging that such a ratio represented an alarmingly high risk for any kingdom to ignore. Logan's grip closed harder around the object in his hand, declaring that the percentage was high enough that even a king could offer no argument against it. A biting remark cut through the hall, accusing the old advisor of chasing more power for himself, even while claiming loyalty to the crown. Startled by the accusation, the advisor straightened and insisted the McLean family had only ever fulfilled their duty as guardians of the southwestern border. The king's gaze hardened, his jaw tightening as tension crept across his composed features under the weight of the crown. Walking away from the throne room afterward, the advisor admitted quietly that he had pushed his accusations further than he should have. Logan pressed the matter anyway, bluntly suggesting the king might benefit from drinking less. Catching the older man off guard, rubbing his temple beneath the heavy crown, the king brushed off the suggestion, insisting he would manage his own habits without outside interference. Alone with his thoughts later, the king admitted to himself that he had overstepped earlier, wondering aloud who he could rely on besides Logan. Bitter laughter followed his own words as he acknowledged that Logan's support had placed him on the throne in the first place. Yet doubt lingered in his mind, sensing that Logan still kept his guard up, worried the growing distance between them would only deepen with time. In a separate room, a disheveled blond man questioned why anyone would ask him about tracking down the assassin responsible for the recent attack. He explained himself modestly, claiming to be nothing more than hired staff valued for his skill in writing poetry, rather than investigation. Logan cleared his throat and admitted the claim held some truth, though his tone suggested he expected more from the man regardless. Frustration flickered across Logan's face, as he confessed there was no one else left he could turn to for this kind of insight. He continued explaining that both the Knights of Esperanza and the Royal Knights remained unavailable to him, along with the head mage of the Royal Magic Tower. Memory surfaced of Damien, the last person Logan could rely on, the strategist once known in his former life as the evil brain of the Independence Army. Logan reassured him there was nothing to fear, only asking for an honest read on the situation given everything happening around them. Damien rubbed his chin thoughtfully, murmuring that the answer could shift the outcome of many things, depending on how it unfolded. He noted that attempting to assassinate a nation's ruler was typically a desperate act, born from having no other options left. Recalling an earlier battle, memories surfaced of attackers who brought overwhelming numbers, yet withdrew far sooner than expected. A detail that struck him as unusual. Their retreat had been unnervingly clean, the assassins skilled enough to erase nearly every trace of what they left behind. Damien reasoned aloud that if nobody stood to gain from the failed attack, the true purpose must have been to strike at whoever suffered the greatest loss from it. Logan froze at the implication, realizing the attack had been aimed squarely at him, and asked for confirmation with disbelief written across his face. He admitted plainly that suspicion had already fallen on him because of the incident, leaving him exposed to accusations he never expected to face. Piecing the motive together, Damien suggested a newly risen noble wanted the king dead in order to drive a wedge between Logan and the throne. Turning his attention to Damien directly, Logan asked where he would have fled had he been the one responsible for orchestrating the assassination attempt. Damien answered without hesitation, declaring that running would never have crossed his mind if he'd been in the assassin's position. He reasoned that nobody had identified him, and no magic had tracked his movements, meaning the mask could simply come off without consequence. Had he failed to escape the capital in time, he explained, the safest choice would be to remain hidden somewhere close by rather than flee farther. Blending into a crowd posed its own problem though, since a missing limb would make anyone impossible to overlook among ordinary people. The ideal hiding spot, he continued, would be tucked within the back streets. Somewhere missing limbs wouldn't draw a second glance from anyone. Following that logic to its conclusion, Logan determined the most probable location for the assassin's hideout, based on Damien's reasoning. That place turned out to be the slums sprawled just beyond the capital's outer walls, far from where nobles or knights would think to search. A written notice in hand confirmed the only clue investigators possessed. The assassin had lost his right arm during the failed attempt on the king. Information gathered through the guild revealed 7 individuals living in that district who were missing a right arm, narrowing the search considerably. To speed up the investigation, the Knights of Esperanza mobilized to assist with tracking down each of the 7 potential suspects. Logan pressed forward through the search, deciding that if nothing turned up after exhausting every lead, they would assume the assassin had truly escaped the capital. Deep in the slums, a hooded figure sat huddled against a wall, hands outstretched, begging quietly from passers-by who paid him no attention. Logan's eyes sharpened the instant he spotted the beggar, recognizing something familiar that confirmed he had finally located his target. Flames erupted around him as his power surged violently, and he sensed 3 separate force users concealed within the surrounding area. The disguised beggar pleaded for coins, addressing Logan as "my lord," desperate hands reaching out while unaware their act had already failed to fool him. Logan tossed a handful of coins toward the disguised beggar with visible irritation, muttering the offer under his breath as the man reached out gratefully to accept it. Before the words of thanks could finish leaving his mouth, blazing streaks of golden fire tore through the alley, catching him completely off guard. One of the hidden attackers lunged forward with a fist wrapped in blue energy, driving the blow home as a pained cry erupted from the impact. A cloaked figure rocketed skyward, streaking through the clouds above the rooftops as the battle spilled outward into open air. Recognition hit hard as the enemy realized exactly who they were dealing with, cursing under his breath at discovering Logan McLean fighting among them. Logan closed the distance in an instant, declaring he had them cornered as his blade sliced through the air toward the fleeing assassins. Steel met flesh with brutal force, sending one attacker crashing hard against the ground, while pain tore through his body. Struggling to breathe through the chaos, the wounded man grasped at his missing right arm, realizing the description matching the assassin now pointed directly at him. Logan's eyes locked onto his target with sudden clarity, recognizing the man before him as the very assassin he had been hunting through the slums. Blood trickled from his mouth as the assassin gasped for air, his breathing ragged and uneven while collapsed against the cold stone ground. Despite his injuries, he began laughing bitterly, spitting out the word assassin, with disgust, as if the label itself insulted him somehow. Standing amid the wreckage with his sword still drawn, Logan reacted with shock to something unexpected happening around him, his expression shifting to alarm. Watching the scene unfold, he muttered under his breath about the lunatic before him, sensing something deeply wrong with the situation. A strange purple energy swirled around a trembling hand nearby, and Logan felt a jolt of realization as he began to understand what he was witnessing. Recognition turned to horror as he identified the substance spreading through the air, shouting out a warning that it was poison contaminating the entire area.